Sword Spirit Chapter 139 to Chapter 192. Not long after, the door to the quiet room was pushed open again. Chen Xiaohan had already returned with some food. Breakfast was very simple. There were 2 steamed buns, a big bowl of porridge, and a plate of pickled vegetables. Although it was simple, the workmanship was very exquisite. Just looking at it would make one's appetite increase. Lu Xian had not eaten for a whole day and night. He was already very hungry. How could he endure it now? He took the food and wolfed it down. Slow down. If it's not enough, there's more. Chen Xiaohan could not help but remind Lu Xian when she saw him eating. She paused and looked at the pile of books beside Lu Xian. She asked, "Have you finished reading these books?" Yes, I've read them all. These books are very useful to me. I feel that my understanding of runes has increased by another level. Lu Xian answered Chen Xiaohan's questions intermittently as he ate. What he had in his memory were some of the more advanced techniques of carving runes and the use of runes. Now that he had read through these basic books, he had completely filled in the blanks in this part. Furthermore, the books that he asked Chen Xiaohan to bring him were not only basic books, but also some books that recorded advanced enchantment runes. Under normal circumstances, such books would not be easily leaked. If Lu Xian had joined the enchantment hall as per normal procedures, he would have only become an ordinary enchanter. There was no way that he would have been able to get his hands on these things so easily. However, now that he was the hall master's in-name disciple, he was favored by the hall master, Elder Feng, and the others. He was someone to be nurtured. Naturally, he could look through these books at will. Moreover, with Lu Xian's current strength, ordinary intermediate enchantment runes were not difficult for him at all. In fact, in the memories that Lu Xian obtained from the sword crystal, there were also many advanced enchantment runes that were more complete and advanced than those recorded in the enchantment hall. However, he did not dare to take them out easily. Those advanced enchantment runes were all ancient enchantment runes. If someone with ulterior motives saw them, he was afraid that there would be trouble. It was better to be safe than sorry. Therefore, he specifically asked Chen Xiaohan to find some of the advanced enchantment runes that were currently circulating and compared them with the ancient enchantment runes. This way, he could remove some of the runes that had long been lost. This way, he could safely use it in front of outsiders. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lu Xian felt a wave of tiredness wash over him. He had been reading for an entire day and night and his brain had been working non-stop. He didn't feel it when he was studying, but now that he had stopped, he felt a little sleepy. Lu Xian didn't insist anymore. After all, there was a bed here for people to rest on. Ignoring Chen Xiaohan, he climbed onto the bed and sat cross-legged. It had been a long time since he had a good night's sleep. For him, circulating the Tai convergence skill was also a good way to rest. However, before entering the state of cultivation, he didn't forget to instruct Chen Xiaohan that, "Xiaohan, help me get some materials for inscribing the Heavenly Dipper Talisman. I want to practice later." The Heavenly Dipper Talisman was one of the advanced enchantment runes. When it was enchanted on a weapon, it could automatically absorb yuan power, causing the weapon to release a trace of stellar energy. It could also greatly increase the power of the weapon. Lu Xian was going to inscribe a Heavenly Dipper Talisman to enchant his black iron sword. After the enchantment, the black iron sword's power would definitely increase. More importantly, in his memory, he had the ancient enchantment runes for the Heavenly Dipper Talisman. As long as he familiarized himself with it here, he could use the ancient enchantment technique to inscribe it when he was alone. It would be much stronger than the Heavenly Dipper Talisman that was currently circulating. Hearing Lu Xian call her name, Chen Xiaohan immediately glared at him and said, "Is Xiaohan something you can call? You have to call me senior sister." When Lu Xian heard this, his mouth twitched as he said, "What senior sister? Don't lie to me. I asked Master, and he said that he didn't accept you as a disciple." "Eh? You actually saw through it?" Chen Xiaohan's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but she immediately regained her wits. "You're lying. You didn't even leave this place. How could you ask?" Seeing Chen Xiaohan's angry expression, Lu Xian couldn't help but have a mischievous look in his eyes. This lass was really easy to dupe. One trick and I was exposed. All right. Yesterday, you lied to me and called you senior sister. We're even. I want to cultivate. Remember to help me find the materials. This is master's instruction. After speaking, Lu Xian didn't pay any more attention to her. His hands formed a seal and the Tai origin art began to circulate. The origin force that filled the air began to slowly seep into his body. Once again entering the inner vision state, Lu Xian felt for a moment. He could still feel the obstruction of breaking through to the 6th level of the body refinement realm. Thinking about it, even if he forcefully tried to break through, he would definitely fail. He immediately gave up on the idea of breaking through. There was still plenty of time, so there was no rush. He could use this time to properly study the Tao of glyphs. Perhaps when the time came, his soul force would increase by another step and he would naturally break through. Even if he took a step back, if he could successfully become a 1-star glyphs master, with his martial strength, it should be enough to deal with Lin Tian. Seeing that Lu Xian had swiftly entered into a state of cultivation, Qin Shaohan did not dare to disturb him. She angrily stamped her feet and walked out the door to help Lu Xian search for the materials he needed. The Tai origin art continuously circulated. After an unknown number of great circulations, Lu Xian felt that his condition had returned to its peak. His tiredness had long been expelled and he no longer felt sleepy. Immediately, he slowly stopped. When he opened his eyes again, he found a graceful young girl standing in front of a table in the room. Her hand was holding a brush and she was concentrating on drawing something. Without a doubt, this young girl was naturally Qin Shaohan. After Lu Xian entered into a state of cultivation, she felt a little bored and wanted to leave. However, she did not know when Lu Xian would wake up. Thus, she decided to simply stay here and draw an enchantment scroll. She did not usually have any entertainment activities. Perhaps it was due to the influence of her father and the group of elders. When she had nothing to do, she would like to draw scrolls to pass the time. Therefore, her basic skills were probably even more solid than Lu Xian's. However, due to the limitations of her enchantment skills, her achievements could not compare to Lu Xian's. If Qin Shaohan also knew ancient enchantment skills, her achievements would definitely be higher than Lu Xian's. After all, she had learned it from a young age. How could a half-baked Lu Xian compare? Since there was nothing to do and he did not dare to disturb Qin Shaohan, Lu Xian sat on the bed and looked at her with great interest. Her long bangs hung down naturally, revealing a pair of rather delicate eyebrows. Below the eyebrows was a pair of sparkling eyes. Her hair, which was originally tucked to her ears, slid down as she lowered her head to draw. Her exquisite side profile and fair neck were unreservedly presented in front of Lu Xian's eyes. Qin Shaohan, who was concentrating on drawing the runes, had a peaceful expression on her face. It was very different from her usual self. Her eyes were fixed on the scroll in front of her and she did not dare to make the slightest mistake. She appeared extremely serious, but within her seriousness, there was a trace of nervousness. Her adorable appearance caused Lu Xian to involuntarily reveal a trace of a smile. As he looked further down, Lu Xian's eyes stared pervertedly at Qin Shaohan's chest. He could not help but be slightly surprised. Why did the scale of today's chest seem to be a little larger than yesterday's? Even though it was still not the size of Linsani's, it was far from being flat. After carefully thinking about it, Lu Xian realized that the dress that Qin Shaohan wore yesterday was rather loose and did not really show off her figure. Today's pure white dress was a lot tighter and tightly wrapped around her waist, revealing her slender waist. At the same time, it also slightly outlined the beautiful curves of her chest. Just as Lu Xian was engrossed in his study, he suddenly heard Qin Shaohan cry out in alarm. The scroll on the table flashed and immediately dimmed. It was obvious that she had failed this time. After another failure, Qin Shaohan appeared to be a little annoyed. She pouted her lips and threw the brush in her hand onto the table. The tranquil expression on her face was instantly destroyed. However, her angry expression had a different flavor to it. As if sensing Lu Xian's gaze, Qin Shaohan suddenly turned around and looked at him. Coincidentally, her gaze met Lu Xian's. This time, Miss Chen had a place to vent her anger. You damned Lu Xian, it's all your fault. I almost succeeded. This is the closest I've ever been to success. You have to compensate me. Lu Xian's face was filled with astonishment. He immediately retorted without showing any weakness, "What has it got to do with me? I've already been awake for half a day and I've been staying here the whole time without daring to move. It's obviously because you're not strong enough." Lu Xian's rebuttal made Qin Xiaohan even more annoyed. Even though she knew that she was not strong enough, she was unwilling to admit it. She forcefully argued, "It's obviously because you peeked at me that I failed because I was distracted." I peeked at you. Why were you distracted? Could it be that you have feelings for me? Hee hee. Lu Xian smiled maliciously. Nonsense, I don't like you. You're thinking too much. Qin Xiaohan said angrily. Since Qin Xiaohan had already finished drawing, Lu Xian immediately stood up. He walked over and said, "Does this count as a confession? I didn't say that you have feelings for me. I mean, do you still hold a grudge against me?" In the face of Lu Xian's word games, Qin Xiaohan admitted that she was no match for him. She immediately shut her mouth and did not speak. "What rune did you just draw?" Lu Xian took the initiative to ask. "It's the Tiangang rune that you asked me to get the materials for. I've practiced it many times, but unfortunately, I've never succeeded," Qin Xiaohan answered. Even though she had only drawn the intermediate rune, Berserk rune, during yesterday's assessment, she had already started practicing high-level runes. However, because she did not have enough confidence in succeeding, she switched to intermediate runes. "Try again. I'll see what's wrong. Consider it compensation," Lu Xian casually said. However, Qin Xiaohan's face was filled with disbelief towards Lu Xian's words. "You just saw the high-level rune last night and you can't even draw it yourself. How can you see the problem?" She admitted that Lu Xian was indeed talented. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to point out her problem with just one look. Even a soul talisman master at the temple master's level would need to study a new rune for a while before he could give her any pointers. "How do you know that I can't? Why don't we make a bet? If I can point out your problem, you will obediently be my assistant during this period of time, serving tea and finding materials. How about it?" Lu Xian chuckled. "How could I not be able to point it out? It's impossible." Lu Xian was brimming with confidence. "Humph, I don't care. If you can't point it out, then you'll have to serve me tea and find the ingredients. Also, you are not allowed to tell my father." Qin Xiaohan looked at Lu Xian provocatively. "Alright, it's a deal. You can start again." Lu Xian waved his hand and said with a nonchalant expression. Since he dared to make the bet, he naturally had a certain level of confidence. Although he had just seen the runes of the Big Dipper talisman last night, the ancient enchantment runes of the Big Dipper talisman already existed in his memory. Although he had not practiced it and was temporarily unable to inscribe it, it was definitely not a problem for him to point out Qin Xiaohan's flaws. Although she did not know why Lu Xian was so confident, Qin Xiaohan still did not believe that he would be able to point out her flaws. She softly snorted and spread out another blank scroll. She picked up the enchantment brush and closed her eyes to calm her mind. After a long time, she opened her eyes and dipped her brush into some juice. Her nimble little hand quickly waved as runes began to appear one after another on the blank scroll. Lu Xian did not dare to be negligent as he stared at the scroll. He looked at the runes that were inscribed by Qin Xiaohan and quickly compared them with the ancient runes in his mind. When he was researching the Big Dipper talisman last night, he realized that the current version of the Big Dipper talisman was the same as the Berserk talisman. Compared to the ancient runes, it was missing a part. It was only after being explored and perfected by later generations that it became a complete rune. However, how could the perfected runes of the later generations compare to the ancient runes that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times? Hence, to Lu Xian, as long as he told Qin Xiaohan where to add a few runes, it would be enough for her to complete the inscription. Although it was not the current version, it would undoubtedly be more powerful. As Qin Xiaohan inscribed more and more runes, Lu Xian saw more and more loopholes. One or two loopholes were still fine, but when there were too many loopholes, it began to affect the stability of the entire rune. The problem did not lie with Qin Xiaohan, but with the original rune. In order to fix these loopholes, the only way was to use the powerful mental strength of an enchanter to forcefully stabilize it. It could be said to be treating the symptoms but not the root cause. This was also the reason why Elder Feng and the rest found the runes that Lu Xian inscribed so beautiful, like a work of art. That was because the ancient rune text was naturally formed, and the inscription was natural without any trace of stiffness. Seeing that the entire rune was already 80% completed, Chen Xiaohan could not help but reveal a trace of nervousness in her eyes again. This was because every time she reached this point, she would almost lose control. As long as she made the slightest mistake, the entire rune would collapse. Perhaps it was because Lu Xian was watching at the side. Chen Xiaohan performed a little better this time. The last part of the inscription was quite perfect without a single mistake. Just when she thought that she would succeed this time, she could not help but relax a little. When she struck out the next rune, she used a little more strength. However, because of this mistake that could not be considered a mistake, it instantly caused a chain reaction. All the loopholes in the previous part exploded at this moment, and she immediately felt that she could no longer control the rune. Seeing that the entire talisman was about to break free from her control and fail was imminent, Chen Xiaohan suddenly saw a few talisman characters suddenly fly onto the scroll. The violent conflict of the Heavenly Dipper talisman suddenly weakened. Although it wasn't completely stable, it was enough for her to finish inscribing it. Chen Xiaohan didn't have time to study what those runes were or where they landed. The enchantment brush in her hand didn't stop, quickly inscribing the rest of the runes. In less than 3 breaths' time, all the runes had landed. As she drew the last stroke, the entire Tiangang talisman flashed and instantly solidified. Success! Looking at the successful Tiangang talisman scroll in front of her, Chen Xiaohan could not help but feel a little dazed. She succeeded so easily? Before this, she had practiced this rune for a long time and she had never succeeded. However, this success came so suddenly that she was not prepared at all. Of course, she was deeply aware that the biggest contributor to this success was not her, but Lu Xian, who had shamelessly boasted that he would give her some pointers. Although she did not see how Lu Xian had done it, who else could have used inscription in the void and instantly struck down a few runes to stabilize her Tiangang talisman, besides Lu Xian, who else could have done it? How did you do it? Chen Xiaohan turned her head and asked in surprise. You have too many loopholes, so I just casually helped you fill in a few. How is it? Are you convinced now? Just obediently be my assistant for this period of time, and that will do. Lu Xian looked a little smug. He did not know why, but he liked to show off in front of Chen Xiaohan. Perhaps it was because this little girl was always teasing him. Although she really wanted to tease Lu Xian's move just now was really too cool, and Chen Xiaohan had to admit that he was really amazing. She could only snort twice and said, "You're amazing, so be it. Anyway, my father also asked me to take care of you during this period of time." Well, Xiaohan, I'm thirsty. Get me a cup of water first. Lu Xian said lazily. Now he had enough reason to order Chen Xiaohan to do things. Hearing Lu Xian's words, Chen Xiaohan suddenly opened her eyes wide. She did not expect that Lu Xian would be so shameless that he really wanted her to do things like serving tea and water. Lu Xian, don't go too far. Ah, the bet has just ended. Is someone trying to renege on the bet? You. Do you have the heart to let a beautiful woman do these trivial things? Why not? I enjoy it very much. Besides, where is the beautiful woman? I don't see her. Humph, I'll go, but you better be careful. A woman's heart is the most vicious. Be careful that I don't poison you. Chen Xiaohan was so angry at Lu Xian that she kept stamping her feet. She steeled her heart and turned around to leave. She really went to get water for Lu Xian. Seeing Chen Xiaohan leave in a huff, Lu Xian could not help but be delighted. It seemed like he was becoming more and more wicked and liked to bully her. Thinking of this, Lu Xian shook his head and lamented why he had become so wicked. He looked at the materials on the table that Chen Xiaohan had not used up. He took the initiative to spread out a blank scroll and began to recall the runes of the Heavenly Dipper talisman. After going through the runes in his mind, he stretched out his hands and drew out a stream of juice from the bottle. It instantly formed a rune in the air and quickly landed on the scroll. He began to personally inscribe the Heavenly Dipper talisman. With the skill of inscribing runes in the air, Lu Xian naturally did not need to use an enchantment pen. Directly inscribing the runes in the air was not only more efficient but also more accurate in grasping the strength and density of the runes. However, in contrast to Lu Xian's gorgeous posture, the entire rune collapsed before he could inscribe it. The inscribing had failed. Lu Xian was quite helpless about this. Although he had a clear idea in his mind and could even help Chen Xiaohan fill in the gaps, it was not so easy for him to inscribe it himself. This was a matter of practice. Without practice, no matter how good one's theory was, it would be useless. Fortunately, he was already mentally prepared. He unhurriedly spread out another scroll and began the second round of inscribing. Not long after, Chen Xiaohan pushed open the door and entered with a large cup of water in her hand. She was worried that Lu Xian would find an excuse to order her around, so she simply prepared enough water for Lu Xian to drink for a day. When she saw that Lu Xian was concentrating on inscribing the scroll, her curiosity was piqued. She quietly walked over to see how Lu Xian was going to inscribe. However, before she could get close, she saw the scroll flash before it dimmed. Once again, he had failed. When she walked to Lu Xian's side, Chen Xiaohan saw a dozen scrapped scrolls scattered on the ground. She could not help but burst into laughter. So this is all you've got? You actually failed a dozen times in such a short period of time. How embarrassing. Faced with Chen Xiaohan's merciless mockery, Lu Xian immediately smiled awkwardly. What's the rush? I've only just started. I'll succeed on my first try soon. Holding back her laughter, Chen Xiaohan did not disturb Lu Xian anymore. She allowed him to quietly continue his practice. After mocking Lu Xian, she felt much better. However, she also knew that Lu Xian's situation was normal. If he could succeed on his first try, then he was simply inhuman. After all, she had practiced this Tiangang talisman for 2 whole months. Today, she only succeeded once with Lu Xian's help. He no longer paid attention to Chen Xiaohan beside him and continued to focus on carving the runes. In truth, he could have used his origin power to carve runes in the air to practice, but now that he had enough materials for practice, the results would naturally be better. The amount of materials he could consume was not even worth mentioning when compared to the entire enchantment hall. One by one, the blank scrolls were scrapped. Lu Xian's proficiency with the Tiangang talisman was also rapidly increasing. Chen Xiaohan had already quietly arrived behind Lu Xian. She was attentively watching him carve the talisman. The hall master had asked her to assist Lu Xian so that she could learn more from Lu Xian. Looking at the talisman after talisman, the admiration in Chen Xiaohan's eyes grew stronger. She discovered that the Tiangang talisman that Lu Xian was carving had some changes on the foundation of the current Tiangang talisman. However, those changes were all ingenious. Many of the talisman's usage was something that she had never thought of before. She couldn't help but raise her head to look at Lu Xian's side profile. That serious look made people's hearts beat faster. It was hard for her to associate this face with the one that teased her. She had to admit that Lu Xian in this state had quite a bit of attraction for her. 16 years old was the age when love first bloomed. Facing an imposing and talented male of the same age, it was naturally easy to develop a favorable impression. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Lu Xian only took the time to return to the sword sect to inform Linsini. He stayed in the enchantment hall for so long to prevent them from worrying. For the rest of the time, he stayed in the enchantment hall. During these 3 days, Lu Xian had been practicing the Big Dipper talisman. As a high-grade enchantment talisman, the Big Dipper talisman was much more complicated than the Berserk talisman. The Big Dipper talisman that Lu Xian had modified using the ancient enchantment talisman was even more complicated. Even so, with the memory in his mind as a foundation, Lu Xian finally succeeded in inscribing the first Big Dipper talisman scroll after 3 days. Chen Xiaohan, who had been staying by Lu Xian's side, was extremely surprised at his godly speed. Previously, she had spent a few months to familiarize herself with each talisman. In the end, she had only succeeded with Lu Xian's help. But now, Lu Xian had caught up to her progress that she had spent a few months in just 3 days. In fact, he had even surpassed her. His efficiency was dozens of times higher than hers. In this regard, Chen Xiaohan's evaluation of Lu Xian was only one word: monstrous. However, the strength that Lu Xian displayed had completely convinced her. Although she still bickered with Lu Xian, she no longer dared to look down on Lu Xian in the field of enchantment. Furthermore, she had gained a lot from watching Lu Xian inscribe over the past 3 days. Putting everything else aside, she gained a better understanding of the usage of those runes every time she watched Lu Xian inscribe. Furthermore, Lu Xian would explain some very intricate theories to her every time he stopped inscribing. When she first heard about it, she thought that Lu Xian was simply amazing. She had never thought that talismans could be used in such a way. The same talisman used in different places had completely different effects. It had almost subverted her beliefs. At first, she was skeptical. However, after she personally tested it according to Lu Xian's words, she no longer had any doubts. When she mastered the theories that Lu Xian had explained, the success rate of the Big Dipper talisman that she could not succeed in the past had now reached a terrifying 20%. It was even higher than some senior enchanters in the enchantment hall. Of course, this was also due to her extremely solid foundation. Although Qin Shaohan did not know why Lu Xian knew so many ways to use talismans, she could only attribute it to the almighty martial arts expert who taught Lu Xian. On the other hand, Lu Xian spent another day to completely familiarize himself with the Big Dipper talisman. Without using the ancient enchanting technique, his success rate could reach 25%, which was a little higher than Qin Shaohan's. If he used the ancient enchanting technique without holding back, his success rate would definitely exceed 30%. However, mastering the Big Dipper talisman did not mean that he had completely mastered the high-level enchanting runes. Although Lu Xian was extremely interested in the talisman, he also knew that he had to build a good foundation. On the path of cultivation, he had to take things step by step. Otherwise, if his foundation was unstable, he would definitely not go far in the future. Therefore, he still restrained himself and picked a few more high-level enchanting runes to practice. Qin Shaohan naturally did not object to this. Ever since she learned many good things from Lu Xian, she did not want to leave Lu Xian even for a moment. She spent the entire day with him. Not only that, she served Lu Xian very well. When Lu Xian wanted to eat, she would bring him tea and water. 3 meals a day, no matter when Lu Xian wanted to eat, she would definitely find food for him. It could be said that she took care of Lu Xian in every possible way. When he saw that Qin Shaohan really treated him like a servant, Lu Xian felt a little embarrassed. Previously, he had made a bet with Qin Shaohan purely to tease her. Who would have thought that he would really order around the palace master's precious daughter like a servant? However, since Qin Shaohan was enjoying it, Lu Xian had no choice but to do his best to teach her some things. However, most of what he taught her were the concepts of the ancient enchanting technique. He did not dare to reveal some of the core things. When the time came, not only would it bring trouble to Qin Shaohan, he might also be implicated. However, even these concepts were enough to make Qin Shaohan feel enlightened. The ancient enchanting technique was about following one's heart and not being bound by any rules and regulations. This was completely different from the education that she had received since she was young. In the beginning, she was a little unaccustomed to it. However, as she gradually understood and thoroughly mastered the methods of using the runes that Lu Xian taught her, the art of enchanting simply improved by leaps and bounds. Sometimes, even Lu Xian could not help but sigh. It turned out that this little lass was the real genius. If he taught her everything about the ancient enchanting technique, perhaps in a few years, Qin Shaohan would be able to catch up to her father's level, or even surpass him. However, this was just a thought. Although Lu Xian had a very good impression of Qin Shaohan and often teased her, the secret of the sword crystal was too big. Until now, he still had not figured out what exactly the sword crystal was. Therefore, he did not dare to do anything that crossed the line. Time passed rather quickly while he was training. Since Lu Xian had mastered the Tiangang talisman, another 20 days had passed. In these 20 days, Lu Xian did not stop practicing the high-level enchanting runes. Including the Tiangang talisman, he had now mastered as many as 10 kinds of high-level enchanting runes. All kinds of high-level basic runes were at his fingertips and he was incomparably skillful. The previous knowledge about enchanting was only stored in Lu Xian's mind as a memory. After a month of digestion, it had completely become his own. For him, in less than a month, there had been earth-shaking changes in his understanding of the talisman Tao. To be more specific, he had mastered the art of enchanting. Now that he had mastered the art of enchanting, Lu Xian could finally open the door of the mysterious and powerful talisman that he had been yearning for a long time. Standing in front of the table, Lu Xian constantly waved his hands. One after another, the runes fell on the blank scroll. His movements were incomparably smooth. As his hands moved faster and faster, the runes on the blank scroll became more and more complicated. If one did not know about enchanting, they would feel dizzy just looking at it. Right now, Lu Xian was inscribing the runes that contained the most runes among the high-level enchanting runes. The runes had the most complicated structure. This was his last attempt. If he was able to succeed on his first try, he was prepared to end this month-long foundational training and start learning about talismans. He wanted to strive to become a one-star soul talisman master before his duel with Lin Tian. Lu Xian's hands seemed to have turned into a blur as he shouted. 5 tiny runic structures shot out at the same time, landing accurately on the blank scroll. As the last 5 runes landed, the entire scroll flashed. It was a success. A trace of joy flashed across his face. He could finally end this dry and dull foundational training and start learning about talismans. He could not help but turn his head, wanting to share this good news with Chen Xiaohan. However, when he turned his head, he saw that Chen Xiaohan was snoring away on the bed beside him. Recently, the two of them had been staying together every day. Chen Xiaohan had also become more and more intimate with Lu Xian. At the beginning, if she was tired, she would return to her room to rest. However, later on, when she was too lazy to run around, she would directly sleep at Lu Xian's place without the slightest bit of shyness. A delicate beauty sleeping on one's bed without the slightest shyness would inevitably cause one's thoughts to wander. Fortunately, although Lu Xian was not a virtuous person, he could be considered a gentleman. Thus, he had never taken advantage of Chen Xiaohan's sleep to do anything offensive. Usually, when she was asleep, Lu Xian would constantly inscribe scrolls. If he was tired, he would sit on the ground and circulate the Tai origin art to recover. Because of this, Chen Xiaohan was even more at ease and did not treat Lu Xian as an outsider at all. Seeing that Chen Xiaohan was sleeping happily, Lu Xian, who was in a good mood, could not help but want to tease her. After all, the two of them often joked around. Immediately, he picked up a clean enchantment pen, walked to the bed and squatted down, carefully observing the young girl in front of him. On her white and rosy smooth cheeks, there was a slight smile. It was unknown whether she was dreaming or not. That pair of beautiful big eyes had long been closed, leaving only her long eyelashes slightly trembling. It was very interesting. Chen Xiaohan, who was sleeping soundly, breathed extremely evenly. Under close contact, Lu Xian could even feel the breath of her. When he carefully felt it, there seemed to be a trace of sweetness, causing him to involuntarily have the thought of gently taking a bite. But very quickly, Lu Xian's heart trembled and he hurriedly expelled this offensive thought. He was not the kind of person who would take advantage of others when they were down. As if thinking of something, Lu Xian chuckled and silently raised the pen in his hand. The tip of the enchantment pen was a small tuft of very soft hair, tickling people when scratched. Just as he was about to scratch Chen Xiaohan's earlobe, the sound asleep Chen Xiaohan suddenly opened her mouth and softly called out, "Lu Xian." Chen Xiaohan's call immediately startled Lu Xian, and he hurriedly stopped what he was doing, thinking that the little girl had woken up. But when he looked again, he found that Chen Xiaohan's eyes were still tightly shut, and she was actually talking in her sleep. Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief and was about to continue his evil ways, but what Chen Xiaohan said next startled him. He only heard Chen Xiaohan still speak softly, spitting out 4 rather clear words, "I like you." As soon as Chen Xiaohan said these words, Lu Xian's heart immediately thumped. What kind of joke was this? When these 2 sentences were put together, didn't it mean that Lu Xian, "I like you"? For a moment, Lu Xian was stunned on the spot, and he even forgot to put down the enchantment pen that was raised in his hand, ready to do evil. His heart was in a mess. Did this joke go too far? This little girl actually fell in love with him. The truth came too suddenly, and he was not the slightest bit prepared. During this period of time, he often teased Chen Xiaohan, and the two of them often bickered. Lu Xian felt that it was good enough that she did not bear a grudge against him, but he never thought that she would like him. Just as Lu Xian was in a daze, the sound asleep Qin Shaohan suddenly seemed to move, and he hurriedly prepared to get up. His current position was not elegant, and he must not let her misunderstand. However, Qin Shaohan's next action once again exceeded Lu Xian's expectations. Qin Shaohan suddenly stretched out her hands, and in a flash, she wrapped them around Lu Xian's neck, who was about to climb down from the bed. Caught off guard, Lu Xian was directly pulled down by her. As he struggled, a pair of soft lips came up without warning, and a sweet breath suddenly rushed into Lu Xian's mouth and nose, and his eyes instantly widened. This sudden turn of events caused Lu Xian to be stunned for a moment. He immediately prepared to get up. This girl was probably having a wet dream, and the target was him. However, as if sensing Lu Xian's struggle, Qin Shaohan somehow mustered the strength to tightly embrace Lu Xian's neck. Her warm and moist lips somewhat clumsily pressed against Lu Xian's mouth. Feeling the softness, Lu Xian involuntarily opened his mouth and gently sucked on Qin Shaohan's tender and alluring lower lip. At this moment, a small and delicate tongue slid into his mouth, bringing with it a hint of sweetness. After slightly sucking on Qin Shaohan's tongue, the bewitched Lu Xian could not help but reach out his right hand to wrap around Qin Shaohan's neck. His left hand skillfully slid upwards and accurately found Qin Shaohan's vitals. His large hand immediately covered her twin peaks. Feeling Lu Xian's dishonest actions, Qin Shaohan, whose eyes were still tightly shut, suddenly stiffened. A trace of red suddenly flashed across her face, extremely alluring. However, Lu Xian's actions did not stop there. His left hand very naturally kneaded and the soft flesh under his devil's claw instantly deformed. Qin Shaohan's face turned even redder. As he felt the elasticity and softness, a thought suddenly flashed across Lu Xian's mind. He did not expect it to be bigger than he had imagined. However, as this thought flashed across his mind, Lu Xian suddenly came to a realization. What was he doing? He was not bullying Lin Sini, but Qin Shaohan. Immediately, he did not dare to continue to offend her. He immediately let go of Qin Shaohan's vitals and quickly pulled his hands out of the bed. In the blink of an eye, he escaped from Qin Shaohan's embrace. Lu Xian didn't stop until he was in front of the table, but his heart was thumping so hard that it felt like it was going to jump out of his chest. But when he thought of the erotic scene just now, his mouth became dry again. It was as if his mouth still had the lingering fragrance of Qin Shaohan, and his left hand was still savoring the soft touch just now. Lu Xian took a moment to calm his breathing before he guiltily turned around to look at Qin Shaohan, who was lying on the bed. He felt slightly relieved. Fortunately, it seemed that she was just dreaming and did not notice anything. While he felt a little sorry for Qin Shaohan, at least it would not be too awkward. Lu Xian, why are you standing there in a daze? At this moment, Qin Shaohan suddenly spoke. She got up from the bed as if she had just woken up. Lu Xian was startled and hurriedly said, I just finished inscribing a scroll and was taking a break. Yes, I've been inscribing enchantment scrolls. You're awake? Nonsense, how can I talk to you if you're not awake? Also, did you bully me just now? Why do I feel like my clothes are a little messy? Qin Shaohan asked doubtfully. Why would I bully you? You were the one who messed up your clothes when you were sleeping. Lu Xian felt that he was lacking in confidence when he said this. He immediately didn't dare to look Qin Shaohan in the eyes and turned his head to tidy up the things on the table to hide his embarrassment. Seeing that Lu Xian had turned his head away, the puzzled look on Qin Shaohan's face immediately disappeared. She bit her lip and glared at Lu Xian's back. But then, she seemed to think of something and her face blushed again. Seeing that Qin Shaohan was no longer speaking, Lu Xian immediately opened his mouth to ease his embarrassment and said, That's right, I've been practicing high-level runes for almost a month and I've mastered them very well. I'm going to find Master and start learning about runes. You still dare to find my father? I said you bullied me. Qin Shaohan said bitterly. Lu Xian was shocked when he heard this. Could it be that this little girl had noticed something? But he said, When did I bully you? Although you've been my assistant recently, that's because you lost the bet. You said that you won't hold a grudge. Qin Shaohan stomped her foot. Even if he was just an assistant, how could an assistant be bullied like that? But then again, she was the one who took the initiative. Chen Xiaohan looked at Lu Xian with a mixture of love and hate. But then she changed her mind and calmed down again. Fine, I'll go with you. I've learned quite a lot recently and can also learn talisman techniques. Why don't you not go? I know the way. Lu Xian tried to ask. But when he saw Chen Xiaohan's glare, Lu Xian immediately retreated in defeat. After tidying up the materials on the table, the two of them went to find Hall Master Chen Mo. The two of them walked on the road without speaking. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Fortunately, this place was not far from the Hall Master's quiet room and they soon arrived. After knocking on the door and entering, the Hall Master spoke first before Lu Xian could say anything. Lu Xian, you came at the right time. I was going to look for you. How's your enchantment practice going? I've already mastered most of the high-grade enchantment runes. I'm here to ask Master to learn talisman techniques. Lu Xian put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind and said respectfully. Hearing this, the Hall Master was overjoyed and said, That's great. I was worried that if you didn't have a good foundation, it would be inappropriate to let you learn in advance. Now it seems that I don't have to worry about that. Seeing that Lu Xian was a little confused, the Hall Master immediately explained, I have some matters to attend to and need to leave for at least 3 months to half a year. Therefore, I can only pass this talisman technique to you now. Luckily, your talent is extraordinary and greatly exceeded my expectations. Although Lu Xian didn't know what the Hall Master was going to do, he naturally wouldn't ask too much. At this moment, Chen Xiaohan also said, Father, I've also achieved great mastery in enchantment. I can also learn talisman techniques from Lu Xian. Hearing this, the Hall Master was slightly stunned and said, It's only been a month. How can you improve so quickly? If you don't have a good foundation, I definitely won't let you learn. How can you look down on your own daughter like this? Lu Xian can learn talisman techniques after learning high-grade enchantment for a month, but I've been learning for half a year. Chen Xiaohan was a little unhappy with the Hall Master's words. The Hall Master immediately laughed and said, Since you want to learn, then I'll give you a chance. You can choose a high-grade enchantment rune. As long as you can successfully inscribe it within 10 times, I'll consider that you've met the requirements. In his opinion, a month ago, Chen Xiaohan couldn't even successfully inscribe a high-grade enchantment rune. Even if she had improved this month and could occasionally succeed, it was definitely not that easy to increase her success rate to more than 10%. Unexpectedly, when Chen Xiaohan heard his request, she smiled sweetly and said, Just wait and see. After saying this, Chen Xiaohan suddenly turned to look at Lu Xian. If it weren't for Lu Xian's careful teaching during this period, she really wouldn't be able to meet this requirement, but now, let alone 10 chances, at most 5 would be enough. Chen Xiaohan always carried a lot of enchantment potions in her space ring. At this moment, when she accepted the conditions proposed by the Hall Master, she immediately found a square table and spread out a blank scroll. After a moment of thought, she chose the heavenly strength talisman that she had practiced the most and that Lu Xian had taught her the most. Seeing how competent Chen Xiaohan was, the Hall Master couldn't help but feel curious. He wondered where her confidence came from. Master guessed wrong this time. Xiaohan has made great progress during this period. In terms of talent, I'm afraid she is not inferior to me in the slightest. This condition is not difficult for her. Lu Xian said with a smile. Oh? The Hall Master was a little surprised. Since Lu Xian said so, it must not be groundless, but then he smiled slightly. If she has really made such great progress, then she can naturally learn spirit talismans. I am not deliberately making things difficult for her. How could he not hope that Chen Xiaohan could learn spirit talisman techniques as soon as possible? At that time, no matter where she was, she would have enough power to protect herself. However, if she did not have the foundation, there was nothing he could do. Seeing Lu Xian speak up for her, Chen Xiaohan suddenly smiled at him, but this smile made Lu Xian feel a little guilty. He was afraid that Chen Xiaohan would say that he bullied her in front of the Hall Master. However, Lu Xian was also puzzled. At that time, Chen Xiaohan should have been dreaming and should not know what happened between the two of them, right? While his imagination was running wild, Chen Xiaohan had already started to draw. The Hall Master walked to her side and his gaze fell on the scroll. Watching Chen Xiaohan draw runes one after another, he was more and more surprised. He found that the runes Chen Xiaohan drew already had the style of Lu Xian, and many of the runes were used in the same way. However, this was not a bad thing, but an extremely good thing. Back then, he had carefully studied Lu Xian's Berserk Talisman, and many parts of it made him gasp in amazement. However, his style had long been fixed, and he could not change it even if he wanted to. However, Chen Xiaohan was different. She had not come into contact with spirit talisman techniques, and was still at the stage of building the foundation. If she could change and learn the style of Lu Xian, it would be extremely beneficial for her future development. It was precisely because of this that he allowed Chen Xiaohan to follow by Lu Xian's side. He did not expect that in less than a month, Chen Xiaohan would improve so quickly. Although Chen Xiaohan had only drawn less than a third of the runes, the hall master was very perceptive. Just by looking at this, he knew that the conditions that he had proposed would not be difficult for Chen Xiaohan. Even if she could not succeed this time, she would definitely succeed within 5 times. The greatest contributor to such a huge improvement in such a short period of time was undoubtedly Lu Xian. It seemed that Lu Xian had taught Chen Xiaohan many things during this period of time. The smile on the hall master's face grew wider. He was naturally extremely happy to see that his only daughter, whom he doted on the most, had improved so greatly. As if he had thought of something, the hall master no longer looked at Chen Xiaohan's drawing. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Lu Xian with a smile. He asked, "Lu Xian, after this year, you will be 17. Do you have a sweetheart?" He had just suddenly remembered that Elder Feng seemed to have revealed that Lu Xian seemed to be interested in Chen Xiaohan. During this period of time, Lu Xian had taught Chen Xiaohan without holding back. Perhaps there was no such meaning behind it. If that was the case, he did not mind matchmaking them. One was a disciple that he was proud of, and the other was his only daughter. They were a perfect match. He did not expect the hall master to suddenly ask this. Lu Xian instinctively glanced at Chen Xiaohan. After a slight hesitation, he made up his mind and said, "I do have a sweetheart in the sword faction." The moment Lu Xian's words left his mouth, the brush tip of Chen Xiaohan's brush suddenly trembled, causing the entire rune to instantly crumble. A ray of light suddenly flashed on the scroll before it was extinguished. But at this moment, she did not care at all. She quickly turned her head to look at Lu Xian, her eyes filled with disbelief. Chen Xiaohan's sudden change immediately attracted the attention of Lu Xian and the hall master. At the sight of this, the hall master's heart skipped a beat. It was likely that the one who was truly moved was his daughter. When he met Chen Xiaohan's gaze, Lu Xian felt as if there was a thorn in his back. But no matter what, he could not avoid it and had to face it. "You said that you have a lover in the sword sect?" Chen Xiaohan repeated what Lu Xian had just said. She tried her best to calm herself down, making her tone sound very calm. However, there was a slight tremor in her voice, and anyone could tell that there was a slight tremor in her voice. When he saw Chen Xiaohan's watery eyes, although Lu Xian could not bear it, he still heavily nodded his head. After receiving this answer, Chen Xiaohan did not fly into a rage out of humiliation like Lu Xian had imagined. She only softly responded with an "oh," before taking out another blank scroll and unfurling it. Since she had just failed, she naturally had to try again. Seeing Chen Xiaohan like this, Lu Xian slightly breathed a sigh of relief. She might have a good impression of him, but they had only known each other for a month, and their feelings would not be too deep. Even so, Lu Xian did not know why he felt a little disappointed in his heart. He could not help but smile bitterly. It was likely that they would not even be friends after this. When he saw Chen Xiaohan turn around and prepare to once again draw the rune as if nothing had happened, the hall master sighed in his heart. Soon after, he said, "Xiaohan, stop. I've just seen the part you drew, it's enough." After a slight hesitation, he spoke again, "Lu Xian, leave us for a while. I'll have a word with Xiaohan." Since the hall master had spoken, Lu Xian naturally obeyed. He bowed and left. After Lu Xian left, Chen Xiaohan could no longer hold back her tears. She threw herself into Lu Xian's arms and cried loudly. "Father," hugging Chen Xiaohan, Chen Mo patted her back to comfort her. Chen Mo could only smile bitterly. It seemed that his guess was correct. "Little Han, don't cry. What's so good about that Lu Xian? In the future, there will be many talented youths. If you don't like him, I'll expel him from the enchantment hall. How about it? He dares to bully my little Han and wants to study in my enchantment hall? But I like him. How can he have someone he likes? Chen Xiaohan said as she lifted her head from Chen Mo's shoulder. She had stopped crying and was now sobbing softly. You really like him? Is he that good? He's not good at all, but I like him. He even kissed me today. Chen Mo's eyes widened when he heard Chen Xiaohan's words. This brat was too outrageous. How dare he try to seduce his daughter with someone else in her heart? Seeing that Chen Mo was about to explode in anger, Chen Xiaohan hurriedly explained, you can't blame him. I kissed him forcefully. After saying that, she recounted everything that had happened earlier to the hall master. Chen Xiaohan's words made Chen Mo feel infuriated and amused at the same time. He looked at Chen Xiaohan, not knowing what to say. He could only say hatefully, that brat Lu Xian, why is his luck so good? I'm even envious of him. He managed to take you down in the blink of an eye. Thinking back to the time when I chased after your mother, it took me a Herculean effort. You're such a disappointment, foolishly going after her without knowing anything. Chen Xiaohan blushed after hearing Chen Mo's words. She could only say, I didn't know that there was someone else in his heart. If I had known, I would have considered it. Chen Mo raised his head and looked at the sky. This child was finished. She had completely fallen. While the father and daughter were talking inside, Lu Xian could only wait foolishly at the door. He was rather worried. He didn't know if the hall master would rush out and give him a good beating. However, the hall master was a talisman master. He might not be able to defeat Lu Xian, but if he were to use a talisman, Lu Xian might not be able to retaliate. Lu Xian stood at the door, letting his imagination run wild. Only when he thought about it carefully did he realize that something was off. Chen Xiaohan must have noticed what he was doing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said those strange things. Moreover, she should have woken up even if she was dreaming after making such a big move. The more Lu Xian thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. He wondered if he should sneak away. However, he felt that it would be too irresponsible. Since he had done it, he would at most get beaten up. After an unknown period of time, the door in front of Lu Xian suddenly opened. It was Chen Xiaohan who walked out. Lu Xian secretly glanced at her. Chen Xiaohan's eyes were a little red. She had probably cried. As he thought of this, he suddenly felt a trace of apology. Let's go. Chen Xiaohan said to Lu Xian. Go? Lu Xian did not react for a moment. However, he quickly regained his senses and sighed in his heart. It seemed like the hall master was going to expel him. As he thought of this, Lu Xian felt a little sad. He did not expect that he still had no fate with talisman techniques. Fortunately, he had mastered enchantment during this period of time, so it was not completely fruitless. When he returned, he would try to break through to the 6th level of the body refinement realm. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, he thought for a moment and felt that something was wrong. He turned back to Chen Xiaohan and said, I'm sorry about what happened before. I really didn't do it on purpose. I hope we can meet again in the future. After speaking, Lu Xian simply turned around and walked out. Hey, what are you going that way for? Chen Xiaohan's voice came from behind. This time, it was Lu Xian who was puzzled. Could it be that he remembered the wrong way? Was this not the way out? Seeing Lu Xian foolishly looking back at her, Chen Xiaohan could not help but burst into laughter. After crying, a smile bloomed on her face. It was extremely charming. Do you think my father wants to kick you out of the enchantment hall? Chen Xiaohan mischievously looked at Lu Xian and asked. Is that not the case? Lu Xian retorted. Of course not. I want you to follow me back to the quiet training room. Father just gave me a few ancient books that recorded talisman techniques. He is in a hurry to leave and has no time to personally guide me. Chen Xiaohan paused for a moment and asked Lu Xian, what? Are you in a hurry to see your lover that you don't even want to learn talisman techniques? Hearing Chen Xiaohan say it in front of him, Lu Xian's face instantly turned red. He immediately replied, of course not. Since that's the case, let's hurry up and leave. I thought master didn't want me anymore. Qin Xiaohan lightly snorted and said, who asked you to be so dishonest? My father was about to beat you up, but I stopped him. Hearing this, Lu Xian only laughed mischievously. Although he was very curious about what Qin Xiaohan had said to the hall master and why she seemed to be fine after coming out, he did not ask too much. He just followed Qin Xiaohan back to the original quiet training room. After closing the door, Qin Xiaohan quickly took out several thick ancient books from her storage ring. Lu Xian picked them up and looked at them. Some of them introduced talismans, some recorded various talismans and runes, and some explained the use of talismans. These materials are incomparably precious collections of the enchanting hall. Father usually carries them with him and will never take them out. This time, he had to leave because he had something to do. He said that with your talent, as long as you read through these ancient books, even without his guidance, becoming a one-star talisman master is absolutely not a problem. Qin Xiaohan said. In fact, there was not much difference between a talisman master and an enchanting master. They both inscribed talismans. The difference was that one used enchantment talismans, while the other used talismans that could be used to attack. Since that's the case, let's finish reading these things first. Lu Xian suggested. The door to becoming a talisman master was already open to him, and he was somewhat impatient. Qin Xiaohan nodded her head. The two of them sat down in front of the table and each picked up a book to read. After finishing one, they exchanged books. The ancient books this time were not as many as the ones Lu Xian had asked Qin Xiaohan to bring over previously. However, the contents of these books were even more profound and mysterious. They could not be skimmed at a glance, and needed to be carefully savored. They read from day to night. However, in the middle of the night, Qin Xiaohan could not take it anymore and went to sleep. What surprised Lu Xian was that Qin Xiaohan actually still slept on the bed in his quiet room. If it had been before that day, it would have been natural. But now that both of them were in such a state, and Qin Xiaohan was still acting the same way, Lu Xian found it hard to understand. He had no idea what Qin Xiaohan was thinking. However, these thoughts were fleeting. Right now, besides learning talisman arts and becoming a one-star talisman master as soon as possible, other matters of love were not important to Lu Xian. Lying on the bed, Qin Xiaohan saw that Lu Xian only turned his head to glance at her and did not pay any more attention to her. Qin Xiaohan immediately chuckled. As she recalled the events of the day, she could not help but blush a little. Speaking of which, she could not blame Lu Xian. After all, she was the one who took the initiative. At that time, any man would not be able to resist. It was not easy for Lu Xian to withdraw in time. Qin Xiaohan still had a certain level of confidence in her own charm. Lu Xian had already finished reading the introduction to talisman arts. Now he was looking at the talisman arts runes. As he looked at these runes, Lu Xian constantly simulated the runes in his mind, and his mental energy uncontrollably mobilized. At this moment, Lu Xian suddenly felt his mind clear up. After a slight daze, a trace of joy surfaced on his face. The bottleneck of the sixth layer of body refinement had loosened. Without further hesitation, he immediately tossed aside the book in his hand and sat cross-legged on the ground. The Tai origin art quickly began to circulate. He was about to break through to the sixth layer of body refinement. Yuan power was quickly drawn into his body and continuously circulated along the Tai origin art's circulation path. A trace of Yuan power was quickly drawn out and began to move towards his heart. This time, Lu Xian did not use the Meridian Shield pill. However, he was full of confidence. He did not need the help of any pills at all for such a natural breakthrough. Otherwise, warriors who did not have the money to buy pills would not have been able to break through at all. The Yuan power smoothly broke through several obstacles and in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived near his heart artery. The heart artery was a vital point of the human body. Furthermore, without the protection of the channel shield pill, Lu Xian did not dare to be careless. He carefully controlled the Yuan power and directed it towards his heart artery. The smoothness of the process this time far exceeded Lu Xian's expectations. As the Yuan power arrived, it instantly seeped into his heart artery without the slightest delay. 6th layer of body refinement, a successful breakthrough. The breakthrough this time was so smooth and sudden that Lu Xian's joy could not be any greater. However, he still forcefully suppressed his excitement because now was not the time to celebrate. Even though the Yuan power had successfully seeped into his heart artery, which meant that he had reached the 6th layer of body refinement, his cultivation had not yet stabilized. The Tai origin art continued to operate as strands of Yuan power were continuously guided into Lu Xian's heart artery and began to refine it. As long as he could completely refine his heart artery, his cultivation of the 6th layer of body refinement would be stabilized. This time, the reason why Lu Xian was able to break through so smoothly was also because of his good preparation. For the past month, besides carving symbols, he had been operating his cultivation method. Whether it was his soul or his body, both had been greatly strengthened. Now that the time was right, success would naturally follow. Lu Xian's training continued for a very long time. The night quickly passed. When Qin Xiaohan woke up, she saw that Lu Xian was still sitting cross-legged and operating his cultivation method. She did not dare to disturb him and, after some thought, went out to wash up. For the entire night, Lu Xian refined his heart artery. This was the most basic step. Once the heart artery was completely refined, the next step would be to refine all the meridians in the body. Once all the meridians were completely refined, he would have reached the advanced pulse condensation stage and could attempt the 7th layer of body refinement. Only when the heart artery was completely refined did Lu Xian slowly stop and open his eyes, just in time to see Qin Xiaohan push open the door and enter. "You're awake? Wash up first, I've also brought breakfast for you." Qin Xiaohan put down the breakfast in her hands and took out the toiletries from her storage ring. Her service was very thorough. Lu Xian didn't refuse. After all, he had been living like this for a long time. He was used to Qin Xiaohan's care. Although there was an accident yesterday, if Qin Xiaohan didn't mention it, Lu Xian naturally wouldn't take the initiative to mention it. Looking at Lu Xian, Qin Xiaohan was a little puzzled. "Why do I feel like you're a little different today? You look more energetic now?" Hearing this, Lu Xian smiled, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. "I broke through to the 6th level of body refinement last night." 6th level of body refinement? A hint of surprise flashed across Qin Xiaohan's face. "A 16-year-old at the 6th level of the body refinement realm, your martial arts talent is not the slightest bit inferior to the Tao of talismans." Although she didn't walk the path of martial arts, she still had some understanding of these levels. Naturally, she knew what a 16-year-old at the 6th level of the body refinement realm represented. Even though Lu Xian had already reached the peak of the 5th level of the body refinement realm and was only a thin line away from the 6th level of the body refinement realm, but this thin line was like the distance between heaven and earth. If Lu Xian used his current strength to register for Wind Sword School, he wouldn't even need to participate in the inner sex examination and could directly become a core disciple of Wind Sword School. It must be known that Xianxia had reached the 6th level of the body refinement realm at the age of 16 and was directly selected as a core disciple. Let's first continue to practice talisman arts and strive to become a 1-star talisman master as soon as possible. Lu Xian opened his mouth to speak. Having successfully broken through to the 6th level of the body refinement realm, his confidence had greatly increased and he no longer had any worries. There was still more than a month's time. He believed that with the power of the Tai return to origin technique, even if he couldn't reach the 6th level of the body refinement realm, he would definitely be able to reach the middle stage of the 6th level of the body refinement realm. Even though Lin Tian was at the 7th level of the body refinement realm, the difference in strength was still very large, but it didn't mean that he didn't have the strength to fight. If he could become a 1-star talisman master, with the help of talismans, his chances of winning would undoubtedly greatly increase. Qin Xiaohan nodded her head and sat opposite to Lu Xian. She picked up the book that she hadn't finished reading yesterday and continued to read. In her mind, she recalled the words that her father had said to her yesterday. Lu Xian's talent is extraordinary and his future achievements will definitely not be low. Not everyone has the qualifications to be a match for him. When he reaches the spirit refinement realm or even the even more powerful origin realm, his lifespan will greatly increase. Even if he chooses a partner, he will choose one with similar strength. Otherwise, when he is still in the prime of his life, his partner will be old and frail. Even though he still has a lover in the inner sect, who can guarantee how long they will be together? Not to mention that 1 year later, Lu Xian will definitely become a core disciple. At that time, the two of them will definitely be separated. If you really admire Lu Xian, then you should work hard and cultivate now. One day, when you are able to surpass your father and become a 6-star talisman master, or even higher, 7 stars, 8 stars, 9 stars, 10 stars, or even an incomparably powerful divine talisman master, when that time comes, will Lu Xian choose you or that lover? It had to be said that Hall Master Chen Mo's words instantly made Chen Xiaohan see the light. No matter what, this was a world where strength was respected. Otherwise, even if Lu Xian chose her now, she would not be able to keep up with Lu Xian's pace. Even if Lu Xian did not say anything, she was afraid that she would not have the face to stay by Lu Xian's side. And the fact that Lu Xian had just broken through to the 6th level of the body refinement realm had undoubtedly strengthened Chen Xiaohan's resolve. Lu Xian's terrifying talent was not only reflected in the talisman Dao, but even more so in the martial Dao. The only thing she could do now was to work hard and cultivate. It was because of this that when Lu Xian later met Chen Xiaohan, he discovered that Chen Xiaohan seemed to be completely fine. However, in reality, she had already mentally prepared herself for a long battle. Even though she had yet to meet Linsini, she had already viewed her as a formidable opponent. Lu Xian naturally did not know what Chen Xiaohan was thinking. Right now, he was wholeheartedly focusing on the talisman technique. What he was currently looking at was the core of the talisman technique, the runes of the talisman technique. This time, Chen Mo did not give them many high-grade runes, but only 1- and 2-star runes. For the two of them who had just started cultivating in the talisman technique, this was already completely enough. Even if Lu Xian's talent was heaven-defying, it was absolutely impossible for him to break through to the level of a 3-star talisman master in the short span of a few months. After roughly scanning through the 1-star talisman technique, Lu Xian chose one as the first rune that he would train in, the Thunderfire talisman. For low-grade talismans, they basically relied on the power of the 5 elements. For example, the Ardent Fire talisman, Windblade talisman, Flying Sand talisman, and so on. The talisman that Chen Mo had casually demonstrated to Lu Xian previously was the Ardent Fire talisman. However, that was only a casual move by Chen Mo and he did not use his full strength. Otherwise, based on his strength as a 5-star talisman master, even if he used a 1-star talisman, its power would definitely not be limited to this. And now, the Thunderfire talisman that Lu Xian had chosen was an advanced version of the Ardent Fire talisman. Even though it was still a 1-star rune, its power surpassed the Ardent Fire talisman. Thunder and fire were both relatively violent attributes. When the two were stacked together, the berserk nature of thunder could be used to activate the runes, while the lethality of fire could be used to increase the might of the runes. This would undoubtedly make the runes even more violent. In the memories that Lu Xian had obtained from the sword crystal, there was only information on how to use ancient enchantment techniques and ancient enchantment runes. There were no records of talisman techniques, causing him to feel somewhat regretful. Fortunately, talisman techniques and enchantment techniques were of the same origin. The essence and general outline of ancient enchantment techniques had already been thoroughly mastered by Lu Xian and was also suitable for talisman techniques. After memorizing the Thunderfire talisman's runes, Lu Xian began to practice. Closing his eyes, he took in a deep breath and focused his mind. Only then did Lu Xian open his eyes and slowly raise his right hand. He stretched out his index finger and began to move it in the air. Talisman techniques no longer required enchantment materials. What was used to inscribe the runes was Yuan power. However, the majority of talisman techniques did not practice martial arts. Their own cultivation level was not high and they naturally did not have sufficient Yuan power. Therefore, the source of their Yuan power did not originate from themselves, but from heaven and earth, using the powerful soul strength of a talisman master to directly draw the Yuan power between heaven and earth for one's own use, using Yuan power to inscribe runes, and using soul strength to bind and activate the runes. This was the offensive method of a talisman master. The higher the rank of a talisman master, the stronger his soul strength and the more Yuan power he could draw. Thus, he was able to compress the runes even more tightly and explode with even greater power. The same 1-star rune used by a 1-star talisman master and a 5-star talisman master could not be mentioned in the same breath. After reading the ancient book that Chen Mo had given him, Lu Xian already understood how to use soul strength to draw Yuan power. Not to mention, he already knew the art of inscribing runes in the air, thus he learned it very quickly. As his soul strength spread out, Lu Xian instantly felt the vigorous yuan power that filled the air between heaven and earth. However, with the strength of his current soul strength, he was basically unable to draw too much of it. He could only draw a portion of the yuan power around him. However, it was more than enough to inscribe a one-star talisman. Lu Xian's fingertip lightly drew. A dazzling light flashed and a tiny rune formed from yuan power instantly appeared. Under the lock of soul strength, it immediately stopped in the air and was unable to dissipate. Not daring to delay, his fingertip moved again and another rune was drawn. It was swiftly superimposed on the previous rune by Lu Xian. The two runes connected and were simultaneously locked on by his soul strength. As his finger slid down, rune after rune appeared. One could already faintly see the outline of the lightning fire talisman and there was not a single mistake. Even so, the lightning fire talisman still began to vibrate. Beads of sweat appeared on Lu Xian's forehead. He was starting to feel a little strained. He had used up a lot of his soul power, which made it impossible for him to firmly restrain the power of the rune. He continued to carve a few more runes. With a flash of light, the half-finished thunder fire rune instantly dissipated in the air. His first attempt at inscribing was a failure without any suspense. Lu Xian immediately sat down cross-legged and circulated his secret art. While recovering his soul strength, he was also experiencing his gains from earlier. This failure was within his expectations. The lightning fire talisman was considered a rather difficult existence among the one-star runes. Moreover, Lu Xian had directly used the art of inscribing runes in the air, which was far more difficult than inscribing on a scroll. Even so, Lu Xian did not give up. After he recovered, he once again began a new round of inscribing. Although the difficulty was high, the rewards were equally huge. Directly using the inscription in the air to practice allowed him to better grasp the characteristics of the runes, allowing him to achieve twice the results with half the effort. More importantly, it was extremely beneficial to the increase of his soul power. Lu Xian's cultivation of talisman techniques unfolded amidst his constant failures and continuous improvements. Xianxia did not slack off either. After reading through the ancient books, she took out several soul symbol scrolls and prepared to start practicing inscribing soul symbols. This was the first time Lu Xian had seen a soul symbol scroll. It was similar to an enchanting scroll, but the quality was on a completely different level. The price of the materials used to create the scroll was far higher than an enchanting scroll. An enchanting scroll was inscribed using enchanting materials, while a soul symbol scroll was inscribed using yuan power. Both of them carried different things, thus their carrying capacity was naturally different. The price of a blank soul symbol scroll was 10 times that of a top-grade enchanting scroll. For a beginner, this was completely akin to burning money. Without wasting hundreds of blank soul symbol scrolls, one could forget about succeeding. Of course, using a soul symbol scroll to practice was much easier than directly inscribing the runes in the air like Lu Xian. A special powder was smeared on the soul symbol scroll, which could help a soul symbol master lock onto the runes. Thus, the consumption and control of soul power was not as high. Originally, Xianxia was prepared to choose a simpler one-star soul symbol. After all, she could not afford to be arrogant. However, when she saw Lu Xian choose the lightning fire symbol, she also chose the lightning fire symbol. This way, if Lu Xian had any insights, he could share them with her. With regards to this, Lu Xian was naturally not stingy. Whatever insights he had, he would unreservedly teach Xianxia. The relationship between the two seemed to have returned to the past, where they ate, lived, and trained together. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Xianxia leaned on the table and focused her attention on Lu Xian. Her large, watery eyes didn't even blink. Lu Xian, on the other hand, was currently focused on drawing the thunder fire talisman with a serious expression. It had been a whole month since he had come into contact with the lightning fire talisman. During this month, he had not succeeded even once. However, he had gained quite a lot. Not only had he thoroughly memorized the lightning fire talisman, his spiritual strength had also increased significantly through the constant consumption and recovery of his spiritual strength. In the beginning, he needed to recover every time he drew it. Later on, his spiritual strength was gradually able to support 2 drawing. Currently, controlling this lightning flame symbol was not a problem at all. Besides drawing the symbol every day, he would spend the rest of his time circulating his secret art. His strength had also increased significantly. Besides his heart vessels, all 12 meridians in his body had been completely refined, reaching the initial success of the 6th layer of body refinement. If he could also completely refine the 8 extraordinary meridians, he would reach the advanced success of the pulse condensation stage. As long as he could refine all the tiny meridians in his body, he would reach the peak of the 6th layer and would be able to attack the 7th layer of body refinement, the viscera training stage. Now, Lu Xian was once again attempting to draw the lightning fire talisman. This time, he had an 80% chance of success. Qin Xiaohan's eyes sparkled as she watched the symbols fly out one after another. The entire lightning fire talisman structure was meticulous, without the slightest tremor. Every time she watched Lu Xian draw the symbols, it was a form of enjoyment. Under Lu Xian's guidance, Qin Xiaohan's progress was very fast. Although she was unable to directly inscribe symbols in the air like Lu Xian, she was able to reach Lu Xian's level when it came to drawing symbols on a scroll. After another 5 breaths of time, the lightning fire talisman was already 90% complete. There were still no signs of it collapsing. Lu Xian did not linger any longer. His fingertips moved faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, 10 symbols had appeared and directly imprinted themselves onto the talisman. In an instant, the lightning fire talisman suddenly flashed. Success! Feeling the berserk aura of the lightning fire talisman, he did not have time to rejoice. His spiritual strength instantly wrapped around the symbol and shot it to the side, only to hear the sound of a thunderclap. Sparks flew in all directions. A scorching wave of air instantly spread out. Even though they were separated by a distance, Lu Xian could still feel the considerable impact. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Xian directly stood in front of Qin Xiaohan and resisted the impact. His body naturally did not have much of an impact, but Qin Xiaohan did not dare to be certain. Feeling Lu Xian's subconscious action, Qin Xiaohan, who was hiding behind him, immediately revealed a trace of a smile. She could clearly feel that after the previous incident, there was not the slightest bit of animosity between the two of them. Instead, they had become even closer. The sparks dissipated and the impact also disappeared in a flash. Qin Xiaohan then said with a smile, "Congratulations, you are now a qualified 1-star spiritual talisman master. If father knew that you had successfully refined the lightning fire talisman in a month, he would definitely be shocked." Hearing this, only then did Lu Xian turn around and reveal a trace of a bitter smile on his face. "Although I have succeeded, I have discovered that there is no way for me to use it in battle. The time needed to inscribe the lightning fire talisman was a little too long. In battle, where would there be so much time for you to use it? The enemy would have already rushed over and killed you in one blow." Previously, when he saw the temple master finish inscribing a talisman with a wave of his hand, he felt that it was quite amazing. However, when he used it himself, Lu Xian finally discovered how difficult it was to reach the temple master's level. Qin Xiaohan rolled her eyes at him and said, "Do you think that everyone is as amazing as you? You can inscribe talismans in the air before becoming a spiritual talisman master. I heard from my father that he only grasped it after becoming a 4-star talisman master. Before becoming a 4-star spiritual talisman master, spiritual talisman masters rely on spiritual talisman scrolls in battle." Lu Xian nodded. Indeed, there was still a spiritual talisman scroll that could be used. As long as one carried enough spiritual talisman scrolls at any time, a spiritual talisman master would be able to continuously use spiritual talisman attacks. Just by relying on this point, it was enough to defeat a warrior of the same level. It seemed that he also needed to inscribe some spiritual talisman scrolls on him, just in case. Lu Xian shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Instead, he said to Qin Xiaohan, "Forget it, don't think too much about it. Let me first tell you how to avoid making a mistake at the last step." Previously, the two of them had practiced the previous talismans very well, but were stuck at the last step. Now that Lu Xian had successfully overcome this obstacle, he could naturally guide Qin Xiaohan. Qin Xiaohan obediently nodded and opened another spiritual talisman scroll. Listening to Lu Xian's advice, she prepared to try again. Next, Lu Xian was not in a hurry to continue practicing. Instead, he seriously observed Qin Xiaohan's inscribing. Although he knew how to do it, it was not that easy to do it. Thus, he failed 3 times in a row. Don't be anxious, relax your mind. If you are too deliberate, it will instead be more haste than speed. Calm down and try to inscribe it like an enchantment scroll. Lu Xian patiently guided her from the side. Qin Xiaohan nodded her head. Taking in a deep breath, she circulated the qi method that the hall master had given her to calm her mind. Only then did she unhurriedly start again. This time, she maintained a clear mind. She had already memorized the lightning fire talisman's runes. After a month of practice, she did not even need to think and was able to easily inscribe it. On the blank spiritual talisman scroll in front of her, numerous sparkling and translucent lines of runes quickly appeared. Every rune was drawn smoothly without any hindrance. Just as she was about to reach the most crucial part, Qin Xiaohan's hand did not tremble in the slightest and remained as steady as usual. However, a slight fluctuation appeared on the lightning fire talisman. At this moment, her slender little hand jerked and, just like Lu Xian, the last few runes were instantly shot out, the spiritual talisman scroll flashed and a complete lightning fire talisman was instantly imprinted in Qin Xiaohan's eyes. Success! Qin Xiaohan's eyes immediately flashed with an uncontrollable joy. In the short span of a month, she had actually succeeded in inscribing a spiritual talisman. Moreover, it was a relatively difficult one among the 1-star spiritual talismans. This was simply unimaginable. Of course, this was also because she had a solid foundation. One must know that she had practiced enchantment since young and had an extremely deep understanding of runes. If not, even if Lu Xian taught her the essence of ancient enchantment techniques, she might not be able to understand them. However, the other great credit was due to Lu Xian. If he had not imparted all his insights to her without reservation, Qin Xiaohan would not have been able to reach this level by herself in such a short period of time. Lu Xian, I succeeded. Qin Xiaohan turned her head to look at Lu Xian. Her delicate little face was flushed with excitement, making her appear extremely adorable. Lu Xian could not help but reveal a smile as he said, "Congratulations, you are now a qualified 1-star soul talisman master. If your father knew that you had successfully learned the lightning fire talisman in a month, he would definitely be shocked." These words were said by Qin Xiaohan to Lu Xian, and now, he was delivering them to Qin Xiaohan. So annoying, copy my words. Qin Xiaohan happily said, however, I still have to thank you. If not for you, I definitely would not have succeeded so quickly. Here's a reward for you. What reward? Lu Xian curiously asked. A kiss. After speaking, Qin Xiaohan swiftly tiptoed and kissed Lu Xian on the lips. As he felt the fleeting softness, Lu Xian could not help but be stunned. Although he had kissed her previously, it was an even deeper French kiss, but that was when Qin Xiaohan was asleep. This time, it was when both of them were awake. The sudden appearance of this kind of erotic feeling was too exciting. Qin Xiaohan's face also turned red as she kissed Lu Xian on a whim. She did not know how she could be so bold, but she was really too excited just now. After holding it in for a long time, Lu Xian finally squeezed out a sentence, "You took advantage of me." Humph, don't think too much of it, I didn't mean anything else. Let's continue practicing and raise our proficiency. Qin Xiaohan's face was red as she hurriedly changed the topic. With regards to this intimate moment, both Lu Xian and Qin Xiaohan had a tacit understanding and did not mention it again. Time unknowingly flowed by as Lu Xian and Qin Xiaohan practiced soul symbol techniques. Although it was somewhat dull, it was not boring to have someone to keep them company. Ever since he mastered the lightning fire symbol, Lu Xian did not practice any new symbols. A powerful symbol was not something that could be mastered in a short period of time. Furthermore, the power of the lightning fire symbol was already very strong. He had once gone to a specialized training room to test it out. Based on his current strength, the power of a lightning fire symbol was equivalent to an all-out attack from an ordinary 7th-layer body refinement martial artist. Even a peak 7th-layer body refinement martial artist would not be able to easily block it. Under his persistent practice, his improvement was extremely obvious. Now, there was basically no possibility of failure when he attacked. More importantly, the time it took for him to cast was getting shorter and shorter. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xian was able to cast out dozens of symbols. Inscribing a lightning fire symbol now only required 3 breaths of time. However, even so, it was still not enough to be used in battle. 3 breaths of time was still too long in a rapidly changing battle. At the very least, he needed to shorten the time to 1 breath of time before it would be of any use. Thus, Lu Xian also used soul symbol scrolls to inscribe several lightning fire symbols and carried them on his body just in case. In a crucial moment, this could be a life-saving measure. Lu Xian stared intently at the soul symbol scrolls in front of him. Countless symbols fell like raindrops. In the blink of an eye, the outline of a lightning fire symbol was formed. With a flash of light, it was complete. After storing the scroll into his storage ring, Lu Xian let out a long sigh of relief. This was already the 50th lightning fire symbol he had inscribed. Even if it was a one-time use item, it should be enough for a period of time. After all, to him, his main fighting style still relied on the sword in his hand. Soul symbols were only his last resort. As he turned his head, Lu Xian's gaze fell on Qin Shaohan. Qin Shaohan was originally looking at Lu Xian with interest, but she did not expect Lu Xian to suddenly turn his head. Their eyes immediately met and she was caught red-handed. Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh. "Now you're the one peeking at me." Qin Shaohan blushed. The first time they met was during the enchantment hall's test. At that time, Lu Xian was looking at her, and she glared at him. "What's wrong with looking at you? I don't even look at ordinary people." Qin Shaohan pursed her lips and pretended to be indifferent. Lu Xian chuckled, then the smile on his face slowly disappeared. He stared at Qin Shaohan for a while, then called out, "Shaohan. What's wrong? Are you thirsty or hungry or what?" Qin Shaohan asked angrily. Recently, Lu Xian liked to order her around. Unexpectedly, Lu Xian shook his head and said, "No, it's me. I'm leaving." The moment these words left his mouth, Qin Shaohan immediately felt her heart tremble. Her originally pretty good mood instantly sank. Some time ago, Lu Xian had told her that his initial goal in coming here was to increase his spirit force and search for an opportunity to break through in order to prepare for the battle in 3 months' time. However, he did not expect to accidentally gain the favor of Hall Master Chen Mo and be accepted as an in-name disciple. He even obtained the inheritance of the Talisman Dao and became a Talisman Master. However, although a Talisman Master was powerful, it still couldn't compare to Lu Xian's Sword Dao. Moreover, he knew that the reason why he was chosen by Hall Master Chen Mo was because of the ancient enchantment technique. In terms of talent, his talent in the Talisman Dao was far inferior to his Sword Dao. After all, the sword crystal had helped him clear all the meridians in his body, making his path of cultivation much easier. In a few days' time, it would be the day of his battle with Lin Tian. He was prepared to properly train a few days in advance and raise his condition to its peak in order to face this battle. Now, he was preparing to return. Although she had long since expected this day to arrive, Qin Shaohan was still somewhat unable to accept it. Over the past 2 months, she had practically always been together with Lu Xian, and her favorable impression of Lu Xian had skyrocketed. She had even completely let go of the inherent reservations of a girl, and firmly placed her heart on him. When she thought of how Lu Xian was about to leave, and the days without Lu Xian, Qin Shaohan could not help but feel her nose turn sour. "Can't I stay for another 2 days?" Qin Shaohan lowered her head and played with the corner of her clothes as she asked in a low voice. Although he knew what Qin Shaohan was thinking, Lu Xian still sighed in his heart and said, "My opponent for this battle is the #1 disciple of the Sword Sect. He can be said to be the strongest opponent I've faced so far. I need to return and properly prepare for it." "Then you'll still return in the future, right?" A trace of hope flashed in Qin Shaohan's eyes. "I should. However, I might not be able to continue training like I have been doing for this period of time." Lu Xian honestly replied. "Don't you know how to say something nice?" Qin Shaohan was both angry and annoyed. She truly did not know how she had fallen for him. He did not even know how to say anything that would make a girl happy. Lu Xian could only awkwardly smile. He was speaking the truth. Another period of silence. Just as Lu Xian was about to open his mouth and bid his farewell, Qin Shaohan spoke again. "Actually, did you know? That time I was pretending to be asleep, so." Hearing this, Lu Xian's heart immediately jumped. Indeed, it was as he had expected. During this period of time, he had often thought of that matter and had faintly guessed at it. However, he did not expect Qin Xiaohan to say it herself. That time, I only wanted to tease you. I really didn't mean to offend you. But I still offended you in the end. If you're unhappy, then hit me and scold me. Qin Xiaohan couldn't help but stomp her feet, and she glared at Lu Xian with slight annoyance as she said, "Why would I hit you or scold you? I did it on purpose. I wanted you to like me, but who knew that there was someone else in your heart? You didn't even tell me in the past." Lu Xian said in his heart. You didn't even ask me, so why am I telling you all of this? He was just about to explain when he never expected Qin Xiaohan to continue. But I won't give up. I don't believe that I can't compare to that beauty from your sword sect. Since Qin Xiaohan had spoken so clearly, Lu Xian didn't know what to say for a time. Truthfully speaking, after being together with Qin Xiaohan for so long and knowing that she had feelings for him, it was absolutely impossible for Lu Xian to not have any feelings for Qin Xiaohan. However, there was still Lin Sini waiting for him in the sword sect, and there was still Xianxia amongst the core disciples. So, Lu Xian truly didn't dare have any feelings for Xianxia. After all, even though there was a layer of hazy feelings between the two of them, they hadn't had too deep of contact. As he gazed at Qin Xiaohan who stood before him, Lu Xian suddenly noticed that compared to Xianxia, his feelings for Qin Xiaohan seemed to be even deeper. When he thought up to here, Lu Xian hurriedly stopped his thoughts and didn't dare continue down this train of thought. Let's talk about it in the future. Lu Xian spoke vaguely. Qin Xiaohan's eyes instantly lit up when she heard this, and she asked, talk about it in the future? That is to say, you actually like me as well, right? I didn't say that. Moreover, liking is liking, and love is love. They aren't the same thing. I don't care, it's fine as long as I know you like me. Qin Xiaohan said happily, one day, you will fall in love with me. At that time, when you become a core disciple, you will have to separate from your sword sect beauty, and I will go look for you there. Qin Xiaohan's attitude caused Lu Xian to be slightly moved, and he also felt slightly apologetic. However, it was indeed difficult to speak of some things now, and they could only be discussed in the future. He immediately opened his mouth and said, then I'll be leaving first. If I have time in the future, I will come back often. You have to train properly. After he finished speaking, Lu Xian directly turned around. He was afraid that if he continued to stay, he would really be taken down by Qin Xiaohan. However, just as he turned around, a fragrant wind assaulted him, and a pair of small hands tightly hugged him, as if afraid that he would leave. Qin Xiaohan's face gently pressed against his back. Lu Xian, I can't bear for you to leave. If you leave, there won't be any meaning in my training anymore. Qin Xiaohan's words finally broke through Lu Xian's last line of defense. He discovered that when he turned around just now, he was actually somewhat reluctant to part with her. He decided to give himself and Qin Xiaohan a chance, even though this would make him feel a little sorry for Lin Sini. He took in a deep breath, and once again turned around and said, Xiaohan, before I leave, I'll teach you a few things. If you are able to go even higher in the future, if you still feel that you like me at that time, perhaps I will really fall in love with you. Really? Good. I definitely will. Qin Xiaohan's eyes suddenly lit up. However, what are you going to teach me? At this moment, Lu Xian made up his mind. In reality, Qin Xiaohan's talent in Talisman Dao was even higher than his own. Regardless of the reason, even if it was to repay Qin Xiaohan's kindness, Lu Xian decided to teach her the ancient enchantment technique. Although doing so might expose the secret of the ancient enchantment technique, now that Qin Xiaohan had already started practicing talisman techniques, there might not be anyone who would be able to tell that it was the ancient enchantment technique. Although the two came from the same source, the difference was still very obvious. I'll teach you a few more techniques. However, you must promise me that you will not tell anyone about this, and even more so, you must not use it in public. You can only practice it when you are alone. Unless your strength reaches a certain level, I'm afraid that it will not be a good thing for you or me. Hearing Lu Xian's solemn words, Qin Xiaohan's expression also became serious. she said, I promise I won't leak it out, and I won't let anyone else know, not even my father. Otherwise, I'll be alone for the rest of my life. Lu Xian couldn't help but smile. Why make such a solemn oath? However, this matter is indeed not a small matter. If it attracts the attention of people with ulterior motives, the consequences will be unimaginable. Then why did you tell me? Chen Xiaohan asked doubtfully. As long as I don't die, my achievements will definitely not stop at a mere wind sword school. If you want to catch up to me, just relying on the enchantment hall is far from enough. Lu Xian's words were filled with strong confidence. The source of his confidence, one was his current talent, and the other was the mysterious sword crystal. After returning to the table and asking Chen Xiaohan to sit down, Lu Xian began to explain the ancient enchantment technique from beginning to end, including all kinds of exquisite theories, as well as some long-lost runes. Whenever Chen Xiaohan did not understand something, he would use the void inscription rune to demonstrate it, and only stopped when Chen Xiaohan nodded her head. As Lu Xian spoke more and more, Chen Xiaohan's expression became more and more pleasantly surprised. During this period of time, Lu Xian had already told her some of the theories that Lu Xian had told her in the past had already shocked her, but now she knew that what Lu Xian had told her before was just the tip of the iceberg. When the ancient enchantment technique appeared in front of her, she finally understood how valuable the things that Lu Xian was teaching her were. Now, she finally understood why Lu Xian would be so cautious to remind her not to leak it. As a member of the enchantment hall and the daughter of the hall master, she understood the value of these things better than Lu Xian. If it was leaked, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. The Wind Sword School's jurisdiction included the surrounding 3 empires, and as the enchantment hall of the Wind Sword School, the level of enchantment was definitely at the top in this region. But even so, in front of the things that Lu Xian had taught, the enchantment hall's proudest theories were simply unbearable. Chen Xiaohan had not even begun to practice the ancient enchantment art, but just by watching Lu Xian's explanation and demonstration, she felt that many things that she had been unable to understand in the past suddenly became clear to her. It was as if a door had been opened to her. It was no wonder that Lu Xian could perform so well. Moreover, Chen Xiaohan believed that the level that Lu Xian had shown in front of her during this period was definitely not his true strength. The ancient enchantment technique was extremely exquisite. Even if Chen Xiaohan was talented, it was impossible for her to completely understand it in a short period of time. Therefore, she could only forcibly memorize it and slowly comprehend it in the future. After spending 4 hours, Lu Xian finally finished explaining everything about the ancient enchantment technique. Although he explained it thoroughly and cleanly, he was still worried that Chen Xiaohan might not be able to comprehend it. After all, the ancient enchantment technique was directly stored in his mind as a memory. It was easy for him to understand it, but Chen Xiaohan had to comprehend it on her own. After thinking for a while, Lu Xian took out a few top-notch blank scrolls. I will carve a few runes for you. If you don't understand them, you can take them out and have a look. Maybe they will give you some inspiration. Chen Xiaohan nodded obediently and took the initiative to help Lu Xian open the bottle of enchantment potion, watching as he began to draw. The first rune that Lu Xian drew was the Berserk Talisman. Although the Berserk Talisman was an intermediate rune, the integration of the runes contained within it, in terms of channeling the medicinal properties, was something that most of the high-level runes could not compare to. This time, Lu Xian did not hold back any of his strength. He completely displayed the ancient enchantment technique. Some of the runes that had long been lost were also drawn without any concealment. As for Chen Xiaohan, listening to Lu Xian's theory and watching Lu Xian personally draw were completely different feelings. Lu Xian had thoroughly mastered the ancient enchantment technique. Now that he had turned it into a rune and carved it, the enlightenment and shock that it brought to Chen Xiaohan could not be expressed in words. She believed that if Lu Xian had taken out this scroll during the enchanter assessment, Elder Feng would not have given it a score of 120 points. She might not even have dared to give it a score. After completing the Berserk Talisman, Lu Xian did not stop. Instead, he continued to draw other high-level runes. Among them was the Big Dipper Talisman that Lu Xian had specially practiced for a long time. During the time when he was practicing the high-level enchantment runes, whenever Chen Xiaohan was asleep, Lu Xian would secretly practice the ancient enchantment technique. Therefore, he did not feel the slightest bit jerky when he used it now. After drawing 5 runes in a row, Lu Xian stopped. These 5 runes were runes that embodied the extreme of a certain aspect for Qin Shaohan to refer to. Alright, everything is here. With your talent, you will definitely be able to completely master it after a period of time. In fact, your talent in the talisman Dao surpasses mine. If it wasn't for this ancient enchantment technique, I would definitely not have the achievements I have now. I believe that you will be able to surpass me in no time. Lu Xian put down the scroll in his hand and said. His future path was to focus on martial arts. Qin Shaohan's main path was to focus on the talisman Dao. Naturally, she would be able to surpass him easily. When she saw Lu Xian put down the scroll in his hand, Qin Shaohan's joyful mood from witnessing the ancient enchantment technique became somewhat gloomy again. It was obvious that Lu Xian was really going to leave now. However, she quickly composed herself. At the very least, she could see hope now. Since Lu Xian was willing to share this top secret with her, there was nothing for her to be calculative about. As long as she worked hard in her cultivation in the future, she would definitely be able to fight alongside Lu Xian again. What you have taught me is too valuable. Its value is immeasurable. I will also give you something. Qin Shaohan looked at Lu Xian and said. Upon hearing this, a mischievous smile involuntarily flashed across Lu Xian's face. Don't tell me it's another kiss? Qin Shaohan's face reddened. She then rolled her eyes at him and said, in your dreams. Do you think my kiss is so easy to obtain? As she spoke, she probed her storage ring with her divine sense. In an instant, a few items appeared in her hands. They were surprisingly a few soul talisman scrolls. These are soul talisman scrolls personally inscribed by my father. They are all 5-star soul talismans. Their strength is equivalent to the full force attack of a spirit refinement middle stage martial artist. Originally, he gave them to me to protect myself. However, I usually stay in the enchantment hall, so there is basically no danger. I think you might find them useful. As he stared at the 3 soul talisman scrolls in Qin Shaohan's hands, Lu Xian's eyes widened. He did not expect Qin Shaohan to give him such valuable items. He had read the introduction about soul talisman masters and naturally understood how valuable high-grade soul talisman scrolls were. Even though Lu Xian had previously inscribed 50 Thunder Fire talisman scrolls in one go, in reality, the higher the rank of the soul talisman, the lower the success rate. This was because the higher the rank of the soul talisman scroll, the greater the power contained within it. How difficult would it be to bind all the power into a scroll? For soul talisman masters, before becoming a 4-star soul talisman master, they would basically use soul talisman scrolls to fight. However, after becoming a 4-star soul talisman master, they would instead directly inscribe soul talisman scrolls to fight. This was because the higher the rank of the soul talisman master, the more difficult it would be to inscribe soul talisman scrolls. Otherwise, if a divine talisman master were to throw out 100 soul talisman scrolls, each of which was equivalent to the full force attack of a divine talisman master, no matter how many martial artists there were, they would not be able to withstand it. These are given to you by master to protect yourself. How can I take them? Besides, I will not go to those extremely dangerous places. Lu Xian decisively refused. Are you going to take them or not? If you don't, then you can take all of these enchantment scrolls and I won't learn what you just taught me. Qin Shaohan pouted and said in a fit of pique, besides, aren't you going to compete with that sword sect's #1 disciple later? If you can't beat him, you can use these to blast him and see if he will admit defeat. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian immediately smiled. You have too little confidence in me. How can I lose? Besides, such valuable soul talisman scrolls are used to protect one's life. It is too wasteful to use them in this kind of situation. Then are you going to take them or not? Since there are 3, then I will take one. You can keep the other 2 to protect yourself. Lu Xian took one of the scrolls from Qin Shaohan's hands. Unexpectedly, Qin Shaohan grabbed his hand and stuffed all 3 scrolls into his hands. When father comes back, I will say that I took them to play with and ask him to do it for me. Don't worry, before father comes back, I will properly practice what you taught me. I will not leave the enchantment hall, so there will be no danger. Qin Shaohan was so determined that Lu Xian had no choice but to persuade her in every possible way to take one back. After all, with such a trump card in hand, if something really happened, he might have a chance of survival. Taking the 2 5-star soul talisman scrolls that Qin Shaohan stuffed into his hands, Lu Xian finally left the enchantment hall that he had stayed in for more than 2 months. Qin Shaohan did not come to see him off. According to her, she was afraid that she would be reluctant to see him go. Turning around to look at the magnificent enchantment hall, he seemed to see Qin Shaohan sobbing on the table. He could only sigh inwardly and turn around to leave. Was he being merciful? It seemed that every girl he met had given him something. The storage ring on his hand, as well as the untouched shadowed heaven pill inside, were given to him by Xianxia. The yearning sword that he had been using all this time was given to him by Linsini. The 2 5-star soul talisman scrolls that he had just obtained were given to him by Qin Shaohan. The value of these items varied, but without a doubt, they all represented the feelings of their respective owners. Circulating his yuan power, Lu Xian raised his speed to the maximum as he madly sprinted towards the sword sect. There were only 3 days left before the duel with Lin Tian. Right now, all the main meridians in his body were almost completely refined. His heart meridian and 12 standard meridians had already been refined, and only the conception and governing meridians were left of the 8 extraordinary meridians. Within these 3 days, he would attack the final step. If he could completely refine all 8 extraordinary meridians, then he would completely reach the advanced 6th layer of the body-tempering realm. The gap in strength between him and Lin Tian had shrunk even further. Of course, he did not dare to confirm whether Lin Tian's strength had also greatly improved in these 3 months. As he advanced at full speed, the sword sect was already in sight. Once he stepped into the sword sect's territory, Lu Xian attracted the attention of many disciples. After recognizing Lu Xian, the disciples all greeted him, including both seniors and new students. To the sword sect's new students, Lu Xian was undoubtedly their pride and joy. Each and every one of them worshipped him to the extreme. Even the seniors did not dare to underestimate Lu Xian. 3 months ago, he was ranked 86th on the overall rankings. Now that another 3 months had passed, just what level had Lu Xian's strength reached? What they paid even more attention to was the duel between Lu Xian and Lin Tian in 3 days. This duel would not only decide who the number 1 disciple in the sword sect would belong to, it would also decide whether Lu Xian had the strength to fight his way into the top 10 of the overall rankings. Lu Xian directly returned to his residence. After some thought, he did not rush to enter, and instead knocked on Linsini's door. Upon seeing Lu Xian's return, Linsini was naturally overjoyed. Lu Xian had been gone for such a long time, and she naturally missed him dearly. The moment she saw him, she immediately gave him a hug. However, the two did not have the time to exchange intimate words before Xiaoyi and Xingfeng arrived together. They had found out about Lu Xian's return from the other disciples. After completing the previous mission, the two had obtained 8,000 contribution points, enough for them to squander for a long time. To the majority of the disciples, 8,000 contribution points was a considerable amount of wealth, and they were not as extravagant as Lu Xian. Lu Xian, the day of your battle with Lin Tian will be in 3 days. Are you confident in your victory? Xiaoyi asked. Yeah, you've been in the limelight for too long. Your battle has practically spread throughout the entire inner sect, and I reckon that there will be many disciples coming to watch. Xingfeng also opened his mouth to speak. I can't say that I'll definitely win, but if Lin Tian does not have enough trump cards, and his strength is still the same as the last time we met, I have 90% confidence in defeating him. The two were shocked by Lu Xian's words. 90% confidence was practically no different from absolute victory. One must know that Lin Tian's strength was at the advanced 7th layer of the body refinement realm. However, I reckon that he has been bitterly training for the past 3 months, and perhaps his strength has improved again. Lu Xian continued. Xiaoyi nodded her head. I've also asked around. It seems that Lin Tian has been extremely low profile during this period of time, and has been bitterly training. I reckon that he's also preparing for his battle with you. Speaking of which, Lin Tian's pressure in this battle was much greater than Lu Xian's. He was the number 1 disciple in the sword sect, and if he lost to a new disciple who had only been in the sect for less than half a year, it would truly be a loss of face. On the other hand, even if Lu Xian lost, it would at most affect his domineering momentum, and he would not be the target of criticism. Therefore, it was not without reason that Lin Tian suspected that Lu Xian was using him to climb up the ranks. The pressure on the two could not be compared. Lu Xian, can you tell us what level your strength has reached? Xing Feng could not help but ask. 90% confidence in defeating Lin Tian was a rather terrifying concept. After a slight hesitation, Lu Xian decided not to hide it from the two of them. In any case, the results would be revealed in 3 days, so he bluntly said, I'm still one step away from the 6th tier of body refinement. After a slight hesitation, Xiayi and Xing Feng looked at each other, and both saw a trace of astonishment in each other's eyes. The last time they parted with Lu Xian was only at the 5th level of the body refinement realm. But now, in 3 months' time, he had practically advanced by an entire small realm. This speed of improvement made them feel ashamed of their inferiority. Thinking back to when Lu Xian was only at the 4th level of the body refinement realm, Xing Feng and Xia Yi were at the 5th level. Now that Lu Xian was about to break through to the 7th level, they were still at the 5th level. However, Xing Feng had already reached the peak of the 5th level, and was about to break through to the 6th level, while Xia Yi was at the 5th level. Your speed is indeed monstrous. Even Xianxia can't compare to you. Have you really been practicing that enchantment magic during this period of time, and not hiding away to cultivate? Xia Yi sighed. Lu Xian smiled. It was because he felt that he had reached a bottleneck that he started to practice the Tao of Talismans. If he had really been in seclusion, he would have only barely broken through to the 6th level. He patted Xiaya's shoulder and said, when you have time, you should also train your soul force. It will greatly benefit your strength and breakthroughs. With regards to Lu Xian's words, the two naturally remembered them. Based on their relationship, there was no need for Lu Xian to lie to them. He was definitely speaking from experience. Alright, let's not talk too much. You and Cindy haven't seen each other for a long time. Recently, she has been missing you so much that she can't wait to run to the enchantment hall to find you. But she's worried that she'll disturb your cultivation. You should accompany her well. Back then, there were so many talented youths in Lin City who wanted to pursue Cindy, but she didn't even spare them a glance. Instead, she's dead set on you. Xiayi smiled and said. Now that the relationship between Lu Xian and Lin City was no longer a secret, the two naturally spoke without restraint. Lu Xian smiled awkwardly. It was a good thing that Lin City didn't go to the enchantment hall to find him. Otherwise, if he ran into Xianxia, he would probably have a headache. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, Xiayi seemed to suddenly remember something. She immediately turned her head and said, oh right, are you sure that you have a 90% chance of beating Lin Tian? Then Xing Feng and I will place a heavy bet on you. Lu Xian was slightly startled and said, what heavy bet? This time, before Xiayi could speak, Xing Feng chuckled and said, a group of deacons from Armament Pavilion have opened a bet on the outcome of the battle between you and Lin Tian. Many inner sect disciples have gone to place their bets. Naturally, we want to go and make some money. Lu Xian immediately understood and scolded with a smile, I was wondering why the two of you were so kind, coming to find me as soon as I came back. So you were here to sound me out. What are the odds now? Hearing that someone had opened a bet, Lu Xian was a little tempted. He was quite confident in himself. If he could take this chance to make some money, it would not be a bad idea. Lin Tian's odds are 1-to-1, and you're 1-to-1.5. There are still a few people who favor Lin Tian. However, this is naturally the best. If you win, then we will make a huge profit. So that's how it is. Then help me place a bet as well. Bet 30,000 contribution points on me winning. Lu Xian's first move was a big one. The reward he received from the Sword Spirit Challenge and the reward he received from the Mission Tower added up to more than 30,000 contribution points. He had originally planned to use it to practice enchantment, but he didn't expect that he would be accepted as an in-name disciple by the Hall Master. Everything was provided for free, so he saved all of it. Hearing this, Xiayi and Xing Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Damn, so big? 30,000 contribution points. If you win, you will be rich in an instant. According to the current odds, if Lu Xian were to win, not only would he be able to get back his 30,000 contribution points, but he would also be able to get 45,000 contribution points as a reward. All in all, he would have a total of 75,000 contribution points. That was truly a huge sum of money. Xiayi and Xingfeng only had 3,000 contribution points in total. They didn't expect Lu Xian to bet 10 times more than them. However, since Lu Xian was betting so big, the two of them were undoubtedly more confident. If Lu Xian ate the meat, they would just have to drink the soup. Immediately, Lu Xian transferred 30,000 contribution points to Xiayi and Xingfeng's nameplate and asked them to help him place a bet. As Xiayi and Xingfeng left, Lu Xian chatted with Lin Sini for a while. During this period, they naturally couldn't avoid flirting. Then, he left and returned to his room. There were only 3 days left, and he couldn't afford to waste it. Moreover, for Lu Xian, other than breaking through to the 6th level of body refining realm, he had one more thing to do, and that was to enchant the Black Iron Sword. The Big Dipper talisman was specially practiced for the Black Iron Sword. Now that the battle was imminent, he naturally had to raise the Black Iron Sword's combat power to the highest level. Back in his room, Lu Xian spread out a top-grade blank scroll and took out a bottle of ferocious beasts' blood. This was something he had specially asked Qin Shaohan to bring over. It wasn't a specially made liquid, but raw material that hadn't been processed in any way. It was the blood of the 8th grade thick earth rhinoceros. The thick earth rhinoceros was incomparably strong, and it could even use earth-type yuan energy to increase its own strength. Its blood was one of the best materials to create the Big Dipper talisman's enchanted liquid. Ordinary enchanters had to use the refined liquid that had been neutralized, but for Lu Xian, who possessed the ancient enchanting technique, it was undoubtedly the most primitive blood that could bring out the greatest value. The thick earth rhinoceros blood was incomparably viscous, and it even contained a trace of the earth's energy. It was denser than the blood of ordinary ferocious beasts. Lu Xian stretched out his hand, and a trace of blood was drawn out. His hands flashed rapidly, and runes were quickly formed, accurately landing on the top-grade blank scroll in front of him. He didn't know how many times he had practiced the Big Dipper talisman, and he was already incomparably familiar with it. There wasn't the slightest mistake. As the last few runes landed, the Big Dipper talisman suddenly flashed, and it was successfully completed. Immediately after, he took out the dusty black iron sword and heavily placed it on the table. During this period of time, other than practicing the talisman Dao, Lu Xian had been cultivating yuan energy, and he had not used it at all. However, the black iron sword was still as heavy as before, simple and unadorned. However, just by looking at its size, no one would doubt its strength. Picking up the Big Dipper talisman scroll that had just been inscribed, Lu Xian directly shot a trace of yuan energy into it, and activated a trigger rune on the scroll. In an instant, the Big Dipper talisman seemed to have come to life. The rune suddenly moved, and the entire rune flashed. A miniature version of the Big Dipper talisman immediately flew out, and directly landed on the junction between the hilt and the blade of the black iron sword. The rune flickered for a moment, and immediately, a deep imprint was branded. The imprint looked exactly like the Big Dipper talisman. Enchantment successful. Picking up the 81-kilogram black iron sword, Lu Xian suddenly felt a wave of excitement. This was the first weapon that he had successfully inscribed and personally enchanted. Although the runes on the yearning sword were also engraved using the berserk talisman, it was Xianxia who enchanted it. Unable to resist waving the black iron sword in his hand, Lu Xian instantly felt the difference after the enchantment. With a casual swing of the sword, he felt that the power he exerted was much stronger than before. After carefully sensing it, it seemed to have increased by about 35%. This was definitely a terrifying increase. Moreover, the increase in power was not the only effect of the Big Dipper talisman. Lu Xian operated his cultivation method, and yuan energy instantly poured into the black iron sword. The originally heavy and edgeless black iron sword impressively had 2 sharp blades. However, this was not the original blade of the black iron sword. Instead, it was a blade formed by the Big Dipper talisman converting yuan energy into stellar energy, and it was distributed around the black iron sword to form a blade. With this blade formed by stellar energy, the black iron sword simultaneously possessed the strength of a heavy sword and the sharpness of a long sword. It was undoubtedly more powerful, and more difficult to defend against. After experimenting with the changes in the mysterious iron sword, Lu Xian nodded his head in satisfaction before keeping it once again. Everything was ready except for the crucial moment, which was 3 days later. However, before that, he still needed to raise his strength a step further. The meridians needed to be refined throughout the body during the meridian stage, but the most important ones were still the main meridians. Right now, Lu Xian only lacked the last 2 meridians. Lu Xian sat cross-legged and calmed his mind. The Tai convergence technique began to operate slowly. Strands of elemental energy were continuously transported to the vicinity of the Ren and Du meridians. Lu Xian was already very familiar with the process of refining meridians. 3 days later, in the morning, Lu Xian exhaled a mouthful of impure air and slowly opened his eyes. Today was the day of his arranged duel with Lin Tian. The Tai origin method did not disappoint him. Last night, he had successfully refined the 2 meridians. Right now, Lu Xian was truly at the advanced meridian stage. As he stood up and stretched his body, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. After 3 days of recuperation, his aura had already been raised to the peak. At this moment, the sword sect welcomed a liveliness that had not been seen for a long time. It was still early in the morning, and there were still a few hours before the duel between Lu Xian and Lin Tian. However, the square of the sword sect was already filled with disciples. Not only were there disciples from the sword sect, there were also disciples from the other 8 branch sections. Moreover, the disciples were not limited to inner sect disciples. Some outer sect disciples who had nothing to do also swarmed over. There were many disciples in the Wind Sword School. Just the inner sect disciples alone numbered in the thousands. Including the outer sect disciples, the number was even more frightening. Fortunately, the sword sect used to be the #1 sect in the Wind Sword School. Although it was now desolate, its territory was still there. The square of the sword sect could be said to be the largest square in the entire Wind Sword School. Even so, it was currently overcrowded. Usually, the duels in the inner sect were not few, and there was no lack of battles between the top 10 in the overall ranking. However, the popularity of this duel was far less than this one. Perhaps only the annual Great Sect competition could surpass this duel in terms of popularity. After all, this duel was quite a big deal. A new disciple of the sword sect was challenging the #1 disciple of the sword sect. One was ranked 10th in the overall ranking, while the other had entered the sect less than half a year ago. Moreover, this new disciple's popularity was so great that it even surpassed the top 10 in the overall ranking. More importantly, many people believed that this new disciple could win. According to the news from the Armament Pavilion's deacons, the number of people betting this time was 3-2 against Lin. This meant that nearly 60% of the disciples betting that Lin Tian would win, and 40% betting that Lu Xian would win. Although the number of people betting on Lu Xian was less than Lin Tian, to be able to rely on his identity as a new disciple to win this kind of popularity, Lu Xian should be proud. After all, no matter what, Lin Tian was still in the top 10 of the overall ranking. His strength had even reached the 7th rank of the refinement realm 3 months ago. If Lu Xian could defeat him, wouldn't that prove that Lu Xian's strength was comparable to the peak of the 7th rank of the refinement realm? One had to know that Lu Xian was only 16 years old and had entered the sect less than half a year ago. This was too monstrous, and it was hard for people to believe. However, no matter how the crowd guessed, as long as they waited until noon, after the battle between the two, the mystery would be revealed. The sun rose higher and higher, and the weather gradually became hotter. Fortunately, the strength of the disciples in the plaza was not low, and they could still endure this bit of heat. However, what made the crowd anxious was that the 2 main characters had already not arrived. Xiayi, Xingfeng, Lin Sini, and the others had also arrived at the plaza early and stood at the very front of the sword sect's new disciples. In this year's batch of new disciples, other than Lu Xian, Xiayi, and Xingfeng were the strongest, so there was no doubt that they stood at the very front. In addition, the 3 of them had a close relationship with Lu Xian, and Lin Sini and Lu Xian were publicly recognized as lovers. Not to mention the new disciples, even the veteran disciples had to give them some face. Sini, it's almost noon, why hasn't Lu Xian appeared yet? Don't let others think that he's afraid of Lin Tian. Having not seen Lu Xian for a long time, Xiaoyu was the first to be unable to bear it. He told me that he hasn't fought for a long time, and he wants to go to the back of the mountain to warm up. He should probably be here soon. Lin Sini was rather calm. When Lu Xian left in the morning, he had told her about it. Go to the back of the mountain? It's better to go to the sword forest. What if something happens there? Xiaoyi said, slightly worried. Hearing this, Xingfeng smiled and said, the back of the mountain is a real fight. How can the sword forest compare? Don't jinx it. Lu Xian is just going there to warm up. Moreover, he was able to take down the striped flame tiger 3 months ago. Right now, he might even be able to fight against an 8th-rank beast. The group of newly matriculated disciples behind Xingfeng couldn't help but gulp when they heard this. Oh my god, senior brother Lu Xian is too ferocious. The striped flame tiger is a 7th-grade ferocious beast. And he was able to take it down 3 months ago. If I was as strong as senior brother Lu, it would be enough. Just as the three were waiting for Lu Xian's arrival, a martial practitioner dressed as a deacon suddenly walked over and found Lin Sini. This must be junior sister Lin, right? Just now, junior brother Lu Xian asked me to inform you that he is waiting for you at Armament Pavilion and wants you to go there now. Hearing this, Xiaoyi and the other two looked at each other. What is this Lu Xian doing? He's not coming over right now, and he's even asking Sini to go to Armament Pavilion? However, Lin Sini became slightly nervous and hurriedly asked, is he alright? Is he injured? The moment Lin Sini said this, Xiaoyi and Xingfeng's hearts trembled. Could it be that Xiaoyi's jinx was right? Armament Pavilion sold all kinds of healing pills, and it just so happened that Lu Xian had let them bet almost all of his contribution points yesterday. Could it be that he didn't have enough contribution points to buy medicine? I don't know if he's injured or not, but it looks like junior brother Lu's complexion is not very good, the deacon answered. Hearing that Lu Xian's complexion was not good, Lin Sini became even more anxious. I will go right now. Please lead the way, senior brother deacon. We will go with you and see what exactly is going on, Xiaoyi and Xingfeng said in unison. Lin Sini nodded. Just as she was about to leave, the deacon beside her said with a troubled expression, junior brother Lu specifically asked me to only let junior sister Lin go. Although I don't know why junior brother Lu said this, I think it's better for the two of you to listen to him. Xingfeng frowned slightly. He didn't know what Lu Xian was playing at. Xiaoyi was also a little confused. Could it be that he still wanted to be intimate with Sini at a time like this? Forget it, I will go alone. It shouldn't be a big deal. You guys just wait here. Lin Sini didn't want to drag it out any longer and took the initiative to say this. Alright then. Take good care of him. If he is really injured, then just admit defeat. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, Xiaoyi advised. Lin Sini nodded and then left with the deacon. Seeing Lin Sini's figure disappear, Xiaoyi and Xingfeng felt a trace of shadow in their hearts. They didn't expect something to happen at this time. But it was good that he was fine. After Lin Sini left, the crowd suddenly became noisy. Xiaoyi and Xingfeng turned their heads and saw the 3 great elders of the sword sect, Elder Su, Elder Lin, and Elder Qing, descending from the sky at the same time. Both sides in this battle were members of the sword sect. One of them was the current number 1 disciple of the sword sect, Lin Tian, and the other was Lu Xian, who they had the highest hopes of leading the sword sect to rise to prominence. Both sides were valuable, and they didn't want to see either of them die. In order to ensure that there wouldn't be any accidental casualties, the 3 great elders acted as the judges for this battle. They had to ensure the safety of both sides and not overdo it. After the 3 great elders took their positions, the crowd became excited again. Lin Tian had appeared. Lin Tian, you can do it. I have faith in you. Lin Tian will win. I'm betting everything on you. As soon as Lin Tian appeared, countless disciples started shouting. They might not really support Lin Tian, but they had bet all their contribution points on him. If Lin Tian won, everyone would be happy, but if he lost, it would be a great loss. Xiaoyi and Xingfeng turned their heads again and saw Lin Tian wearing a white robe. His hair was combed into a bun, and he walked towards the crowd with his hands behind his back. He had a graceful bearing and extraordinary bearing. Everywhere he went, the disciples would make way for him. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Lin Tian's aura had risen to its peak. It was just that it was all contained in his body and didn't leak out. When the battle began, it would definitely erupt. Tian's strength has improved again. I didn't expect that he would hide it from me. Elder Lin, who was at the judge's seat, let out a soft cry of surprise. Lin Tian was Elder Lin's grandson. Haha, it seems that pressure is the only way to have motivation. Elder Qing roared with laughter. I presume that Lin Tian has been thinking about the battle with Lu Xian, and he hasn't slacked off recently. Elder Lin couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile when he heard that should be the case. Unfortunately, Lu Xian came slightly late. If he came slightly earlier, then during the last sect competition, with a Tian and Lu Xian, our sword sect might have risen a long time ago. It's fine. It's fine as long as he came. During this year's sect competition, our sword sect will surely shock the fellows from the other sects. Elder Qing spoke proudly. In the next sect competition, Lu Xian had a chance to charge into the first position. Now that Lin Tian's strength had improved rapidly, it would absolutely not be a problem for him to maintain his position in the top 10, and he might even be able to improve further. At this moment, Lin Tian had arrived at the center of the competition grounds. His followers had left a long time ago, and he was resting with his eyes closed. He was accumulating strength a step further while he waited for the arrival of the other main character, Lu Xian. However, when they saw that the battle was about to begin, Xiayi and Xing Feng were truly anxious because they didn't know exactly what was going on since they still hadn't seen Lu Xian. Right when they were worried, they heard a wave of clamorous noise erupt from the crowd once more. When they heard this clamorous noise, both of them hurriedly turned around, and a trace of happiness flashed on their faces. At this moment, only Lu Xian was capable of causing the crowd to clamor. It was indeed Lu Xian. Lu Xian's attire was not as eye-catching as Lin Tian's. He was dressed in an ordinary disciple's attire, and his hair was casually draped behind his head. His clothes were wrinkled and showed signs of battle. Although his attire was not as dazzling as Lin Tian's, his aura was not inferior at all. His pace was neither fast nor slow, and there was not a trace of arrogance or nervousness on his face. It was as if he had come for an ordinary date. Seeing so many disciples on the square, Lu Xian could not help but be surprised. Although he knew that many people would pay attention to this battle, he did not expect so many people to come. It was likely that 80% or 90% of the inner sect disciples were here. As Lu Xian walked forward, the crowd of disciples also made way for him, and there were many who cheered him on. Lu Xian, defeat Lin Tian and fight for us new students. Lu Xian, I bet 3,000 contribution points on you. If you win, I'll give you half. As the cheers rang out, Lin Tian, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. His sharp gaze instantly locked onto Lu Xian in the crowd. Damn, I finally made it, but he doesn't seem to be injured? Xiayi heaved a sigh of relief, but then she was a little confused. The deacon only said that Lu Xian looked a little pale, but did not say that he was injured. He must have expended too much energy. However, why is Cindy not here when Lu Xian is here? Xing Feng was also confused. Could it be that Lu Xian asked her to do something else? Xiayi guessed. Maybe, I'll ask Lu Xian later. Seeing that the battle was about to begin, Xing Feng could only suppress the doubts in his heart. After passing through the dense crowd, Lu Xian finally arrived at the square and stood in front of Lin Tian, less than 50 steps away. Good lad. As expected of a rare genius, he has actually reached the 6th level of the refinement realm. He has only been in the sect for 4 months. Elder Su could not help but stand up at the referee's seat and exclaim excitedly when he saw Lu Xian appear. His face was filled with excitement. Elder Qing and Elder Lin were also shocked. Slowly suppressing the shock in their hearts, Elder Qing opened his mouth and said, if I remember correctly, when Lu Xian first entered the sect, he was only at the 4th layer of the body refinement stage? In a short span of 4 months, he broke through 2 small realms in succession. This kind of cultivation speed could be rated as monstrous. The hope of my sword sect's rise will probably be tied to Lu Xian. Brother Su, you found a peerless genius for my sword sect this time. Hearing Elder Cheng's praise, Elder Su couldn't help but feel proud. He was the one who brought Lu Xian back from Lin City. At this moment, Lu Xian's performance was so strong that he was undoubtedly proud. Even Elder Lin couldn't help but say, originally, when I saw Tian's improvement, I thought that he would definitely win this battle. But now, it seems that may not be so. Lu Xian seems to be stronger in terms of combat talent? Elder Qing nodded. The last time he entered the sword forest was 3 months ago. At that time, he relied on his strength at the 5th layer of the body refinement stage to force his way into the top 100 and killed an existence at the 8th layer of the body refinement stage. Now that his strength has increased by another level, his combat strength is quite terrifying. Then, as if realizing something, Elder Qing glanced at Elder Lin beside him and said, "Of course, Lin Tian's chances of winning this battle may not be low. After all, his strength is still higher than Lu Xian's by an entire level. Moreover, his foundation is quite solid. It is still too early to judge the outcome of this battle." Unexpectedly, Elder Lin waved his hand and laughed, "You don't need to care about my opinion. In the past, Yan Jiao and I were friends through life and death. Speaking of which, Lu Xian can also be considered my junior. Moreover, that brat Tian is too arrogant. He always thinks that he is inferior to those before him because his cultivation time is too short. If he can lose to Lu Xian this time, it will be a good thing for him. It will let him know that there is always someone better out there." Advanced 6th layer of the body refinement stage, it seems that you really did not disappoint me. Looking at Lu Xian in front of him, Lin Tian slowly said. In truth, when he saw Lu Xian's cultivation level, he could not help but be a little shocked. Advancing a small level in 3 months, this kind of speed was really too shocking. Hearing this, Lu Xian only smiled faintly and said, "I believe that you have not slacked off in these 3 months, right? If you are still only at the advanced 7th layer of the body refinement stage, this battle will be difficult for you." Faced with Lu Xian's somewhat disdainful words, Lin Tian did not get angry. He knew that the person in front of him could not be judged by strength. If others said that they wanted to challenge him with the strength of a 6th layer of the body refinement stage, he would definitely scoff at it. However, Lu Xian was enough to make him take it seriously. "Right now, I am already at the peak of the 7th layer of the body refinement stage. It is a pity that I have not been able to take the final step. Otherwise, you will definitely not be my opponent." Although he acknowledged Lu Xian's words, Lin Tian was not willing to show weakness. Lu Xian faintly smiled. 8th layer of the body refinement stage, was he really not a match for him? In this period of time, other than the increase in strength, he had also become a 1-star talisman master. Even if he was at the 8th layer of the body refinement stage, with his martial strength and talisman scrolls, he might still have the strength to fight and even have the chance to win. As the two of them spoke, there was suddenly a small commotion in the crowd. "Senior Imochen is here. Senior Qingwang is here too. And Senior Du Peng. I did not think that so many senior brothers would actually come. These are all the top disciples of each of the subsects, existences in the overall top 10. Aren't you talking nonsense? Lin Tian is also in the overall top 10, his battle. These senior brothers will naturally come to watch, and at the same time understand Lin Tian's strength. Moreover, although that Lu Xian is a new disciple, his momentum is too fierce, it is very likely that in the next sect competition, he will be a threat to them." Why don't I see senior brother Su? I heard that previously, Lu Xian pointed his sword at senior brother Su. Could it be that senior brother Su does not pay attention to Lu Xian? Senior brother Su has long reached the 8th layer of the body refinement stage. With Lu Xian's current strength, I'm afraid that he will not be a threat to him. Maybe he is training somewhere? The battle between Lu Xian and Lin Tian, besides the saber master Su Wenyang, had actually attracted the attention of the other 8 people in the overall top 10. This was indeed a great deal of face. Lu Xian, Lin Tian, although this battle was decided by the two of you, both of you are geniuses of my sword sect, there cannot be any mistakes. Therefore, Elder Su, Elder Lin, and I will be your judges together. This battle is a spar, not a battle of life and death. Stop when necessary, understand? Elder Qing stood up, his dignified voice resounding throughout the square. Disciple understands. Lu Xian and Lin Tian bowed at the same time, speaking in unison. It was indeed as Elder Qing had said, this battle was only a spar to determine the victor. There was no enmity between the two parties. If it was said that Lin Tian still had a trace of jealousy towards Lu Xian in the beginning, then ever since Lu Xian had forcefully attacked and pointed his sword at Su Wenyang, this trace of jealousy had completely vanished. No matter what, the two of them were from the same sect, and Lin Tian was not someone who did not know his limits, especially when his grandfather was an elder of the sword sect. It was even more intolerable for him to have a personal battle. The main reason why he had agreed to this battle was because he wanted to defeat Lu Xian once, and find a little comfort in his heart. Currently, Lu Xian's rate of improvement was something that he had already seen with his own eyes. If a period of time were to pass, he might really not be Lu Xian's match. Upon seeing the friendly attitudes of the two, Elder Qing nodded his head in satisfaction. He really did not wish to see a conflict arise between the two. After all, regardless of who it was, both of them were the hope of the sword sect's rise. Very good, since that is the case, let us begin. If anything unexpected happens, the other two elders and I will act at any time and stop the duel. After speaking, Elder Qing retreated, once again giving the arena to Lu Xian and Lin Tian. After Elder Qing had completely retreated, with a flash of sword light, a long sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand. Raising the sword in his hand, Lin Tian's finger slid across the blade as he slowly opened his mouth and said, "This sword is called Blood Drinker, a high-grade steel weapon. The sword is 1 meter long, and because it has drunk the blood of beasts during its refinement, its entire body is a dark red, hence the name of the sword. It is the sword that I used before reaching the 6th layer of the body tempering stage, and the weapon I am currently using is a treasure tier longsword. However, I do not expect that your weapon will be too good, so I will not take advantage of your weapon." Lin Tian was rather upright. He clearly had a treasure tier longsword, but he did not use it, instead choosing to use his previous high-grade steel weapon to fight. However, his words made Lu Xian feel a wave of envy. A treasure tier weapon. He did not even have a single high-grade steel weapon, only the yearning sword, which was a middle-grade steel weapon. As for the mysterious iron sword, because it was not completely forged, it was probably not much different from the yearning sword. Although the material was excellent, it was only close to a high-grade steel weapon. After the introduction, Lin Tian once again opened his mouth. "Unsheath your sword." Without any hesitation, Lu Xian also took out his own weapon from his storage ring. Weighing 81 kilograms, the sword was 3 feet long and an inch thick. Its entire body was pitch black, and it faintly emitted a red glow. The mysterious iron sword was finally revealed in front of everyone. Before this, whether it was when he was charging through the sword forest or when he was cultivating in the 5-element cave, Lu Xian had never revealed this sword in front of others. The only person who knew that he was cultivating a heavy sword was probably Lin Sini alone. However, when the mysterious iron sword appeared, everyone was stunned. Whether it was Lin Tian who was opposite him, or the 3 elders on the judges' seats, or the many disciples surrounding them, all of them revealed puzzled expressions. In this day and age, there was actually someone in the sword faction who cultivated a heavy sword? Furthermore, that heavy sword looked a little too strange. If it were not for the hilt that Lu Xian held in his hand, it would have looked like a plank of a door. So much so that if they did not know that Lu Xian was a disciple of the sword faction, they would not have thought that it was a heavy sword, and would have thought that Lu Xian was a disciple of the occult sect, using a strange weapon. Doesn't this Lu Xian use a long sword? When did he change to a heavy sword? Elder Lin could not help but ask in surprise. Elder Qing also frowned slightly and said, "The heavy sword is indeed powerful, but the path of the heavy sword is broad and profound. It is even more difficult to practice than the fast sword. If you don't practice it well, it will only be full of loopholes. You will only have the form, but not the spirit. It has been a long time since anyone in our sword sect has used the heavy sword. Could it be that Lu Xian has given up on the fast sword and switched to the heavy sword because of his outstanding talent?" Hearing this, Elder Su did not agree with Elder Cheng's words. He had come into contact with Lu Xian in Lin City and knew that although Lu Xian had extraordinary talent, he was very humble. Arrogance would not appear in Lu Xian, so he immediately excused him. Lu Xian has a good temperament and will not make a wrong decision. Since he has chosen to practice the heavy sword, he must have his reasons. Perhaps he wants to find a new breakthrough in the heavy sword. There is no rush to make a conclusion now. We will know after watching. Elder Qing and Elder Lin both nodded slightly, but they secretly made a decision in their hearts. After this battle, they would definitely find Lu Xian and have a good talk. They could not let such a fine talent go astray and waste such a great talent. This sword is known as the Mystic Iron Sword. Its entire body is made of mystic iron, and it weighs 81 kilograms. As for its level, I'm not too sure either. Perhaps it's just barely comparable to a high-tier iron weapon. Lu Xian put down the mystic iron sword heavily and introduced it. However, Lin Tian's eyebrows furrowed tightly and he said with a displeased expression, "Lu Xian, are you looking down on me? Everyone knows that you're best at using a swift sword. Now, you've taken out a heavy sword to fight me, and it's even heavier than a normal heavy weapon. How will you be able to display your full strength? If that's the case, then there's no point in competing." Lu Xian's fast sword could be said to be quite famous. During the entrance test, he had used less than 10% of his yuan power to defeat the saber-sex genius Xinggang. Last time in the sword forest, he had used the sword in his hand to instantly take down Su Wenyang. Although he had only revealed his strength twice, it was enough to make everyone take him seriously. Why did Lu Xian suddenly take out a heavy sword? He shouldn't have hidden his strength in a duel of this level. Could it be that his heavy sword is more powerful than his swift sword? The spectating disciples below the stage whispered to each other. You think too highly of Lu Xian. Even if he is in the limelight, he is only at the 6th level of body refinement. Just now, I heard from Lin Tian that he has already reached the peak of the 7th level of body refinement. How could Lu Xian be his opponent? In my opinion, Lu Xian reckons that he is going to lose, so he might as well give up and use something that he is not proficient in against his opponent. This way, even if he loses, he will have an excuse. I think so too. Even if it is a heavy sword, he should use a better-looking one. Look at his sword, it is simply a fire stick. There is no sword tip, no sword edge, how can he kill his opponent? That's right, he also said that it is heavy. It is 81 kilograms. Even the weapons used by the axe and hammer school disciples are not that heavy, right? With that said, the disciples felt that it was reasonable. Although the black iron sword looked quite big, it did not give them confidence. Thinking of this, the disciples who bet on Lu Xian to win, although they still supported Lu Xian on the surface, began to secretly curse in their hearts. If Lu Xian lost, then all their bets would be for naught. The heavy sword is also a type of sword. Its existence is reasonable. How do you know that the strength of the heavy sword is not as powerful as the fast sword? Towards Lin Tian's questioning, Lu Xian was not angry. He only smiled and explained. Humph, twisting words and forcing logic. Since you are not willing to change your sword, then let me see your heavy sword. When the time comes, you will naturally take out your fast sword. Lin Tian did not want to argue with Lu Xian. Since you are not willing to bring out your true strength, then I will beat you until you bring out your true strength. Come, you are the strongest opponent I have ever met. Let me see the strength of a martial artist at the peak of the 7th level of body refinement. Lu Xian's expression also became serious. He began to slowly mobilize his spirit power and entered a state of battle. Lin Tian, who stood before him, was indeed the strongest opponent Lu Xian had ever faced head-on since he was born. The warriors in the sword forest were all illusions, and their strength could not be compared to that of a real warrior. Although Long Zhan had also died by Lu Xian's hands, it was through trickery, and he had not fought head-on. Moreover, although Long Zhan was also at the peak of the 7th tier of body refinement, in terms of combat strength, he might not be stronger than Lin Tian. The two people's auras continued to rise, especially Lin Tian. The aura that was previously contained within his body was now released without reservation, appearing extremely violent. However, Lu Xian was not inferior. His whole body did not move an inch. The tip of the black iron sword was firmly pressed against the ground. Facing Lin Tian's aura, he was like a rock in a stormy sea. No matter how strong you are, I am as steady as Mount Tai. A few strands of hair fluttered by his ear, adding a bit of elegance to Lu Xian's appearance. The battle was about to begin, the disciples below the stage were already silent. Their eyes stared unblinkingly at the two people on the stage. Even the 8 people in the top 10, including Emo Qiuchen, had a serious expression on their faces. They were waiting for the thunderous strike after the clash of auras, seeing that Lu Xian did not react in the slightest when facing the aura that he had been accumulating for a long time. Lin Tian was secretly a bit surprised. He was actually unable to shake Lu Xian in the slightest even though he was an entire small realm higher. It could be seen that Lu Xian's foundation was incomparably solid. However, Lin Tian was determined to suppress Lu Xian with his aura, so he was not in a hurry to make a move. The spirit force in his body began to circulate wildly. The robes on his body began to flutter even though there was no wind. The aura that he released suddenly increased, becoming even more majestic. Seeing that Lin Tian actually wanted to compete with him in aura, Lu Xian's arrogance was immediately aroused. Since you want to compete in aura, then let's compete. Originally, Lu Xian had only used the force dissipation technique that he had comprehended in the Gale formation to dissipate Lin Tian's aura. He had not directly collided with his aura. Now, however, he suddenly stopped dissipating and began to face Lin Tian's aura head-on. The mysterious iron sword in Lu Xian's hand spun slightly, and a fierce gaze suddenly shot out from his eyes. The Tai origin art's circulation instantly sped up, and an incomparably ferocious aura was released without restraint. He had just returned from the back mountains, and had killed no less than 10 ferocious beasts along the way. The killing intent and ferociousness in his heart had not yet disappeared, and now naturally merged into his aura. Lu Xian's sudden eruption immediately caught Lin Tian unprepared. He only felt that the originally stubborn reef-like Lu Xian had transformed into an ancient ferocious beast in the blink of an eye. The powerful aura contained a frightening ferocity that instantly forced Lin Tian's aura back, causing him to involuntarily feel a wave of fear and subconsciously take a step back. However, he quickly reacted, and forcibly stopped his retreat. Hardening his heart, an extremely sharp aura stealthily merged into his aura. With the support of this aura, the originally unstoppable Lin Tian actually managed to regain his footing. Lu Xian's ferocious and unstoppable aura was directly torn apart by him, and he once again regained the initiative. As he felt Lin Tian's aura suddenly change, a strange glint flashed across Lu Xian's eyes. This aura was actually so familiar. In the past 3 months, my greatest improvement was not stepping into the peak of the 7th layer of the body refinement realm, but successfully comprehending sword intent. Now that my sword intent has already reached the basic level, Lu Xian, are you sure you still won't take out your swift sword? Lin Tian's voice slowly sounded out. Originally, he had not planned on taking out his sword intent so quickly. This was one of his trump cards. However, Lu Xian's aura was even more powerful than he had expected. As prideful as he was naturally unwilling to admit defeat. Therefore, even if he had to expose his trump card, he still wanted to suppress Lu Xian in terms of aura. Although Lin Tian's sword intent was only at the basic level, it had still touched the threshold of sword intent. With the support of this sword intent, his aura instantly became sharp. Lu Xian's ferocious and vigorous aura was no longer able to obstruct him. The all-conquering sword intent instantly tore apart Lu Xian's aura and directly pressed towards Lu Xian. Good kid. Sword intent. It's actually sword intent. Ha ha ha, my Lin family has finally found a successor. Sensing the sword intent that Lin Tian emitted, Elder Lin instantly stood up in excitement. Whether a sword cultivator had comprehended sword intent or not made a huge difference. Why was Lu Xian able to kill so many opponents in the sword forest? Besides the strength of the Tai fusion technique and martial techniques, sword intent was also an extremely important factor. It was a superb technique for fighting those at a higher cultivation level. Not bad, not bad. As expected, the wheel of fortune turns. Now, it's finally time for my sword sect to rise. If Lin Tian works hard, in the next sect competition, he might have the strength to fight for the top 3. Elder Ching said with a smile. Sensing the change in Lin Tian, the gazes of the disciples in the top 10 became even more solemn. Originally, they had come for Lu Xian. After all, with Lu Xian's talent, it was extremely likely that he would be a threat to their positions. Unexpectedly, they had discovered that Lin Tian's strength had improved so greatly. Senior brother Mo, in your opinion, between Lu Xian and Lin Tian, who will win? A rather boorish-looking disciple asked Mo melancholy. He was the number 1 disciple of the Axe and Hammer sect, Chen Wang. At the same time, he was also ranked 5th in the overall ranking. The Axe and Hammer sect had always been at odds with the Saber sect, so they had a good relationship with the Sword sect and the Spear sect. Lu Xian. Mo melancholy very succinctly spat out 2 words. Chen Wang was stunned when he heard this. At the beginning, he was also somewhat optimistic about Lu Xian, but now that he saw that Lin Tian had not only reached the peak of the 7th layer of the body refinement realm, but had also reached the entry level of sword intent, his evaluation of Lin Tian immediately increased. He did not expect that Mo Melancholy would still be optimistic about Lu Xian. Moreover, his answer was quite straightforward and without a trace of hesitation. It was unknown where his confidence in Lu Xian came from. Upon hearing this, a rare mysterious smile appeared on Mo Chochen's face. However, he did not offer any explanation. Was an entry-level sword intent that powerful? The so-called entry-level was merely touching the edge of sword intent, but one did not even understand what sword intent was. It might be enough for an ordinary martial artist, but it was not even worth mentioning in front of Lu Xian. Lu Xian had only revealed his sword intent a few times. The first time was during the entrance test, during the duel with Xinggang. However, he had only revealed a hint of sword intent, and no one could be sure of it. The second time was at the entrance of the martial skill pavilion, where he had used sword intent to threaten the middle-aged deacon. However, not many people had witnessed it, and no one had been able to recognize the sword intent. Therefore, apart from Xia Yi and the others, no one knew that Lu Xian had completely comprehended sword intent. As for Mo Chochin, he had already comprehended spear intent, and he could faintly feel a resonance from Lu Xian's body. Therefore, he was certain that Lu Xian had definitely grasped sword intent. Moreover, it was definitely not at the entry level like Lin Tian. Sensing the sword intent emitted by Lin Tian, Lu Xian's aura did not diminish. He merely smiled and said, "I'm afraid that this is not enough to force me to take out my longsword. Since your sword intent is already at the entry level, I'll give you a hand. I'll let you experience the sword intent of the initial stage." After saying this, Lu Xian no longer concealed himself. He completely unleashed the sword intent of the initial stage. A violent and sharp sword intent instantly gushed out from Lu Xian's body and swept towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's sword intent, which had the upper hand just a moment ago, disappeared in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Lin Tian felt as if Lu Xian had transformed into a sharp long sword that he could not look at directly. It was as if a single glance at him would cause one's eyes to be blinded by the sharpness of the sword. At this moment, he could no longer feel the existence of his entry-level sword intent. The previously incomparably sharp aura had been completely torn apart by Lu Xian, scattering all over the ground. It felt as if a 3-year-old child was waving a paper sword at a burly man, only for the burly man to rush over, snatch the paper sword from his hand, and instantly tear it into pieces. The aura emitted by Lin Tian had already been completely destroyed, and he was completely enveloped by Lu Xian's sword intent. This feeling was as if he was in a forest of swords. No, it was even more powerful than a forest of swords. Although the sword intent in a forest of swords was dense, it was scattered. However, the sword intent emitted by Lu Xian was completely restrained and concentrated on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression changed drastically. In this battle of aura, he had already lost, and it was a crushing defeat, although it sounded complicated. In reality, from the moment Lu Xian unleashed his initial stage sword intent to tearing apart Lin Tian's sword intent, it was only a matter of the blink of an eye. The disciples below the stage looked at the two motionless people on the stage with puzzled eyes. They did not know what the two of them were doing. However, although they could not understand the battle of sword intent, they could clearly see the drastic change in Lin Tian's expression. The disciples who supported Lin Tian could not help but shiver in their hearts, while the disciples who supported Lu Xian revealed joyful expressions. Without a doubt, at least from the looks of it, Lu Xian had the upper hand. This change in the blink of an eye naturally fell into the eyes of the 3 great elders of the sword sect. The disciples below the stage might not be able to see through Xuanji, but how could the 3 of them not be able to? However, this time, the 3 of them did not move, as if they were not as excited as they were when Lin Tian's sword intent was initiated. However, if one looked closely, they would realize that the 3 of them were completely stunned and could not react at all. Elder Su took a moment to digest this shocking piece of information before he slowly said, "This is the true sword intent, not the shallow sword intent of the entry-level sword intent, but the true sword intent." He emphasized the word true twice in a single sentence. The sword intent that Lu Xian unleashed was true sword intent, solid sword intent. Lin Tian's sword was only at the entry level. Being at the entry level did not mean that he had truly grasped the sword will. It could only be said that he had touched the edge of the sword will. It was a hazy feeling, and he would have a chance to truly comprehend the sword will in the future. However, there was no doubt that Lu Xian had successfully crossed the threshold at that moment. During the entrance test, I felt a trace of sword intent from Lu Xian's body, but I did not dare to confirm it. I thought that he was at most at the elementary stage of sword intent, but I did not expect that he had already completely grasped it. This child is truly monstrous. 16 years old, 6th rank of the body refinement realm, and completely grasped sword intent. This kind of talent, even in the core disciple level, I'm afraid that he would be one of the best. Elder Cheng's beard trembled, obviously due to his excitement. Yes, he is indeed too monstrous. This time Tian has lost, completely lost. Elder Lin also sighed. As expected, there is always a higher mountain, and this time, Lin Tian will definitely learn a lesson. Elder Cheng nodded, however, this time, Lin Tian has also profited from his misfortune. This boy, Lu Xian, is much more broad-minded than I imagined. Even when I was young, I would not have been able to do this. As he spoke, the praise in Elder Cheng's eyes for Lu Xian became even more intense. Hearing Elder Cheng's praise, Elder Su immediately grinned. The more dazzling Lu Xian's performance was, the more radiant his face was. He immediately said, "Of course, how could the disciple that I, Elder Su, have picked be wrong?" During the entrance test, Lu Xian was first in all 4 rounds. Even the most difficult trial of temperament, he passed it extremely quickly. The only area that he was delayed in was the trial of lust. This boy, in the future, I'm afraid that there will be many women who will be harmed. Hearing this, Elder Cheng and Elder Lin could not help but smile, nodding in agreement. In terms of appearance, although Lu Xian was not a very handsome man, he still had a very attractive and masculine aura. With such outstanding talent, in the future, the number of women who would voluntarily come to him would be uncountable. Lin Tian, who was enveloped by Lu Xian's sword intent, had completely given up resisting. He closed his eyes. His entry-level sword intent was not even worth mentioning in front of Lu Xian. He had no ability to resist at all. After a full 10 breaths of time, Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes. The way he looked at Lu Xian was full of complex emotions. But very quickly, the complex emotions gradually converged and turned into a trace of sincerity. "Thank you." Lin Tian sincerely bowed to Lu Xian. Hearing this, Lu Xian faintly smiled. The sword intent quietly disappeared without a trace, as if it was never there in the first place. "No need. We are all from the same sect, as long as it helped you." Hearing Lu Xian's words, a trace of shame flashed across Lin Tian's face. He shook his head and said, "No wonder everyone thinks so highly of you. You are much stronger than me. Just your breadth of mind is something that I need to learn from." Although the conversation between the two was not loud, it fell unreservedly into the ears of the spectating disciples. Even those disciples who did not hear the conversation could not help but reveal a trace of surprise when they saw Lin Tian bowing to Lu Xian. What was going on? The fight had not even started and Lin Tian had already admitted defeat. Could it be that this Lu Xian really had an innate aura of a king, and the aura of a king had instantly subdued Lin Tian? I did not expect that this Lu Xian had hidden his strength so deeply. No wonder senior brother Mo thinks so highly of him. Cheng Wang was a little shocked and immediately spoke to Mo Desheng. While they were not as knowledgeable as the 3 elders, they were still much more knowledgeable than the average disciple. The clash of auras between Lu Xian and Lin Tian seemed to have been very simple, and the amount of time spent on it was also relatively short. However, the twists and turns within were not things that the average disciple could understand. Cheng Wang was not the only one who saw through Xuanji. Even the other disciples in the top 10 of the overall ranking had their eyes locked onto Lu Xian. At this moment, in their opinion, this Lu Xian was far more difficult to deal with than Lin Tian. He would definitely be a formidable opponent. After Lu Xian used the sword will at the entry level to break through Lin Tian's entry-level sword will, he did not take the opportunity to attack Lin Tian. Instead, he completely enveloped Lin Tian with his sword will at the entry level. From an outsider's point of view, Lu Xian might have been using Lin Tian's power to suppress him. However, only those with a discerning eye would know that Lu Xian was completely unleashing his sword will at the entry level, allowing Lin Tian to experience it in detail. Now that Lin Tian had already comprehended the entry-level sword intent, it would be extremely beneficial for him to comprehend the true sword intent. Not only would it completely stabilize the entry-level sword intent, it would also greatly reduce the time needed to successfully cross the threshold. Because of this, Lin Tian was instantly subdued by Lu Xian and sincerely thanked Lu Xian. In the past, when he provoked Lu Xian, not only did Lu Xian not bear a grudge, he even repaid enmity with kindness. His magnanimity made Lin Tian feel ashamed of his own inferiority. Because of Lu Xian's actions, Lin Tian had completely dispelled the prejudice he had against him. His heart was instantly filled with joy. He once again raised the sword in his hand and said loudly, "Lu Xian, I have already lost this battle. However, I still want to have a real battle with you. Perhaps this is the only chance in this lifetime for me to defeat you. In the future, your achievements will definitely far surpass mine." Lin Tian's unpretentious words immediately won over Lu Xian's good impression. He laughed loudly and said, "Good. The battle of oars just now was really not satisfying. My hands are also itching. Next, neither of us will use sword intent and just compete with our hands. How about it?" Lin Tian revealed a trace of a smile. "I couldn't ask for more. However, this way, I will have the advantage. Let me see just what makes you so confident." Although Lu Xian was still wielding a heavy sword, Lin Tian no longer dared to underestimate him in the slightest. Judging from everything that had happened just now, Lu Xian's insistence on using a heavy sword was definitely not because he was looking down on him. Moreover, with his powerful sword will, Lu Xian definitely did not have any thoughts of giving up. He definitely had a certain level of confidence, which was why he used a heavy sword to fight against him. As the two spoke, the battle intent that had just disappeared gathered once again. The two of them once again assumed their battle stances, their entire bodies brimming with battle intent. However, at this moment, the disciples below the stage were in an uproar. "Hey! Did you guys hear that?" Lin Tian took the initiative to admit defeat. "That means that the winner of this duel is Lu Xian. Haha, I can take my bet later." The disciple who spoke was the one who bet on Lu Xian's victory. However, someone immediately retorted, "T. Just now, it was just a competition of aura. The battle has just begun, so how can it be considered as Lu Xian's victory? Only then can the real outcome of the battle be determined." Without a doubt, the person who retorted was the disciple who bet on Lin Tian's victory. "You guys are too shameless." Lin Tian himself said that he has already lost. No matter what happens next, it will naturally be considered as Lu Xian's victory. The disciple who spoke earlier was unhappy. The odds for Lu Xian's victory were 1-1-5, and they had bet thousands of contribution points. For them, this wasn't a small amount. The argument between a few disciples instantly turned into a quarrel between countless disciples. With benefits at stake, no one was willing to admit defeat. Silence. Anyone who makes a racket will be directly expelled. Seeing that the quarrel was getting more and more intense, to the point that it even affected the two main characters on the stage, Elder Chung finally stood out. He wouldn't care about the little bet of these disciples. No one should think about affecting the competition between the two geniuses of his sword sect. However, Elder Cheng's angry shout couldn't suppress the situation. Although many disciples had quieted down, there were still some disciples who were still making a racket. This time, Elder Chen was furious. They dared to be so impudent in the sword sect's territory. Perhaps the sword sect didn't have much status in the past, but with the rise of Lu Xian and the entry of Lin Tian's sword intent, the sword sect would most likely become the #1 branch sect again after the next sect grand competition. How could they tolerate a group of disciples being impudent? He immediately soared through the air and landed in the middle of the crowd. He quickly grabbed a few disciples who were making the most noise and threw them out. Although he used a sliver of origin power to support them when he threw them, so that they wouldn't cause too much damage, they still suffered a lot of pain. As soon as Elder Ching made his move, those disciples who were still arguing instantly shut up. Being thrown out was no laughing matter. Not only would they lose face, but they would also get bruised if they were not careful. with their status, they could only grit their teeth and swallow it down. Elder Chen coldly swept his gaze across the crowd. Seeing that no one dared to make a sound, Elder Chen returned to the judge's seat. Seeing this, the disciples who supported Lin Tian were naturally extremely happy. At least there was still a chance to turn things around. As for the disciples who supported Lu Xian, they were secretly worried for him. Originally, Lu Xian's strongest trump card was his small success sword intent, but Lu Xian had just said that they would only compete with their hands. Neither of them would use their sword intent, which was undoubtedly giving up his greatest advantage. On the surface, it seemed like Lu Xian was no match for someone who was at the peak of the 6th rank of body refinement against someone who was at the peak of the 7th rank of body refinement. But no matter what, they could only secretly cheer for Lu Xian in their hearts. They had to win this battle. That way, no matter what, they would definitely win. As the crowd quietened down, Lu Xian and Lin Tian had already completely entered their battle state. In their eyes, there was only the existence of the other. Lu Xian used a heavy sword. Facing Lin Tian, he chose to defend instead of attack. The most powerful aspect of the black iron sword was that it had no flaws. How could a sword technique that was completely made up of basic sword moves have any flaws? Since Lu Xian did not attack, Lin Tian naturally chose to take the initiative to attack. For someone like him who used a quick sword, the best defense was to attack. If the opponent did not even have the slightest chance to attack, how could he even defend? With a low shout, Lin Tian's body suddenly flashed. In a flash, he had already arrived in front of Lu Xian. The blood drinker sword, in his hand, noiselessly extended towards Lu Xian's lower body. Sword chi burst forth as the sword slashed upwards. How could Lu Xian, who had been closely watching Lin Tian's movements, let Lin Tian succeed so easily? He quickly raised the black iron sword, and with an ordinary horizontal sweep, he instantly sealed off the direction of Lin Tian's attack. Although it was only an ordinary horizontal sweep, with the weight of the black iron sword, as well as Lu Xian's yuan power, the power was enormous. Before the sword arrived, the sword wind had already arrived. An incomparably powerful force directly attacked Lin Tian's face. Facing this powerful force, Lin Tian did not dodge or evade, and continued to attack Lu Xian. A few exclamations sounded from below the stage. They did not know what Lin Tian was doing. Was he committing suicide? But before they could figure it out, an unexpected scene appeared. Lin Tian, who was swept by the sword wind, did not spit out blood as they had expected. Instead, he suddenly turned from hard to soft, as if he had turned into a broken leaf, drifting along with the sword wind. In an instant, he floated to the left of Lu Xian. At this moment, the soft force that Lin Tian emitted suddenly disappeared, once again turning from soft to hard. Both his legs abruptly stomped on the ground, his speed increased by another 30%, and like an arrow leaving the bow, he thrust his sword forward. For a moment, the disciples below the stage could not keep up with Lin Tian's speed. As if he had teleported, the tip of Lin Tian's sword was less than 5 steps away from Lu Xian. With Lin Tian's speed, he would probably be able to pierce through Lu Xian in the blink of an eye. Exclamations sounded again, but this time, it was those who supported Lu Xian who began to worry for him. They believed that if Lu Xian was wielding a longsword, he would definitely be able to block this strike. But now, he was wielding a heavy sword that weighed 81 kilograms. Even swinging it was extremely difficult, so how could he possibly block this extremely fast strike? In the blink of an eye, Lu Xian let out a low growl. The incomparably heavy black iron sword was instantly swung up and viciously slashed downwards. Although it had been launched later, it arrived first and blocked between the two before Lin Tian's sword could reach him. Lin Tian's gaze flickered, preparing to change the direction of his attack, but he did not expect the ferocious black iron sword to suddenly change its trajectory, from slashing to slashing. Caught off guard, the black iron sword and blood drinker sword collided with a clang. Lin Tian was greatly alarmed. The black iron sword was a heavy sword. How could the blood drinker sword possibly be a match for a direct collision? He immediately gave up on the idea of changing the direction of his attack and unreservedly poured all of his strength into the blood drinker sword, preparing to take this attack head-on. But soon after, the force transmitted from the black iron sword once again exceeded Lin Tian's expectations. It was not the incomparably powerful force that he had expected, but instead an extremely gentle and sticky force. Such a heavy sword was actually able to display the sticky force that only a soft sword could. This was simply against common sense. Before Lin Tian could think of anything else, the blood drinker sword had already been completely sucked in by the black iron sword. Lu Xian no longer hesitated. The black iron sword ruthlessly swept out. When it was in midair, a force was suddenly released, instantly separating the black iron sword from the blood drinker sword. Under the powerful inertia, the blood drinker sword, along with Lin Tian, was thrown out without any suspense. If it was an ordinary person, this throw would definitely cause them to fall flat on their face and even cause internal injuries. Fortunately, Lin Tian was also extremely powerful. Through some unknown movement, he managed to quietly eliminate this extremely powerful inertia, and just like before, he once again turned into a fallen leaf and slowly fell to the ground. Lu Xian sheathed his sword and stood, while Lin Tian raised his sword in defense. The two had once again returned to the previous situation. It seemed like they were evenly matched, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Lin Tian had already lost by one move. Just now, he had temporarily changed his force in midair and reversed the flow of yuan power. At this moment, his qi and blood were most likely already in turmoil, and he might even have suffered some internal injuries. The three elders on the stage were constantly nodding their heads. Elder Chung stroked his beard and said with a faint smile, "Lin Tian's returning wind and falling leaves, swordsmanship has been practiced to the extreme, and he has deeply grasped its essence. As swift as a gale, as slow as a falling leaf, it can be used both offensively and defensively. If not for the fact that Lu Xian's force was too fierce and too fast, he might not have been at a disadvantage." The returning wind and falling leaves swordsmanship, as the name suggested, was to treat oneself as a falling leaf in the wind. Like a falling leaf drifting in the wind, one would borrow the force to dodge and wait for an opportunity to attack. Without a doubt, Lin Tian had displayed the essence of this swordsmanship to its fullest. When Elder Lin heard this, he laughed heartily. There's no need to praise him. The returning wind and falling leaves swordsmanship is merely a mid-grade martial technique. Anyone can learn it to this extent if they spend some time. On the contrary, Lu Xian has truly exceeded my expectations. I never imagined that he would be able to use the heavy sword to such an extent. Originally, I had wanted to have a good talk with him after this, and tell him to focus on practicing his swift sword and not be distracted. I never imagined that the heavy sword could display such might in his hands. This child's talent in the way of the sword is truly too shocking. As soon as Elder Lin said this, Elder Qing immediately nodded his head. Your thoughts coincide with mine. It seems that old Su understands Lu Xian the best. He knew that Lu Xian would not do useless things. Although he only used 3.5 moves, the essence of the heavy sword was displayed to its fullest. The first move was a clean sweep, without holding back. Although it was not bad, it was still ordinary. However, the following 2.5 moves were something that even I am ashamed of myself. Yes, that is indeed the case. The 1.5 moves that changed from a reverse slash to a horizontal slash would not have been able to be executed so naturally without countless hours of hard practice. It was as if he had lifted something heavy as if it was light and had it at his fingertips. However, the most difficult was the last move. It was already not easy to turn hardness into softness, and it was even more difficult to use the heavy sword to execute softness. Furthermore, the hardness of his heavy sword had reached the pinnacle. However, when the two swords clashed, he was still able to change it so quickly. It was simply unbelievable. Elder Lin was not stingy with his praise for Lu Xian. Although the battle between Lu Xian and Lin Tian was extremely fast, and the disciples might have only seen the two of them exchange blows before they separated, the three great elders had sharp eyes and were able to clearly see the profoundness of the battle. In particular, the few moves that Lu Xian had made that seemed simple had been thoroughly analyzed by them. Well done, Lu Xian. I never thought that your mastery of the heavy sword would be so great. I almost suffered a great loss from you. It seems that the returning wind and falling leaves sword technique is unable to force you to use your true strength. Lin Tian took a deep breath and suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body before speaking. This sword technique is called the returning wind falling leaves sword technique? It does live up to its name. It's a powerful technique. Lu Xian nodded his head. His words were indeed from the bottom of his heart. No wonder Lin Tian was ranked 10th in the overall ranking. He had some tricks up his sleeves. If Lin Tian's opponent wasn't him, it wouldn't be easy for the other disciples to dodge Lin Tian's attacks. Even Lu Xian had used up all of his strength. Lin Tian laughed, "You don't need to praise me. Not only did I not force you to use your true strength, but I also lost to your heavy sword. This sword technique's value is limited. However, if you think that my strength is limited to this, then you are wrong. Since I've already tested your strength, then I won't hold back anymore." The returning wind falling leaves sword technique is only a middle grade yellow level technique. Next, I'll show you my other technique. It's my trump card, the frenzied wave sword technique, a high grade yellow level technique. Once Lin Tian's words came out, all the disciples below the stage were shocked. A yellow-ranked upper-grade martial skill was not something a normal inner sect disciple could learn. In the entire martial skill pavilion, the highest level was only a yellow-ranked middle-grade martial skill. Even for the core disciples, a yellow-ranked upper-grade martial skill was extremely rare. Thinking about it, Lin Tian's sword technique was definitely not obtained from the martial skill pavilion. It was highly likely that he obtained it from his clan. A mid-grade yellow-ranked martial skill was already able to fight evenly with Lu Xian. Now that he had a high-grade yellow-ranked martial skill, how could Lu Xian be a match for him? In an instant, the disciples who supported Lin Tian were excited. The disciples who supported Lu Xian were even more worried. Of course, they were more worried that their bets would go down the drain. Hearing this, Lu Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "That's exactly what I wanted." He also had a high-grade yellow-level technique, the blinking sword technique. However, he didn't use it many times in front of outsiders. Presumably, no one would be able to recognize its grade. As for Imo Chen and the others who witnessed the power of the blinking sword technique in the back mountains, they were already dead. However, up until now, he had never used a high-rank yellow-ranked martial skill against any of his opponents. This time, he would be able to witness the might of a high-rank yellow-ranked martial skill. Lin Tian didn't make Lu Xian wait for long. With a light shout, he attacked once more. However, the style of his sword technique had changed abruptly. It was no longer sharp and gentle, but an extremely powerful and domineering one. Lin Tian leaped high into the air, and with a Mount Tai suppression, the sword in his hand slashed down at Lu Xian's head. There wasn't the slightest bit of fancy movements, and he didn't hold back in the slightest. Lu Xian decisively raised his sword to block, and the blood drinker sword immediately slashed onto the black iron sword without reservation. There was a crisp sound of impact, and sparks were set off. But the black iron sword was made entirely of black iron, so there was not the slightest damage at all. And the blood drinker sword was also a high-grade iron weapon. The material and workmanship were excellent, so naturally there would not be any damage. Lin Tian didn't stop at all when his sword slashed onto the black iron sword. He pressed down with the blood drinker sword, and borrowed the rebounding force from the sword's body to rise once more. Instead of retreating, he advanced, and this time slashed horizontally. Lu Xian blocked again. Just as he was about to take advantage of the opportunity to counterattack, Lin Tian's attack only touched Lu Xian's sword once more, not giving Lu Xian any chance to counterattack. Lin Tian's attack followed closely behind. It was still as straightforward as before, and there was not the slightest bit of excess movement. His target was Lu Xian, but in terms of power and speed, he was much stronger than the first time. The might of the Wild Wave sword technique was finally displayed. The Wild Wave sword technique, as the name suggested, was an extremely powerful and fast martial skill. Each wave was stronger than the previous. Each wave was faster than the previous. The person wielding the sword was like the surging waves, and the target of the attack was the reef in the sea. The waves constantly crashed against the reef, wave after wave. Unless the waves disappeared, no matter how strong the reef was, it would eventually collapse. Once the sword technique was unleashed, it could not be stopped. To break this move, the only way was to interrupt the sword technique when it had just been unleashed, before its power was revealed. Otherwise, each subsequent move would be stronger than the previous, causing one to be exhausted and unable to deal with it. And now, Lu Xian had fallen into such an awkward situation. Lin Tian's attacks became faster and faster, like a torrential storm, constantly pouring down on Lu Xian. At the start, Lu Xian was still able to deal with it, but as his attacks became faster and faster, Lu Xian began to feel a considerable amount of pressure. Furthermore, what shocked him even more was that, with the power of the black iron sword, he could actually feel the pain from Lin Tian's attacks on his wrist. To be able to achieve such an effect with a fast sword against a heavy sword, this wild wave sword technique was indeed extraordinary, worthy of being a high-grade yellow rank martial skill. And in this, Lin Tian's strength also played a huge role. Against Lu Xian at the peak of the 7th layer of the body refinement realm, the advantage of being at the 6th layer of the body refinement realm was finally revealed. Lin Tian unceasingly attacked, while Lu Xian unceasingly defended. The speed of the two was extremely fast. As long as one did not keep up, the other would definitely take advantage of it. The rhythm of the two's attacks was so fast that the disciples below the stage had already stopped chatting with each other. Their eyes unblinkingly stared, afraid that if they missed a single moment, the outcome would already be decided. Although this Lu Xian is at a disadvantage, the strength he is displaying is too terrifying. Qing Wang said with some shock as he stared at the battle between the two on the stage. But unexpectedly, he was not praising Lin Tian, who had the upper hand, but Lu Xian, who was at a disadvantage. To one side, Mo Kuei-chen could not help but nod in agreement, and took the initiative to speak. To be able to use such a heavy sword to block Lin Tian's violent attacks is simply inconceivable. I can hardly imagine what kind of effect Lu Xian will have when he uses his fast sword later. Qing Wang nodded his head. That's right, but this is also Lu Xian's greatest strength. Although he can block Lin Tian's attacks with all his might, he simply cannot find a chance to counterattack. His consumption is far greater than Lin Tian's, and if this goes on, he will definitely lose. However, Lin Tian's improvement in this period of time is also very great. If he had this kind of strength during the Great Sect competition, he definitely would not have fallen to the last place in the top 10. As Qing Wang's words fell, Mo Kuei-chen seemed to suddenly remember something. He once again looked towards Lu Xian, and the astonishment in his eyes became even stronger. He had almost overlooked a detail. The long sword that Lin Tian was using had reached the peak of the 7th level of body refinement. To be able to unleash such a violent attack and endure for so long was naturally not a problem. But Lu Xian was using a heavy sword, and his level was only at the 6th level of body refinement. But relying on the strength of the 6th level of body refinement and wielding a heavy sword that weighed 81 kilograms, he was actually able to resist Lin Tian without making a single mistake. How terrifying was this? It seemed like Lu Xian's trump cards were far more than what was on the surface. Mo Kuei-chen had almost overlooked this detail, but the 3 great elders naturally would not. Unlike Lu Xian, they naturally knew about Lin Tian's wild wave sword art. Previously, when they saw that Lu Xian did not have much of a reaction when Lin Tian announced the name of the wild wave sword art, the 3 great elders knew that Lu Xian was definitely going to be at a disadvantage. Because the wild wave sword art was extremely powerful once it was used, when they saw that Lin Tian had successfully used the wild wave sword art, the 3 of them unanimously believed that Lu Xian would at most be able to last for half an incense stick of time against Lin Tian. Either he would be defeated, or he would choose to switch swords. But now, it had already been half an incense stick of time since Lin Tian had used the wild wave sword art, and Lu Xian did not show any signs of defeat. The mysterious iron sword in his hand was still as steady as Mount Tai. No matter which direction Lin Tian's attack came from, it would be blocked at the first moment. Although Lu Xian was unable to seize the opportunity to counterattack, Lin Tian would not be able to gain an advantage either. They did not expect that Lu Xian would be able to last for twice as long as they had expected. The 3 great elders all sucked in a breath of cold air. In the current battle, Lu Xian was at a disadvantage in terms of strength and weapon. Yet, he was still able to hold on to this extent. This was truly out of their expectations. However, their astonishment did not end there. Instead, it grew increasingly stronger. This was because Lu Xian was still persisting. An incense stick of time had already passed. Soon, it had reached half an incense stick of time. Even Lin Tian, who had maintained his offense all this time, was finding it difficult to endure. Lu Xian's tenacity had far exceeded his expectations. What was even more difficult for him to understand was that even his peak 7th layer body tempering cultivation was finding it difficult to endure. How could Lu Xian, who was only at the 6th layer body tempering cultivation and wielding a heavy sword, endure until now? Even so, Lin Tian could only grit his teeth and endure. Once an attack was launched, it could not be easily interrupted. Once it was interrupted, it would be akin to a receding tide. All the accumulated momentum would instantly dissipate, and he would be easily defeated by Lu Xian. Why hasn't Lu Xian changed his sword? Why is he still persisting? Isn't this a waste of yuan power? Does he really want to compete in endurance with Tian? Elder Lin was somewhat confused. To the side, Elder Su laughed heartily as he said, "Old Lin, you're wrong this time. Lu Xian is not simply persisting for the sake of persevering. He is using Lin Tian to train, using Lin Tian as a feeder." Hearing this, Elder Lin was startled. Looking closely, it was indeed so. No wonder Lu Xian didn't change his sword for so long and persisted. Who would have thought that he was actually using his opponent's attacks to train during this duel? This child will definitely become a great person in the future. Elder Lin let out a long sigh and sighed. In his heart, he added a sentence. If Lin Tian was even half as good as Lu Xian, he would be incomparably gratified. Elder Su's words were indeed correct. Lu Xian was indeed using Lin Tian to train. Previously, when he practiced his sword under the waterfall, he trained steadily and trained his strength. But now, facing Lin Tian's tide-like attacks, he trained his technique and trained his accuracy. After the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, Lu Xian felt that his strength had increased by more than one level. However, he could not continue any longer. If he continued, his yuan power would be depleted. Although the Tai origin art was powerful, it could not continuously supply him with yuan power. If he wanted to defeat Lin Tian, he naturally needed to conserve 10% of his strength. Lin Tian attacked again, and Lu Xian blocked again. This had almost become a routine. This back and forth pattern continued for nearly 2 incense sticks of time. But this time, facing Lin Tian's extremely fast attack, Lu Xian did not rush to make a move. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the sword in his hand. The distance between the two instantly shortened. Seeing that Lin Tian's attack was about to hit Lu Xian, the disciples below the stage cried out in alarm. Haha, Lu Xian finally can't hold on any longer. It looks like we're the ones who will win this bet. The disciples who supported Lin Tian immediately smiled. Seeing that Lu Xian was unable to block in time, the crowd naturally assumed that Lu Xian couldn't hold on any longer. To be able to hold on for so long in front of a peak 7th rank body refinement cultivator with only the 6th rank body refinement cultivator at the peak 7th rank without revealing a single flaw was already very strong. If this continued, then it would really be too heaven-defying. Not only did the disciples think this way, but the 3 elders on the stage also couldn't help but stand up. They also thought this way. The 3's gazes were dignified. If Lin Tian couldn't stop in time, they would be ready to help at any time. All of this happened in an instant. In this split second, when everyone thought that the dust had settled, they only heard a low roar from Lu Xian. He, who hadn't made a move, once again exploded. The Tai origin technique provided a thick spirit power that poured into the black iron sword without reservation. The spirit power was crazily activated, and in an instant, a layer of astral energy appeared on the blade of the sword. The air resistance was directly cut apart, and the heavy black iron sword, in Lu Xian's hands, was as light as a piece of paper as he quickly brandished it. As Lu Xian swung the mystic iron sword, the massive blade instantly turned into a black shadow, carrying with it an unparalleled force and strength as it launched a counterattack at Lin Tian without holding anything back. This sword was extremely fast, extremely strong, extremely fierce. It was the flow-severing sword. In the 5-element cave, the huge waterfall that was more than 30 meters tall could be cut in half by this sword, let alone Lin Tian's wild wave sword art. At this moment, Lu Xian was no longer a rock in the waves, but a huge ship that rode the wind and waves. No matter how violent and fast the waves were, Lu Xian would slash them apart with a single strike of his sword. When Lu Xian's sword cut off the flow, this black iron sword had not been enchanted. Now, with the addition of the Heavenly Dipper talisman, not only did it greatly increase the power that the black iron sword could unleash, it was also enchanted with a layer of stellar energy. helping it break through the air resistance. Its strength had increased by more than 30%. Sensing the ferocity of Lu Xian's sword, the attacking Lin Tian turned pale with fright. Each move of the Wild Wave sword art was stronger than the previous, but there was a limit. With his current attack, he was completely no match for Lu Xian's flow-severing sword. Moreover, he faintly felt that Lu Xian's sword had an innate restraining effect on his Wild Wave sword art, as if it was created to interrupt the Wild Wave sword art. He wanted to stop, but he had no choice. The Wild Wave sword art, one wave after another, would be pushed by the waves behind. How could it be stopped just because he wanted to? My life is over. Lin Tian couldn't help but think to himself as he allowed his body to rush forward. If he was hit by Lu Xian's sword, not only would his Wild Wave sword art be broken in the blink of an eye, the remaining force would be transferred to his body in an instant, and the powerful force would be enough to smash his internal organs into pieces. The sudden change in the situation was something that no one had expected. Seeing that Lu Xian seemed to be unable to resist, and Lin Tian was about to win, who would have thought that Lu Xian was actually accumulating his strength and suddenly exploding with such a powerful attack? This level of attack, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe that the person who had released this attack was only at the 6th level of body refinement. Qing Wang, who had been watching the changes in the field, had a face full of shock. Lin Tian is in danger. The power of Lu Xian's sword is almost comparable to my strongest attack. Even, in terms of aura, I'm slightly inferior to him. I can't believe it. Qing Wang was the #1 person in the axe and hammer faction. Weapons like axes and hammers were all about power and aura, using aura to suppress people, using strength to break the enemy. But now, Qing Wang had actually admitted that his strongest attack was slightly inferior to Lu Xian's sword. One could imagine how powerful this cutting stream sword was. Mo Qiuqian didn't say a word, only staring closely at the two people in the field. Lu Xian was much stronger than he had imagined. He didn't even need to use a fast sword to break Lin Tian's sword technique. Even without using sword intent, he was still able to release such a powerful attack. If he used sword intent, what kind of level would it reach? And the expressions of the three elders in the referee's seat changed drastically. They had stood up just now to prepare to help Lu Xian at any time, in case Lin Tian couldn't stop in time and Lu Xian was accidentally injured by his Wild Wave sword technique. But they didn't expect the situation to change so quickly. Their target of help had instantly changed from Lu Xian to Lin Tian. It was just that, Lu Xian's attack was too fierce, too fast, and they didn't dare to be sure if they could make it in time. Not good, this is bad. Leaving behind these words, Elder Qing had already flown out, directly towards the field. Elder Lin and Elder Su followed closely behind, not saying a word. Especially Elder Lin, a trace of anxiety flashed across his face. He loved his grandson, and wanted nothing more than to instantly move in front of Lin Tian and help him block Lu Xian's attack. Although the three elders flew out in time, the pace of the battle between Lu Xian and Lin Tian was too fast. Every attack happened in the blink of an eye, so how could they possibly catch up? Seeing that Lin Tian was about to suffer a heavy blow from Lu Xian, which would either cripple him or kill him in the worst-case scenario, the disciples below the ring were all stunned. For a moment, they actually forgot to pay attention to their bets. Some of the more cowardly disciples even turned their heads away, not wanting to see Lin Tian's tragic end. Lin Tian had already closed his eyes, Elder Qing's expression was miserable, and Elder Lin's eyes were filled with despair. Everyone had already accepted their fate. But at this moment, only an angry roar from Lu Xian could be heard. His voice instantly spread across the entire field, as if he had used all the strength in his body. Everyone's gazes gathered on him once again. Following this angry roar, Lu Xian forcefully withdrew a trace of the Yuan power that he had used with all his might. Rushing thunder flash, activate, everyone only saw a flash before their eyes, followed by a loud rumble. In an instant, a huge hole had been smashed into the huge stage. The loud rumble had come from that hole. At this moment, the movements of the two people on the stage finally came to a stop. When the dust settled, everyone took a closer look, only to discover that Lu Xian had unknowingly arrived near the hole. His chest was heaving up and down as he continuously gasped for breath. The mysterious iron sword in his hand was resting on the hole. Without a doubt, the loud rumble and the huge hole were both caused by Lu Xian. As for Lin Tian, he still maintained the posture from before, blankly standing on the spot. His eyes were somewhat dull, as if he had yet to recover from the previous scene. At this moment, the three great elders had finally arrived. They landed beside Lin Tian at almost the same time and gently landed on the ground. The danger had already passed and there was no need for them to act. Only when he sensed the arrival of the three did Lin Tian return to his senses. He struggled to close his eyes, and when he opened them again, he let out a long breath. Only now did he feel that he was truly still alive. Furthermore, he was not injured in the slightest. This feeling of escaping death was completely incomprehensible to those who had not experienced it themselves. When despair turned into hope, it was simply the most wonderful moment of one's life. Seeing that Lin Tian was fine, the three great elders simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge stone had been lifted from their hearts. But soon after, the three of them became anxious again. Was Lu Xian all right? Leaving Elder Lin behind to take care of Lin Tian, Elder Qing and Elder Su quickly rushed to Lu Xian's side. The two of them extended their hands to support Lu Xian. Elder Su asked with concern, "Lu Xian, are you all right?" After taking a few breaths, Lu Xian finally calmed his somewhat chaotic yuan power. He squeezed out a smile and said, "I'm fine, I'm just a little tired. I'll be fine after some rest." After receiving Lu Xian's reply, Elder Qing and Elder Su finally relaxed. To them, the fact that the two of them were fine was naturally the best outcome. However, when they recalled Lu Xian's actions, the two of them could not help but be somewhat shocked. They truly could not imagine how Lu Xian had relied on the strength of the sixth layer of the body refinement stage to achieve such a feat. What was even more rare was that not only had he managed to do it, he had not even suffered a single injury, only a little tired. At that critical moment, Lu Xian had forcefully retracted a sliver of his yuan power and abruptly activated the rushing thunder flash. He and his sword had instantly moved in front of Lin Tian so that Lin Tian would not be injured. Although it seemed simple, the danger and difficulty involved was far beyond what could be described with just a few words. Although the rushing thunder flash was strong, it was not omnipotent. If it was only moving with Lu Xian and the black iron sword, then naturally there would not be any pressure. However, at that moment, Lu Xian had released an incomparably strong sword. To successfully use the rushing thunder flash, not only did he need to bring himself away, but he also needed to bring along the energy that he had released. Therefore, just now, it could be said that Lu Xian had forcefully reversed the energy and dodged with that unparalleled strength. The power of the flowing severance was so strong that even Lin Tian's wild wave sword art was not a match for it. However, in order to not injure Lin Tian, Lu Xian had no other choice. In that instant, the burden on his body from using the rushing thunder flash was almost unimaginably large. It was because they knew the difficulty and pressure that Elder Su and Elder Qing were so shocked. How strong was the foundation of his body to be able to withstand such a huge burden? Even if it was the 8th or 9th layer of body refinement, they might not be able to do it. However, Lu Xian had relied on the 6th layer of body refinement to do it. All of this was naturally due to the Tai return to origin technique. The Tai return to origin technique's tempering of the body spread throughout his entire body, not leaving a single trace behind. Therefore, every stage of Lu Xian's body refinement was practically perfect. This caused his body's foundation to be incomparably solid. No matter what, Lu Xian's battle with Lin Tian had completely refreshed the three elders' evaluation of Lu Xian. With Lu Xian in the sword sect, there was no need to worry about not rising. The final result was completely out of everyone's expectations. From Lin Tian gaining the upper hand, to Lu Xian's sudden eruption, to Lin Tian falling into a dead end, to Lu Xian using his powerful strength to forcefully change his moves and resolve the crisis, although it was only for an instant, the process was full of twists and turns. The degree of brilliance was something that words could not describe. But no matter what the process was, the final result was very clear. Lin Tian lost, and Lu Xian won. As Lu Xian slowly recovered his strength, Lin Tian finally recovered as well and walked in front of him. "Thank you for showing mercy. I've lost, and I accept it wholeheartedly." At this moment, Lin Tian's gaze towards Lu Xian had turned into one of admiration. Whether it was Lu Xian's strength or his methods, he had completely won him over. Lu Xian smiled. With that bit of time as a buffer, his face was no longer as pale as before. A tinge of color had returned to his cheeks. The power of the Tai convergence technique was evident. You're not bad yourself. That strike just now was my strongest strike. Hearing this, Lin Tian revealed a bitter smile and shook his head. There's no need to comfort me. Although I knew that I would lose before the battle, I didn't expect to lose so miserably. I used all my strength, but I still couldn't see your swift sword. It's truly regretful. Although Lin Tian still challenged Lu Xian after losing in the Battle of Aura, he was already mentally prepared to lose. However, he thought that if he used all his strength, he would be able to force out Lu Xian's true strength. He didn't expect the difference between them to be so great. Without using a swift sword, Lu Xian defeated him with just a heavy sword. To be honest, Lin Tian felt a trace of defeat in his heart. He had always considered himself to be a genius, especially during this period of time, when he had reached the peak of the 7th tier of the refinement realm in one fell swoop, and when he had even grasped the basics of the sword will, he thought so even more. However, in the following battles, Lu Xian dealt him merciless blows again and again. First, his sword intent completely suppressed him. Then, without using sword intent, in a battle of pure strength, Lu Xian was able to defeat him while concealing his strength. There's always someone better. This defeat may not be a bad thing for you. From now on, don't be as arrogant as before. Elder Lin lectured Lin Tian. Presumably, after this battle, Lin Tian's motivation to cultivate would be further stimulated. It was time to curb his arrogance. This was the ending that Elder Lin hoped for. Lin Tian didn't refute, nodding his head obediently. There was nothing to deny in front of him. Looking at Lu Xian, he spoke again, from now on, I will not slack off. Although my chances of defeating you are getting slimmer and slimmer, I hope to witness your swift sword in the Grand Sect competition. After speaking, Lin Tian took a deep look at Lu Xian, then turned around and left. The battle was over, there was no point in staying. He couldn't shamelessly challenge Lu Xian again. Seeing Lin Tian walk down, his followers hurriedly followed, wanting to comfort him. However, Lin Tian only waved his hand at them, you don't have to follow me anymore. The moment Lin Tian said this, the lackeys were instantly dumbfounded. They didn't know what had happened to Lin Tian to cause such a huge change in him. However, Lin Tian naturally didn't care about what they thought and left by himself. Following Lin Tian's departure, the spectating disciples once again burst into a chaotic discussion. Haha, Lu Xian won. What a complete victory. That's won. 5 times the odds. We've struck it rich. The disciple who had bet on Lu Xian to win was dancing with joy, unable to contain his joy. I didn't expect Lin Tian to lose. Even though he's 1 level higher than Lu Xian, he still lost. Isn't he a little too useless? The disciple who had bet on Lin Tian was full of complaints. What do you mean by useless? Didn't you see Lin Tian's attack just now? If you have the ability, why don't you go up and take a few blows? It can only be said that Lu Xian is too strong. Just thinking about it is terrifying. He was able to defeat Lin Tian, who was at the peak of the 7th layer of the body refinement realm, at the 6th layer of the body refinement realm. When the time comes for the Grand Sect competition, how strong will he be? In my opinion, Su Wenyang's first place will probably be uncertain. As they spoke, the spectating disciples left the arena one by one. Many of them went straight to the armament pavilion, already impatient to collect their bets. As for the top 10 disciples on the overall ranking, they also silently left the arena. This battle had indeed given them quite a shock. The strength that Lin Tian had displayed alone had made them feel a strong sense of danger. As for Lu Xian, who was even more powerful, although they did not say it out loud, after putting themselves in Lin Tian's shoes and weighing the situation, they had to admit that even they would probably lose if they were in Lin Tian's shoes. Among the top 10 disciples, the only ones who didn't move were Qingwang and Mo Chouchen. Their gazes were a little unfocused, as if they were still thinking about the last twists and turns of the battle. The unfocused gaze gradually focused, and Qingwang suddenly asked, Senior brother Mo, if you were to fight with Lu Xian right now, what do you think your chances of winning are? Mo Chouchen's eyes slightly narrowed. After thinking for a moment, he slowly opened his mouth, from the strength that Lu Xian had displayed just now, I have an 80% chance of winning. But if we include his sword intent and the fast sword that he hasn't used yet, I'm afraid my chances are only 50-50. Hearing this, Qingyuan was a little shocked. Didn't that mean that the current Lu Xian already had the strength to challenge Mo Chouchen? However, thinking about it, it was normal. To be able to defeat Lin Tian, who was at the peak of the 7th layer of the body refinement realm, while hiding his strength, Lu Xian did indeed have the qualifications to fight with Mo Chouchen. But Lu Xian was only at the 6th layer of the body refinement realm. According to his speed of improvement, when the time comes for the Grand Sect competition, he would definitely have a large increase. At that time, wouldn't that mean, thinking of this, Qingyuan couldn't help but turn his head to look at Mo Chouchen, not daring to mention it again. Just as he was about to leave, Qingyuan seemed to have thought of something and asked Mo Chouchen again, "Senior brother Mo, then what are your chances of winning against Su Wenyang?" Hearing Qingyuan's question, Mo Chouchen's face showed a trace of disdain. "Su Wenyang? Right now, I have a 70% chance of winning. When the next Grand Sect competition comes, he will definitely lose." After saying this, Mo Chouchen didn't stay any longer. He directly turned around and left, leaving Qingyuan with a cold and proud back with a long spear on his back. At this moment, Qingyuan was still pondering over Mo Chouchen's words. Definitely losing, didn't that mean that he had a 100% chance of winning? Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it and also turned around to leave. Currently, whether it was Mo Chouchen, Su Wenyang, or even Lu Xian in front of him, he was afraid that he was no longer a match for them. "Lu Xian, in this battle, you have given us 3 old fellows a big surprise. However, even though your heavy sword has been trained to perfection, I still have to remind you that the heavy sword is only a branch of the way of the sword. You must not neglect the essentials and pursue power, thus abandoning the essence of the sword," Elder Qing sincerely advised. Lu Xian nodded. This disciple understands. The reason why this disciple trains in the heavy sword is so that I can improve my fast sword further. And, if that's the case, then I can rest assured. Borrowing Lin Tian's hands to feed you so many moves, you must have learned a lot from this battle. Go back and reflect on it. As soon as Elder Qing said this, Lu Xian immediately smiled. Obviously, his goal had been seen through by the 3 elders. After saying this, the 3 elders also left, and the bustling square of the sword sect gradually returned to its usual silence. After waiting for the 3 elders to leave, Xia Yi and Xing Feng stepped forward. Both of their faces were filled with excitement. The battle between Lu Xian and Lin Tian just now was too amazing. It was too exciting, too satisfying. Moreover, the strength that Lu Xian had displayed had also completely shocked the 2 of them. "Good lad, you're really something. Now that you've defeated Lin Tian, you're equivalent to an existence in the overall top 10. To think that I thought that you would not be able to display your strength because you were injured. I didn't expect you to fight so well." Xia Yi chuckled. However, his words made Lu Xian feel a little confused. "Injured? When have I been injured?" Ignoring Xia Yi's nonsense, Lu Xian directly asked, "Why is it only the 2 of you? Where's Xianxia? Didn't she come over a long time ago?" Xia Yi was also a little puzzled by Lu Xian's random question. He directly said, "I was just about to ask you. Didn't you send someone to call Xianxia to Armament Pavilion to take care of you when you were injured? Why didn't she come over when you were here?" As soon as Xia Yi said this, the expression on Lu Xian's face instantly became serious. He realized that something was wrong and said in a low voice, "I wasn't injured, and I didn't send anyone to call Xianxia. I came directly from the back of the mountain." Lu Xian's answer caused Xia Yi's heart to suddenly jump. He quickly exchanged glances with Xing Feng, and both of their expressions became serious at the same time. They were not idiots. When they heard Lu Xian say this, a bad premonition immediately arose. Lu Xian's heart sank when he saw the expressions on the 2 men's faces. Something had happened. He immediately reached out and grabbed Xia Yi's shoulder, saying, "Quick, tell me what happened. Tell me exactly what happened." Ignoring the pain from Lu Xian's grip on her shoulder, Natsuya did not dare to be negligent. She quickly recounted the entire incident to Lu Xian. The final result was that Lin Sini had disappeared. When he got this result, Lu Xian instantly went crazy. He directly shouted at the two, "How did you two take care of her? A stranger was able to trick her away so easily? Why didn't you go with her?" Facing Lu Xian's roar, Xiayi and Xingfeng could only silently endure it. The two of them indeed had to bear great responsibility for this matter. If they had left with Lin Sini earlier, Lin Sini wouldn't have disappeared quietly. It could only be said that their vigilance was too low. They didn't think that there would be someone so arrogant within the sect. "This matter is my and Xiaoya's fault. We were too careless," Xingfeng said in a low voice, "but now, it's useless to talk about this. The most important thing now is to find Sini. By then, no matter how you punish us, we won't say a word." "What's the use of punishing you? It's that bastard Su Wenyang. It must be him." Lu Xian hugged his head with both hands, pulling his hair tightly. He growled, his eyes bloodshot. "In the entire Wind Sword School, there are many people who hate me, but only he has the ability to do this. He doesn't dare to do anything to me, so he must be looking for Sini. I've been guarding against him, but I didn't expect him to choose today to do it." Lu Xian was getting more and more anxious. His heart was raging, and he was on the verge of exploding. Today was indeed the best time. Usually, there were people moving around in the inner sect, and Su Wenyang didn't dare to make a move. Once he did, he would definitely leave some traces. But today was an exception. The battle between Lu Xian and Lin Tian had attracted almost all the disciples. The entire inner sect was deserted, and Su Wenyang became fearless. "Calm, I must calm down." Lu Xian kept reminding himself that only by calming down could he make a better decision. "How long has it been since Sini left?" Lu Xian forced himself to calm down and asked. "She left less than an incense's time before your battle. Until now, it should be a little more than 15 minutes. Xiayi answered quickly. Although the battle between Lu Xian and Lin Tian was exciting, it didn't take long. The previous clash of auras took about half an incense's time, and then Lin Tian used a set of returning wind and falling leaf swordplay, but the duration was very short, only a few seconds. The battle that took the most time was when Lin Tian used the frenzied wave swordplay, which took about 2 incenses' time. In total, it was only 3 incenses' time, which was 15 minutes. "It's not long yet, don't be anxious." "It's useless to be anxious now," Xingfeng comforted. "No hurry, how can I not be anxious?" Lu Xian growled again. With a flash of sword light, the yearning sword appeared in his hand. The instant he held the yearning sword, Lu Xian couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. Yearning, screw your yearning. I don't want lovesickness. All of you wait here, I'll directly attack the Saber sect. If you don't hand Su Wenyang over without seeing the complete Sini, don't blame me for starting a massacre." Lu Xian had completely lost his mind. Seeing that Lu Xian was about to leave, Xiayi and Xingfeng immediately held him back. "You're crazy. The people of the Saber sect have always disliked you. If you kill someone in public, the Saber sect elders will definitely kill you." Xiayi shouted, wanting to wake Lu Xian up. "Let's go look for Elder Qin for help. With the 3 great elders, the Saber sect will definitely not dare to act presumptuously." Xingfeng reminded. "No, I can't wait anymore. If I wait for the elders, it'll be too late. Those bastards from the Saber sect will definitely delay for time." Lu Xian couldn't bear to listen to anything else. He just wanted to charge into the Saber sect and slaughter them. In a courtyard in the Saber sect, Su Wenyang sat upright in one of the rooms. His position in the Saber sect was extremely special, and he was even ranked first in the overall rankings. Thus, he received special treatment. Normally, he didn't stay with the other ordinary disciples, and he had his own courtyard. Not only was the scenery in this courtyard elegant, it was also extremely tranquil. It was just convenient for Su Wenyang to seek pleasure. In this courtyard, he had defiled countless women. Along with the creaking of the door, a figure walked in. Su Wenyang suddenly stood up and looked at the person who had arrived. "Senior brother Su, I brought the person." The person spoke respectfully. Shockingly, he was carrying a woman on his shoulder. However, at this moment, she was lying limply on the ground, and it was obvious that she was unconscious. If Lu Xian saw this person, he would definitely be shocked, because this person was the last remnant of Ryuka, Long Tian. For some unknown reason, he had actually gotten together with Su Wenyang. Trash, why did you take so long? Su Wenyang reprimanded him without holding back. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Long Tian's face, but he didn't dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction after being reprimanded by Su Wenyang. He hurriedly explained, "This girl is more difficult to deal with than I imagined. In order to deceive her to a secluded place, it took a while. Moreover, when we made a move, the deacon that I sent was actually not a match for her. I had to personally take her down, and that's why it was delayed." As he spoke, Long Tian deftly placed the woman on his shoulder on a nearby bed. At this moment, the woman's face was completely revealed. It was the missing Lin Sini. Su Wenyang softly grunted, and his eyebrows slightly relaxed. "When you came over, you weren't seen by anyone, right? Seen your brother Su, don't worry." Today, when Lu Xian and Lin Tian were fighting, there were very few disciples outside. Occasionally, there were some disciples, but I also carefully avoided them. This is also one of the reasons why I came a little late, but... But what? Su Wenyang's relaxed eyebrows slightly furrowed again. But when I just entered the Saber sect, I might have been seen by a few outer sect disciples. Long Tian did not dare to hide anything. Outer sect disciples? Forget it, since they're from my Saber sect, I believe they won't speak carelessly. Although he was a little unhappy, Su Wenyang did not take it seriously. Saber sect disciples could not wait to curry favor with him, so how would they dare to speak carelessly? Moreover, they were merely outer sect disciples. Not thinking about these things anymore, Su Wenyang's gaze fell on Lin Sini, who was lying on the bed. His gaze revealed a trace of admiration, but within this admiration, there was also a trace of lust. TSK, I didn't expect the Wind Sword School to have such a peerless beauty. How could I let go of such a peerless beauty? Compared to her, the female disciples I had slept with in the past are really unsightly. What's even rarer is that she's actually a virgin. Could it be that Lu Xian is useless? He didn't even have the chance to taste such a top-grade woman. If he knew that his little girlfriend was lying on my bed and was about to be wantonly played with by me, I wonder what he would think. Ha 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 ha. Su Wenyang laughed wildly, his heart filled with a carefree feeling. Previously at the Sword Forest, he actually dared to embarrass me. Next, wait for my revenge step by step. Quickly walking to the front of Lin Sini, Su Wenyang flipped his palm and a pill was poured into Lin Sini's mouth. Seeing that Su Wenyang didn't seem to be in a hurry to make a move, Long Tian was a little surprised and couldn't help but ask, "Senior Su, what did you give her to eat?" Hearing this, Su Wenyang immediately looked at Long Tian with disdain and said, "What do you know? You don't know how to have fun at all. If I make a move now, what's the difference between playing with a dead body? When the time comes, when the pill takes effect, watching a pure virgin slowly turn into a slut in front of me, that feeling is the most enjoyable." After saying this, as if he thought of something, Su Wenyang coldly stared at Long Tian and said, "Oh yes, on the way here just now, you didn't do anything to me, right?" Meeting Su Wenyang's gaze, Long Tian trembled and hurriedly said, "No, absolutely not." After knocking her out, I hurriedly rushed over. How could I dare to offend someone that Senior Su has taken a fancy to? Now, I only want to kill that bastard Lu Xian. As long as Senior Su can help me take revenge, I will be eternally grateful. Hearing Long Tian's words, Su Wenyang's expression softened. He glanced at Lin Sini. The pill hadn't taken effect yet, so he wasn't in a hurry. He continued to say to Long Tian, "Since you are so serious, I will naturally help you. Moreover, that Lu Xian is also someone that I want to get rid of." At the mention of Lu Xian, the hatred in Long Tian's eyes grew stronger. Even if Lu Xian died 10,000 times, it wouldn't be enough to quell the anger in my heart. Not only did he kill my father and clan, 3 months ago, my second brother also died in the back mountains. He must have been the one who killed him. Unfortunately, there is no evidence. When Lu Xian and the others returned from their mission, they had bumped into Long Tian on the way. At that time, Long Tian didn't think too much about it. However, when he was looking for Long Hai, Mo Chen, and the others, he discovered that they had disappeared without a trace. Fortunately, hard work pays off. Although the corpses of Long Hai and the others had been cleanly eaten by the wolves, he found the storage rings that they had left behind. Thinking about the fact that Lu Xian and the others had just left, Long Tian instantly understood the cause and effect. He directly put the blame on Lu Xian. If it wasn't for Lu Xian, with the strength of Mo Chen and the others, how could they have died in the area of the rank 6 beasts? Alright, I have no interest in understanding your trivial matters. I will kill Lu Xian, but I will have to find an opportunity. Right now, this is only the first step of my revenge. Su Wenyang waved his hand and said, "You go out first and guard the courtyard. No one is allowed to enter." Yes. Long Tian respectfully retreated and closed the door. As Long Tian retreated, Su Wenyang turned around and walked back to the side of the bed. He looked at Lin Sini's exquisite face and wonderful figure, and the fire of lust in his eyes was almost about to erupt. He rubbed his hands evilly and was about to take off Lin Sini's clothes, but after thinking about it, he forcefully restrained himself. He naturally had to savor such an unparalleled beauty. When the drug took effect later, he wanted to watch Lin Sini personally take off his clothes, piece by piece, until he was completely naked. Su Wenyang couldn't help but want to laugh out loud when he thought of how Lin Sini had berated him in front of the sword forest. Then, he thought of how this arrogant and cold beauty was going to have fun under his crotch and he was going to end her virginity with his own hands. This was much more interesting than playing with those ordinary female disciples. At the Sword Sex Plaza, Lu Xian refused to listen no matter how Xia Yi and Xing Feng tried to persuade him. "I'll say it again. Let go of me, or else don't blame me for being rude." There was a hint of suppressed rage in Lu Xian's roar. "Alright. Since you insist on killing your way there, then the two of us will accompany you. We were in the wrong in this matter, so let's cause a ruckus in the Saber sect. If worse comes to worst, I'll give my life to Sini." Xia Yi drew his sword as he shouted. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded out from afar. "Xian! Xian! Bad news!" Lu Xian raised his bloodshot eyes and stared in the direction of the voice. He saw a slightly plump figure dashing madly towards him. Although the speed of this figure was not fast, it was obvious that he had tried his best. When he saw Lu Xian look over, a trace of joy appeared on the person's face. However, this moment of carelessness caused him to stumble and fall to the ground. However, he did not care. He rolled on the ground and struggled to get up before continuing to run towards Lu Xian. Lu Xian quickly rushed forward and supported the person. He asked, "Lazy, why did you run over?" Without a doubt, the person was Lu Xian's childhood playmate, Yao Lei. During the entrance test, Lu Xian had successfully entered the inner sect, while Yao Lei had become an outer sect disciple. During this period of time, Lu Xian had been busy and did not have the time to visit Yao Lei. Although they had reunited after a long time, Lu Xian was not in the mood to exchange pleasantries. Using Lu Xian's strength to stabilize his body, Yao Lei waved his hand and said while panting, Xian, something bad has happened. Miss Lin has been captured." When he said this, Lu Xian's eyes immediately narrowed. He did not expect that Yao Lei would bring news of Lin Sini. This was undoubtedly a sweet dew after a long drought. Lu Xian quickly stabilized Yao Lei's shoulder and asked excitedly, "You saw Sini? Where is she?" "Long Tian, it's Long Tian. Long Tian has taken Miss Lin away. Originally, I wanted to watch your duel, but it just so happens that it's my turn to be on duty today. Just as I was feeling bored, I saw Long Tian carrying a person and sneaking into the Saber sect." Yao Lei paused, calmed his breathing, and continued, "When I saw Long Tian, I took a few more glances out of curiosity. However, when I took a closer look, I realized that the person he was carrying was actually Miss Lin. But it seems that Miss Lin has been knocked unconscious. I didn't stay any longer and directly ran over to inform you. Hurry up and save her. I'm afraid it'll be bad if you're late." When he became an outer sect disciple of the Wind Sword School, Yao Lei chose the Saber sect, so he naturally became an outer sect disciple of the Saber sect. Although Long Tian tried his best to avoid being seen, he was still seen by a few outer sect disciples of the Saber sect. Coincidentally, Yao Lei was among those outer sect disciples. It was actually Long Tian? Could it be that he had guessed wrong? Lu Xian's mind raced, but he didn't have the mood to think about it now. He quickly asked, "Did you see where he took Sunny?" "When I saw him kidnap Miss Lin, I hurriedly rushed over to your side. I didn't see where he went in the end. However, looking at the direction he was heading in, it's most likely that he was sent to the Saber Sex courtyard." Saber Sex side courtyard? Oh. It's the place where Su Wenyang, who's ranked first on the overall rankings, lives. Ordinary disciples aren't allowed to approach it. We call it the Saber Sex side courtyard. Yao Lei hurriedly explained. As soon as these words were spoken, a surge of anger instantly surged out from Lu Xian. Su Wenyang. It really was him. Lazy, you rest here first. Xia Yi, Xingfeng, help me take care of him. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xian didn't stay any longer. He was already prepared to kill his way to the Saber Sex headquarters. Now that he knew where Lin Sini was, how could he hold himself back? Time waits for no man, his speed completely erupted, and he didn't hold back a trace of his strength at the 6th level of the body refinement realm. He continuously used the Thunderbolt Flash, and it was as if he was teleporting. He continuously charged forward, and in the blink of an eye, he'd already dashed hundreds of meters away. Xia Yi wanted to chase after him, but she was held back by Yao Lei. It's useless even if you go over. Xian's speed is too fast. You won't be able to catch up. Speaking of which, Xia Yi and Yao Lei couldn't be considered to be too familiar. However, they'd interacted for a period of time during the sect entrance exam. She seemed to feel that what Yao Lei said made sense, and she instantly dispelled the thought of chasing after him. In this short period of time, Lu Xian's figure had already disappeared. Yao Lei, tell me about the situation at the Saber Sex side courtyard. Is Lu Xian in danger? The Saber Sex side courtyard is quite a distance away from the Saber Sex headquarters. Normally, not many people go there. However, Su Wenyang is definitely there now. I heard that his strength is at the 8th level of the body refinement realm. It's extremely dangerous for Xian to snatch someone from his hands. A trace of worry flashed in Yao Lei's eyes. He seemed to be considering whether telling Lu Xian this news was right or wrong. If something happened to Lin Sini, it didn't have much to do with him. However, if something happened to Lu Xian because of this, how would he explain it to Uncle Lu and Sister Lu Qiong? However, what caused Yao Lei to be slightly puzzled was that when Xia Yi and Xingfeng heard that the Saber Sex side courtyard was quite far away from the Saber Sex headquarters, and that there were no other disciples there, the two of them almost simultaneously heaved a sigh of relief. Hey, why aren't you guys anxious at all? That Su Wenyang is at the 8th level of the body refinement realm. Do you know what that means? Xian is only at the 5th level of the body refinement realm. He's not a match at all. Hurry up and find someone to help. Yao Lei anxiously roared. Seeing that Yao Lei was so worried about Lu Xian, Xingfeng immediately had a good impression of him. Especially when he relied on his strength at the 3rd level of the body refinement realm to continuously run such a long distance to deliver the news about Lin Sini. This made him feel even more grateful. After all, they played a huge role in this disaster. Xingfeng stretched out his hand and placed it on Yao Lei's shoulder. Don't worry, brother. You, Xian, are no longer the Xian of the past. He's at the 8th level of the body refinement realm. He might not necessarily be unable to fight. Xingfeng and Xia Yi had clearly seen the battle between Lu Xian and Lin Tian. Under the circumstances of concealing his strength, Lu Xian was able to defeat Lin Tian, who was at the peak of the 7th level of the body refinement realm. If Lu Xian were to use his full strength, what would an 8th level of the body refinement realm amount to? Hearing this, Yao Lei was somewhat dazed. The news about Lu Xian was something he had heard from the outside world. It was still 3 months ago, when Lu Xian took the 86th place in the overall rankings. He didn't expect that he would be able to match up to someone at the 8th level of the body refinement realm. But then he became somewhat excited. He was worthy of being called Xian. When he first entered the sect, he was only at the 4th level of the body refinement realm. So quickly, he was able to battle someone at the 8th level of the body refinement realm. What kind of concept was this? Didn't that mean that if Xian returned to Qingshan town now, he could completely become an existence like Ryuka? At that time, the head of the Ryuka clan, Long Zhan, was only at the peak of the 7th level of the body refinement realm. For Yao Lei, dominating Qingshan town was already an extraordinary matter. Xiayi slightly muttered, no matter what, we still have to make some preparations. Let's go find the three elders. When the time comes, the three elders will definitely be able to guarantee Lu Xian's safety. Xingfeng also nodded. With the three elders appearing, it was undoubtedly even safer. Right now, Lu Xian was a true treasure to the sword sect. Presumably, no matter what, they would not allow Lu Xian to come to any harm. The two of them quickly turned around and rushed towards the sword pavilion. Of course, Xiayi did not forget to pull Yao Lei along. Just now, Lu Xian had instructed them to take good care of him. Since Lin Sini and the others did not take good care of him, they naturally would not make the same mistake again. The map of the entire Wind Sword School existed in all the disciples' nameplates. Without the need for anyone to lead the way, Lu Xian was able to confirm the location of the Saber Sect's courtyard. Continuously using the Thunderbolt Flash consumed a lot of Lu Xian's energy. Especially after the battle with Lin Tian just now, he was originally not at his peak condition. Now, it was even more strenuous for him. However, he did not stop moving, instead, he increased his speed. At the same time, Lu Xian stuffed a few medicinal pills into his mouth and swallowed them in one go. He had consumed the vitality pill, which could quickly recover his origin energy. Whether it was used to recover in battle or to break through during cultivation, it was extremely useful. These medicinal pills were not bought by him, but were distributed by the sword sect. As an inner sect disciple, there would be quite a lot of resources distributed every month. As for Lu Xian, as the disciple that the sword sect thought the most highly of, there was no lack of resources. Although he was not in the sword sect during this period of time, Lin Sini had helped him to collect them. She had just handed them to him a few days ago. After consuming a few vitality pills, Lu Xian immediately felt the medicinal effect of the medicinal pills begin to take effect. A thick origin energy rose up, and the Tai return to origin technique automatically circulated, sending the origin energy to Lu Xian's limbs, bones, and meridians. As he dashed madly all the way, Lu Xian's origin energy didn't decrease, and it increased instead. He couldn't be bothered to waste it, and he consumed medicinal pills one after another. He would definitely have to fight Su Wenyang later, so he had to raise his condition to its peak. Along with the end of the battle between Lu Xian and Lin Tian, the number of disciples in the inner sect had gradually increased. Many people only saw a figure flash by like the wind, and even though they glanced sideways at it, they were unable to recognize Lu Xian because his speed was too fast. After all, Lu Xian wore an ordinary disciple's uniform, and it was impossible to recognize him from his clothes. In less than the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Lu Xian had already charged into the Saber Sect's territory. Lu Xian's arrival instantly attracted the attention of many disciples. The disciples of every branch sect wore different clothes, and they were able to recognize with a single glance that the person who had arrived wasn't a member of the Saber Sect. Who? Stop. Stop. If you don't stop, don't blame us for making a move. Brothers in front, stop this person. He trespassed into the Saber Sect and will be killed without mercy. 4 or 5 disciples instantly surrounded him, and they drew their weapons. The Saber Sect had always been arrogant, and only they had the right to be arrogant in front of others. How could others have the right to behave atrociously in the Saber Sect's territory? Lu Xian was in a hurry to rush over, and he didn't want to have a conflict with these disciples. However, 2 disciples in front of him just happened to block his path, and they even directly attacked him. His face instantly sank. He didn't have a good impression of the Saber Sect, and at this moment, he was even more worried about Lin Sini's safety. His heart was filled with killing intent, and the actions of these disciples had undoubtedly caused Lu Xian's killing intent to soar. There was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it, and there was no door to hell, but you barged in. Then don't blame me for being merciless. I'll kill whoever blocks my path. A sword light flashed, and 2 swords instantly pierced out. In the blink of an eye, the 2 Saber Sect disciples in front of Lu Xian had already fallen into a pool of blood, and they were no longer breathing. The 3 disciples behind him were instantly stunned by the sudden turn of events. There was actually someone who dared to take the initiative to kill in the Saber Sect's territory. However, before they could react, Lu Xian had instantly turned back. In for a penny, in for a pound. It would be bad if he left these people behind to send a message. In the blink of an eye, another 3 swords struck out simultaneously, another 3 lives were taken by his sword. After killing 5 people in succession, Lu Xian's state of mind didn't fluctuate in the slightest. Instead, the killing intent on his body grew stronger and stronger. If he had sufficient strength and dared to touch my woman, so what if I have to slaughter the entire Saber sect? Leaving behind the corpses of the 5 Saber sect disciples, Lu Xian did not stop at all and continued to madly rush forward. He was getting closer and closer to the Saber sect's courtyard. Long Tian was a little bored as he stood guard in front of the Saber sect's courtyard. His thoughts involuntarily drifted to the courtyard, to Su Wenyang's room. When he thought of such a delicate beauty lying on the bed, his heart involuntarily palpitated. There was also a trace of envy. He really wished that the person in Su Wenyang's position was him. He knew Lin Sini. She was the only daughter of the Lin family's patriarch in Lin City. To a mere Qingshan town like Ryuka, the Lin family was considered a colossus. The Lin family's business was not limited to Lin City, but spread throughout the entire Tianwu Empire. Whether it was status or appearance, Lin Sini was excellent. If he could spend a night with her, Long Tian felt that he would be a romantic even if he became a ghost. Unfortunately, no matter what, it would not be his turn. How could he dare to touch someone that Su Wenyang had taken a fancy to? He could only fiercely fantasize about it. Damn it, all the good cabbages have been taken by pigs. Long Tian muttered. Although he did not dare to say it in front of Su Wenyang, he could still scold him in private to satisfy his craving. At this moment, Long Tian casually swept a glance to the front. His eyes immediately narrowed because he saw a figure rapidly rushing in his direction. This figure was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already not far from Long Tian. The person who was rushing over seemed to have discovered Long Tian's existence and suddenly slowed down. Long Tian finally saw the person's appearance clearly. With a single glance, he was immediately startled. However, a trace of wild joy soon appeared on his face. The person who had come was naturally Lu Xian. Indeed, it takes no effort to find what you're looking for. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Long Tian revealed a trace of a sinister smile as he spoke. Long Tian. Lu Xian stared at Long Tian with a pair of bloodshot eyes. I didn't expect you to find this place so quickly, but it's just as well. Today, I will use your blood as a sacrifice to the dozens of lives in Ryuka. When he saw Lu Xian, Long Tian thought of the blood feud between Long Zhan, Long Tai, Long Hai, and the others. His eyes immediately turned red. He seemed to be somewhat fearless. Su Wenyang was in the courtyard behind him. If he killed Lu Xian here, no one would know. If I had known what would happen today, I would have killed you the last time I met you. When he found out from Yao Lei that the person who ran errands for Su Wenyang was actually Long Tian, Lu Xian's heart was filled with self-blame. If he had been more decisive last time and directly killed Long Tian, today's matter might not have happened. This time, he couldn't let him off. Ha 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 ha. You also know pain now? Seeing Lu Xian gnashing his teeth, Long Tian suddenly burst into laughter. At this moment, your pure and lovely sister Lin has probably become an incomparably lewd little girl, panting under Su Wenyang. TSK, just thinking about it makes me feel very erotic. Isn't it very satisfying? Long Tian did everything possible to provoke Lu Xian. He liked to see Lu Xian in pain. The more Lu Xian was in pain, the happier and more excited he was. This was his goal. Without a doubt, Long Tian had achieved his goal. At this moment, Lu Xian had completely lost his mind. Being able to waste a few words with Long Tian was already his limit. Die. Lu Xian could only be heard roaring. At the same time, a sword light instantly flashed. At this moment, Lu Xian unreservedly activated the blink sword technique that even Lin Tian could not see. His blink sword technique was a sword technique that killed. You want to kill me? In your dreams. Long Tian coldly snorted. A pair of iron claws crossed as he swung out in an attempt to block Lu Xian's sword. Long Tian did not see the battle between Lu Xian and Lin Tian, thus he did not know the terrifying strength of Lu Xian. In his opinion, he was at the 6th layer of the body refinement stage. Even if he could not kill Lu Xian, it was enough to exchange a few blows with him. He had already made up his mind. After blocking this attack, he would go and find Su Wenyang. At that time, wouldn't it be easy for Su Wenyang to kill Emir Lu Xian? Long Tian's plan was pretty good. However, it was a pity that he overestimated his own strength. In other words, he underestimated the strength of Lu Xian. Lu Xian's sword was extremely fast. However, Long Tian's movements were not slow either. Just as the sword and claws were about to collide, Lu Xian's wrist shook. No one knew what he did, but the long sword instantly changed. Long Tian's claw actually missed. Long Tian immediately felt a chill in his heart, and a look of horror flashed in his eyes. He hurriedly stopped his attack and wanted to withdraw his weapon. However, Lu Xian had used the blinking sword technique, and it was not something that a mere Long Tian could withstand. Just as Long Tian reacted, the yearning sword in Lu Xian's hand had already pierced towards him. Facing the wide-open Long Tian, Lu Xian did not have the slightest bit of resistance. The sword light flashed and a trace of dark red blood flowed out from Long Tian's throat. A sword to the throat, Long Tian's eyes instantly widened. His gaze had already straightened. However, Lu Xian did not withdraw his long sword. He was resentful of Long Tian's actions. He suddenly raised the yearning sword. The sharp tip of the sword instantly pierced through Long Tian's throat. From the back of his neck, it came out all the way to the hilt. As his gaze closed in on Long Tian, he saw that Long Tian was still breathing. Lu Xian said word by word, "You people from Ryuka, all deserve to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xian did not waste any more words. He suddenly pulled out his long sword and a trace of blood splattered on his robe. Long Tian's corpse heavily fell to the ground. There was no longer a trace of life left. Looking at Long Tian's corpse, Lu Xian was still angry. He swung his sword again and directly cut off Long Tian's head. With a kick, he sent Long Tian's head flying. His figure flashed and he instantly grabbed Long Tian's head. Without any hesitation, he flew towards the courtyard. Although there were many rooms in the Saber Sect's courtyard, since this was Su Wenyang's residence, Lu Xian did not think too much. He passed through many rooms and directly rushed to the master bedroom. In the master bedroom, Su Wenyang was anxiously looking at Linsini who was lying on the bed. He secretly cursed in his heart. Why is the effect of the drug so slow? However, he had forgotten that Linsini had already been knocked unconscious by Long Tian. Even if the drug was taking effect, she was still unconscious. What could she do? Forget it, I'll first satisfy my craving. Su Wenyang immediately stood up. A trace of a lewd smile flashed across his face. He stretched out a pair of demonic claws towards Linsini. Right at this moment, a loud bang shocked Su Wenyang. He suddenly turned around and saw that the door of the room had already been smashed into pieces. Countless pieces of the door were scattered on the ground. Evidently, the loud bang from before was the sound of the door being broken. The Saber Sect's courtyard was his territory. No one would dare to recklessly barge in, let alone cause damage here. Moreover, it was at the critical moment when he was doing something important. Su Wenyang was instantly unable to restrain his anger when his mood was disturbed. He loudly roared, "Who is behaving atrociously here? Long Tian. Where did he go?" When Su Wenyang's words left his mouth, he heard a cold voice coming from outside the door, "He went to die here." When he heard this somewhat familiar voice, Su Wenyang was slightly startled. Before he could recall who it was, he saw a round object directly shooting towards him. He immediately let out a cold snort. A hidden weapon. Su Wenyang did not dodge. With a wave of his right hand, he directly caught it. Immediately, he lowered his head to take a look. With a single glance, Su Wenyang's scalp instantly turned numb. The object in his hand was Long Tian's head. Long Tian's eyes were wide open. He had died with a remaining grievance. His two round eyes were staring at him. Su Wenyang let out a strange cry and hurriedly threw away the head in his hand. However, Long Tian's blood still remained in his hand. At this moment, Lu Xian, who was outside the door, had already stepped into the room with a gloomy gaze. With a sweep of his gaze, he saw Linsini, who was lying on the bed with her life hanging in the balance. How could he, who was already burning with rage, suppress the killing intent in his heart at this moment? He didn't say a word of nonsense and activated Rolling Thunder Flash. In an instant, he arrived in front of Su Wenyang. With a sweep of his long sword, he directly swept towards Su Wenyang. Faced with this sudden attack, Su Wenyang did not dare to take it head-on. After all, his strength was not something that trash like Long Tian could compare to. Even Lin Tian was more than a level higher. Although Lu Xian's attack was extremely sudden and fast, Su Wenyang still managed to dodge in the time it took for a spark to fly. Immediately after, a blade light flashed and an extremely extraordinary weapon appeared in his hand. It was actually a treasure rank weapon. Even Lin Tian, who was ranked 10th on the overall list, had a treasure rank weapon. How could Su Wenyang not have one? With a blade in hand, Su Wenyang immediately felt at ease. As the number 1 on the overall list, he reckoned that there might not be anyone in the entire inner sect who could be his match. Only a Mo Chochin made him feel apprehensive. However, there was no doubt that the person who had come was not a Mo Chochin. Not being able to take down Su Wenyang with a single strike did not come as a surprise to Lu Xian. If Su Wenyang was so easily defeated, how could he have become the number 1 on the overall list? After forcing Su Wenyang away, Lu Xian was no longer in a hurry to attack. With a flash, his figure had already arrived in front of the bed. He quickly glanced at Linsini. Although Linsini was unconscious and her breathing was somewhat rapid, she did not seem to have suffered any injuries. Her robes were also unwrinkled. After confirming that Linsini was fine, Lu Xian's tense heart finally fell to the ground. However, he quickly turned his head again and looked at Su Wenyang. Compared to Lin Tian, Su Wenyang was undoubtedly much stronger. Lu Xian, it's you. Su Wenyang's expression was gloomy. He had not expected that in such a short period of time, Lu Xian would actually find his way here and even kill Long Tian. Furthermore, Lu Xian's strength had also shocked him. Long Tian had been outside the courtyard, but he had not had the time to report to him. Clearly, he had been killed by Lu Xian without the slightest chance of escaping. However, a trace of an evil smile appeared on his face. Lu Xian killing Long Tian was an extremely good thing for him. Even if he killed Lu Xian now, he would not receive any punishment. After all, Lu Xian had killed him first. I originally wanted to find a chance to get rid of you, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep. Could it be that you can't wait to die? Su Wenyang spoke unhurriedly, appearing extremely calm. He had enough capital to be calm, his strength was his capital. Su, I didn't expect you to be such a coward. If you have the guts, come at me. What's the point of dealing with a woman? Lu Xian mocked mercilessly. Su Wenyang's face flashed with anger after being called a coward by Lu Xian, but he quickly calmed down and sneered, whether I'm a coward or not, it's not up to you to decide. So what if I want to lay my hands on a woman? Not only do I want to have sex with your woman, I want to capture you later, cripple your limbs, and leave only your eyes. I want you to watch me have sex with your woman in front of you. Only then will I be able to resolve the hatred in my heart. Now that I'm here, do you think you still have a chance? Lu Xian spoke indifferently. Seeing that Linsini was fine, he was no longer as angry as before. Su Wenyang was definitely a strong opponent. Under his anger, it was inevitable that he would have an opportunity to take advantage of. Su Wenyang instantly laughed wildly, ha ha ha. Just you? Who do you think you are? How dare you challenge me? Today, the Saber Sect's courtyard will be your burial ground. Long Tian died in your hands. Killing a fellow disciple is an unforgivable crime. Even if I kill you, no one can blame it on me. I'm afraid you're still hoping that the one with the surname Jean can protect you, right? But unfortunately, I've received news that he has already left the Wind Sword School and will not return in a short period of time. So, you will definitely die. Su Wenyang did not rush to attack. Instead, he spoke slowly. He wanted to destroy all of Lu Xian's hopes. If he could see Lu Xian panicking, he would be very happy. Unfortunately, Lu Xian didn't let him get what he wanted. Although he was a little surprised to hear that Vice Sect leader Jean wasn't in the sect, he didn't place his hopes on others from the start. Su Wenyang's words naturally didn't make him panic. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Not only did I kill Long Tian, I even killed 5 disciples of the Saber Sect on my way here. However, that's not all because I'll have another life on my hands now. No, it's a dog life, the life of you, Su Wenyang. Shameless boasting. A mere 6th rank body refinement cultivator dares to clamor in front of me. In the entire inner sect, no one dares to be arrogant in front of me. My life is right here, come and take it if you have the ability. I want to see if I'll cripple you first, or if you'll kill me first. As soon as Su Wenyang finished speaking, he instantly charged forward and launched his attack. He didn't want to drag this on any longer. If he delayed, something unexpected might happen. He had to get rid of Lu Xian first to avoid any unexpected events. So what if Lu Xian's talent was higher than his? When the time comes, a dead Lu Xian or a living Su Wenyang would naturally make the choice. This was the first time Lu Xian witnessed Su Wenyang's strength. All along, he only knew that Su Wenyang was number 1 on the overall list. However, he had never seen how strong he was. This blade was extremely fast, extremely dazzling, and extremely powerful. Su Wenyang's strength had already reached the 8th rank of the body refinement realm, surpassing Lu Xian by 2 small levels. Furthermore, the weapon in his hand was a treasure-grade weapon. It was completely incomparable to the yearning sword in Lu Xian's hands. Such a huge gap caused Lu Xian to not dare to directly clash with Su Wenyang's attack. Otherwise, Lu Xian's longsword would be broken in a single strike. Before the blade arrived, a majestic blade aura had already forced its way over. Based on Lu Xian's strength, he could naturally easily avoid it. However, what could he do when Lin Sini was right behind him? In order to prevent her from being accidentally injured, Lu Xian could only choose to face it head-on. A ferocious aura burst from his body in an instant. While he was no match for Su Wenyang in terms of combat prowess, and his weapon was far inferior to Su Wenyang's, he had an advantage that Su Wenyang did not: sword will. Once the sword intent appeared, Lu Xian's entire aura changed. It immediately transformed into an extremely sharp longsword. Comprehending the sword with his heart, using the sword as his heart. At this moment, Lu Xian had already become one with the sword in his hand. Pouring all the Yuan power in his body into the yearning sword, he swept out with his sword. In the blink of an eye, that majestic blade aura was sliced into 2 by Lu Xian's sword. Although his attack was not as powerful as Su Wenyang's, it possessed a sharpness that Su Wenyang could not hope to match. Once the sword intent was unleashed, there was nothing it could not destroy. In the first round, both sides were evenly matched. It could even be said that Lu Xian had the upper hand. After all, he had moved later but arrived first. He had even successfully broken through Su Wenyang's attack. Following Lu Xian's attack, Su Wenyang's expression gradually turned serious. His gaze stared intently at Lu Xian. You have indeed comprehended sword intent. No wonder you could kill Long Tian in an instant. However, this is all the more reason why I can't let you live. Lu Xian's talent had already made Su Wenyang feel an extremely strong pressure. If he allowed Lu Xian to continue growing, it was a fact that he would surpass him without any suspense. The enmity between the two had already been formed, and there was absolutely no way to resolve it. If Lu Xian did not die now, the one who would die in the future would be him. It's hard to say who will live and who will die now. If I don't kill you today, I, Lu Xian, am not a man. Before his voice faded, Lu Xian took the initiative to launch an attack. He gathered a wisp of essence energy and circulated galloping lightning flash. He instantly flashed to Su Wenyang's side and brandished his sword again. Sword intent burst forth once more. The sword will of the lesser level gushed towards Su Wenyang like a tidal wave as Lu Xian swung his sword, completely shrouding him within. This time, the sword intent Lu Xian used wasn't the same as when he faced Lin Tian. Although Lin Tian was similarly enveloped by Lu Xian's sword intent, Lu Xian didn't completely activate it. He only released the sword intent for Lin Tian to comprehend. This time, his sword intent emitted an incomparably sharp attack power. If it was someone with insufficient strength, just this sword intent would be able to instantly exterminate them. This was the first time Lu Xian saw Su Wenyang attack, but was it not the first time Su Wenyang faced such a powerful sword intent head-on? In the last sect grand competition, he had fought with Mo Qiuqian. At that time, Mo Qiuqian's spear intent was only at the entry level and was very shallow. How could it compare to Lu Xian's true sword intent? For a moment, Su Wenyang only felt a piercing pain. This sword intent seemed like it was about to condense into a substance and fiercely pierce into his body. As soon as the sword intent arrived, the blink sword technique followed closely behind. The double attack caused Su Wenyang to instantly fall into a dangerous situation. At this moment, Su Wenyang didn't dare to be careless. The strength of the 8th rank of the body refinement realm was completely displayed by him. With a low roar, essence energy was released from his body and he used all his strength to resist the onslaught of the sword intent. At the same time, the artifact-grade blade in his hand struck out. Under his urging, the power of this saber was raised to the extreme. That move looked rather familiar to Lu Xian. It was obviously the rock breaker that Jing Gang had used back then. However, when Su Wenyang used the same move, Jing Gang, who was just a dabbler, was no match for the same move. The power of the move was at least 3 times that of Jing Gang's. It was even more powerful than Lu Xian's stream breaker. Lu Xian's first place in the overall ranking was not just for show. Especially since this attack was launched with the help of an artifact-grade weapon, it added a hint of sharpness. If Lu Xian had chosen to continue attacking, perhaps before he could hit Su Wenyang, the long sword in his hand would have been broken. Su Wenyang was now relying on his strength that surpassed Lu Xian's, as well as the advantage of his weapon to crush Lu Xian, forcing Lu Xian to meet force with force. Although he was unwilling, Lu Xian did not dare to continue. The sword intent that enveloped Su Wenyang suddenly withdrew, and Su Wenyang had a moment of misdirection. Taking advantage of this moment, Lu Xian decisively withdrew his move, avoiding a head-on collision with Su Wenyang. In this round of attacks, both of them were equally matched once again. However, a trace of lingering fear flashed in Su Wenyang's heart. This Lu Xian is much more difficult to deal with than I'd imagined. But his movement technique is extremely strange and swift, and his sword strike is even faster, causing it to be impossible to guard against. Especially with the assistance of sword intent, it's simply like giving wings to a tiger. Su Wenyang did not dare to give Lu Xian another chance to attack. Taking advantage of the time when Lu Xian withdrew his move, Su Wenyang immediately attacked. This time, he had changed his fighting style, no longer using quick attacks. He had already seen Lu Xian's fast sword. The blink sword art was originally extremely fast, and Lu Xian had been able to use the essence of the blink sword art with a heavy sword. Now that he had switched to a long sword, his speed had gone even further. Although Su Wenyang's blade was fast, it was far inferior to Lu Xian's sword. Now, Su Wenyang wanted to crush Lu Xian with his powerful strength. He wanted to bully Lu Xian because his strength and weapon were inferior to his. Su Wenyang was strong, but Lu Xian was fast. The battle between the two immediately entered a state of anxiety. As Su Wenyang slashed with his saber again and again, the aura of the saber shot out in all directions. Almost all the furniture in the bedroom had been chopped into pieces. Lu Xian, on the other hand, relied on the thunder dash and the blink sword technique to continuously circle around Su Wenyang. However, Su Wenyang's saber was too strong, and Lu Xian could only strike once before leaving, not daring to stay at all. Seeing that Lu Xian was actually fighting a battle of attrition with him, Su Wenyang's face flashed with a hint of joy. A mere 6th rank body refinement dared to fight a battle of attrition with him. Did he really think that his 8th rank body refinement strength was just for show? At this moment, he tightly guarded an opening and allowed Lu Xian to attack. If he could block it, then he would block it. If he couldn't block it, then he would rely on his powerful strength to force Lu Xian to retreat. But as the battle progressed, the joy on Su Wenyang's face became more and more faint, until it completely disappeared. What replaced it was a look of surprise. This Lu Xian's spirit power was actually so thick. Even after fighting with him for so long, he still wasn't at a disadvantage, but he wasn't the slightest bit anxious. With a flip of his palm, several returning origin pills were stuffed into his mouth. Quickly swallowing them, he sneered in his heart. Let's see how long you can last. Seeing Su Wenyang's actions, Lu Xian's heart sank. This time, it wasn't like the duel with Lin Tian. In a duel, naturally it was beneath one's dignity to use spirit pills. But this was a battle of life and death. In order to win, one could do anything. Even if Lu Xian also used the returning origin pill, he definitely wouldn't be able to win against Su Wenyang. As the overall number 1, how could his treasures be any less than Lu Xian's? Lu Xian's heart moved. Since it was like this, if he wanted to win, then he could only rely on other methods. He wasn't a normal martial artist, he was also a 1-star talisman master. His own sword didn't dare to clash with Su Wenyang, but his talisman scrolls didn't have to worry about this at all. Although he was thinking, the movements of Lu Xian's hands did not slow down in the slightest. Instead, they became even faster, making it even more difficult for Su Wenyang to block them. Su Wenyang was the first person that Lu Xian had ever faced who was able to completely block his blinking swordsmanship, even when he went all out. Although the blinking sword technique was strong, it was only a superior grade yellow ranked martial technique. It was more than enough to deal with a normal cultivator, but against a cultivator like Su Wenyang, whose strength far surpassed his own and whose combat prowess was not weak, it was still insufficient. Without an overwhelming advantage, the most it could do was to minimize the difference in strength between the two. Seeing that Lu Xian's attacks were getting more and more urgent, Su Wenyang grew more and more excited even though it was strenuous for him to block them. From his point of view, Lu Xian's current state was obviously because his origin energy was insufficient, and Lu Xian was in a hurry to determine the victor. As long as he could hold on for a while longer, Lu Xian would definitely not have the strength to fight back. No matter how fast the sword technique was, it could not be used without spirit power, so how could it be a threat? Just when Su Wenyang thought that victory was in his grasp, a few talismans had already been quietly taken out by Lu Xian from his storage ring and held in his hand. With the talismans in his hand, Qin Wen immediately did not delay any longer. His figure flashed, and he once again changed his position, striking out with his sword. Su Wenyang was already prepared, and he fiercely chopped down with his saber, wanting to force Lu Xian back like before. However, at this moment, Lu Xian's left hand suddenly stretched out, and an item was instantly thrown out by him. It was the talisman scroll. Lu Xian's small movements naturally did not escape Su Wenyang's eyes. Although he did not know what Lu Xian had thrown out, it did not hinder him from responding. He was confident that his strength was strong, and with a flick of his wrist, he quickly chopped out with his saber. With a flash of saber light, it chopped right on top of the talisman scroll. Receiving the impact of the saber energy, the structure of the thunder fire glyph on the talisman scroll was immediately destroyed. The violent power contained within the thunder fire glyph instantly exploded. There was only a slight sound of thunder, and a flame instantly exploded in front of Su Wenyang. The huge impact was released without any reservation. With Lu Xian's strength, the might of the thunder fire talisman that he had inscribed was not too great. It was only equivalent to the full power of a martial artist at the 7th level of the body refinement realm. Under normal circumstances, even if Su Wenyang were to forcefully resist this attack, he would not be able to do anything. But at this moment, it was unleashed when he was completely unprepared, and he was immediately caught off guard. He did not expect that after the saber chopped down, there would suddenly be an attack. Lu Xian's attack was not as strong. Even if it would not be able to hit, but at this moment, when he was completely off, it was caught. He did not expect that after the saber chopped down, there would suddenly be an attack. Even if the strength of this attack was only equivalent to the full strength attack of a 7th rank body refinement martial artist, it was still enough to cause him a lot of trouble. However, Lu Xian's attack did not stop there. When the thunder fire glyph exploded, in the blink of an eye, another 5 similar thunder fire glyphs shot out. Without Su Wenyang's attack, Lu Xian's soul force spread out and directly detonated the 5 thunder fire glyph. With a loud bang, the 5 thunder fire glyph exploded at the same time. Compared to the first time, the power was much stronger. Su Wenyang, who had not yet recovered from the first attack, was continuously attacked. He could no longer stand steadily, and the powerful impact directly sent him flying. Su Wenyang, who was sent flying, had a look of horror in his eyes. What kind of attack was this? It was actually so powerful. Especially the last 5 consecutive explosions of the thunder fire glyph. Its power was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Under the mutual enhancement, Su Wenyang was equivalent to receiving the full force attacks of several martial artists at the 7th layer of the body refinement realm. Even if he was in his normal state, he would not be able to withstand it, let alone in this kind of situation. At this moment, not only was he in the air, he had nowhere to borrow strength from. Moreover, the violent power of the thunder fire glyph had caused his blood and qi to churn. For a moment, he was unable to muster any yuan power. How could Lu Xian miss such a good opportunity? This was the moment he had been waiting for. galloping lightning flash was activated once again. In the blink of an eye, his entire body flashed in front of Su Wenyang. A powerful sword intent once again erupted, pouring down on Su Wenyang without reservation. Under the suppression of the sword intent, Su Wenyang, who was already in a bad situation, was now in an even worse situation. He felt that he could not even hold the saber in his hand steadily. However, it did not matter whether he could hold it steadily or not, because his life was about to end at the hands of Lu Xian. At the moment when the sword intent was released, the blink sword technique was unleashed to the extreme by Lu Xian. He continuously thrust his sword at Su Wenyang, who had been sent flying. Seeing Lu Xian's long sword thrusting toward him, Su Wenyang's pupils suddenly widened. He tried his best to brandish the weapon in his hand to block the sword, but at this moment, he did not have the strength to spare. The speed of the blink sword technique was so fast that Su Wenyang did not even have time to blink before Lu Xian's attack landed on his body. With a few swishing sounds, the long sword in Lu Xian's hand poked at Su Wenyang's body several times. Several spots of captivating red immediately seeped out from Su Wenyang's wrists and ankles. Without a doubt, the tendons in his arms and ankles had all been cut by Lu Xian at this moment. At this moment, Su Wenyang could no longer hold the weapon in his hand, and the single saber fell from his hand. Lu Xian exerted more force right after that and thrust his sword out again. This time, it was aimed squarely at Su Wenyang's dantian. At that moment, Su Wenyang no longer had the strength to fight back. All he could do was watch as Lu Xian's sword pierced his dantian without missing a beat. Feeling the cold longsword pierce into his body, a trace of pain flashed across Su Wenyang's eyes. His gaze instantly darkened. If the tendons in his arms and ankles were cut, there was still a possibility of reconnecting them. However, if his dantian was destroyed, he was destined to be a cripple for the rest of his life. To him, this was more miserable than death. From the moment Lu Xian detonated the Thunder Fire Talisman to the moment it pierced Su Wenyang's dantian, it had all happened in an instant. At this moment, Su Wenyang, who had been sent flying by the Thunder Fire Talisman, landed heavily on the ground with a dull thud. However, before he was sent flying, Su Wenyang was still the overall number 1 Su Wenyang, but after he landed, he had become a cripple. After landing on the ground, Su Wenyang's eyes were wide open as he stared at the ceiling. It was as if he couldn't believe the changes that had happened in the blink of an eye. He had actually become a cripple? A moment ago, he was still suppressing Lu Xian, but in the next moment, his dantian had been destroyed, and the tendons in his arms and ankles had been severed. This contrast was simply unacceptable to him. Hearing the footsteps, Su Wenyang slowly regained his senses. He saw that Lu Xian had already walked to his side and was looking down at him with a cruel smile on his face. "I was actually defeated by your hands? I am the overall number 1 Su Wenyang, I am the strongest among the inner sect disciples. You are just a piece of trash who has been in the sect for less than half a year. How could you possibly defeat me?" Su Wenyang roared hysterically, as if he had already entered a state of insanity. However, no matter how much he roared, he could not change the fact that he was already crippled. He was completely and utterly crippled. "Since you have chosen to provoke me, then you must be prepared to pay the price." Looking at the pitiful Su Wenyang lying on the ground, Lu Xian's eyes were cold, without a trace of sympathy. To be kind to one's enemy was to be cruel to oneself. If he had not arrived in time, Lin Sini would have been the one in a pitiful state. When he had decided to rush over, Lu Xian had already sentenced Su Wenyang to death. No matter what, Su Wenyang had to die. Even if he could not kill him with his own strength, Lu Xian still had 2 5-star spiritual talisman scrolls in his storage ring. If he were to randomly throw one of them out, it would be enough to destroy Su Wenyang. However, since he could save them, it was naturally better not to use them. Using the precious 5-star spiritual talisman scrolls against a mere Su Wenyang was simply too wasteful. Hearing this, Su Wenyang laughed bitterly. "Do it. Do you want to kill me? Then kill me. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you off." He did not beg for mercy, he knew that it was unrealistic. Furthermore, in his current state, it would be better for him to die. Staying alive would be a form of torture for him. Lu Xian hesitated for a moment before he swiftly waved the long sword in his hand. With a flash of the sword, a line of blood instantly appeared on Su Wenyang's neck. He was already dead. He had originally wanted to torture Su Wenyang, however, there was no need to bicker with a dead man. Hence, he gave Su Wenyang a clean death. Moreover, good and evil will always be repaid in the end. Martial artists were very particular about the cycle of karma. Sowing yesterday's cause will reap today's result. If Su Wenyang had not taken the initiative to tease Lin Sini, Lu Xian would not have become enemies with him. If Su Wenyang had not kidnapped Lin Sini and had evil intentions, he would not have died. Now that Su Wenyang had been killed, this matter had come to an end. If Su Wenyang still wanted to torture Su Wenyang, Lu Xian's inhumane actions would probably lead to consequences in the future. Of course, this was under the condition that Lu Xian saw that Lin Sini was fine. If anything had happened to Lin Sini, it would be impossible for Su Wenyang to die so easily. If he did not torture him to death, Lu Xian would not be Lu Xian. With Su Wenyang's death, Lu Xian had no choice but to start considering the consequences of his impulsive actions. Although the consequences would definitely be severe, Lu Xian did not have the slightest bit of regret. Killing a fellow disciple was a serious crime. Furthermore, Lu Xian had killed 7 people in one go, including Long Tian, the last grandson of the Fist Sect's elder son, and Su Wenyang, who was ranked first on the overall rankings. The evidence was conclusive. Even the 3 elders of the Sword Sect would not be able to protect him. Other than escaping, Lu Xian could not think of any other way to go. Although no one from the Saber Sect's side courtyard had come for the time being, his actions had definitely been known by others. Perhaps there were people from the Sword Sect and Saber Sect rushing over. If he wanted to escape, he had to do it as soon as possible. Bending down, Lu Xian took Su Wenyang's storage ring and checked it. There were many good things in it. There were various elixirs, a few weapons, 2 saber manuals, and some primordial stones. Primordial stones contained primordial qi. It could be used for recovery and cultivation. It was also the common currency in the cultivation world. It was equivalent to gold and silver in the secular world. This was not the first time Lu Xian had seen primordial stones. The resources distributed by Wind Sword School to inner sect disciples included primordial stones. However, after using them, he realized that the speed of cultivation with primordial stones was not much different from using the Tai origin skill. In order not to waste them, he gave all of them to Lin Sini for cultivation. It was not that primordial stones were useless. It was because the Tai origin skill was too powerful. Using these ordinary primordial stones had limited effects. Lu Xian did not stand on ceremony and kept the storage ring. He then picked up Su Wenyang's prize-tier blade. That was a prize-tier weapon, after all. It was worth far more than a high-grade iron weapon. Although Lu Xian used a sword and this was a saber, it did not stop him from selling it in exchange for something he needed. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lu Xian walked towards Lin Sini, who was lying on the bed. At this moment, Lin Sini was still unconscious. However, her condition was not normal. Her breathing was a little rapid. Lu Xian reached out to touch her forehead. He found that it was a little hot. This discovery made Lu Xian frown slightly. Could it be that Su Wenyang did something to Lin Sini before he came? If anything were to happen to Sini, Su Wenyang would die a quick death. Although he was prepared to escape, Lin Sini's current condition made Lu Xian uneasy. Especially when he thought that the people from the Saber Sect would arrive soon. Lu Xian naturally could not leave her here. However, where could he go now? The Saber Sect definitely could not stay any longer, and he could not return to the Sword Sect either. He would be walking right into a trap. Even if the 3 great elders protected him, the Saber Sect and the Fist Sect would definitely not let him go, especially the Saber Sect. Su Wenyang had died in his hands, and they would not let him go no matter what. That's right, there's another place we can go. Lu Xian suddenly thought of a place. Although he couldn't stay for long, he could at least hide for a while. As long as Lin Sini was fine, he could leave with peace of mind. Without any hesitation, Lu Xian quickly reached out and picked Lin Sini up. As he carried Lin Sini, Lu Xian realized that her entire body was burning up and her body was leaning softly against him. With this discovery, Lu Xian could not help but be even more worried. Without further delay, he walked out of the Saber Sect's courtyard, checked the direction, and then dashed away. Of course, when he left, Lu Xian did not forget to avoid places with many people and specially chose places with fewer people. The reason why Lin Sini was unconscious was because she was knocked unconscious by Long Tian. Perhaps it was because of the cool breeze, but her condition was better, and she was gradually waking up. When she opened her hazy eyes, Lin Sini realized that she was in Lu Xian's embrace and was moving forward rapidly. Lu Xian, why are you here? I remember that I was knocked unconscious. That's right, I was tricked by Long Tian to lead the sword sect. When I noticed that something was wrong, I wanted to escape, but I couldn't defeat him, so I was knocked unconscious. Lin Sini's face was flushed as she spoke softly. When she smelled the manly scent on Lu Xian's body, she felt a wave of confusion and intoxication. It was as if she could not gather any strength in her body, and she really wanted to be intimate with Lu Xian. Moreover, this feeling was getting stronger and stronger. When he heard her speak, Lu Xian revealed a happy expression. He did not stop walking, and he lowered his head to look at Lin Sini in his arms and asked, "You're awake? How do you feel? Do you feel any discomfort?" "No, it's just that it's very hot." I want to kiss you," Lin Sini blurted out. "Ah?" When he heard Lin Sini's words, Lu Xian was slightly stunned. He did not know why she would suddenly say such a thing. Without waiting for Lu Xian's reply, Lin Sini had already taken the initiative to wrap her arms around Lu Xian's neck. She closed her eyes, and her small mouth slightly opened. A scorching and sweet breath instantly blew onto Lu Xian's face. This was not the first time the two of them had kissed, and everything was familiar. Lin Sini's slightly hot lips directly pressed onto Lu Xian's lips. Her small tongue teasingly licked Lu Xian's lips, and then nimbly entered Lu Xian's mouth, moving up and down. Lu Xian also passionately responded to Lin Sini. Under this kiss, Lin Sini could not stand it anymore, and it completely ignited the heat in her heart. At this moment, the medicinal effects of the elixir that Su Wenyang had given her finally began to take effect. She did not care that they were still on the road, and hugged Lu Xian even tighter. Her whole body was tightly pressed against his, as if she wanted to become one with Lu Xian. The softness of her chest constantly rubbed against Lu Xian's chest, sometimes round, and sometimes flat. Lin Sini's abnormality was immediately noticed by Lu Xian. The two of them had been intimate many times in the past, but Lin Sini had never acted so passionately before. Even when Lu Xian wanted to touch her, she would be extremely shy. She had never been so bold and unrestrained like this. At that moment, Lu Xian immediately released Lin Sini's mouth and softly said, "Sini, what's wrong?" However, at this moment, Lin Sini had already fallen for him. How could she hear Lu Xian's words? She only slightly opened a pair of misty eyes and stared at Lu Xian lovingly. There was a touch of tenderness and longing in her eyes. When she was separated by Lu Xian, she immediately moved forward impatiently, completely ignoring Lu Xian. Seeing this situation, how could Lu Xian not understand? Even if he had never eaten pork, how could he not have seen a pig run? In the past, Yao Lei had instilled a lot of knowledge in this area into him. Under the influence of what he had seen and heard, he had more or less learned about it. Lin Sini's current state was obviously a sign that she had been drugged with an extremely strong aphrodisiac. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to lose her mind. "Su Wenyang, you bastard. You're really despicable." Even though Su Wenyang was already dead, Lu Xian still couldn't help but curse. There was no doubt that he must have drugged Lin Sini. However, it was useless to curse now. Looking at Lin Sini's current state, Lu Xian also didn't know what to do. It was said that a person who had been drugged with an aphrodisiac must have intercourse with the opposite sex. The woman must obtain the primordial yang, and the man must obtain the primordial yin. Could it be that I really have to do this? Lu Xian's heart was in a mess. Although he believed that even if he did this, Lin Sini certainly wouldn't blame him afterwards, he still felt that something was wrong. Lu Xian didn't respond for a long time. Lin Sini couldn't bear it any longer. She directly stretched out her hand towards Lu Xian's vital part. He was suddenly shocked. This aphrodisiac was really powerful. Clenching his teeth, Lu Xian stretched out his hand and chopped the back of Lin Sini's neck. He controlled his strength just right. It didn't reach Lin Sini's hand, but it was enough to knock her out. Linsini, who was knocked unconscious once again, immediately lost all strength in her body. She obediently laid on Lu Xian's shoulder again, no longer moving. However, this was only a temporary solution. If the aphrodisiac in her body was not dispelled for a long period of time, even if she did not die, her body and cultivation would be greatly damaged. After knocking Linsini out, Lu Xian didn't stay any longer. He continued to rush towards the demon enchanting hall. No matter what, he would think when he got there. The demon enchanting hall was the place Lu Xian wanted to hide temporarily. The people from the Saber sect shouldn't be able to find him in a short period of time. While Lu Xian was heading towards the demon enchanting hall, the sword sect's Elder Qing, Elder Su, and Elder Lin had joined hands. They brought Xia Yi, Xing Feng, and Lin Tian and rushed towards the Saber sect's courtyard. After Lu Xian left, Xia Yi and Xing Feng quickly found the three elders. They hurriedly explained the whole story of Linsini's abduction and how Lu Xian had charged into the Saber sect in anger. When the three elders heard this, they couldn't sit still anymore. Linsini was a member of the sword sect. Su Wenyang's audacity showed that he didn't respect the sword sect at all. If they couldn't even protect the disciple under them, the three elders, wouldn't have any face left. More importantly, Lu Xian had charged over impulsively. Elder Su knew Lu Xian's character very well. Even though Lu Xian was humble and polite, if someone really provoked him, he would do anything. When they were in Lin City, Lu Xian had killed Long Tai to protect his sister. After that, he had even eliminated Ryuka. He could be said to be decisive in killing. If Lu Xian caused trouble in the Saber sect, then it would be troublesome. Especially since the Saber sect didn't like the sword sect. Now that a genius like Lu Xian had appeared in the sword sect, the Saber sect would definitely want to eliminate him to prevent the sword sect from rising again. Now that Lu Xian had charged into the Saber sect alone, wasn't he just sending himself to the chopping block? At this moment, the three elders couldn't sit still any longer. They immediately left for the Saber sect. At this moment, Lin Tian was receiving guidance from the three elders and wanted to go with them. So, the three elders brought a disciple each, and the six of them flew from the sword sect to the Saber sect. However, as soon as they arrived at the Saber sect, the three elders were stopped. The people who stopped them were the four elders of the Saber sect. So it's Elder Cheng's group of three. You came at the right time. Even if you didn't come, we would have gone to look for you. The elder who stopped Elder Cheng's group of three spoke with a gloomy expression. This person was the Saber sect's Grand Elder, and his status was similar to Elder Cheng's. Even the Saber sect's Elder Jing could only accompany him. Humph. Are all of you trying to make a complaint? That Su Wenyang from your Saber sect captured a female disciple of my sword sect. I haven't even gotten even with you, yet you dare to come looking for trouble with me? Quickly move aside. If anything happens to a disciple of my sword sect, then my sword sect will absolutely not let the matter go. Elder Qing didn't show any weakness as he berated. When they heard Elder Qing, the elders of the Saber sect glanced at each other, and a trace of surprise could be seen in their eyes. They never expected that Su Wenyang would actually become more and more audacious. Su Wenyang had completely concealed what he'd done from everyone, so it was naturally impossible for them to find out. However, even though they were slightly surprised, the Saber sect's Grand Elder merely grunted coldly and continued. There's no proof now, so how can you prove that it was Su Wenyang who captured her? On the other hand, someone from my Saber sect personally witnessed that Lu Xian from your sword sect killed 5 disciples of my Saber sect. As soon as the Saber sect's Grand Elder spoke these words, the 3 Grand Elders of the sword sect, Xia Yi, Xing Feng, and Lin Tian were all dumbstruck. They never expected that Lu Xian would actually be so mad. He'd openly killed people in the Saber sect's territory, and he didn't just kill 1 or 2, he'd killed 5. Earlier, when Lu Xian killed those 5 disciples of the Saber sect, he just happened to be seen by another disciple, and he'd originally intended to stop Lu Xian as well. However, when he saw how mighty Lu Xian was, he didn't dare show himself and could only hide at the side without daring to make a sound. On the other hand, because Lu Xian was in a hurry to rescue Linsini, he wasn't able to notice that someone had escaped, and once he left, that disciple hurriedly reported it to the Saber sect's Grand Elder. Killing a fellow disciple is a taboo of the sect, and it's unforgivable. I know that your sword sect is jealous of my Saber sect, But I never expected that all of you would actually be so deranged and openly kill people in my saber sect. My saber sect will absolutely not let this matter go, and that Lu Xian must pay with his life." The saber sect's Grand Elder's tone was extremely ghastly. With sufficient evidence in his possession, he was sufficiently confident in making Lu Xian die a graveless death. Truthfully speaking, when he heard the disciple report that Lu Xian had successively killed 5 disciples of the saber sect, the saber sect's Grand Elder wasn't shocked at the first moment, but delighted instead. Everyone knew of Lu Xian's natural talent since a long time ago, and if he was allowed to continue developing, then it would practically be impossible for the saber sect to hold down the first position in the next sect competition. He was just thinking about how to find an opportunity to get rid of Lu Xian, yet he never expected that Lu Xian would actually come knocking on his door. If he was able to exchange the lives of 5 disciples for Lu Xian's death, then he was completely happy to see it happen. Compared to the prosperity of the saber sect, the lives of merely 5 disciples were nothing. In the face of the saber sect's first elder's overbearing attitude, Xiayi and the others all looked at Elder Qing. They wanted to see how Elder Qing would respond. When he heard the news that Lu Xian had successively killed 5 people, Elder Qing was indeed extremely shocked. But after that, his thoughts spun rapidly, and he was thinking about how to absolve Lu Xian. As the hope of the sword sect, he had to protect Lu Xian no matter what. When he noticed the gazes of everyone had descended onto him, Elder Qing said slowly, "Lu Xian had his reasons for killing. If it wasn't for Su Wenyang abducting the disciples of my sword sect, then how could he have acted in such a frenzy? So, in the end, the responsibility lies with your saber sect. Could it be that only members of your saber sect are allowed to act against my sword sect, yet my sword sect isn't allowed to counterattack? If I'm not wrong, then it was definitely those 5 disciples of yours who wanted to obstruct Lu Xian from rescuing the disciples, and he had no choice but to kill them by accident." As soon as these words were spoken, Xia Yi and the others instantly revealed delighted expressions. Elder Qing really does want to protect Lu Xian. Moreover, his words caused Xia Yi and the others to feel extreme admiration. It was clearly Lu Xian who took the initiative to kill them, yet when it came from Elder Qing, it became Lu Xian's impatience to rescue the disciples, and he counterattacked in self-defense, causing him to kill by accident. Elder Qing's words had undoubtedly caused the 4 elders of the saber sect to be extremely furious, and the Grand Elder even shouted furiously, "You're twisting words and forcing logic. How shameless! No matter what, since Lu Xian killed members of my saber sect, then he'll surely be unable to escape death. The sect's enforcement elders will naturally judge whether it's right or wrong. Now, I'm going to look for Lu Xian and those disciples that Su Wenyang abducted. All of you move aside." Elder Qing wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing the saber sect's Grand Elder's berating. The saber sect's Grand Elder was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he asked, "Lu Xian is still in the saber sect? Where is he? Since he was abducted by Su Wenyang, then he's definitely at Su Wenyang's place right now. If you still don't move aside, then don't blame me for reporting this matter to the sect master if I see anything happen to a disciple of my sword sect." When he heard that Lu Xian was actually at Su Wenyang's place at this moment, the saber sect's Grand Elder wasn't infuriated but delighted instead, and thoughts spun swiftly in his heart. He was naturally clearly aware of Su Wenyang's strength. Even though Lu Xian was strong, he'd only entered the sect for a short period of time, so he would probably absolutely not be a match for Su Wenyang. Moreover, Lu Xian had killed in the outside world, so how could he possibly be well off at Su Wenyang's place? Once Lu Xian made a move, then Su Wenyang would absolutely not allow himself to be captured. Moreover, based on the Grand Elder's understanding of Su Wenyang, it was extremely likely that Su Wenyang would accidentally kill Lu Xian once the battle began. When he thought about how it was very likely that Lu Xian had already died at Su Wenyang's hands, the saber sect's Grand Elder's mood instantly became extremely good. Even though he was extremely confident in being able to kill Lu Xian since Lu Xian had killed Lu Xian first, Elder Cheng's words were not without reason. At that time, if this matter were to be reported to the enforcement elder, then perhaps another unexpected event might occur. Instead of that, it would be better to just let Lu Xian die and put an end to all troubles. Since he was already dead, then even if the sword sect pursued the matter, what could they do? When he thought up to hear, a trace of a smile appeared on the Saber Sect's Grand Elder's face, and he uncharacteristically spoke in a friendly manner. Since Lu Xian is at Su Wenyang's place right now, and both of them are involved in this matter, then I'll just send someone to call them over. There's no need for all of you to make this trip. The 3 great elders of your sword sect haven't come to my Saber Sect for a very long time, so why don't you rest and have a cup of tea so that you don't say that my Saber Sect doesn't know how to treat its guests? How could Elder Qing not know the Saber Sect's Grand Elder's thoughts? Without a doubt, he was stalling for time so that Su Wenyang and Lu Xian would fight, and it would be best if he could accidentally kill Lu Xian. This was exactly what Elder Qing and the others were worried about. Even though Lu Xian was able to defeat Lin Tian, it didn't mean that he was a match for Su Wenyang. As long as Lu Xian didn't die, everything would be fine, but if he was really killed by Su Wenyang, then everything would be meaningless. Elder Qing had already reached his limit by talking nonsense with the members of the Saber Sect. Old Su, Old Lin, let's go. I want to see who dares to stop us. Elder Qing glared coldly at the Saber Sect's Grand Elder, and his gaze was filled with a warning intent. The Sword Sect's decline only meant that the Sword Sect didn't have a successor in the next generation, but it didn't mean that the strength of Elder Qing's group of 3 would lose to the Saber Sect's elders. If they were to really fight, then the victor would be unknown. Elder Qing's group of 3 paid no further attention to the Saber Sect's elders, and they carried Xia Yi and the others as they continued flying towards the Saber Sect's side courtyard at an extremely swift speed. The Saber Sect's Grand Elder's expression changed indeterminately as he gazed at Elder Qing's group that was charging ahead. In the end, he gave up on his intention to forcefully stop them, and he said to the elders behind him, "Come, let's go over as well." After such a long time, I presume that Lu Xian is already dead, and they would only be able to collect his corpse if they went over. I want to see how they feel when they see Lu Xian's corpse. As soon as he finished speaking, the Saber Sect's Grand Elder was the first to move, and he swiftly chased after them. He was worried that after they saw Lu Xian's corpse, Elder Qing's group would fly into a rage out of humiliation and attack Su Wenyang. That would be bad. All the elders' strengths were at the spirit refinement realm, and they were able to fly in the air. Their speed was far from something a body refinement cultivator like Lu Xian could compare to. In next to no time, the Saber Sect's side courtyard was already in sight. There's the smell of blood. Elder Qing's expression instantly changed when he smelled a trace of the smell of blood in the air. I'm afraid that Lu Xian has already fought with Su Wenyang. Could it be? Elder Su's expression was slightly unsightly, and he was extremely worried that the scene he imagined would appear. Don't worry, Lu Xian will absolutely not die at Su Wenyang's hands. His strength is much stronger than we imagined. Lin Tian consoled. Amongst everyone present, the one who understood Lu Xian's strength the most, and the one who had the most right to speak was undoubtedly Lin Tian, because he'd just finished his battle with Lu Xian a moment ago. I also know that Lu Xian won't easily lose at Su Wenyang's hands. However, this is the Saber Sect's territory. If Su Wenyang has helpers by his side, then it'll be difficult to say. Elder Qing's expression was heavy. The elders of the Saber Sect were not far behind Elder Qing's group, and they naturally smelled the smell of blood in the air as well. Ha ha ha, looks like that Lu Xian is probably dead. That brat Su Wenyang likes to seek pleasure here, and no one usually comes close to him. It's definitely not someone else's blood. The Saber Sect's first elder laughed loudly. As they spoke, the 2 groups of people had already arrived in front of the Saber Sect's courtyard. Elder Qing's strength was the strongest, and his eyesight was naturally the best. In an instant, he arrived before the courtyard and saw a corpse lying there. His expression instantly changed. As expected, someone had died. Who could this person be? The 2 groups of people descended at the same time, and they went straight for the corpse. Elder Qing was the first to arrive, and the people from the Saber Sect followed closely behind. When they saw the corpse, Elder Qing and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Although the corpse had been beheaded, it was obviously not Lu Xian's corpse based on his clothes. The Saber Sect's first elder and the others frowned slightly. It was actually not Lu Xian, however, his brows relaxed immediately, and he revealed a sinister smile as he looked at Elder Qing. He said, "This clothes is the Fist Sect's disciples' clothes. I didn't expect that not only did Lu Xian kill my Saber Sect's disciple, he even attacked a Fist Sect's disciple, and even beheaded him." Such an evil person must be killed as soon as possible. This person is the fist sect's Long Tian. He was the one who tricked Cindy into leaving the sword sect, and then kidnapped her. Death cannot wipe out his crimes. Xiayi suddenly spoke. Yao Lei had told him everything, and he was naturally clear about it. So they're jackals of the same tribe, and they naturally seek death. Moreover, there's no evidence, so how do you know that Lu Xian killed them? Maybe Su Wenyang was worried that he would be exposed, so he killed them to silence them. Elder Qing still spoke up for Lu Xian. Elder Su suddenly spoke, there's still a bloody smell inside. The battle didn't happen here alone. Elder Qin was worried about Lu Xian, so he didn't waste any more words with the people from the Saber sect. The group of people hurriedly walked inside. There was no need to search intentionally, and they just had to follow the direction of the bloody smell. Very quickly, the group of 10 people, including the 4 great elders of the Saber sect, arrived before the master bedroom of the Saber sect's courtyard. They saw that the master bedroom's door had been broken a long time ago, and the strong bloody smell was coming from here. At this moment, it was quiet inside, and there wasn't a single sound of fighting. Obviously, the dust had already settled. Elder Qing and the others felt even more uneasy, whereas the Saber sect's elders revealed joyful expressions. With such a strong bloody smell, someone had definitely died, and it was extremely likely that Lu Xian had already been successfully killed by Su Wenyang. Lu Xian! Elder Qing shouted loudly as he swiftly flashed into the room, and the others followed closely behind him. After the battle, the room had become extremely messy since a long time ago. However, a corpse that lay within the room was instantly imprinted into everyone's eyes, and the strong smell of blood was coming from this corpse. When they saw the corpse, the expressions of everyone from the sword sect changed abruptly. Could it be that Lu Xian has already been killed? On the other hand, a trace of wild joy flashed on the faces of the elders of the Saber sect. Lu Xian is really dead? That's truly an extremely good thing. Elder Qin was the first to charge over to the corpse, and when he saw the appearance of the corpse clearly, a trace of a strange expression instantly flashed on his face because the situation was truly too different from the situation he'd imagined. When he saw Elder Qing didn't explode with rage as he'd imagined, the smile on the Saber sect's Grand Elder's face gradually vanished, and a trace of bewilderment appeared on his face before he flashed over to the corpse as well. When he saw the appearance of the person on the ground, the expression of the Saber sect's Grand Elder changed abruptly. The person who died wasn't Lu Xian at all, and it was actually the proud disciple of his Saber sect, Su Wenyang, who was ranked at the first position on the overall rankings. Lu Xian! It's surely that bastard, Lu Xian. Come out and receive your death. The Saber sect's Grand Elder roared furiously. Never had he imagined that not only had Lu Xian killed 5 ordinary disciples of the Saber sect, even Su Wenyang had actually died at Lu Xian's hands. This was completely different from what he'd imagined. He didn't really care about the death of 5 ordinary disciples, and if he was able to use the lives of 5 disciples in exchange for Lu Xian's death, then he would be happy to see it happen instead. However, Su Wenyang was different. Su Wenyang was the strongest disciple of his Saber sect, and it was extremely likely that he would be able to obtain the first position once more in the next grand competition of the sects. How could an ordinary disciple compare to him? Yet now, he'd actually died in such an obscure manner. How could he accept this? As the Saber sect's first elder shouted angrily, the other 3 elders of the Saber sect also noticed that something was wrong. They quickly rushed over, and when they saw Su Wenyang lying on the ground, dead for a long time, their expressions changed. However, Elder Jing secretly rejoiced in his heart. With Su Wenyang's death, the Saber sect would definitely need to support another disciple. In the current Saber sect, although his son Jinggang's strength was not high, his talent was one of the best. It was extremely likely that he would be heavily nurtured. Of course, he could not show it on his face. Instead, he shouted at Elder Qing, I didn't expect Lu Xian to be so vicious. Not only did he kill 5 of my disciples outside, but he also killed Long Tian and Su Wenyang, disciples of the Fist faction. If I don't execute Lu Xian, how can I face the 7 disciples who died? Another elder spoke as well, not only must Lu Xian be executed, your sword sect can't avoid being involved in this matter as well. In my opinion, you must have seen how powerful our Saber sect is, so you ordered Lu Xian to commit murder. The saber sect's first elder had a gloomy expression as he stared fixedly at Elder Qing as if he wanted to swallow him up. Hand over Lu Xian. He must die. He had already made up his mind to kill Lu Xian earlier, and he could not let him go now. Su Wenyang was already dead, and the saber sect did not have a disciple who was strong enough. In the next sect competition, it was already very unlikely for them to take first place again. He would definitely not allow Lu Xian to live and let the sword sect be in the limelight. When they saw that the one who died was Su Wenyang and not Lu Xian, a weight was lifted from Elder Qing and the others' hearts. In the entire saber sect's side courtyard, there was no one else besides the two corpses. There was no trace of Lu Xian and Lin Sini. Obviously, Lu Xian had successfully rescued Lin Sini and escaped. Although he had caused a great disaster, and they did not know how Lu Xian had successfully killed Su Wenyang, as long as Lu Xian was not dead, everything would be fine. Elder Qing immediately spoke in an unhurried manner. Elder Yu, aren't your words a bit too overbearing? The facts aren't clear yet, so how can you sentence him so easily? Moreover, we're currently looking for Lu Xian, so how can we hand him over to you? Elder Yu was the saber sect's grand elder, and a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes when he saw Elder Qing's calm expression. Lu Xian was already safe, so Elder Qing naturally did not have to worry anymore. However, now that Su Wenyang was dead, how could he let the matter rest? The facts aren't clear yet? Humph. I saw it very clearly. It was clearly your sword sect that was jealous of my saber sect's accomplishments, and you sent Lu Xian to my saber sect to kill him without distinguishing between right and wrong. What you said about your sword sect's disciples being abducted by Su Wenyang? It's completely false, and it's purely an excuse. From the beginning until the end, there was no evidence to prove that Su Wenyang did it. Xiayi subconsciously wanted to refute because there was a witness, and that was Zhao Lei. However, at the crucial moment, Xing Feng pulled him back and glared at him fiercely. Yao Lei was merely an outer sect disciple, and he was even an outer sect disciple of the saber sect. If he betrayed Xing Feng, he would definitely end up badly. After Xing Feng's reminder, Xiayi instantly reacted and shut his mouth. Although Lu Xian and Lin Sini were nowhere to be found, they were definitely safe. It was better not to cause any more trouble for the time being. Before Elder Qing could speak, Elder Yu spoke again. I'll send the Fist Sect's disciple's corpse back to the Fist Sect. I'm sure the Fist Sect won't let the matter rest. Since your sword sect is unwilling to hand him over, then don't blame us for searching for him ourselves. Even if we have to turn Wind Sword School upside down and turn the three empires upside down, I'll find Lu Xian and bring him to his death. Elder Zheng, pass down the order. Everyone in the saber sect, including all the deacons and inner and outer sect disciples, gather. I'd like to see where Lu Xian can hide. Elder Yu's tone was filled with dense killing intent. No one doubted that if Lu Xian was standing in front of him right now, he would definitely kill him without hesitation. Elder Zheng didn't dare to hesitate when he heard that. He took out the nameplate that represented his identity as an elder and quickly sent out a message. In an instant, the message informing everyone to gather was immediately sent to the ears of all the members of the Saber Sect. Let's go to the Saber Sect Square. After glancing coldly at Elder Qing and the others, Elder Yu led the other three elders of the Saber Sect and left without looking back. As the few of them left, the indifference on Elder Qing's face gradually disappeared and was replaced with a solemn expression. Although it was fortunate that nothing happened to Lu Xian, there was no doubt that the trouble he caused this time was enough to shake the entire inner sect. Compared to that, pointing his sword at Su Wenyang was nothing. This time, Su Wenyang was truly killed. Let's go back to the sword sect first. This isn't a place to talk. After pondering for a while, Elder Qing took the lead and walked out. The other three elders each brought a person and instantly rose into the sky. As they flew in the sky, Elder Qing asked, Xiayi, do you know where Lu Xian is now? At this moment, Xiayi was flying in the sky with Elder Qing. When he heard the question, he pondered for a moment and shook his head, I don't know. Lu Xian didn't tell us. At that time, he only asked us to take care of his good friend, Yao Lei, and then he left quickly. After that, Xing Feng and I came to look for you. Elder Qing stared at Xiayi and said, this time, although Lu Xian was eager to save someone, he did indeed cause quite a big trouble. The Saber Sect has never suffered such a big loss before. This time, they will definitely not let the matter rest. If they find Lu Xian, they will definitely kill him as soon as possible. If we want to protect Lu Xian, we can only find Lu Xian before they do. That way, we will at least have a bit of leeway. Therefore, if you know where Lu Xian is, you must not hide it. When Xiaoyi heard this, he smiled bitterly and said, "How could I dare to hide it? I really don't know. Moreover, Xing Feng and I never thought that the matter would become so big. Originally, we thought that Lu Xian would only save Sini, but we never thought that he would kill Su Wenyang as well. If he didn't kill Su Wenyang, then it wouldn't be Lu Xian's style." Elder Su, who was flying with Xing Feng, said, back in his hometown, Qingshan town, in order to prevent Ryuka from continuing to attack his father and sister, he directly exterminated the entire Ryuka clan. It could be said that he was very straightforward. Now, the hatred between him and Su Wenyang has already been formed, and there is no way to resolve it. There has always been a saying that one can be a thief for 1,000 days, but there is no way to guard against a thief for 1,000 days. In order to prevent something like this from happening again in the future, he will naturally kill Su Wenyang and eliminate this hidden danger. When Elder Cheng heard this, he nodded and said, "This Lu Xian is usually humble and gentle, but at critical moments, he is decisive and does not hesitate at all. This kind of person is truly suitable to pursue the martial Dao. This time, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will definitely protect him. It's a pity that Vice Sect Leader Jean is not here. He is also very optimistic about Lu Xian. If he was here, the possibility of protecting Lu Xian would undoubtedly be higher. Now, it's hard to say." Elder Su sighed. When they heard this, Xiaoyi and Xing Feng quickly looked at each other. Both of them instantly understood the meaning in each other's eyes. Obviously, the three great elders of the sword faction did not have 100% confidence in protecting Lu Xian. Xing Feng shook his head slightly at Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi understood and nodded subtly. The two of them immediately stopped talking. In reality, both of them had guessed that the place Lu Xian might go was the enchantment hall that he had stayed for a long time previously. Initially, Xiaoyi was still hesitating whether to mention it to Elder Cheng, but after hearing this, he dispelled the idea. It was not that they did not trust Elder Cheng, but that they did not dare to risk Lu Xian's life. They believed that if Lu Xian wanted to look for the three great elders, he would definitely return by himself. If he did not return, he would definitely have his own reasons. Elder Cheng and the rest returned to the sword faction, while all the members of the saber faction had already gathered at the saber faction square. As for Long Tian's corpse and head, they were sent back to the fist faction by Elder Yu. The moment he saw Long Tian's corpse, elder son of the fist faction was instantly stunned, as if he did not dare to believe it at all. However, he was immediately furious. After Long Hai died in the back mountain some time ago, Long Tian was his last grandson. Now, even Long Tian was dead. When he heard the news that Elder Yu sent, elder son was even more furious. It was actually Lu Xian again. Without any hesitation, elder son immediately gathered all the members of the fist faction and worked with all the disciples of the saber faction to search the entire sect. Even if they had to turn the Wind Sword School upside down, they had to find Lu Xian. While Elder Cheng and the rest were still in the saber sect's courtyard, Lu Xian had already arrived near the enchantment hall. Lin Sini was still unconscious, her body lying limply on his shoulder. However, she was not in a good state at the moment. Her face was abnormally flushed and her body was extremely hot. It was obvious that even though she was unconscious, the drug was still taking effect. If the antidote could not be removed in time, it would definitely cause severe damage to her body and she might even die. Lu Xian was extremely careful as he stealthily arrived at the enchantment hall. He did not dare to be seen by others. If he encountered a disciple that he could not avoid, he would activate the rushing lightning flash to the maximum and turn into an afterimage that flashed by. Now that he had arrived at the enchantment hall, he did not directly enter from the main entrance. Instead, he took a detour to the back door. In the distance, Lu Xian saw a young girl with a wonderful figure anxiously waiting. Without a doubt, it was Chen Xiaohan. Along the way, Lu Xian had used a voice transmission talisman to inform her. If he wanted to quietly hide in the enchantment hall, he would definitely need her help. Lu Xian did not rush forward. Instead, he cautiously scanned his surroundings. Only when he discovered that there was no one around did he carefully reveal his head. The moment Lu Xian revealed himself, he was immediately discovered by Qin Shaohan. She quickly waved at him, indicating for him to hurry over. Without stopping, Lu Xian forcefully gathered a mouthful of yuan power and activated the rushing lightning flash to the maximum. His figure flashed continuously and arrived beside Qin Shaohan in the blink of an eye like an afterimage. When she saw Lu Xian's appearance, Qin Shaohan was slightly stunned. She did not know why he was carrying a girl. Previously, Lu Xian had only given her a simple explanation that something had happened and that he might be killed. However, he did not go into detail. Qin Shaohan immediately asked, "She is," however, before she could finish, she was interrupted by Lu Xian, who said in a low voice, "This is not the place to talk. Let's go in first. There's no one here, right?" Although she still had some doubts in her heart, Qin Shaohan was a sensible person. She suppressed the doubts in her heart and nodded. "No one is here. I have already sent everyone away. We won't be exposed. Let's go to your original quiet room first." Lu Xian nodded and quickly rushed in. He went straight to the quiet room with ease. As expected, he did not see a single person along the way. Qin Shaohan was extremely reliable. He ran all the way to the quiet room and locked the door. Only then did Lu Xian heave a sigh of relief. At least he was temporarily safe. Just now, in order to avoid the eyes and ears of so many disciples, he could be said to be mentally and physically exhausted. Although Lu Xian had not been here for a few days, the quiet room was still extremely clean. Moreover, there were some unfinished materials on the table. It was obvious that someone often cultivated here. Without a doubt, this person was naturally Qin Shaohan. Although Lu Xian had left, she still liked to stay in the room that Lu Xian had stayed in to cultivate. However, right now, Lu Xian naturally did not have the mood to pay attention to these things. He carefully placed Lin Sini on the bed and looked at her with a frown, as if he was considering what to do. At this moment, Qin Shaohan finally could not help but ask, "Lu Xian, what's going on? What's going on? How did you provoke a fatal disaster?" Lu Xian said in a low voice, "You know the saber sect Su Wenyang, right?" Qin Shaohan nodded. Although the demon enchanting hall and the inner sect did not belong to each other, she still knew that Su Wenyang was the number one person in the inner sect. However, she did not know what this had to do with him. "I killed him." After hearing Lu Xian's words, Qin Shaohan's mouth instantly widened. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. The Wind Sword School strictly forbade disciples from killing each other. She did not expect that not only did Lu Xian kill someone, but he also directly killed the number one person in the inner sect. This was a huge disaster. Now, she finally understood why Lu Xian said that he provoked a fatal disaster and why he hid and escaped to the demon enchanting hall. Not to mention the sect's disciplinary elders would not let Lu Xian go, even the elders of the Saber sect would definitely not allow Lu Xian to continue living. However, Qin Shaohan was a little puzzled. After spending 3 months together, she thought that she had a good understanding of Lu Xian's character. He was definitely not a vicious person who would kill for benefits. Moreover, the girl lying on the bed at this moment also made her a little puzzled. However, she vaguely guessed Lin Sini's identity. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but take a closer look at Lin Sini. For a moment, she felt slightly disappointed. She didn't think that there would actually be a woman more beautiful than her. Although Lin Sini's current state was a bit abnormal, it didn't affect her beauty at all. Not only was her appearance extremely exquisite, her figure was even more curvaceous. It was as if she was more beautiful, and if she was less, she would be less. After looking at Lin Sini, Qin Shaohan could not help but lower her head to look at her chest. No wonder Lu Xian always felt that her chest was too small. Is it because of her?" Qin Shaohan asked. Lu Xian nodded. "That Su Wenyang and I have a grudge. He did not dare to do anything to me, so he took advantage of my duel to send someone to trick Sini, knock her out and kidnap her. If I did not arrive in time, Sini's innocence would have been tainted by that thief. Even if I killed him 10,000 times, it would not be enough to appease the hatred in my heart." Lu Xian's tone revealed a trace of ghastly killing intent. As he looked at Lin Sini's current state, he slightly regretted killing Su Wenyang so straightforwardly. If he did not torture Su Wenyang a little, it would have been too easy on him. The killing intent that suddenly erupted from Lu Xian caused Qin Shaohan to be slightly shocked. She had seen Lu Xian, who was neither servile nor overbearing in front of Chen Mo, seen Lu Xian, who teased her naughtily in front of her, and also seen Lu Xian, who was confident and serious when he taught her the ancient enchantment technique. However, she had never seen Lu Xian in such a state, the Lu Xian who killed decisively and was enraged for a woman. As she looked at Linsini, who was still unconscious on the bed, a trace of envy suddenly surged out from Qin Shaohan. She felt that if Lu Xian could do this for her, it would be such a happy thing. Cini, what a nice name. Is she that woman of yours in the sword sect? But what's her situation now? Qin Shaohan spoke. She did not show any envy, she felt that it was beneath her to be jealous. Because she believed that one day, she would be able to make Lu Xian willingly do anything for her. Moreover, if she was still envious of Linsini's current situation, then she would be too ignorant. Lu Xian grunted softly and said, that scumbag Su Wenyang must have drugged her with aphrodisiac. On the way here just now, the drug had already begun to take effect. Although I knocked her out, this is only a temporary solution. We must find a way to detoxify her. Qin Shaohan's red lips parted slightly when she heard this, and she spoke with extreme astonishment. Aphrodisiac? Isn't that the only way to cure the poison? Obviously, Qin Shaohan had heard about this as well. However, she could not bring herself to say the word copulation in front of Lu Xian. If there's no way to cure the poison, then this is the only way. Although Lu Xian felt that he had let Linsini down by doing this to her while she was unconscious, he would definitely not sit by and watch something happen to Linsini. In any case, he would take responsibility no matter what. Hearing Lu Xian's words, Qin Shaohan could not help but bite her lips. Seeing the man she liked about to do that with another woman, how could she feel at ease? Although she knew that this was the worst possible solution, she still felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. However, she could not say anything against it. How could she let Lu Xian watch her die? That was absolutely impossible. Moreover, she had no reason to make such a request. Qin Shaohan continued to pinch the corner of her clothes as she suddenly stood up and said, "Wait a moment, the aphrodisiac has an antidote. I'll go look for it. You, don't be in such a hurry to do that with her." As she spoke, Qin Shaohan's face flushed red. She thought to herself, Lu Xian is such a pervert. Now that such a great beauty is placed in front of him for him to do it, and he even has a reason to do it. If she does not warn Lu Xian, she will not be at ease. Lu Xian naturally did not know that he had such an image in Qin Shaohan's heart. Moreover, he was aware of Qin Shaohan's feelings for him. Saying that he wanted to do that with Linsini in front of her was indeed a little embarrassing. Then hurry up and go. I reckon that Cini will wake up soon. We can't delay any longer. Lu Xian said. However, his words had a different meaning to Qin Shaohan's ears. She immediately glared at him and said, "Humph, I knew you were not a good person. You can't wait any longer, can you? Don't even think of getting your way. I will go find the antidote now. I don't have it. Hurry up and go." Lu Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry. Qin Shaohan stomped her feet and left. She was really afraid that Lu Xian would eat Linsini. In her mind, not only did she want Lu Xian's heart, but Lu Xian's body could only be hers. After Qin Shaohan left, Lu Xian sat on the bedside. He observed Linsini's condition while waiting for Qin Shaohan to find the antidote. Perhaps he was right. Not long after Qin Shaohan left, the unconscious Linsini suddenly moved. She raised her small hand slightly and landed it on Lu Xian's hand. Her tightly closed eyes slightly opened. She actually woke up. Lu Xian quickly held Linsini's slender jade hand. It was different from the usual warmth. Right now, it seemed very hot. "Cini, how do you feel?" he hurriedly asked. Seeing that Lu Xian was still by her side, a trace of relief appeared in Linsini's eyes. This time, she seemed to be a little more clear-headed than before. However, a trace of pain flashed in her eyes. She tenderly gasped and said, "Xian, I'm so hot, so uncomfortable." She seemed to be struggling to sit up. However, her entire body was powerless and she was unable to move at all. When he saw Lin Sini in this state, Lu Xian's eyes were filled with heartache. He tightly held Lin Sini's hand. He did not know whether Qin Shaohan had found the antidote or not. "Xian, hug me. I feel uncomfortable." Lin Sini was unable to struggle and once again opened her mouth to speak to Lu Xian. Faced with Lin Sini's request, Lu Xian simply could not refuse. He reached out and gently hugged Lin Sini. Being hugged by Lu Xian, the pain on Lin Sini's face lessened. It was as if she had found a place to vent. She stretched out her hands and tightly wrapped them around Lu Xian's body. Then, she once again closed her eyes and kissed Lu Xian. The two of them instantly kissed. In this state, Lin Sini appeared to be extremely bold and unrestrained. Her hands continuously groped Lu Xian's body. She could not help but moan and pant. There was no longer a trace of pain on her face. After a long while, Lin Sini took the initiative to separate their lips. She looked at Lu Xian with misty eyes and revealed a trace of intense love. She softly said, "Xian, take me. Xian, take me. My heart is yours, and my body is also yours." Lin Sini looked at Lu Xian affectionately and said. Looking at Lin Sini's eyes that were as gentle as water, Lu Xian could no longer hold himself back and kissed her again. He sucked on Lin Sini's tongue in a very rough manner and tasted her tender lips. The delicate body in his arms was placed on the bed by Lu Xian again. A pair of big hands instantly went under Lin Sini's dress. Feeling Lin Sini's hot and smooth skin, Lu Xian's desire burned even more. After all, he wasn't Lu Xiaohui. Lu Xian did not have to deliberately search for it. He easily grasped the proud twin peaks on Lin Sini's chest and could not help but gently knead them. Lu Xian's sudden attack made Lin Sini even more aroused. She couldn't help but moan softly. Although Lu Xian had occasionally taken advantage of her in the past, it had never been so thorough. The virgin land that she had protected for more than 10 years was unreservedly offered in front of Lu Xian for him to taste. Perhaps after kneading for a while, Lu Xian was no longer satisfied. He anxiously wanted to remove the dress on Lin Sini's body. However, after fiddling with it for a long time, he didn't succeed. Lin Sini immediately glared at him coquettishly. Then, her face turned red. She gently bit her lower lip and took the initiative to untie the belt. Lu Xian was overjoyed. He anxiously stripped Lin Sini clean. In an instant, a near-perfect naked body appeared in front of Lu Xian. The fullness of her chest was dotted with 2 red cherries. Her slender waist was slender and there wasn't a trace of fat. Just by looking at it, it gave off a silky smooth feeling. If one touched it, they would be instantly intoxicated. Further down, there was a pair of snow-white, slender, beautiful legs that were enough to make countless men go crazy. And above this pair of beautiful legs, there was a mysterious and deep triangular area, which made Lu Xian's eyes instantly pop out. He had never seen such a beautiful scene. For a moment, he only felt his blood boiling. He couldn't wait to rush up and eat Lin Sini up. Even if she had already determined that it was Lu Xian, but being stared at like that, Lin Sini was still embarrassed. She closed her legs and softly said, "Don't look anymore." "Fine, I won't look anymore." Lu Xian couldn't bear it anymore. He directly pounced on Lin Sini and ruthlessly ravaged her delicate body, leaving countless kiss marks on her smooth body. Feeling Lu Xian's invasion, and at the same time under the double effect of the drug, Lin Sini was once again immersed in lust. She took the initiative to help Lu Xian take off his clothes. Not long after, the two of them were completely open with each other. The two bodies were tightly pressed together without any obstruction. Lu Xian's little brother was already raised high, waiting for the battle. Perhaps she felt something poking at her. Lin Sini in a daze grabbed it and tried to push it away. Lu Xian's body suddenly stiffened when his vital part was suddenly grabbed by Lin Sini. Then, the fire of lust burned even more, and he roughly separated Lin Sini's tightly closed legs. His little brother stood upright, ready to further expand his territory. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening was heard, followed by Qin Shaohan's joyful voice. "Lu Xian, I found the antidote." When the door was pushed open, the scene of Lu Xian and Lin Sini tightly entangled together was immediately reflected in Qin Shaohan's eyes. In an instant, Qin Shaohan's eyes widened, then, her face suddenly turned red. She had never seen such a shameful scene. Even when she pretended to be asleep and made out with Lu Xian, the two of them were still neatly dressed. She couldn't help but say, "Lu Xian, you're really shameless, you big pervert. You said you wouldn't, with her." Chen Xiaohan's sudden intrusion immediately made Lu Xian embarrassed. Just now, his head was filled with lust, and he forgot everything. If he had known earlier, he would have locked the door. In order to prevent exposure, Lu Xian could only hug Lin Sini tightly and said, Sini suddenly woke up, you turn around first, I'll put on my clothes. I won't. Why can she see, but I can't? Get up and put on your clothes like this. Chen Xiaohan still said. Although her face was as red as a honey peach, she still looked at Lu Xian without blinking, for fear that Lu Xian would really eat Lin Sini. Lu Xian's face was also red, but after being messed around by Chen Xiaohan, his lust had already subsided. Fortunately, Lin Sini under him seemed to be a little lost, otherwise, it would probably be even more embarrassing. At that moment, Lu Xian quickly jumped up from the bed, picked up the robe that was thrown aside, and hurriedly put it on. However, in a hurry, naturally, it was inevitable that he would be exposed. Chen Xiaohan, who was determined not to be taken advantage of, kept staring at Lu Xian. When she saw Lu Xian's little brother, she couldn't help but secretly curse, so ugly. Chen Xiaohan also knew a little about the affairs between men and women. In such a short time, it seemed that Lu Xian shouldn't have succeeded. She couldn't help but reveal a trace of a victor's smile. Humph, want to steal a bite? No way. If he wants to eat, he can only eat himself. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but recall the scene she saw when she just entered the door, and her face turned red again. At this moment, Lu Xian had finally put on his clothes, and naturally didn't have the mood to guess what Chen Xiaohan was thinking. He directly rushed to her and asked, "Where's the antidote? Give it to me quickly." This time, Chen Xiaohan didn't waste any time and handed a jade bottle to Lu Xian. Lu Xian opened the jade bottle and took a sniff. A fragrant medicinal fragrance wafted over, but he still asked worriedly, "It's this, right?" Chen Xiaohan rolled her eyes at him and said, "That's right. This antidote is enough to cure the aphrodisiac that can poison a soul refinement practitioner. What good stuff could that Su Wenyang have obtained?" Hearing this, Lu Xian was finally relieved. He returned to the bed and placed the elixir into Lin Sini's mouth. He channeled a stream of yuan power into her mouth and helped her swallow it. The antidote that Chen Xiaohan found seemed to be extraordinary. Lin Sini, who was originally rolling around on the bed, quickly calmed down after consuming the elixir. Her breathing gradually became even. Seeing this, Lu Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately picked up a dress from the side and wanted to help Lin Sini put it on. However, he really couldn't handle a girl's clothes. Chen Xiaohan, who was watching from the side, found it a little funny. She took the initiative and said, "Go to the side, let me do it." Lu Xian immediately retreated in embarrassment and allowed Chen Xiaohan to help. Looking at Lin Sini's smooth skin that was like suet jade and her wonderful figure, Chen Xiaohan couldn't help but turn around and glare at Lu Xian. "Humph, I knew you wouldn't be honest. A good cabbage was almost taken by a pig. Then didn't I almost take you last time too?" Lu Xian retorted. Just when he was in high spirits, he was interrupted by Chen Xiaohan. Lu Xian was full of resentment. He had already obtained Lin Sini's permission and naturally didn't have any psychological burden. However, he didn't expect Chen Xiaohan to appear out of nowhere. Ignoring Lu Xian, Chen Xiaohan quickly helped Lin Sini put on her clothes. Soon after, the two of them played a game of staring at each other while waiting for Lin Sini to wake up. Lin Sini's body temperature gradually returned to normal. Her complexion also regained its ruddy color. Obviously, the antidote was very effective. Chen Xiaohan was the first to ask, "Then what do you plan to do next?" Hearing her mention this matter, Lu Xian's charming thoughts gradually disappeared. He frowned slightly, but soon relaxed and said, "This time, not only did I kill people from the Saber faction, I also killed people from the Fist faction. They definitely won't let me go. Even the 3 elders of the Sword faction might not be able to protect me. There is no place for me in the entire Wind Sword School. Other than escaping, I have no other choice. If it wasn't because of Sini, I'm afraid I would have left long ago." Hearing Lu Xian's words, Chen Xiaohan's eyes lit up. There was no place for him in the inner sect. Wasn't this a good opportunity for Lu Xian to join the Demon Enchanting Hall? Then you should join our Demon Enchanting Hall. As long as you are in the Demon Enchanting Hall, the people in the inner sect will definitely not dare to find trouble with you. At that time, let my father step in and he will definitely be able to protect you. At most, you will have to pay a small price. Lu Xian shook his head. You are thinking too simply. This involves the rules of the Wind Sword School. How can it be broken so easily? If I become a precedent, I'm afraid there will be many cases of people killing people from the same sect in the future. Even if it is to make an example of me, they will not let me go. Moreover, Master is not in the Demon Enchanting Hall now. This time, Lu Xian was indeed unlucky. Vice-sect leader Jean, who had high hopes for him in the inner sect, was not here. The Demon Enchanting Hall leader Chen Mo was also not here. Lu Xian guessed that the hall leader Chen Mo and vice-sect leader Jean had probably gone to do the same thing. However, no matter what, the two powerful backers could not help him. He could only rely on himself. Qin Xiaohan was also silent. She knew that there were fewer and fewer talisman masters appearing in the Demon Enchanting Hall. Their status was not as high as before, so their situation was not too good. Moreover, her father was not here. If the people from the Saber faction and the Fist faction came looking for them, they might not be able to protect Lu Xian. Then what if you return to the Sword faction? Since you were able to kill Su Wenyang, it proves that your strength far exceeds his. You have only entered the sect for less than half a year, so your potential is definitely huge. I think the elders of the Sword faction will do their best to protect you, right? Hearing this, Lu Xian smiled. Indeed, I believe that Elder Qing and Elder Su will definitely do their best to protect me. However, what if they can't protect me even after doing their best? Then wouldn't I be walking into a trap if I return to the Sword faction? Compared to others, I still believe in the sword in my hand more. The territory of the Wind Sword School is only in the surrounding 3 empires. Then, I will escape from these 3 empires and see where they can find me. Lu Xian had already made up his mind. It was a good opportunity to go out and see the great rivers and mountains of the Sky Sword continent, and see the outside world. Previously, when he was stuck at the 6th rank of the body refinement realm, Lu Xian knew that on the path of cultivation, it was not enough to blindly cultivate. Reading 10,000 books was not as good as walking 10,000 miles. With his current strength, it was completely enough for him to wander outside. Moreover, he would definitely improve again during this journey. Seeing that Lu Xian had already made up his mind, Qin Xiaohan no longer said anything. She was only thinking about how she could help Lu Xian. And at this time, Lin Sini, who was lying on the bed, finally woke up. Lu Xian. Lin Sini called out softly. Hearing the call, Lu Xian hurriedly got up and went to the bed. Lin Sini's complexion had already returned to normal, and her body was no longer burning up. However, she still felt a little weak. Lu Xian helped her up, letting her lean on his chest. His action made Lin Sini blush. She clearly remembered what happened just now. Previously, under the effect of the drug, she seemed a little bold and unrestrained. But in reality, she was still a little shy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been together with Lu Xian for so long without any intimate contact. Earlier, Xiaohan brought the medicine to help you detoxify the poison. How do you feel now? Lu Xian asked. Lin Sini shook her head and said, I feel much better. I don't feel uncomfortable anymore, but I still feel weak all over. Is this little sister Xiaohan? You are indeed an outstanding beauty. While speaking, Qin Xiaohan also walked to the bed. My name is Qin Xiaohan. I am Lu Xian's junior apprentice sister. Qin Xiaohan tilted her head and made up an identity. Although she wasn't Qin Mo's disciple, it wasn't wrong to say that she was Lu Xian's junior apprentice sister. Junior apprentice sister? Lin Sini looked at Lu Xian in puzzlement. She had never heard of Lu Xian having a junior apprentice sister. Facing Lin Sini's gaze, Lu Xian braced himself and explained that, when I was studying in the enchantment hall, I became the hall master's disciple in name. Xiaohan is my master's daughter. Oh, I see. Lin Sini gave Lu Xian a meaningful look. Lu Xian immediately smiled awkwardly. A woman's senses had always been very sharp. He could feel that Lin Sini obviously did not believe his explanation. However, Lin Sini didn't say much. When she confessed her feelings to Lu Xian, she was already mentally prepared. In the Skysword continent, it was not uncommon for a man to have multiple wives and concubines, let alone a talented person like Lu Xian. Now was the proof. Although Lin Sini might have an extraordinary status in the secular world, this little Han in front of her was the daughter of the Enchanting Hall Lord of Wind Sword School. In terms of status, how could an ordinary inner sect disciple like her compare? Sister Lin, Lu Xian is so nice to you. In order to save you, he turned the Wind Sword School upside down. Qin Xiaohan's tone was full of jealousy. Turn the world upside down? What happened? Lin Sini's eyes were full of astonishment. She was knocked unconscious and didn't know what happened next. When she woke up, she was already in Lu Xian's arms. She only knew that Lu Xian saved her, but she didn't know the process. Let me tell you. Lu Xian didn't intend to hide it from Lin Sini. He was going to leave soon, and there were some things that he naturally had to explain to her. When Lu Xian said this, Lin Sini and Qin Xiaohan looked at him at the same time, waiting for him to speak. Although Qin Xiaohan had heard Lu Xian's brief explanation, she didn't know the details. Immediately, Lu Xian started from the moment he finished the duel and learned that Lin Sini had gone missing. Originally, he wanted to kill the Saber sect in anger, but at the crucial moment, he received Yao Lei's notice. Subsequently, he rushed to the Saber sect's courtyard, killed 5 Saber sect disciples who obstructed him, and killed the instigator, Long Tian. When he saw Lin Sini lying on the bed, he was enraged and fought Su Wenyang fiercely. In the end, he used the lightning fire talisman to obtain victory, and killed Su Wenyang. Only then did he successfully escape to the Demon Enchanting Hall with Lin Sini. Although Lu Xian's tone was calm and indifferent, the two girls could still feel Lu Xian's determination. He clearly knew that killing a fellow disciple was an unforgivable crime, but in order to save Lin Sini, he still did it without hesitation. He was willing to put himself in danger and be hunted down by the Saber sect and Fist sect. After listening to Lu Xian's story, Lin Sini finally knew how much he had done for her. Not only did he save her, but he also offended the Saber sect and Fist sect. For a moment, Lin Sini couldn't help but lean closer to Lu Xian. Her gaze towards him was also filled with deep love. With such a man who was willing to give up everything for her, what else could she ask for? Then what are you going to do now? Are you going to look for Elder Qing and the others for help? Lin Sini also thought of the 3 great elders of the sword sect. Lu Xian shook his head and repeated what he had explained to Qin Xiaohan. He then said, since you're fine now, it's time for me to leave. Although the Demon Enchanting Hall is still considered safe now, there might be changes if we delay any longer. I think the people from the Saber sect and Fist sect will definitely not leave the Demon Enchanting Hall out. They will find us sooner or later. Then, will you come back? Lin Sini and Qin Xiaohan asked at the same time. Hearing what the other party said, the two ladies exchanged a glance and blushed. Undoubtedly, the two of them knew what the other party was thinking. Lu Xian smiled and said, yes, I will definitely come back. Isn't it just killing Su Wenyang? When I have enough strength, I'll see whether the Wind Sword School will choose to avenge the dead Su Wenyang or choose to cultivate a living Lu Xian. Although the current Lu Xian was in the limelight in the inner sect, there were still the core disciples above the inner sect. To the entire Wind Sword School, although he was precious, he was not too rare. In order to follow the sect rules, it was extremely likely that they would choose to sacrifice Lu Xian. However, if Lu Xian could perform far better than the inner sect disciples or even the normal core disciples, who would want to sacrifice a genius with great potential for a mere Su Wenyang? Then, when will you come back? Lin Sini asked again. During the sect tournament. Lu Xian bowed solemnly, after we return to the sword sect, help me tell Elder Su that I, Lu Xian, am extremely grateful for what happened in Qingshan town, and I have no way to repay him. Since I said that I would bring the sword sect to seize first place, I will definitely not go back on my word. There's only half a year left until the sect tournament. Is this little time enough? Qin Xiaohan was a little worried. Half a year's time was really too short for a martial artist's cultivation. It's enough. In half a year's time, I will strive to rise to the 8th rank of the body refinement realm. At that time I will be able to match a martial artist of the 10th rank of the body refinement realm. Not to mention sweeping through the inner sect, even if I face a core disciple, I will have a chance of winning. Lu Xian's tone was filled with confidence. Perhaps only he dared to say such bold words. For an ordinary martial artist, to be able to rise one rank in a year was already not bad. To be able to rise one rank in half a year, that meant that one's potential was even greater. But now, Lu Xian actually boasted that within half a year, he would rise from the 6th rank of the body refinement realm to the 8th rank of the body refinement realm. The reason why Lu Xian set the requirement at the 8th rank of the body refinement realm was not without reason. Although he did not know the strength of a core disciple, he could use Xianxia as a reference. When she first entered the Wind Sword School, Xianxia was at the 6th rank of the body refinement realm. 1 year later, at most, she would be at the 8th rank of the body refinement realm, or maybe even less. After all, the further one went, the harder it was to rise. I believe in you. Then I will wait for the day of the sect tournament for your return. Lin Sini looked at Lu Xian with full trust. This was her man. What others could not do, her man would definitely be able to do. I believe in you too. Chen Xiaohan was not to be outdone and said, when the sect tournament starts, my father will definitely be back. At that time, with him around, the elders of the Saber faction and Fist faction will not be able to hurt you easily. You are my father's nominal disciple. If he cannot even protect you, he will lose all his face. Chen Xiaohan was right. The relationship between master and disciple was one of the most stable relationships in the world of cultivation. Looking at the two girls who were full of confidence in him, Lu Xian's heart suddenly surged with pride. His goal was the entire Sky Sword continent. A mere Wind Sword School was nothing. Regardless of whether it was for his own martial arts or for the people around him who loved him and his loved ones, he had to constantly improve his strength. However, although he had made up his mind to leave, Lu Xian was still a little worried about Lin Sini. He did not know if the Saber faction and Fist faction would vent their anger on Lin Sini if they could not find him. Even if they could not do it openly, it was uncertain if they would continue to do it secretly. After thinking carefully for a while, Lu Xian finally made a decision. A jade strip immediately jumped from the storage ring to his hand. Then, he closed his eyes and recorded the information into the jade strip. The use of the jade strip was the same as the ancient books. It was also used to store information. However, the jade strip was of a higher grade. There were many things that the ancient books could not store and could only be recorded with the jade strip. It was especially so for things like martial arts that could only be understood and not explained. After a short while, Lu Xian opened his eyes and passed the jade strip in his hand to Lin Sini. Remember it. You don't need to understand it for now, but you must remember it. After you finish reading it, destroy it, Lu Xian instructed with a solemn expression. Hearing this, Lin Sini nodded obediently. Her divine sense entered the jade strip and began to understand the things that Lu Xian had recorded in the jade strip. However, in just an instant, Lin Sini's divine sense came out of the jade strip and looked at Lu Xian with a face full of shock. This martial art, Lu Xian shook his head and interrupted Lin Sini's words. No one is allowed to mention this matter and it must not be leaked. Finish reading it first. After you finish reading it, I will destroy it. This time, Lin Sini did not waste any time. She entered the jade strip again and quickly understood the information that Lu Xian had left behind. Without a doubt, what Lu Xian had passed to Lin Sini was the Tai origin skill. However, Lu Xian had only inscribed the first 6 stages of the martial art and did not pass them all to Lin Sini. The first 6 stages of the martial art were more than enough for Lin Sini. The reason why Lu Xian taught it to Lin Sini was so that she could cultivate quickly. At the very least, she would be able to protect herself in the inner sect. Moreover, he was not worried that Lin Sini would leak the Tai origin skill. Let's not talk about whether Lin Sini would do such a stupid thing. Even if she wanted to leak it, she did not have the ability to do so. The Tai convergence spell was so intricate that it could not be described with any ancient texts. One could only use jade scrolls. Only those who wanted to inscribe skills on jade scrolls would be able to do so unless they had trained the skill to the extreme and completely understood it. Lu Xian was only able to do so because the Tai convergence spell was imprinted in his soul. It was impossible for Lin Sini to do so. Although she did not know what Lu Xian had given to Lin Sini, it must be extremely important, so she did not ask. The ancient enchanting art that Lu Xian had taught her was similarly precious. After a long while, Lin Sini finally memorized all the contents of the Jade Scroll. However, she could only memorize it. It was completely impossible for her to understand it in such a short period of time. Although she had only read through it once, Lin Sini could feel that this set of cultivation method was extraordinary. The exquisiteness of this set of cultivation method had almost exceeded her understanding. With it, Lin Sini believed that her cultivation speed would definitely soar. However, it was still impossible for her to reach Lu Xian's level. After all the meridians in Lu Xian's body had been opened, and there was not the slightest obstruction when he cultivated. On the other hand, Lin Sini did not have Lu Xian's talent. After recalling it and confirming that she had memorized it, Lin Sini then returned the Jade Scroll to Lu Xian. Without any hesitation, Lu Xian activated his Yuan power and instantly crushed the Jade Scroll that recorded the first 6 levels of the Tai origin skill into powder, completely destroying it. Previously, I asked Xiayi to place a bet of 30,000 contribution points on me winning. All in all, I will be able to obtain 75,000 contribution points with interest. I have no use for it now. When the time comes, ask Xiayi to transfer it to you. Take it and train well during this period of time. No matter what happens, do not leave the sword sect again, Lu Xian instructed. 75,000 contribution points. This was a huge sum of money. If it was used to exchange for weapons, even the lowest grade iron weapon would only require 10,000 contribution points, and one could exchange for 7 weapons. Suddenly receiving so many contribution points from Lu Xian, Lin Sini did not seem too happy. Compared to this bit of contribution points, she still hoped that Lu Xian could safely stay in the inner sect. The outside world was too complicated. Even if Lu Xian's current strength was extraordinary, who could guarantee his absolute safety? Even so, Lin Sini still nodded obediently. Since Lu Xian had already decided to leave, she could only ensure that he would not worry about her. After settling these matters, Lu Xian no longer had any worries. He turned to Qin Xiaohan and said, "Xiaohan, please take care of Sini. If possible, I hope to ask Elder Feng and the others to help escort Sini back to the sword sect." Qin Xiaohan rolled her eyes at Lu Xian and said, "You really do not treat me as an outsider. But, don't worry. For Sister Lin's safety, I will also escort her back safely." "But, how are you going to leave Wind Sword School? I believe the entire inner sect is looking for you now." After hearing Qin Xiaohan's words, Lu Xian could not help but frown. This was troublesome. Previously, he was able to sneak into the demon enchanting hall because no one knew what happened in the Saber sect's side courtyard. However, after such a long time, he was probably wanted by the Saber sect and the Fist sect. Seeing Lu Xian's troubled expression, Qin Xiaohan could not help but laugh and said, "Forget it, I will not tease you anymore. I have already thought of a way for you to leave. There is a teleportation formation in the Demon Enchanting Hall that can directly lead to the 3 empires. You can leave directly from there." Hearing this, Lu Xian was instantly overjoyed. He did not expect there to be a teleportation formation in the Demon Enchanting Hall. This was great news. If he left from there, he would definitely be able to leave without anyone knowing. There would be enough time for him to escape from the vicinity of Wind Sword School. "You have helped me greatly this time. Looks like it was the right decision to look for you." Lu Xian could not help but praise. "Is this a compliment?" Qin Xiaohan teased. "Let's go. There is no time to lose. I will bring you there now. I will send you off too." Lin Sini also spoke. After such a period of time, she had already recovered a bit of her strength. Although she could not fight, it was enough for her to walk normally. However, hearing this, Qin Xiaohan revealed a troubled expression and said, "Sister Lin, it is not that I do not trust you. It is just that the location of the teleportation formation is a secret of the Demon Enchanting Hall." Originally, Lu Xian did not have the right to know, so, Lin Sini was a little stunned. Then, she smiled and said, "I understand. Then I will wait here." "Lu Xian, I will have to trouble you." Seeing that Lin Sini was so considerate, Qin Xiaohan also heaved a sigh of relief. If Lin Sini insisted on going, it would be difficult for Qin Shaohan because of Lu Xian. Sini, then I will be leaving first. Cultivate well and remember what I said. Lu Xian bid farewell to Lin Sini for the last time. Lin Sini also said with concern, you be careful too. I will be waiting for you at the sect competition. Lu Xian nodded. After a slight hesitation, he hugged Lin Sini and gently kissed her on the forehead. Qin Shaohan, who was watching from behind, was extremely jealous. After the kiss, Lu Xian did not stay any longer and left the room with Qin Shaohan. Qin Shaohan led the way in front while Lu Xian followed closely behind. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of a quiet room. Seeing this, Lu Xian was a little surprised and said, "Isn't this the quiet room where Master cultivates? The teleportation array is actually in here?" Qin Shaohan nodded. This teleportation array was built by our enchanting hall as a backup plan. It is not known to other people in the Wind Sword School. Besides my father, only a few senior elders know about it. So, you must keep it a secret. Lu Xian nodded solemnly. He naturally knew the pros and cons. Since Qin Shaohan told him this, it was obvious that she had a lot of trust in him. Qin Shaohan walked straight to the seat where the hall master usually sat and fiddled with it. Suddenly, there was a series of clicking sounds. Lu Xian turned around and saw that the row of bookshelves in the quiet room began to move slowly, revealing a secret room behind it. Follow me. Qin Shaohan instructed and walked towards the secret room. Just as she was about to enter the secret room, she seemed to have thought of something. She rummaged through the bookshelves, took out an ancient book and handed it to Lu Xian. Lu Xian was shocked when he saw it. It was a map of the surrounding forces. It was very detailed. Not only did it include the three empires under the rule of the Wind Sword School, it even included the big and small forces in the three empires. Lu Xian even found the Ryuka of Qingshan town in the Tianwu Empire. However, the rank of the force indicated on the map was only a first-grade cultivation family. There were countless sects and families in the Sky Sword continent. The higher the rank, the stronger the strength. For example, the Wind Sword School was a third-grade sect. Above it, there were fourth-grade and fifth-grade sections. As for existences at the level of Ryuka, the strongest one was only at the peak of the seventh rank of the body refinement realm. They could barely be considered a first-grade cultivation family, which was the lowest rank force. The forces of the Wind Sword School were not the entirety of the map. They only occupied a part of it. There were several third-grade sects around the Wind Sword School, such as the Cloud Perching Valley to the south of the Wind Sword School, the Skyblade sect to the east, and the Sun Moon Villa to the north. These third-grade sects occupied territories similar to the size of the Wind Sword School. They were all 3 or 4 empires. However, these were not what Lu Xian was most interested in. What he was most interested in was the 3 big words marked on the map, Mysterious Ice Pavilion. The rank of Mysterious Ice Pavilion was clearly reflected in Lu Xian's eyes. It was a 4th-grade sect, which was 1 rank higher than the Wind Sword School. To be exact, the Wind Sword School was directly under the Mysterious Ice Pavilion. Although there were many forces in the Sky Sword continent, they were all of the same rank. For example, within the 3 empires under the jurisdiction of the Wind Sword School, all the 1st-grade and 2nd-grade forces were under the jurisdiction of the Wind Sword School. Without a doubt, the Wind Sword School and the surrounding 3rd-grade sects were under the jurisdiction of the 4th-grade sect, Mysterious Ice Pavilion. For a moment, Lu Xian couldn't help but be fascinated. A 4th-grade sect, how strong would the experts inside be? There should be the Origin Realm experts that the Hall Master mentioned, right? Immediately, Lu Xian shook his head. A 4th-grade sect was still quite far away from him. Just a branch sect of the inner sect of the Wind Sword School was enough to force him to flee. However, he believed that as long as he worked hard, there would be a day when he would be able to see a wider world. This map is not the original. I made a copy of it. Take it with you. I will make another copy when the time comes. Qin Shaohan said. She knew that Lu Xian probably didn't know much about the outside world. With such a map, it would definitely be of great help to him. Shaohan, thank you. Lu Xian said sincerely. This time, Qin Shaohan had indeed helped him a lot. Qin Shaohan shook her head and said, "There's no need to thank me. When you can treat me like how you treat Sister Lin, I will be happy. I will. If Cindy was in your shoes, I would definitely do the same thing. Lu Xian said without hesitation. Who knows if it's true or not? However, I will believe you. Although she said so, a trace of joy flashed across Qin Xiaohan's face. She was delighted in her heart. She was indeed easy to coax. However, Lu Xian's words were indeed sincere. After keeping the precious map, the two started to walk into the dark room. After walking for a short distance, a teleportation array appeared in front of Lu Xian. The structure of this teleportation array looked extremely complicated. It was covered with countless runes that were intricate and complicated. Even for a one-star soul symbol master like Lu Xian, his eyes were a little dazzled. He recalled the words of Hall Master Chen Mo. In the soul symbol master branch, not only were there people who were proficient in runes, there were also people who were proficient in formations. They were known as soul formation masters. This teleportation array should also be a type of soul formation. However, its effect was not to trap or kill enemies, but to teleport. This teleportation array was built by my father, Elder Feng and Elder Qin over a year. It is a one-way teleportation array and can only be used to teleport out from here. The destination is a large mountain in Beacon Fire Empire. If nothing unexpected happens, you will be teleported there in a while. You can only rely on yourself for the rest. Qin Xiaohan looked at Lu Xian and said. It was finally time to leave. Qin Xiaohan took out 6 pieces of primal stones from her storage ring and placed them at the 6 corners of the formation. Lu Xian noticed that the primal stones she used were not the common low-grade ones given to disciples. They seemed to be of better quality than the low-grade primal stones. Seeing Lu Xian staring at the primal stone in her hand, Qin Xiaohan smiled and explained, this is a mid-grade primal stone. The primal force it contains is much denser than that of ordinary low-grade primal stones. If you want to activate this teleportation portal, low-grade primal stones are simply not enough. You need at least mid-grade primal stones and above, and even mid-grade primal stones can only support one teleportation. As she spoke, the 6 yuan stones had already been placed by Qin Xiaohan. Soon after, she activated the teleportation formation. In a flash, the densely packed symbols on the teleportation formation instantly lit up. Traces of yuan power flowed within it. The teleportation formation had been activated. Lu Xian nodded his head. Immediately, he prepared to step onto the teleportation formation. However, Qin Xiaohan stopped him. Hey, are you leaving just like that? Aren't you going to say goodbye or something? Qin Xiaohan pouted as she spoke. Lu Xian was slightly taken aback. He could not help but laugh. Then how are you going to bid farewell? I will bid farewell the same way you bid farewell to elder sister Lin. Qin Xiaohan's face was slightly red. However, she was still as adorable as ever. Lu Xian immediately understood. In his heart, he was somewhat amused. Qin Xiaohan's jealousy was not ordinary. However, he did not say much. Immediately, he walked in front of her and gently hugged her head, preparing to kiss her forehead. Unexpectedly, Qin Xiaohan suddenly reached out and wrapped her arms around Lu Xian's neck. Immediately, she pressed Lu Xian's head down. Her lips tightly pressed against Lu Xian's mouth as she gave him a long, wet kiss. This kiss lasted for more than 10 breaths. Only when Qin Xiaohan was somewhat panting did she release Lu Xian. Her face was red. It was unknown whether it was due to holding back, excitement, or shyness. Licking her lips, Qin Xiaohan said with satisfaction, "All right, you pervert got lucky again." Lu Xian secretly cursed in his heart, "You're the one who took advantage of me," but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Instead, he took the initiative to hug Qin Xiaohan and said, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Cindy, please take care of her." Qin Xiaohan nodded and said, "I'm not a narrow-minded woman. Although Big Sister Lin is my rival in love, I will still snatch you over fair and square." Lu Xian liked her straightforward personality. Perhaps it was because of this that he developed feelings for Qin Xiaohan. As she watched Lu Xian turn around and walk towards the teleportation array, Qin Xiaohan suddenly thought of something. She chased after Lu Xian and stuffed an item into his hands. At the same time, she warned, "You should hold on to this item. You must be careful." Half a year later, I will wait for you at the sect grand competition. Lu Xian lowered his head and saw that the item Qin Shaohan stuffed into his hands was the last 5-star spirit talisman scroll in her hands. After pondering for a moment, he didn't reject her this time. Having such an item in his hands was undoubtedly equivalent to having an extra life. Immediately, Lu Xian nodded his head and told her not to worry. Soon after, he stepped into the center of the teleportation array. When it sensed that someone had stepped onto it, the runes on the teleportation array immediately began to circulate at lightning speed. In less than a breath's time, the teleportation array suddenly flashed and Lu Xian's figure disappeared. After the teleportation was completed, the light of the teleportation array was instantly extinguished. The 6 mid-grade yuan stones placed on the 6 corners of the array instantly turned ash-gray, without a trace of yuan qi. In the dark room that had once again quieted down, Qin Shaohan sighed. She knew that this time, Lu Xian had really left. It was different from the previous time. Previously, Lu Xian had only returned to the Sword Sect and could return to the Enchantment Hall at any time. This time, he had gone to the 3 great empires. According to Lu Xian's plan, it was highly likely that he would have to escape from the Wind Sword School's territory. The outside world was extremely complicated. There weren't as many sect rules as the Wind Sword School. Each and every martial artist was even more unruly and ruthless. If they were not careful, they would die. She didn't know whether Lu Xian would be in danger or not. Not willing to think of some bad things, Qin Shaohan immediately shook her head and shook off all kinds of distracting thoughts. She retreated and closed the dark room. After leaving the quiet room, she returned to the room that Lin Sini was in. He left? Seeing that Qin Shaohan had returned alone, Lin Sini asked a superfluous question that she already knew the answer to. Qin Shaohan softly acknowledged and immediately asked, "Sister Lin, what do you plan to do next?" "Why not, you stay in the enchantment hall for a period of time. Let's not talk about other things, at least your safety can be guaranteed." Lin Sini smiled and said, "Just call me Sini. I'll return to the Sword Sect. Since Lu Xian has already left, I might be able to attract some attention if I return now and buy some time for him to escape. Furthermore, I reckon that the few elders and Lu Xian's friends are quite worried about him now." Since Lin Sini had already made her decision, Qin Shaohan did not say anything else. The antidote that she had found was indeed extraordinary. After this period of time, Lin Sini was already fine. Although her strength had not reached its peak, she could already circulate origin power. She was in a hurry to return to the Sword Sect. Qin Shaohan followed Lu Xian's instructions and went to find Elder Feng and the others to help escort her. This way, they could guarantee Lin Sini's absolute safety. After Qin Shaohan recounted what had happened to Lu Xian, Elder Feng's eyes instantly widened. When she found out that Lu Xian had already escaped, she was even angrier. A mere saber sect actually dares to be so arrogant. Even if Lu Xian killed him, so what? He is a disciple of your father. Lu Xian's status is equivalent to a core disciple. Although it is wrong to kill an inner sect disciple, it does not warrant death. Unfortunately, the Hall Master is not here. If he was here, who would dare to touch even a finger of Lu Xian? Alright. There is no point in saying so much now. I believe that Lu Xian will be fine. First, help Lu Xian complete the task that he entrusted to you. Send Sister Lin safely back to the Sword Sect. Qin Shaohan shook Elder Feng's arm as she spoke. Elder Feng could not help but laugh. "You little girl, she is your rival in love. Why are you so kind? I naturally have to complete the task that Lu Xian entrusted to me. Moreover, Sister Lin suffered an undeserved calamity because of Lu Xian. Moreover, if she falls into the hands of the Saber Sect and they use her to threaten Lu Xian, I am worried that Lu Xian will very likely come back to kill them." Qin Shaohan was very thorough in her thinking. "Alright, then let's go. I will personally make a trip to the Sword Sect. I want to see if a mere Saber Sect can turn Wind Sword School upside down." Elder Feng waved her hand and agreed. Qin Shaohan immediately smiled sweetly and went to inform Lin Sini. Soon, Qin Shaohan brought Lin Sini to Elder Feng. Elder Feng could not help but sigh when he saw Lin Sini. No wonder Qin Shaohan could not win over Lu Xian. In terms of appearance and figure, Lin Sini was indeed slightly better. This kid is really lucky. All of his beauties are outstanding beauties. When I was young, I was also elegant and handsome. Why didn't I have such good luck? Disciple Lin Sini greets Elder Feng. Thank you for your trouble. Lin Sini bowed in a very appropriate manner. Elder Feng chuckled and said, It's all right. Lu Xian is a member of my demon enchanting hall. His matters are naturally my matters. This time I will personally make a trip. I want to see who dares to touch you. Chen Xiaohan had already told Lin Sini about Elder Feng's identity. After hearing his words, Lin Sini immediately revealed a look of gratitude. With the deputy head of the demon enchanting hall taking action, there was naturally no need to worry about her safety. The three of them immediately left the demon enchanting hall and headed straight for the sword sect. At this moment, the inner sect was almost turned upside down. What happened in the saber sect had already spread throughout the entire inner sect. Lu Xian, who had just defeated Lin Tian, had unexpectedly killed 7 people in the saber sect. More importantly, among the 7 people, there was Su Wenyang, who was ranked first on the overall ranking, and the grandson of Elder Son of the Fist sect. This news could be said to be the most sensational matter in the inner sect in so many years. Aside from the people of the saber sect and the Fist sect who were involved in this matter, the other disciples of the various sects did not feel any hatred towards Lu Xian. Instead, they were filled with admiration. A man should kill. He dared to charge into the saber sect alone to rescue someone, and even killed a disciple of the saber sect in front of everyone. What kind of courage did this require? Especially when it was said that Lu Xian had relied on his own strength to personally kill Su Wenyang, who was ranked first on the overall ranking, in the courtyard of the saber sect. This caused their evaluation of Lu Xian's strength to rise to another level. Personally killing Su Wenyang in a one-on-one battle and still being able to escape unscathed. Didn't this mean that Lu Xian's strength had already completely surpassed Su Wenyang's? Compared to this, the matter of Lu Xian defeating Lin Tian was simply not worth mentioning. How could the overall ranking first and the overall ranking 10th be compared? Now, everyone was watching a good show. They wanted to see how this farce would end. Would the saber sect suffer a loss, or would Lu Xian pay the price with his life? As for the saber sect and the fist sect who had suffered a great loss, they had already reacted quickly. The 2 sects joined forces and all the attendants, inner sect disciples, and outer sect disciples were mobilized to search for traces of Lu Xian in the entire inner sect. There were disciples wearing the uniforms of the 2 sects patrolling everywhere, and they had an imposing manner that would not stop until they achieved their goal. Not long after Elder Feng and the other 2 left the enchantment hall, they were stopped by someone. Stop, who is this woman? A few disciples of the saber sect and the fist sect quickly surrounded Elder Feng and the other 2. They stared at Lin Sini, who was standing behind Elder Feng, with an unfriendly expression. This was because they recognized with a glance that Lin Sini was wearing the uniform of a disciple of the sword sect. Now, all the disciples of the sword sect were listed as the targets of the saber sect and the fist sect's interrogation. Seeing that few disciples dared to surround him, Elder Feng was instantly enraged. Get lost. If you offend an elder, you will be expelled from the sect, and if you are serious, you will be killed. Elder Feng's roar stunned the few disciples. However, they did not retreat. A slightly older disciple walked forward with a face full of suspicion. He stared at Elder Feng a few times. Another disciple behind him said softly, Senior Brother Lu, let's retreat. We can't afford to offend an elder. Unexpectedly, Senior Brother Lu waved his hand and said with a sinister smile, I've been in the inner sect for 4 years. Which elder haven't I seen before? How dare you pretend to be an elder in front of me? Do you really think I'm easy to fool? These 3 people are sneaky and actually tried to pretend to be an elder. There's definitely something wrong. I think this girl from the sword faction is most likely the involved female disciple. The facts proved that Lu Xian's worries were not without reason. This time, apart from Lu Xian, Lin Sini was also among the saber faction and fist faction's joint inspection. In their opinion, since Lu Xian had rescued Lin Sini, as long as they could find Lin Sini, they would definitely be able to find Lu Xian. However, most of the disciples knew Lu Xian, but not many knew Lin Sini. Therefore, all the female disciples of the sword faction were within their inspection range. These disciples were all aware of senior brother Lu's qualifications. Although his strength could not be considered to be too strong, he had been in the inner sect for a few years. Hearing his words, the disciples behind him immediately became arrogant again. When they thought of how they were almost scared by him just now, they became even more furious out of humiliation. Immediately, they all angrily shouted out, "How dare you pretend to be an elder and try to escape the inspection? Aren't you looking down on our saber faction? Quickly surrender and obediently come with us. You'd better know your place. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." As they spoke, these disciples took out their weapons and pressed towards Elder Feng and the other two. Sensing the movement here, some of the disciples from the saber faction and fist faction nearby also rushed over. Among the 9 subsects of the inner sect, the saber faction and the fist faction were ranked in the top 3. They were powerful to begin with. Now that the two factions had teamed up, they were going all out. The momentum was huge, and these disciples were acting arrogantly. Looking at the dozens of disciples surrounding him, Elder Feng was so angry that he started laughing. He had lived for a long time. Ever since he became a 4-star spiritual talisman master and became an elder of the enchantment hall, he had never been looked down upon like this. "I didn't expect that after staying in the enchantment hall for so long, even a few sub-school disciples dare to bully me." As soon as Elder Feng said this, a thought suddenly flashed in senior brother Lu's mind, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. He'd actually forgotten about the enchantment hall. The elders of the Wind Sword School were not limited to the inner sect. There were also elders in the enchantment hall, the refining hall, and the elixir hall. However, these 3 halls were not under the jurisdiction of the inner sect, and the elders of the 3 halls rarely came to the inner sect, which was why he'd forgotten about them. Because this incident happened in the inner sect, he only knew that the old man in front of him was not an elder of the 9 sub-schools of the inner sect. He didn't take Elder Feng seriously. Who would have thought that an elder of the enchantment hall would intervene in this matter? He hurriedly wanted to explain, but it was too late. With Elder Feng's status, he absolutely couldn't tolerate being reprimanded by a few inner sect disciples, whether it was intentional or not. Trouble comes from the mouth, and this was the reason why. Elder Feng waved his hand and a rune was drawn out. Seeing that the old man in front of them still dared to resist, the disciples without any hesitation immediately waved the weapons in their hands and rushed forward. Senior brother Lu couldn't even stop them in time. "You're courting death," Elder Feng scolded, and the rune in his hand quickly took shape. If Lu Xian saw it, he would definitely feel that it was very familiar, because what Elder Feng was using was the Thunder Fire Talisman that he had been practicing for a long time. It wasn't that Elder Feng didn't know a higher level rune, but if he used a higher level rune, the dozen disciples in front of him would all be dead. Elder Feng just wanted to teach these disciples a lesson, and there was no need to kill them. However, even if it was just a 1-star rune, the Thunder Fire Talisman, when used by Elder Feng, the strength was definitely not something that Lu Xian could compare with. Only to hear the sound of a thunderclap, flames flashed, and a powerful airwave instantly burst out. The dozen disciples who surrounded Elder Feng were shocked. How could they resist such a powerful attack? Under the impact of the powerful force, all of them were sent flying. This was because Elder Feng had held back. The attack only had impact force, and there was no explosive lethality. Otherwise, just a Thunder Fire Talisman would be able to take away half of their lives. However, Elder Feng obviously didn't intend to let this group of disciples go. He waved his hand again, and another rune appeared. The surrounding Yuan power was immediately guided by him, and instantly wrapped around the group of disciples, binding them firmly. It was a 3-star spiritual talisman, soul-binding talisman. The soul-binding talisman, as the name suggested, could even bind a god. However, this was obviously an exaggeration, but its effect was indeed good at binding. With Elder Feng's strength, it was more than enough to bind this group of disciples. Once the soul-binding talisman appeared, the power of this group of disciples was instantly confined. A trace of Yuan power even wrapped around their bodies, and they couldn't move at all. Only to hear banging sounds. One by one, the disciples fell to the ground in various ways. Immediately, they fell to the ground with bruises all over their faces, and they couldn't move at all. Once Elder Feng made his move, no matter how stupid these disciples were, they knew that they had kicked an iron plate this time. The old man in front of them was most likely a real elder, and not an imposter. At that moment, they complained incessantly in their hearts, and they cursed senior brother Lu half to death. "Elder, please calm down. I didn't mean to offend you. It's really. Senior brother Lu wanted to find an excuse for a long time, but he couldn't think of one. Elder Feng couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He snorted coldly and berated, "All of you, get up." As he spoke, Elder Feng slightly loosened the power that bound these disciples. When they managed to get up with difficulty, the restraints tightened again. Other than their feet, they couldn't move any part of their bodies. Sweeping his gaze across them, Elder Feng loosened the restraints on one of the Fist faction and Saber faction disciples. He said, "Go and inform your elder. Ask him to come to the Sword faction to collect them." The two disciples who were loosened immediately felt as if they had been pardoned. They quickly left and went straight to the Fist faction and Saber faction. After he finished speaking, Elder Feng ignored the remaining disciples and continued to walk towards the Sword faction with Lin Sini and Xianxia. However, the restraints on their bodies were not loosened. Some of the smarter ones obediently followed behind Elder Feng, while the others who didn't move were violently pulled by Elder Feng. They staggered, and only then did they know what to do. Seeing Elder Feng display his invincible might, Qin Shaohan was naturally extremely proud. Lin Sini also revealed a hint of joy. Looking at Elder Feng's appearance, he probably planned to help Lu Xian deal with the aftermath. With the demon enchanting hull standing on the Sword faction's side, even if the Saber faction and Fist faction joined hands, the Sword faction would not be afraid. Lin Sini's guess was right. Elder Feng had such intentions. It was fine if he didn't agree to it, but since he had already agreed to Lu Xian's request that Qin Shaohan passed on, he naturally had to do it well. Looking at the Saber faction and Fist faction's intentions, it was obvious that they not only wanted to attack Lu Xian, but also Lin Sini. If he wanted to protect Lu Xian, the two factions might not be willing to let it go. However, if he only wanted to protect Lin Sini, it would not be a problem. Following behind Elder Feng, senior brother Lu's face was filled with dejection. The arrogance from before was long gone, and the right side of his face was pale from the fall, which made him look even more miserable. He originally planned to capture Lin Sini and go to the Saber faction's Elder Yu to claim credit. However, he did not expect Lin Sini to have such a powerful backer. This time, he went for wool and came home shorn. He would probably be punished when the time came. However, what senior brother Lu did not expect was that many disciples from the two factions would run into trouble along the way. All of them had the same thoughts as him, and all of them came forward to pick a fight. Originally, he wanted to warn them. However, when he thought that the law did not punish the masses, and if there were more people who were as unlucky as him, he would not have to stand out. Immediately, he took pleasure in other people's misfortune and watched the show. When Elder Feng arrived at the Sword faction's square, there were already 40 to 50 Saber faction and Fist faction's disciples behind him. All of them had their origin energy sealed, and their movements restricted. Seeing a large group of people walking over, some of the Sword faction's disciples were instantly shocked. They quickly put on a defensive stance, and their eyes were filled with vigilance. As members of the Sword faction, they naturally knew about the storm that Lu Xian had caused. At the same time that they were proud of Lu Xian, they could not help but feel anxious. They did not know how the matter would end. When she saw the Sword faction's disciples, Lin Sini hurriedly walked forward to greet them in order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. As soon as they saw Lin Sini, the group of disciples instantly revealed joy on their faces. One of the key figures in this matter had finally appeared. Senior Sister Lin is back. Junior Sister Lin is back. Senior Sister Lin, where's Senior Brother Lu? All the disciples greeted them and asked at the same time. Lin Sini did not have time to tell them in detail. She just instructed, quickly go inform Elder Qing that Enchanting Hall's Elder Feng has come to visit. We'll wait in the Sword Pavilion first. These disciples were slightly stunned, and they instinctively glanced at Elder Feng. After that, they returned to their senses and left swiftly to inform Elder Qing and the others. Since Lin Sini had said so, it seemed like they were friends and not enemies. Seeing that all the disciples had gone to inform Elder Feng, Lin Sini then turned around and said, "Elder Feng, let's go to the sword pavilion first. I believe Elder Qing and the others will be here soon." Elder Feng looked at the sword faction and nodded slightly. She sighed, "I haven't been to the sword faction for a long time. It's a pity that the main sword faction of the Wind Sword School has fallen to such a state. It has allowed the saber faction to be arrogant." Obviously, Elder Feng had also experienced the sword faction's glorious era. At that time, the sword faction was filled with geniuses and experts. In the Wind Sword School, the sword faction could almost cover the sky with one hand. How could a small saber faction be arrogant? After sighing, Elder Feng did not say anything else. Under Lin Sini's lead, she headed straight for the sword pavilion. At that moment, the disciples of the sword faction had also discovered the identity of the group of people behind Elder Feng. They were all disciples of the saber faction and the fist faction. However, all of them had bruises on their faces and their hands were tightly bound as if they were tied up by an invisible rope. How could they not know what was going on when they saw the scene? It was obvious that Elder Feng had used some sort of method to capture the group of disciples. At that moment, everyone naturally took pleasure in her misfortune. When Elder Feng and the others arrived at the sword pavilion, Elder Qing and the other two were already there. The three elders were shocked when they received the disciples' report. They did not know why the people from the Demon Enchanting Hall would suddenly visit. However, the Demon Enchanting Hall was on equal footing with the inner sect. As the Deputy Hall Master of the Demon Enchanting Hall, Elder Feng's status was even higher than Elder Qing's. Even though they were shocked, they did not dare to be negligent. "Elder Feng, it's been a long time since we last met. You're still as elegant as ever. It's really an honor for you to visit my sword faction today." Elder Qing laughed and made small talk. "Haha, Elder Qing's aura is also unfathomable now. I guess your strength has improved again. It's a little abrupt for me to visit you so suddenly." Elder Feng also cupped his fists in a polite manner. Elder Qing was immediately relieved when he saw Elder Feng's attitude. Obviously, the people who came were friends and not enemies. The sword faction was currently being targeted by the saber faction and the fist faction. If the Demon Enchanting Hall was added into the mix, he would really be in a terrible situation. Elder Qing immediately went straight to the point and asked, "May I know why Elder Feng has suddenly come to visit this time? And what's the matter with the disciples of the saber faction and the fist faction?" Elder Feng did not beat around the bush and said directly, "I'm here on Lu Xian's request to help send Marshal Niece Lin back safely. As for this group of disciples, they dared to offend me. I had no choice but to capture them as punishment." When Elder Qing heard that, a hint of joy flashed across his face. He had naturally noticed Lin Sini, who was standing behind Elder Feng. However, due to Elder Feng being present, it was inappropriate for him to ask her about it right away. He did not expect Elder Feng to send Lin Sini back this time, and he was entrusted by Lu Xian to do so. This time, Lu Xian had truly shocked him. Lu Xian had only been in the sect for less than half a year, yet he was already connected to the Enchanting Hall. Furthermore, he was able to get someone like Elder Feng to lend a hand. It was truly incredible. However, what Elder Feng said next made Elder Qing even more shocked. "I've heard about the disturbance that Lu Xian has caused. It's a pity that the Hall Master is not here for the time being. Otherwise, how could a mere saber faction be so arrogant?" The meaning of Elder Feng's words was very obvious. If the Hall Master was not here, it would not be him but the Hall Master of the Demon Enchanting Hall, Chen Mo. His status was equivalent to the Deputy Hall Master. A mere saber faction would not dare to be arrogant in front of him. "I see. However, I wonder what makes Lu Xian worthy of the Hall Master's help?" Elder Qing asked doubtfully. Although Lu Xian had quite a reputation in the inner sect, it was not enough to catch the Hall Master's attention. Elder Feng smiled when he heard that. He stroked his beard and said, "Lu Xian is the Hall Master's registered disciple and is also considered a core disciple of the Demon Enchanting Hall. There is no reason for the Hall Master not to help him. Speaking of which, Lu Xian's talent in Talisman Dao is quite extraordinary." Previously, the Hall Master wanted him to leave the inner sect and enter the Demon Enchanting Hall, but he refused and insisted on staying in the sword faction to repay Elder Su's kindness. This child's temperament is rare. In front of Elder Qing and the others, Elder Feng was not stingy with his praise. As soon as he said that, Elder Qing and the others turned to look at Elder Su, who was behind them. Elder Su's face blushed, but he was also quite gratified. As expected, Lu Xian was a man of his word. Compared to the identity of an inner sect disciple of the sword faction, the favor of the demon enchanting hall was undoubtedly more attractive. Xia Yi, Xing Feng, and Lin Tian, who were beside Elder Qing, were even more shocked. They did not expect that not only was Lu Xian's strength shocking, but he also cultivated talisman Dao. Especially Xia Yi and Xing Feng, although they knew that Lu Xian had stayed in the demon enchanting hall for a long time, they did not know that he had such an identity. As for Lin Tian, he admired Lu Xian from the bottom of his heart. He did not expect that Lu Xian did not only cultivate wholeheartedly in those 3 months, but also went to the demon enchanting hall. If he used all his time to cultivate sword Dao, wouldn't his strength be even more powerful? I did not expect Lu Xian to have such a fortuitous encounter. It is his fortune to be valued by the hall master. Elder Qing nodded his head, feeling extremely happy in his heart. With this relationship, the demon enchanting hall would definitely stand on the sword faction's side. With the demon enchanting hall as an ally, he would not be afraid even if the blade faction and fist faction joined forces. Then, he continued to ask, if that's the case, then Lu Xian should be in the demon enchanting hall now, right? This time, Elder Feng was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he looked at Qin Shaohan and Lin Sini, who were the last to come into contact with Lu Xian. Lin Sini was about to speak, but she hesitated for a moment. She looked at the disciples of the blade faction and fist faction who were tied up behind her. Elder Feng immediately understood. With a flick of his finger, he set up a formation. It was a soundproof formation. Since he was an expert in formations, he naturally knew about them. Moreover, this soundproof formation was not considered a profound formation. Seeing that Elder Feng had isolated the sound, Lin Sini then said, Lu Xian is worried that the blade faction and fist faction will not let this matter go. If he stays, he will implicate the elders of the sword faction. Therefore, he has already left the Wind Sword School and said that he wants to take this opportunity to explore the outside world. Elder Cheng's brows couldn't help but knit together when he heard this, and he said, what nonsense. The world outside is extremely complicated, and he's unable to guarantee his safety with his current strength. Moreover, if my sword sect can't even protect its own disciple, then what's the point of our existence? Before this, perhaps Elder Qing did not dare to boast that he could protect Lu Xian. However, now that the enchantment hall had joined the alliance, his confidence had undoubtedly increased greatly. No matter what, he could protect Lu Xian. At that time, when Elder Jean and Hall Master Chen Mo returned, who would dare to touch Lu Xian? However, Elder Feng laughed and said, Elder Qing, you are wrong. How can an eagle that is protected by its parents fight in the sky? This time, Lu Xian has gone out to explore the outside world, and he must have gained a lot. When he returns, he will definitely surprise us. Elder Qing nodded slightly. He agreed with what Elder Feng said. He was only worried about Lu Xian's safety. After thinking for a while, he asked Lin Sini again, did Lu Xian say when he will return? Lu Xian said that since he promised Elder Su that he would help the sword faction seize the first, then the day of the sect competition will be the day he returns. Xia Yi and the others were instantly overjoyed when they heard this. Presently, Lu Xian's strength was sufficient to kill Su Wenyang, so how formidable would his strength be when he returns during the sect competition? They simply didn't dare imagine it. Elder Qing even roared with laughter and said, as expected of a proud disciple of my sword faction, Lu Xian. Then I'll be waiting for his return. After they confirmed Lu Xian's whereabouts, they felt at ease. Even though they didn't know how Lu Xian would be during his tempering outside the sect competition, he was safe for now at least. After Elder Feng removed the soundproof formation, Elder Qing looked at the disciples of the blade and fist sects who were in a sorry state and asked, Elder Feng, how are you going to deal with these disciples? Elder Feng glanced at the disciples and snorted coldly, I've already sent someone to inform the elders of the blade and fist sects, and we'll wait for them to come to the sword faction to get them back. Since they dared to force the core disciples of my enchanting hall to leave, if I don't warn them, they'll really think that my enchanting hall is made of mud. Moreover, since I promised Lu Xian to protect Marshal Nephew Lin, I naturally won't allow them to mess around. The current situation of the enchanting hall wasn't considered good, but that was for the core disciples of the Wind Sword School. For the 9 branch sects of the inner sect, it wasn't something that they could easily offend. Since Elder Feng had the intention to step forward, Elder Qing was naturally rather happy. He immediately invited Elder Feng to sit down, and then an attendant served tea. They chatted while waiting for the disciples of the Blade and Fist sects to arrive. The crowd didn't have to wait for long. Not long after, a commotion was heard, and a few figures barged in at the same time. The disciples of the sword faction couldn't stop them at all. As the few people barged in, a scolding voice was heard at the same time, "Who's so daring to capture the disciples of my Blade sect?" At this moment, the few people who barged in had already stood still. There was a total of 6 of them, and they were the elders of the Blade sect and Fist sect. The person who had spoken earlier was the great elder of the Blade sect, Elder Yu. They came with ill intentions. Elder Qing and Elder Feng stood up at the same time. Elder Feng even glanced coldly at Elder Yu and the others who barged in, and said directly, "I was the one who captured them. What do you want?" Elder Yu instantly frowned when he heard this. The people who captured him actually dared to be so arrogant. However, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned when he saw that the person who spoke was Elder Feng. Earlier, when he received a report from a disciple that someone had captured members of the Blade sect and asked him to go to the Sword sect to get them back, he was naturally furious, and he immediately charged over with the other 2 elders of the Blade sect. He was just worrying about not having a chance to make a move against the Sword sect, and this was undoubtedly an extremely good opportunity. However, he never expected that it wasn't a member of the Sword sect who did it, but a member of the Demon Enchanting Hall instead. Moreover, it was Elder Feng whose status was only inferior to the Hall Master. For a time, he could only swallow the furious shout that was about to come out of his mouth, and he bowed to Elder Feng. As he said, "I never expected that Elder Feng would actually pay a visit. May I know what mistakes these disciples of mine have committed? What mistakes have they committed?" "Humph. I never expected that the disciples of your Blade sect would actually be so overbearing after I haven't come out for a long time. After I announced my identity, they actually dared to use weapons against me. How should they be punished for offending an elder?" According to the rules of the Wind Sword School, offending an elder would result in a light punishment of expulsion from the sect, and a heavy punishment would result in the crippling of one's strength. The captured disciples were instantly shocked when Elder Feng put such a heavy punishment on them, and the expressions of the elders of the Blade sect and Fist sect who had just arrived changed as well. Seeing Elder Feng's unfriendly expression, Elder Yu's face immediately darkened. He turned to the bound disciples and berated, "How dare you offend an elder? Who gave you the guts to do so? Have you forgotten the sect rules we taught you? Hurry up and apologize to Elder Feng and beg for forgiveness." After being berated by Elder Yu, the disciples naturally hurriedly apologized. If they were really punished according to the sect rules, they would be in big trouble. Senior Brother Lu was rather quick-witted. Seeing that Elder Yu had the intention to help them, he gathered his courage and said, "Elder, this disciple really did not mean to offend you. It was just that I saw Junior Sister Lin involved in Senior Brother Su Wenyang's murder case and wanted to invite Junior Sister Lin back to the sect for a chat. In a moment of desperation, I offended Elder Feng." After hearing Senior Brother Lu's words, a trace of praise flashed in Elder Yu's eyes. Soon after, he looked at Elder Feng with a beaming smile and said, "Elder Feng, my disciple did not intentionally offend you, but he did it for a reason. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with the younger generation." However, to his surprise, Elder Feng only coldly snorted and said, "Does that mean it's my fault? However, let's not talk about this for now. Speaking of Su Wenyang, I have something to discuss with you. I heard that you have searched the entire inner sect to find our Demon Enchanting Hall's core disciple, Lu Xian. Are you planning to capture and kill him?" Hearing this, the smile on Elder Yu's face gradually disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. He finally felt that something was wrong. Originally, he thought that Elder Feng was here because these disciples had offended him. Now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. Moreover, what Elder Feng had just said shocked him even more. Demon Enchanting Hall's core disciple, Lu Xian. Where did this name come from? Elder Yu immediately said in a low voice. Could it be that Elder Feng is here for Lu Xian? Yes. Elder Feng raised his eyebrows and spat out two words. Isn't the demon enchanting hall's hand stretching too far? They even want to interfere in the inner sex matters? Furthermore, that Lu Xian publicly killed people in our Blade sect, and he even killed Su Wenyang, a proud disciple of our Blade sect. According to the rules of the sect, he should be executed. Elder Yu's tone was eerie. He had no intention of backing down on this matter. Hearing Elder Yu's words, Elder Feng laughed loudly and said, "Why can't we interfere? Lu Xian is the disciple of our enchanting hall's hall master. If you want to find trouble with Lu Xian, have you asked for our permission? If you want to cause Xian Lu Xian's disciple, you'll have to ask the enchanting Lu. Lu is the enchanting hall's disciple to do something. Lu Feng's sect Feng's disciple." They only knew that Lu Xian was a disciple of the sword sect, but they did not know that he had another identity. The demon enchanting hall sect master was not someone that a mere inner sect elder dared to provoke. Now that Lu Xian wanted to touch his disciple, there was no reason for him to not show up. This matter was troublesome. Elder Yu's expression was unsettled as he slowly said, "Even if Lu Xian is the sect master's disciple, since he violated the sect rules, he naturally has to be dealt with according to the sect rules. The demon enchanting hall wants to cover up the truth with one hand. Where does the entire inner sect stand? Violated the sect rules? Why don't I know that Lu Xian violated the sect rules? According to my understanding, Su Wenyang brought about his own destruction. He actually dared to use despicable methods to knock out a sword sect disciple and kidnap him. He had ulterior motives. Lu Xian killed him because he was helping the Wind Sword School to clean up the sect. What crime did he commit? Elder Feng, how dare you conclude that my disciple, Su Wenyang, did such a thing? How dare I conclude? The person involved is right here. Why can't I conclude it?" Elder Feng said, pointing at Lin Sini. "How can we believe a one-sided story?" Elder Yu continued to quibble. "I can also prove it." Qin Shaohan spoke up at this moment. "Who are you? Since when did you have the right to speak when the elders are talking?" Elder Yu shouted angrily. "My father is Qin Mo, hit me if you dare." Qin Shaohan was not afraid of him. Elder Yu's face instantly turned pale when he heard Qin Shaohan's words. He really did not dare to do anything to Qin Shaohan. The many disciples who were watching from the side could not help but burst into laughter. It was an extremely pleasant thing to see the dignified Saber faction's great elder being humiliated. However, Elder Yu was speechless. Another person stood up. It was the Fist faction's elder Sunday. He asked in a deep voice, "Then how do you explain Lu Xian killing my grandson, Long Tian?" Jackals of the same tribe. Long Tian was one of the main culprits who ran errands for Su Wenyang. He was the one who knocked Sister Lin out. Otherwise, how do you explain why a Fist faction disciple like Long Tian would go to a private place like the Saber faction's side yard? Qin Shaohan questioned with confidence. As if he had received Elder Sun's reminder, Elder Yu said again, "Even if Su Wenyang and Long Tian were in the wrong, Lu Xian still killed 5 ordinary disciples of my Saber faction. That's not wrong, right?" This time Elder Feng continued, "I have already seen how domineering your Saber faction's disciples are today. They even dared to attack an elder, let alone Lu Xian, who is also a disciple. They must have attacked first in an attempt to stop Lu Xian, who was trying to rescue him. In a moment of desperation, they retaliated in self-defense and killed him by accident. Although they are in the wrong, they do not deserve to die." Elder Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he felt that he had grasped something that could be used against him. Elder Feng's words are a little too far-fetched. According to what you've said, those few disciples of my Saber sect died in vain? As an elder of the Saber faction, if you cannot seek justice for your disciples, how can you establish yourself in the future? How you establish yourself is your problem. What has it got to do with me? Let's not talk about whether Lu Xian killed first. Even if he did, so what? Lu Xian is a core disciple of my enchanting hall. How can a few ordinary inner sect disciples compare to him? Elder Feng's voice was resolute and decisive. After talking nonsense with Elder Yu for so long, he was already a little impatient. How dare a mere Saber faction be so arrogant? If the hall master was here, these people would not dare to say no. As soon as Elder Feng's words were spoken, the atmosphere immediately became tense. Elder Yu's expression also changed. He did not expect that Elder Feng would really go against him. Under such circumstances, if he backed down, how could he establish his prestige in the future? Immediately, he gritted his teeth and said, "Elder Feng, are you trying to use your power to suppress us? Although my saber faction is not good, we cannot lower our heads." After speaking, the other two saber faction elders took a step forward and stood in a row with Elder Yu. Following closely behind, the three elders of the fist faction also walked forward. Elder Sun also echoed, "The same goes for the fist faction." Elder Cheng's expression changed. Immediately, the three sword faction elders walked forward at the same time and walked to Elder Feng's side. However, they were secretly worried. The other party had 6 elders, and even if they included Elder Feng, they only had 4 people. If they really fought, they might not be a match for them. Facing the pressure of the 6 elders at the same time, Elder Feng was neither anxious nor slow. He stroked the beard on his chin and glanced at the 6 of them with half-squinted eyes. Then, he said slowly, "Although my demon enchanting hall has been quiet for a long time, I did not know that a mere branch sect of the inner sect actually dared to bully us. When the hall master returns, I think I will have to mention it." Perhaps because he felt that the combat strength of his side was far superior to the sword faction, Elder Yu was even more courageous. He snorted coldly and said, "Don't use Hall Master Chen to suppress me. This Lu Xian is mine." "Is that so? If I need the Hall Master to personally deal with trash like you, then my demon enchanting hall will be too degrading." Elder Feng's eyes suddenly opened, and a gleam flashed through them. He waved his hands, and a spiritual talisman appeared instantly. He had already made up his mind that if he did not teach these guys a lesson, they would really think that his demon enchanting hall did not exist. "Attack together!" Elder Yu bellowed. He knew that whoever had the right to speak this time would depend on who had the bigger fist. This was the undisguised rule of the cultivation world, and it was the same even in the Windsword School. In an instant, the 6 elders of the Saber faction and the Fist faction stepped forward at the same time. The 3 from the Fist faction used the fist, palm, and claw techniques respectively, while the Saber faction used the same technique, pointing 3 long sabers at Elder Feng. "Elder Cheng, just watch the show," Elder Feng suddenly said. Originally, Elder Cheng and the other 2 wanted to step forward to help, but after hearing Elder Feng's words, they could only suppress their thoughts and watch the situation quietly. However, they were extremely surprised. Could it be that Elder Feng could fight against the 6 of them together? In a battle, the situation changed rapidly. While the 3 elders of the sword faction were thinking, the situation on the battlefield had changed drastically. Seeing that the 6 elders of the Saber faction and the Fist faction attacked at the same time, Elder Feng's talisman was almost completed at the same time. There was a flash of light in front of him, and countless sword lights were emitted instantly. 6 of them shot directly at the 6 elders. The sword lights came extremely fast, and the 6 elders were shocked. They forcefully stopped their attacks and switched from offense to defense. They hurriedly blocked the oncoming attacks, but when they were blocked by the sword lights, the 6 elders' attacks were immediately broken and they fell to the ground. The contact between the 2 parties was completed in an instant. The disciples at the side did not even see clearly what was going on. They saw the 6 great elders being forced back by Elder Feng's sword light. It was obvious who was the winner and who was the loser. What surprised them even more was that there were dozens of sword-shaped lights floating above Elder Feng, and each of them was exactly the same as the one that attacked the 6 elders. Didn't this mean that if Elder Feng wanted to, he could release dozens of attacks of the same strength in an instant? Before the disciples could guess what martial arts technique Elder Feng used, Elder Yu, who was forced back, shouted in shock, 5-star spiritual talisman, million sword talisman. You have actually become a 5-star spiritual talisman master. That's right. It's the 5-star spiritual talisman, million sword talisman. Now, do you have anything else to say? Once the million sword talisman was used, Elder Feng's aura immediately surged. He faced the 6 elders with a completely condescending tone. If he thought about it, if dozens of sword lights were to be shot out at the same time, among the 6 of them, only Elder Yu might be able to survive, while the other 5 would definitely die. Even if Elder Yu survived, he would probably have to pay the price of an arm. Elder Feng's sudden burst of power shocked everyone present, especially the dozens of sword lights that were still hovering above his head. They flickered continuously, causing the 6 elders to not dare to act rashly. Beads of sweat appeared on Elder Yu's forehead. Although he had reached the middle stage of the spirit refinement stage, he had only just stepped into the 5th stage of the spirit refinement stage. How could he be a match for a 5-star soul symbol master? The current situation was clear proof. 1,000-sword talisman had instantly defeated the 6 of them. If he had known that Elder Feng had already become a 5-star soul symbol master, he would not have asked for trouble and lost face. In reality, Elder Feng had only become a 5-star soul symbol master in the past 2 months. The biggest reason for his breakthrough was Lu Xian, or rather, Lu Xian's Berserk Talisman. Although a mere middle-level enchantment talisman was nothing to an existence of Elder Feng's level, that talisman contained the concept and essence of ancient enchantment techniques. After Elder Feng carefully studied it for a period of time, he broke through the bottleneck that had been holding him back and successfully broke through to become a 5-star soul symbol master. This was one of the reasons why he was so concerned about Lu Xian. Elder Yu squeezed out a smile and said, "The strength of the Demon Enchanting Hall is indeed extraordinary. Since Lu Xian is from the Demon Enchanting Hall, I will naturally give Elder Feng some face. However, 7 disciples have died. It is not appropriate for me to just let it go. I hope Elder Feng can summon Lu Xian and give us an explanation. We will drop this matter for now." Hearing this, Elder Qing and the rest immediately heaved a sigh of relief. It was obvious that Elder Yu had already given in. Just Elder Feng alone was not someone they could deal with. In the entire Enchanting Demon Hall, there were more than 10 4-star talisman masters and above. Furthermore, there was the even more powerful Hall Master Chen Mo. Although Chen Mo was not in the sect for the time being, he would definitely not be able to bear the consequences when he returned. Even if this matter was brought to the attention of the sect leader, everyone in the Enchanting Hall and the Saber sect elder would know which side to choose. It was not worth it to sacrifice oneself for a mere Su Wenyang. Moreover, Su Wenyang was already dead, he had no value at all. Because of your coercion, Lu Xian has already left the Wind Sword School. We don't know if he's alive or dead. How can I explain it to you? That's why I came here. However, since he has already left, let's forget about it. I won't look into the matter of you forcing Lu Xian to leave. Don't think about finding trouble with him anymore. If I find out that you have done anything in private, don't blame the Demon Enchanting Hall for going all out. After gaining the absolute initiative, Elder Feng's words became less courteous. She directly brought up the enchantment hall, not bothering to hide her power. After saying that, she looked at Lin Sini and said, "And Marshal Niece Lin, don't even think about harming her. I promised Lu Xian that I would guarantee her absolute safety. If she loses even a strand of hair, it would be a slap to my face." At that time, Elder Feng's threat was obvious. This was the advantage of being powerful. It was also to protect Lu Xian. If the 3 elders of the sword sect had spoken, it would definitely not be settled. However, with Elder Feng's reasoning and strength, he successfully settled it. If the sect leader personally took action, there would be no need for reasoning or fighting. It would just be a matter of a sentence. After hearing from Elder Feng that Lu Xian had already left the Wind Sword School and that his fate was unknown, Elder Yu was secretly delighted. It was good news to be able to force Lu Xian away. As for Lin Sini, he did not intend to pursue the matter. The reason why he wanted to capture Lin Sini was also because of Lu Xian. Now that Elder Feng had made it clear that they were not allowed to deal with Lu Xian, there was no need to find trouble with Lin Sini. At this moment, Elder Feng had already mentioned the Demon Enchanting Hall. In addition, after knowing that Lu Xian was no longer in the Wind Sword School, Elder Yu immediately did not have the intention to continue the stalemate. He immediately said, "In that case, this matter will come to an end. However, I hope that Elder Feng can be magnanimous and let my disciples go." Hearing this, Elder Feng immediately waved his hand and the force that was restraining the disciples was immediately released. Since the Fist and Saber sects had given up on pursuing the matter of Lu Xian, he naturally had to return the favor. After all, Lu Xian was indeed in the wrong this time. The reason why the Fist and Saber sects did not pursue the matter was because they were intimidated by the strength of the demon enchanting hall. At this point, the matter had finally come to an end. The 6 elders of the Fist and Saber sects led the disciples and left. However, there was a trace of unwillingness in Elder Sun's eyes. To the Saber sect, it was only a disciple that they were proud of that had died. However, to him, it was the death of his grandson. However, the situation was stronger than him. Facing the oppression of Elder Feng, he was powerless to resist. Even if he were to stake everything on this, the other elders of the Saber sect and Fist sect would probably cut ties with him to avoid trouble. Seeing that the people of the 2 sects had all left, Elder Feng then released the 5-star 1,000-sword talisman. After all, maintaining the talisman had consumed quite a lot of his soul power. Elder Chung walked forward and bowed to Elder Feng. "Thank you for your help, Elder Feng. Otherwise, the Fist and Saber sects would definitely not let this matter go." Elder Feng smiled and said, "Why do you say that? Lu Xian's matter is naturally the matter of the demon enchanting hall. It is natural for us to stand up for him." Elder Qing then laughed and invited Elder Feng to sit down again. With his relationship with Lu Xian as a bridge, it was an opportunity to build a good relationship with the demon enchanting hall. He naturally could not miss it. On the other side, Lin Sini also said to Qin Shaohan gratefully, "Shaohan, I am really grateful to you this time. If you had not asked Elder Feng to help, they would not have let Lu Xian off so easily." Although Elder Feng said that she had been entrusted by Lu Xian, Lin Sini knew very well that it was Qin Shaohan who had asked Elder Feng to help. Lu Xian had only told her. Qin Shaohan waved her hand and said, "There is no need to thank me. Lu Xian's matter is naturally my matter. It is a pity that if I had known that Grandfather Fan would be able to handle this matter, I would not have let Lu Xian leave." Hearing Qin Shaohan's words, Lin Sini smiled and did not say much. She now only hoped that Lu Xian would be safe outside and that she would be able to see him at the sect grand competition in half a year's time. Seeing that Lin Sini did not show any signs of anger, Qin Shaohan was a little puzzled. She had said that to express her relationship with Lu Xian. She thought that Lin Sini would more or less be unhappy, but she did not expect that her reaction was not the slightest bit abnormal. She could not help but ask, "Sister Lin, are you not angry at all? Are you not jealous?" "Of course I am jealous, but what can I do? Since I chose Lu Xian, I have already prepared my heart. How can I be the only one who likes such an outstanding person like him? There are many women who are more outstanding than me. For example, you are the daughter of the Enchanting Hall Lord. Your status is not something I can compare to. Perhaps there will be women of even higher status who will like him in the future. If I keep getting angry and jealous, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? So, as long as I like him and he likes me, it will be fine." Lin Sini's words were spoken very naturally. First, it was because of the customs of the Sky Sword continent. As an expert, it was not strange to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Second, it was because she loved Lu Xian deeply. Otherwise, which woman would not want their man to love them wholeheartedly? However, compared to a man who loved her wholeheartedly, she would rather choose the one she loved wholeheartedly, Lu Xian. Of course, more importantly, she knew that Lu Xian loved her. "Sister Lin, you are such a silly woman," Qin Shaohan criticized mercilessly. Then, she added, "But you are also a good woman. If I were Lu Xian, I would definitely like you too." Qin Shaohan's straightforward words made Lin Sini feel a little funny. Does this last really treat me as a love rival? Isn't this a little too cute? At this moment, Qin Shaohan naturally did not know what Lin Sini was thinking. She was only thinking about whether she would become as tolerant as Lin Sini in the future. Lu Xian naturally did not know what happened in the Sword Pavilion. He also did not know that the Blade sect and Fist sect had chosen to give up because of Elder Feng's appearance. Of course, one of the reasons why the 2 sects gave up was that Lu Xian was no longer in the Wind Sword School. Lu Xian stepped into the teleportation formation in the dark room of the enchantment hall. After a moment of dizziness, he soon appeared on top of an unknown mountain that was rarely visited by humans. Taking out the map that Qin Shaohan gave him, Lu Xian found the right direction and immediately walked out. His destination was the territory of the Skyblade sect, the Peerless Empire. The Peerless Empire was one of the 3 great empires under the Skyblade sect. It was also the most prosperous empire, where the practice of martial arts was prevalent. It was said that in order to recruit disciples, the Skyblade sect had set up a few martial houses in the Peerless Empire, which were specially used to groom the new generation of disciples. If one was talented, he would directly enter the headquarters of the Skyblade sect and become an inner sect or even a core disciple. In terms of the groom system, the Skyblade sect was better than the Wind Sword School. After all, in the 3 great empires under the jurisdiction of the Wind Sword School, apart from the annual sect entrance examination, the martial artists who did not come from a family could only rely on themselves to cultivate and did not receive any groom. The mountain that Lu Xian was currently on was a mountain range that connected the Beacon Fire Empire and the Peerless Empire. As long as he kept heading east, he would definitely reach the Peerless Empire. As long as he reached there, Lu Xian would be at ease. After all, no matter how long the Blade Sect's hands were, they would not be able to reach the Peerless Empire. Lu Xian sped along the way, killing quite a few beasts in the mountains before he finally walked out of the mountains. At this moment, the closest city to Lu Xian was Wushuang City. Without a doubt, Wushuang City was the capital of the Wushuang Empire. Standing on the road, Lu Xian was a little lost. Although he said that he was out for training, he had no idea where to start. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He was determined to see the entire Sky Sword continent. Since he was out, he naturally wanted to see the capital of the Wushuang Empire. He had stayed in a small place like Qingshan town since he was young. The biggest city he had been to was Lin City. However, Lin City was just an ordinary city in the Tianwu Empire. Naturally, it could not be compared to the capital. Moreover, he had killed quite a few beasts before. The corpses were all lying in his storage ring. At this moment, he was going to sell them. After making up his mind, Lu Xian headed straight in the direction of Wushuang City. After rushing for close to 4 hours, he finally saw the city walls of Peerless Shuang City. As expected of the capital of the Peerless Empire. Even before entering the city, just the majestic city walls alone were already incomparable to those of the neighboring cities. At the city gates, there were many people dressed like warriors coming and going. It was quite a lively scene. Stepping into the city, it was even more prosperous. There were all kinds of shops and the sound of people shouting could be heard. Lu Xian was prepared to sell some of the materials he had. Naturally, he had to find a spiritual material shop first. He immediately stopped a passing warrior and asked, "Brother, may I ask where the biggest spiritual material shop in Wushuang City is?" However, he soon realized that he could not see through the cultivation of the person in front of him. Obviously, the cultivation of the person in front of him was higher than his. Immediately, the displeasure on his face disappeared. He cupped his hands and said, "There are many spiritual material shops in Peerless City. However, the biggest one is naturally the Heaven Blade shop. The Heaven Blade shop is opened by the Heaven Blade Martial House. It is said that the Heaven Blade sect is behind it. The items in the shop are very complete. However, the prices are not low. If you are rich, you can go and take a look." At this moment, Lu Xian's strength was at the peak of the 6th rank of body refinement. Even if placed in the inner sect of the Wind Sword School, he would be ranked highly. In the secular world, among his peers, he would be a crane among a flock of chickens. This martial artist in front of him was only at the 4th rank of body refinement. Naturally, he could not see through Lu Xian's strength. Upon hearing this ancient martial art practitioner's words, Lu Xian's heart skipped a beat. The Heaven Saber shop? The Heavenly Saber Gate is behind him? He did not know if it would be able to buy the precious saber in his hand. Right now, the most valuable thing he had on him was not the beast's corpse, but the treasure-grade weapon he had obtained from Su Wenyang. However, in the secular world, a high-grade iron weapon was an incomparably precious existence. Where could one find a treasure-grade weapon? Ordinary shops would definitely not be able to afford it. At that moment, Lu Xian asked again, "I am going to sell some things. I wonder if the Heaven Saber shop, besides selling, also buys various kinds of materials?" Seeing that Lu Xian's strength was stronger than his, but there was no arrogance in his tone, the ancient martial art practitioner was immediately in a good mood. He patiently explained, "Of course I am buying. Looking at you, you must have just returned from hunting outside the city and want to sell materials, right? However, the Heaven Saber shop standards are not ordinary. They will not buy materials of 5th-rank beasts and below." Upon hearing this, Lu Xian suddenly smiled. It was good that their standards were not ordinary. If they were too ordinary, then he would be disappointed. At that moment, he did not say anything more. He cupped his hands at the ancient martial art practitioner and said, "Thank you for telling me, I know what I am doing." The ancient martial art practitioner repeatedly returned the gesture. Looking at Lu Xian's back as he left, he could not help but secretly exclaim in his heart. Looking at Lu Xian's appearance, he was probably younger than him by a few years, but his strength had already surpassed his own. His talent was indeed extraordinary. He was at the 4th rank of the body refinement realm, but he could not see through Lu Xian's strength. It was obvious that Lu Xian was at least at the 5th rank of the body refinement realm. After bidding farewell to the ancient martial art practitioner, Lu Xian asked along the way and soon arrived at the so-called Heaven Saber shop. The Heaven Saber shop was indeed extraordinary. It was located in the best area of the street, and the area it occupied was more than 3 times that of ordinary shops. The 3-story building made it stand out like a crane among chickens. A dark red signboard was hung above the loft. 2 large words were carved on it in a flamboyant manner, Heaven Saber. Although the strokes of the 2 words were simple, it made people feel a majestic aura. It was very imposing. Lu Xian secretly nodded in his heart. The person who wrote these 2 words was certainly not ordinary. Moreover, this person was a saber cultivator. It was very likely that he was from the Heaven Saber sect. As a result, Lu Xian's confidence in the Heaven Saber shop increased. Stepping into the Heaven Saber shop, a shop assistant quickly came to greet him. Lu Xian glanced at him. This shop assistant was also a cultivator, but his strength was not strong. He was only at the 2nd rank of the body refinement realm. "Dear customer, what would you like to buy? Our shop has weapons, medicinal pills, and spiritual materials. We will definitely satisfy any of your requests." The shop assistant looked at Lu Xian with a smile. He was quite professional. "Do you still purchase spiritual materials here? I have some materials that I want to sell." Lu Xian said directly. "Spiritual materials? Of course we accept. However, our shop does not need low-grade spiritual materials at the moment. At the very least, we need materials from 5th-rank beasts and above. Do you have any?" Lu Xian nodded. Although he did not encounter any powerful beasts along the way, there were still quite a few 5th-rank beasts and above. The highest rank was an 8th-rank beast. In order to take it down, Lu Xian spent a lot of effort. Seeing Lu Xian nod, the shop assistant's heart trembled. It seemed that Lu Xian was young, but he had the strength to kill a 5th-rank beast. That was incredible. Immediately, his smile became even wider. He said, "Dear customer, please wait a moment. I will invite our manager over." He was only responsible for guiding customers to buy items. As for purchasing items, there was naturally a specialized manager to take care of it. Lu Xian did not have to wait long. Soon, a middle-aged manager came over. Lu Xian glanced at this person and was secretly surprised. This Heavenly Blade shop was indeed not an ordinary shop. An ordinary shop assistant was already at the 2nd rank of the body refinement realm, and now a manager actually had the strength of the 6th rank of the body refinement realm, a 6th rank of the body refinement realm. If placed in a place like Qingshan town, he would be able to become a consecrator of Ryuka. However, here, he was just an ordinary manager. However, when the manager saw Lu Xian, he was even more shocked. He noticed that Lu Xian's age wasn't old, but he actually had the strength of the 6th level of body refinement, and was even slightly stronger than him. One had to know that he was already over 40 years old this year, while Lu Xian looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old. This kind of talent was rare even in the Heavenly Blade sect. At the same time, he also began to figure out Lu Xian's identity. After thinking about it, he felt that Lu Xian was most likely a disciple of some cultivation clan. As he thought about it, his movements were not slow. With a smile on his face, he walked over and said, "Little brother, according to my shop assistant's report, you have spiritual materials that you want to sell?" Lu Xian nodded and said, "That's right. Since little brother has come to our Heavenly Blade shop, you naturally know that we do not accept low-grade spiritual materials. May I ask, little brother, what rank are the spiritual materials in your hands?" After a slight hesitation, Lu Xian did not hide anything and said bluntly, "I have a lot of spiritual materials in my hands, but the highest rank is the corpse of an 8th rank beast." As soon as these words came out, the manager was immediately astonished. An 8th rank beast was an extremely powerful beast. Compared to a warrior, a beast had a natural physical advantage. An 8th rank beast was stronger than an ordinary 8th rank body refinement warrior. Could it be that this youth in front of him actually had the strength to kill an 8th rank beast? No, he was only in the 6th rank body refinement realm. Maybe an elder helped him kill it. It seemed that he was indeed a disciple of a clan. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through the manager's mind. In their line of work, not only did they need to have sharp eyes and ears, they also needed to be quick to think. No matter what, the value of an 8th rank beast was definitely not low. At that moment, he did not dare to be negligent and said, "Young hero, please follow me upstairs. Let's talk about it on the 2nd floor." Obviously, the Heavenly Blade shop was divided into ranks. Ordinary items and warriors could only stay on the 1st floor. Only those who had enough strength or wanted to buy better items could go upstairs. Lu Xian did not refuse. He still wanted to talk about the treasure level single blade later. There were too many people on the 1st floor, so it was really hard to talk about it. He wanted to avoid people talking too much. An ordinary man is not guilty, but his wealth is his own ruin. Under the manager's guidance, the two of them began to go to the 2nd floor of the shop. Seeing someone go up to the 2nd floor, it immediately attracted the attention of some people. For an ordinary warrior, the 1st floor of the Heavenly Blade shop was enough to satisfy their needs. To be able to go up to the 2nd floor, either one had extraordinary strength or a wealthy family. TSK, going up to the 2nd floor with the strength of a 6th rank body refinement realm. It seems that this kid has some capital. A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar rubbed his chin and said, "Why, big brother, do you have an idea?" A burly man carrying a long saber on his back asked in a low voice. "Anyway, we can't stay in Wushuang City anymore. It's not a bad idea to do another job. You go back first and look after that girl. I'll take care of this kid," the middle-aged scholar said. Then, with some worry, he warned, "Be obedient and don't touch her. If you ruin my plan, I'll kill you." "Hee, don't worry, big brother. Although that girl is beautiful, I, Lao Er, am not an insensible person." The burly man laughed and immediately left the Heavenly Blade shop, leaving the middle-aged scholar behind. He was still looking at the 2nd floor with half-closed eyes. They originally came to the Heavenly Blade shop to buy some elixirs, but they did not expect to see another fat sheep. At that moment, Lu Xian followed the manager to the 2nd floor. As expected, the 2nd floor was much quieter than the 1st floor. Furthermore, the layout of the 2nd floor was completely different. There were no shelves or counters at all, only rooms. "Young hero, please come in. In order to ensure the privacy of our customers, the 2nd floor of the Heavenly Blade shop is absolutely safe. Everything can be discussed in this room. If you need anything, someone will naturally send it over." The manager did not forget to praise Lu Xian as he opened the door and invited him in. He saw that Lu Xian was young, but his strength was extraordinary. He was sure that Lu Xian was a disciple of a powerful clan. Furthermore, with his talent, he might even be a disciple of a rank 2 cultivation clan. It would be great if he could establish a good relationship with him. A rank 2 clan was second only to a rank 3 sect. Although it could not be compared to the Sky Saber sect, how could a mere Sky Saber shop compare to the Sky Saber sect? It was merely a business of the Sky Saber sect. Hearing this, Lu Xian asked casually, "Is the Sky Saber shop very safe?" "Young hero, what are you talking about? Everyone knows that the Sky Saber shop was established by the Sky Saber Martial House. Behind the Sky Saber Martial House is the Sky Saber sect. Since the establishment of the Sky Saber shop, there has not been a single safety incident, nor has there been any customer dissatisfaction. Lu Xian nodded to himself. Hearing this, he felt more at ease. This was also the reason why he chose to come to the Sky Saber shop. Not to mention whether a small shop could accept a treasured tool, the most important thing was that there was no guarantee of safety. Who knew if someone would suddenly attack them? However, the Sky Saber shop had been established for a long time. Its reputation was definitely guaranteed. Although a treasured tool was precious, it would not cause them to do anything irrational. Young hero, please take a seat. I believe the corpses of the ferocious beasts are in your storage ring, the manager asked. Lu Xian nodded and did not say anything else. He immediately handed over a storage ring, indicating for the manager to check it himself. Now, he had 2 storage rings. One was naturally given to him by Xianxia and the other was obtained from Su Wenyang. The storage ring he handed over to the manager was Su Wenyang's storage ring. At that moment, everything in the storage ring had been moved out by Lu Xian to store the corpses of the ferocious beasts. Seeing Lu Xian casually take out a storage ring, the steward could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. For an ordinary cultivator, a storage ring was an incomparably precious item. How could they give it to someone so easily? Furthermore, they had specially taken out an empty storage ring to store the corpse of a ferocious beast. In his heart, he was even more certain of Lu Xian's identity. Not only was he a disciple of a second-rank cultivation clan, but he was also one of the core members. The steward took the storage ring and probed it with his divine sense. What he saw shocked him. The storage ring was densely packed with corpses. The lowest was a rank 4 beast, while the highest was a rank 8 beast. Other than one rank 8 beast, there were 3 rank 7 beasts, 5 rank 6 beasts, and 8 rank 5 beasts. There were the least rank 4 beasts, probably because they were too lazy to collect them. However, this was only one of the reasons why he was shocked. What shocked him even more was that other than the rank 8 beast, the rest of the beasts, even the rank 7 beasts, only had 1 wound on their bodies. All of them were killed in 1 strike. What kind of strength was this? To kill a rank 7 beast in 1 strike, one would need to be at least at the 9th rank body refinement realm to be able to do this, right? Putting down the storage ring, the steward let out a long sigh of relief. The way he looked at Lu Xian became more and more cautious. In his opinion, these beasts were definitely not killed by Lu Xian. Then, there must be an expert protecting Lu Xian. However, he naturally knew what to ask and what not to ask. After a slight pause, he said, "The quality of these beast corpses that young hero is selling is rather high. Other than a fatal wound, there is no other damage on their bodies. I have estimated that their value is quite high. If we were to exchange them for gold, they would be worth close to 1 million. However, I believe that young hero does not want these secular items. You must want to exchange them for primordial stones? 1 million gold. To the common people, this was an enormous sum of money. But to cultivators, this was nothing. A meridian shield pill for the 6th rank of body refinement required 10,000 taels of gold. An internal preservation pill for the 7th rank of body refinement required 100,000 taels of gold. If one wanted to kill a class 8 ferocious beast by himself, one would need the strength of the 9th tier of the body refinement realm. It could be said that if Lu Xian was really at the 9th tier of the body refinement realm, this 1 million gold was really not much use to him. However, to a practitioner with great strength, they no longer needed gold. What they needed was primordial stones. Primordial stones were the common currency in the world of cultivation. And the exchange rate between primordial stones and gold was also frighteningly high. A low-grade primordial stone was equivalent to 1,000 gold. In other words, don't look at how Lu Xian's materials were worth 1 million gold. If they were exchanged for primordial stones, they would only be worth 1,000. Moreover, these were the lowest grade primordial stones. Naturally, I need primordial stones. However, there's no rush. Lu Xian said slowly. He took a sip of tea and then continued, I still have some things to sell. I just don't know if your Heavenly Blade shop can afford them. Hearing this, the shopkeeper's eyes flashed. There's something good? Then he laughed and said, young hero, you must be joking. In this Wushuang city, there's nothing that my Heavenly Blade shop can't afford. Prize tier weapons. I wonder if you fellows have any? Hearing Lu Xian's words, the smile on the shopkeeper's face instantly froze. His expression became serious and he couldn't help but lower his voice and say, "Young hero, do you have treasured weapons to sell?" "It's not exactly for sale. The treasured weapon in my hand is not suitable for me. I want to exchange it for something more suitable." Lu Xian didn't hide anything. "Young hero, you've come to the right place. In the entire Wushuang city, I'm afraid only my heavenly blade shop has treasured weapons. However, these weapons are not easily shown to others. If you have treasured weapons, please let me take a look and prove that you do have them." The shopkeeper didn't dare to be negligent. In the secular world, treasured weapons were very rare. Even in a third-grade sect like the Wind Sword School, only the top 10 disciples in the overall ranking had them. If he didn't take a look, he wouldn't dare to confirm if Lu Xian really had one. Lu Xian was prepared for this. With a flash of the blade, a single blade made of excellent materials and workmanship appeared in his hand. Seeing this single saber, the shopkeeper's eyes widened. Within the territory of the Heavenly Blade shop, there were many warriors who used sabers. Naturally, he was no exception. For a warrior, what could be more exciting than seeing a top-grade weapon? Although he was the shopkeeper of the Heavenly Blade shop, his strength was only at the 6th layer of the body refinement realm. How could he have treasured weapons? He subconsciously wanted to reach out and receive it. However, with a twist of his wrist, Lu Xian's single saber instantly disappeared. He had already put it back into his storage ring. At the same time, he said, "All right, you've seen the weapon. Can we talk now?" Seeing the weapon disappear, the shopkeeper felt a sense of loss. It wasn't until Lu Xian asked that he came back to his senses. He respectfully bowed to Lu Xian and said, "This involves treasured weapons. This is no longer something I can be responsible for. I must ask the shopkeeper to take action. Only then is he qualified to handle this transaction. Young hero, please follow me to the 3rd floor." From the moment he saw Lu Xian until now, the shopkeeper's attitude toward Lu Xian became more and more respectful. At first, it was only because of Lu Xian's talent and the news of the 8th rank beast that he invited Lu Xian to the 2nd floor. Then, he thought that Lu Xian might be from a 2nd-grade clan, so he didn't dare to slight him. Now that he saw the treasured saber, his evaluation of Lu Xian instantly rose to another level. This was no longer something he could be responsible for. Lu Xian smiled slightly and said, "Thank you." He didn't expect the Heaven Blade shop to really have treasured weapons. This naturally made Lu Xian overjoyed. If he could successfully obtain a treasured sword, his strength would undoubtedly increase by another level. As the shopkeeper went out, Lu Xian went up another floor and arrived at the 3rd floor of the Heaven Blade shop. This was the highest floor of the Heaven Blade shop. Normally, no one could come up here. Even if it was a transaction of great value, it could be handled on the 2nd floor. Only when the shopkeeper was needed would it be handled on the 3rd floor. After taking Lu Xian to a room on the 3rd floor and sitting down, the shopkeeper left. He asked Lu Xian to wait for a moment while he went to inform the shopkeeper. While waiting, Lu Xian also sized up the layout of the rooms on the 3rd floor. Compared to the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor was undoubtedly more exquisite. It wasn't extravagant, but the things used were almost the best in the secular world. Although he had taken out treasured weapons, Lu Xian wasn't worried that the Heaven Blade shop would play any tricks. In his storage ring, there were a total of 3 5-star spiritual talisman scrolls. They were personally inscribed by Chen Mo. Even if an expert in the spirit refinement realm attacked him, he would be able to kill him in the blink of an eye. "Haha, I heard that an esteemed guest has arrived. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you." Before the person arrived, a hearty voice came from outside the door. Immediately after, the door was pushed open and a middle-aged man walked in. The shopkeeper from before followed respectfully behind him. Lu Xian stood up and glanced at the middle-aged man. Indeed, this time, he couldn't see through the person's strength. Without a doubt, this person was the shopkeeper of the Heaven Blade shop. As the shopkeeper of the Heaven Blade shop, he naturally had to have the strength to control the situation. "My surname is Yang. Young hero, you can just call me Shopkeeper Yang. I heard that you have a treasured weapon in your hands that you wish to sell." Shopkeeper Yang sat in front of Lu Xian and asked straightforwardly. Yes. However, if your shop has a weapon of the same grade, I would like to exchange for it. Lu Xian raised his own request. Hearing this, Shopkeeper Yang smiled slightly and said, Our shop does indeed have a few treasured weapons. I wonder what kind of weapon you would like. Sword. Sword? Shopkeeper Yang was a little surprised. The Peerless Empire was under the jurisdiction of the Heaven Blade sect. Hence, there were many people who used sabers and relatively few swords. However, even though there were few people who used sabers, it didn't mean that there were none. Very quickly, he hid his astonishment and continued to ask. Young hero, do you want a short sword, a long sword, or a heavy sword? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows and said, Of course it's a long sword. Does your store have one? Although he could use a heavy sword quite easily, if he wanted to display his full strength, he still needed a long sword. Moreover, Lu Xian was already very satisfied with the current black iron sword. Shopkeeper Yang pondered for a while and then said, We do have a long sword, but only one. I don't know if it will satisfy you. Let's take a look first. Lu Xian said. In fact, he didn't have high expectations. A treasure tier longsword was at least much stronger than his current yearning sword. Shopkeeper Yang laughed and turned around to give an order to the steward behind him. He then looked back at Lu Xian and said, I have already sent someone to retrieve it. However, young hero, could you let me appraise that treasure-level blade and see what quality it is? That way, I will be able to offer a price. This time, Lu Xian didn't say much. He directly took out the weapon and handed it to Shopkeeper Yang. In fact, he only knew that this sword was a treasure-tier weapon. As for its specific grade, he didn't know. However, he thought that it wouldn't be too high. After all, no matter how strong Su Wenyang was, he was only an inner sect disciple. His strength was only at the 8th level of the body refinement realm. After receiving the sword, Shopkeeper Yang carefully appraised it and then said, This sword's workmanship is quite good, but the material is ordinary. It's only a human tier lower grade treasure. Fortunately, it hasn't been worn out. It probably hasn't been through many battles. Human tier lower grade treasure. That was the lowest grade treasure. Lu Xian knew that treasure tier treasures were divided into 3 grades, heaven, earth, and human. Each grade was further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Seeing that the sword's grade wasn't high, Lu Xian was a little nervous. He didn't know if he could successfully obtain the treasure tier longsword. The shopkeeper was quite efficient. Not long after, he pushed open the door again and entered with a sword case in his hand. Shopkeeper Yang took it and placed it in front of Lu Xian. This is the only treasured weapon in the Heaven Saber shop. Its grade is not high. It is only a human rank inferior grade treasured weapon. Young hero, please take a look. Manager Yang gestured for him to take a look. Without any hesitation, Lu Xian extended his hand and opened the sword sheath. The instant the sword sheath was opened, a sharp aura was emitted. Evidently, this sword sheath was not an ordinary item, as it was able to completely conceal the aura of the sword. Feeling the sharpness of the sword, Lu Xian's face revealed a trace of joy. It was indeed worthy of being a bejeweled weapon. Just the aura of the sword itself was already so strong. Compared to the yearning sword that he was using right now, it was countless times stronger. This was the difference between a treasured weapon and an iron weapon. An iron weapon had an advantage over a mortal weapon because it could be infused with spirit energy. For a normal person, an iron weapon and a mortal weapon had the same effect, but a treasured weapon was different. Even if a normal person used a treasured weapon to fight, their battle prowess would increase by several times. If a martial artist used a treasured weapon, they would be able to unleash the power of a treasured weapon. Holding this treasured weapon, Lu Xian felt a wave of comfort. The sharpness of the sword did not affect him in the slightest. Instead, it felt more comfortable in his hand. This sword was extremely thin and light. It was the complete opposite of the mysterious iron sword. When he held it in his hand, he could not feel any weight at all. The blade was extremely sharp. Lu Xian could not help but swing the sword. Even if he did not circulate his spirit energy, he did not feel any resistance. Just the sharpness of the weapon itself was enough to easily cut through the air. If he circulated his spirit energy or even used sword intent, the power would multiply. Lu Xian did not expect to obtain a good weapon here, but he did not expect this sword to be so easy to wield. Naturally, he was very satisfied. He immediately asked, "Shopkeeper Yang, may I know the name of this sword and its price?" Shopkeeper Yang chuckled and said, "This sword is called the Star-Shattering Sword. It means that the power of this sword is enough to shatter the stars. Of course, this is a bit exaggerated, but I believe that young hero has seen it. The power of this star-shattering sword is indeed extraordinary. As for the price, it is priced at 5,000 low-grade spirit stones." Hearing the price, Lu Xian's eyelids could not help but twitch. The price of a treasured weapon was indeed extraordinary. Even the lowest treasured weapon was priced at 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. If it was converted into gold, it would be a total of 5 million silvers. What a huge sum of money. Then how much is Shopkeeper Yang willing to pay for my single blade? Lu Xian asked. His blade was also a lower human weapon. Although it was not as new as the star-shattering sword, it was not worn out. After pondering for a while, Shopkeeper Yang said, "Young hero's single blade, in terms of craftsmanship, is almost the same as the star-shattering sword. However, the materials used are a bit worse. More importantly, the blade has been enchanted. The price is about 4,000 low-grade spirit stones." Lu Xian did not refute the price that Shopkeeper Yang offered. Although he was unable to appraise the quality of the two weapons, he also felt that the blade was slightly inferior to the star-shattering sword based on his intuition. Furthermore, just as Shopkeeper Yang had said, the blade had already been enchanted. As everyone knew, all weapons only had one chance to be enchanted. Unless it was sent back to the furnace to be reforged, once it was enchanted, it could not be changed. Different martial artists required different enchantment effects for their weapons. Unless it was a martial artist who needed the enchantment effect, it would not be easy to make a move. Because of this, there was a difference in the price of a human rank inferior grade treasure tool by a fifth. "I want this sword." Lu Xian said bluntly, "That single blade, according to this price, together with the materials I sold before, it is enough. Shopkeeper Yang, calculate how many more primordial stones you should pay me." Lu Xian's straightforwardness was beyond Shopkeeper Yang's expectation. 5,000 primordial stones was not a small amount, but Lu Xian made a decision in the blink of an eye. Shopkeeper Yang immediately believed that Lu Xian was not someone who lacked money. Previously, the shopkeeper had already told Shopkeeper Yang about his speculation about Lu Xian's identity. At this moment, there was no doubt that Lu Xian's background was confirmed. It was very likely that he was born in a second-rank cultivation family. "Haha, you are indeed straightforward. My Skyblade shop has always been honest. Since you are so straightforward, I will not waste any more time. Your blade will be priced at 4,200 primordial stones, and the materials will be priced at 900. After you buy the star-shattering sword, my Skyblade shop will pay you another 100 primordial stones. What do you think?" Naturally, Lu Xian had no objections. After all, these things were pretty much for nothing. If he could exchange them for a low-grade human tier treasure sword and 100 primordial stones, it would be enough. Seeing Lu Xian nod, Shopkeeper Yang immediately waved his hand. The shopkeeper immediately took out 100 primordial stones and placed them neatly on the table. Lu Xian took a look and confirmed that there were no mistakes. Then, he waved his hand and swept the 100 primordial stones into his storage ring. He was very satisfied with the Skyblade shop's straightforwardness. Furthermore, it was indeed the style of a big shop. They did not try to lower the price. Of course, shopkeeper Yang's speculation about Lu Xian's identity also played a role. It was not worth it to offend the core disciple of a second-rank cultivation family for a mere 100 primordial stones. Shopkeeper Yang handed Lu Xian's saber to the shopkeeper. Lu Xian also placed the star-shattering sword into his storage ring. This huge transaction was immediately completed. Shopkeeper Yang was in a good mood after completing such a huge transaction in such a short period of time. Although he did not cheat Lu Xian on the price, he still got the better end of the deal. After all, this was within the territory of the Skyblade Gate. There were many cultivators who used sabers. Lu Xian's saber did not have to worry about sales. If he met a suitable cultivator, the enchanted saber could even be sold for a higher price. After all, an enchantment scroll also cost a lot of money. In the future, if young hero has any needs or has anything you want to sell, you are welcome to look for me at any time. If young hero's family is interested, you can also look for our Skyblade shop to cooperate. We will definitely be satisfied, shopkeeper Yang said with a smile as he stood up with Lu Xian. Lu Xian was slightly startled when he heard him mention the clan behind him. He immediately recovered and said with a smile, "That's only natural. I'm also quite satisfied with the Heaven Blade shop. I will definitely mention it when I return." He was not a fool. Since shopkeeper Yang had misunderstood his identity, there was no need to expose him. Shopkeeper Yang was originally prepared to personally send Lu Xian out. However, when he was sent to the second floor, he was stopped by Lu Xian. He understood the principle of having a treasure would cause one to get into trouble. The dignified shopkeeper of the Sky Blade shop personally sent him out. Perhaps everyone would know that he had something good on him. Although he was not afraid of trouble, Lu Xian did not want to take the initiative to cause trouble. After walking out of the door of the Sky Blade shop, Lu Xian was in a good mood. After obtaining the star-shattering sword, if he were to fight with Su Wenyang again, he would not even need to use the Thunder Fire Talisman. He would be able to kill Su Wenyang with his sword. In the previous battle, Su Wenyang had a great advantage in terms of weapons. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed towards Lu Xian. Lu Xian could not dodge in time and was directly hit by the person. Fortunately, Lu Xian's body was extremely strong. Although he was hit, he did not suffer any injuries. However, being hit by someone for no reason, Lu Xian was naturally unhappy. He turned his head and was about to grab the person who hit him. However, he did not expect that the person did not run away. Instead, he took the initiative to stop and apologize to Lu Xian. "My apologies. I was in a hurry. Please forgive me." A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar looked at Lu Xian with an apologetic expression. Hearing this, the anger on Lu Xian's face gradually disappeared. Since the other party had taken the initiative to apologize, there was no need to be unforgiving. Moreover, the person did not look like a bad person. It was probably an unintentional mistake. "Forget it. It's fine." Lu Xian shook his head and prepared to leave. However, the person suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. He took the initiative to walk in front of Lu Xian and cupped his hands together. "If I am not wrong, young hero, you should be a swordsman?" Lu Xian's heart skipped a beat. He did not hold a sword in his hand, nor did he reveal any signs. Yet, this person was able to tell that he was a swordsman. His eyesight was truly extraordinary. At this moment, Lu Xian once again sized up the person in front of him. With one look, he was slightly shocked. Even though this person was dressed like a scholar, he was a martial artist. More importantly, Lu Xian could not see through this person's strength. In other words, this person was definitely at least at the 7th layer of the body refinement realm. In the secular world, a 7th layer of the body refinement realm was not weak. Moreover, this person might even be stronger than the 7th layer of the body refinement realm. Perhaps it was because he saw the vigilance in Lu Xian's eyes. The middle-aged scholar revealed a smile and said, "I have no ill intentions. If there is nothing else, can I have a word with you?" Lu Xian hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Even though he did not know what this guy was up to, he did not look like a bad person. Moreover, this was Peerless City. Even if he had any bad intentions, he would not act here. Under the middle-aged scholar's guidance, Lu Xian followed him to a quiet place. "What's the matter? Can you say it now?" Lu Xian said bluntly. The scholar smiled and said, "First, let me introduce myself. My surname is Bai and my name is Qi." Lu Xian was a little stunned. "By what? Idiot?" There was someone with this name. Seeing Lu Xian's expression, how could Bai Qi not know what Lu Xian was thinking? He immediately revealed an awkward expression. "It's Qi as in pond, not Qi as an idiot." Realizing that he had misunderstood, Lu Xian revealed an apologetic smile. "Sorry, I didn't mean it. It's just that, it's too easy to make the connection." Bai Qi laughed heartily and waved his hand. "It's fine. You're not the first person to mishear my name, and I don't think you'll be the last." I'm used to it. However, I still want to ask, are you a sword cultivator? Bai Qi's generosity left a good impression on Lu Xian. Although Lu Xian didn't know why Bai Qi was so sure that he was a sword cultivator, there was nothing to hide. Lu Xian immediately nodded and admitted it. Seeing Lu Xian nod his head, Bai Qi's face lit up. That's great. It's not easy to find a strong sword cultivator in Wushuang City. What he said was not wrong. In the territory of the Heavenly Saber sect, there were many sabermen. Occasionally, there would be sword cultivators, but their strength was not considered strong. Lu Xian's strength at the 6th layer of the body refinement realm was considered extraordinary in the secular world. Bai Qi continued, since you're a sword cultivator, I won't hide it anymore. I have something I need your help with. If it's done, it'll be very beneficial to you. However, the process might be a little dangerous. Are you interested? Please speak, Mr. Bai. Lu Xian wasn't in a hurry to leave. After all, he had just arrived in Wushuang City and didn't have any goals. I'm sure you've heard of the Hengduan mountain range at the border of the Wushuang Empire. There are many ferocious beasts there, and there are even some relics left behind by some strong practitioners. Many warriors go there to explore, and there are many who have gained a lot. This time, the matter I want to talk about is related to that place. Bai Qi lowered his voice and said. Lu Xian nodded his head slightly. He naturally knew about the Hengduan mountain range. However, he only saw it from the map that Chen Xiaohan gave him. He wasn't sure if there were any relics there. However, since Bai Qi said so, it must be true. Some time ago, a brother and I went to explore. Our luck was extremely good this time and we actually found a hidden cave dwelling. It's highly possible that it's the remnant of an expert. In our joy, we prepared to go in and try our luck. However, it's a pity that there's a formation before the cave dwelling. This formation might be powerful back then, but after so many years, it's no longer what it used to be. My brother and I spent a great amount of effort and successfully broke through the first 2 layers. There's only the last layer left, but it's this formation that's blocking us. Why? Could it be that this formation is very strong? Lu Xian followed up on his words and asked. There was no warrior who wouldn't be interested in the relics of a strong practitioner. This was because the relics represented all kinds of benefits and opportunities. Lu Xian was no exception. Bai Qi shook his head and said, that's not it. The strength of this formation is not much different from the one we broke before. However, it's extremely mysterious because it has a restriction on the person who breaks it. In reality, these 3 formations all have restrictions on the person who breaks them. The first 2 formations were broken by my brother and I, and were targeted at blade users and spear users respectively. However, the 3rd formation is targeted at sword practitioners. If the martial artist who enters the formation does not use sword techniques to break it, the power of the formation will suddenly increase. Based on our strength, we are unable to withstand it. Now, young hero should know why I came looking for you. After listening to Bai Qi's words, Lu Xian revealed a look of understanding. This world was indeed full of strange things. He never thought that a formation could actually have such restrictions. Evidently, Bai Qi wanted his help in breaking the formation. No wonder he kept asking if he was a sword practitioner. I'm only at the 6th layer of the body refinement stage. I'm sure Mr. Bai can see that based on my strength, I'm afraid it's not enough to deal with that formation. Lu Xian didn't rashly agree. Although it was his first time coming out to train, he knew that people's hearts were sinister and he had to be on guard. Hearing this, Bai Qi smiled faintly and said, young hero must be joking. Actually, my brother and I are only at the 7th layer of the body refinement stage, not much higher than young hero. The reason why I came looking for young hero is because it's hard to find a sword practitioner. Adding on the fact that low-leveled ones can't break the formation, and high-leveled ones can't break the formation. Lu Xian was deep in thought. This made sense. He was also worried that Bai Qi would plot against him, so he didn't rashly agree. They must have thought of the same thing. When it comes to exploring, it's best to find someone with similar strength. After all, it's hard to know a person's heart. Seeing that Lu Xian seemed to be hesitating, Bai Qi opened his mouth again. Young hero doesn't need to worry about the danger. As long as young hero can help us break the formation, naturally, my brother and I will take care of everything inside. Also, since this formation requires the spear, saber, and sword martial techniques to break the formation, there must be some corresponding items inside. There might even be treasured weapons and other high-leveled martial techniques. When the time comes, everyone will take what they need. Anything that belongs to a sword practitioner will naturally belong to young hero. Hearing Bai Qi's words, Lu Xian was a bit tempted. To be able to have the qualifications to set up a cave, one must be a powerful person. Not to mention other things, there should be treasured weapons and high-leveled martial techniques. There might even be a mysterious level martial technique. Right now, his strongest skill was the yellow-level blink sword technique. If he could obtain a mysterious level martial technique, then his strength would definitely greatly increase. More importantly, for others, the most worrying problem of safety, Lu Xian didn't need to worry at all. Although he was only at the 6th layer of the body refinement stage, his strength was comparable to the 8th layer of the body refinement stage. Moreover, with the newly obtained broken star sword in hand, even if it was a 9th layer of the body refinement stage, he would still have the strength to fight. If that's the case, then I'll go with Mr. Bai. But let me say this first, if the danger level of the cave exceeds what I can endure, then I may have to leave early. Lu Xian said. Although the item was good, he needed to be alive to enjoy it. Seeing that Lu Xian agreed, Bai Qi was overjoyed. He immediately agreed, of course, young hero doesn't need to say it, we won't force ourselves. That's right, I still haven't asked young hero for your name? I'm Lu Xian. Lu Xian didn't hide it, and there was no need to hide it. Even if the Saber sect and the others were looking for him, they wouldn't come all the way to Peerless City. Hearing this, Bai Qi pondered for a moment. It seemed that there was no clan with the surname Lu in the vicinity of Peerless City. He immediately calmed down and laughed, young hero Lu, you're already at the 6th rank of the body refinement realm at such a young age. Your future is limitless. I'm almost 20 years older, but I'm only at the 7th rank of the body refinement realm. I'm ashamed. Lu Xian smiled slightly, but didn't reply. Although Bai Qi said that he was only at the 7th rank of the body refinement realm, how could Lu Xian completely believe him? However, even if he was a bit stronger, Lu Xian wasn't afraid. If they knew their place, then it would be fine. But if they wanted to burn the bridge after crossing the river, then who knows who would be the unlucky one. Thinking of this, Lu Xian couldn't help but thank Qin Shaohan again in his heart. Qin Shaohan gave him the 3 talisman scrolls, which was the source of his confidence. Young hero Lu, do you still need to prepare anything? If there's nothing else, let's go now. There's no time to lose. Although the cave is extremely hidden, someone might find it. Bai Qi asked. Lu Xian shook his head and said, there's no need. Let's go now? That's fine. Come with me. We'll first go outside the city to find my brother. Bai Qi didn't delay and left immediately. The two of them immediately set off. Along the way, Bai Qi would occasionally chat with Lu Xian. He seemed to be very friendly. Moreover, he seemed to know a lot, which suited his scholarly appearance. Lu Xian also took the opportunity to ask about the situation of the Peerless Empire and the Skyblade sect. Bai Qi told him everything he knew without hiding anything. In an instant, Lu Xian had a good impression of him. Right now, my brother is waiting in a broken-down temple outside the city. It's not far from here. After leaving the city for quite a distance, Bai Qi was worried that Lu Xian would become impatient. Bai Qi explained. However, he naturally underestimated Lu Xian's patience. How could a person who could cultivate for several months only have so little patience? After walking for a while, a broken-down temple appeared in Lu Xian's sight. That must be the broken-down temple that Bai Qi was talking about. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of the broken-down temple. They saw a burly man standing in front of the slope, as if he was waiting for someone. When he saw Bai Qi, the burly man immediately revealed a look of joy. Big brother, you're back. That small matter has been settled? When he saw Lu Xian beside Bai Qi, he immediately changed his words. Yes, it's settled. This little brother is the one I invited to help. Let's talk inside. While Lu Xian wasn't paying attention, Bai Qi glared at the burly man. Bai Qi led the way, Lu Xian followed behind him, and the burly man walked at the back. The three of them entered the ruined temple one after another. As soon as they stepped into the ruined temple, Lu Xian realized that something was wrong. This was because he saw a girl, but this girl's hands were behind her back and she was tied to a pillar. Her beautiful eyes were filled with hatred, immediately destroying this beauty. Her hateful gaze was staring at the three of them. Obviously, she thought that Lu Xian was in cahoots with these two people. Upon seeing this, Lu Xian's vigilance rose and he quickly retreated to the side, escaping from the pincer attack of Bai Qi and the burly man. At the same time, the star-shattering sword that he had just obtained instantly jumped out of his storage ring and into his hand. He stared at the two people with a serious expression. Lu Xian was not stupid. With one look, he knew that this girl was definitely being held hostage by Bai Qi and the burly man. These two people were definitely not good people. "Mr. Bai, what is the meaning of this?" Lu Xian asked in a low voice. Lu Xian's quick reaction was somewhat out of Bai Qi's expectations. However, he did not panic. After successfully luring Lu Xian out of the city, coupled with the burly man beside him, he no longer had any worries. A treasure-level weapon. "Big brother, this is not a small fat sheep, this is a big fat sheep." Haha. The burly man's face was filled with greed as he looked at the star-shattering sword in Lu Xian's hand. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi's gaze also fell on the star-shattering sword. A trace of joy immediately flashed across his face. Originally, he only wanted to make some money before he left. He did not expect that he would actually obtain a big fat sheep. How could a person who could possess a treasure-level sword be ordinary? The sudden change in the situation, coupled with the conversation of the few people, caused the tied-up girl to be slightly stunned. Soon after, she reacted. The young man who had just entered was obviously not in cahoots with these two people. Instead, he was the same as her, being held hostage by these two people. At that moment, she no longer hesitated and decisively shouted at Lu Xian, "Quickly run, these two are bad people, the white-clothed one has the strength of a 9th body refinement level." The woman's reminder infuriated the burly man. He turned around and roared at her fiercely, "What are you shouting for? If you shout again, I'll kill you." However, the woman was not afraid at all. She looked as if she was unafraid of death and said, "Kill me if you can." As if he had thought of something, the burly man snorted and ignored her. He looked at Lu Xian again, and as he thought about his next harvest, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Lu Xian didn't run, because he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. In this dilapidated temple, other than the main entrance, there were no other exits, and the main entrance was already blocked by the burly man. It was impossible to break through in a short time. Moreover, the young girl's warning had caused Lu Xian to be secretly shocked. Although he'd expected that Bai Qi wouldn't only be at the 7th level of body refinement, he hadn't expected that Bai Qi had actually attained the 9th level of body refinement, the 9th body refinement level. This was definitely the strongest opponent Lu Xian had met so far. Even Su Wenyang was only at the 8th body refinement level. Young hero Lu, an ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. You are only at the 6th body refinement level, yet you are actually able to enter the 2nd floor of the Heaven Blade shop. How can people not be envious? Bai Qi said with a smile. Just like before, there was no trace of malevolence on his face. It was as if he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Right now, the situation was completely under his control. He thought that a mere 6th rank body refinement cultivator, Lu Xian, had no way of resisting in front of him. Not to mention, there was also the burly man at the side. Although the burly man's strength could not compare to his, he was still at the advanced 8th body refinement level, a full 2 stages higher than Lu Xian. Lu Xian's heart slightly sunk. In the end, he was still too inexperienced. He had originally thought that by stopping shopkeeper Yang from sending him down, he would be able to avoid being noticed. However, he never expected that he would already be watched the moment he ascended the stairs. From the looks of it, everything that Bai Qi had done was to lure him out. He had purposely bumped into him. As for the remains of an expert, it was likely that he had fabricated it. Then what are you going to do? Lu Xian asked as he tightly gripped the sword in his hand, ready to fight at any moment. Before Bai Qi could speak, the burly man viciously smiled and said, "What am I going to do? Have you heard of killing people to steal their treasures? Naturally, I'm going to kill you and take your things. Such a small child, yet you dare to bring such a valuable treasure out alone, you are truly seeking death." Bai Qi also unhurriedly opened his mouth and said, "If it was any other day, I might not have targeted you. However, this time I have some matters to attend to, and before I leave, I naturally need to gather some travel expenses. Looks like it will be difficult for me to escape death?" Lu Xian coldly smiled. Bai Qi pretended to sigh and said, "I am not a bloodthirsty person. Originally, I only wanted to take your things and perhaps spare your life. Unfortunately, you are seeking your own death. Along the way, you have been constantly on guard against me, causing me to have no suitable opportunity to make a move. I could only bring you to this broken temple. Now, since you have already seen this girl, no matter what, I cannot let you live. I will reluctantly make another killing." Upon hearing this, Lu Xian sneered incessantly in his heart. It was not certain who would be the one to kill who. Right when he circulated his origin energy and was about to take the initiative to attack, the tied-up young girl suddenly sighed and said with a pleasant voice, "Spare him. I will do my best to cooperate with the two of you on the way. What do you think?" As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Qi and the burly man were slightly stunned. They did not know why the young girl who would rather die than submit earlier was suddenly willing to cooperate with them. Even Lu Xian restrained his thoughts of attacking. He felt that he had never met this young girl before and never expected that she would actually speak up for him. Bai Qi lightly laughed, "Young Miss Zhang, you would rather die than submit earlier. Why have you suddenly changed your mind now? Or is it because of this kid? Could it be that young Miss Zhang has fallen in love with young hero Lu's handsome appearance? Damn it, is being handsome so popular? I will not let you have your way today. This kid must die." The burly man's face was filled with anger as he spoke. Lu Xian glanced at him. This fellow's face was fierce-looking and his appearance was truly unflattering. He had probably been rejected by a woman when he was young and his heart had become slightly twisted. After being spoken to like this by the two of them, young Miss Zhang's face turned slightly red. She then coldly snorted and said, "Do you think everyone is as deranged as the two of you? Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. I am being held hostage by you no matter what. If I follow your wishes and can save a life, then it will be worth it." Lu Xian looked at her in astonishment and thought to himself, there are indeed many good people in this world. This young girl's heart is rather pure and she is even willing to help a complete stranger like me. It is truly rare. Young Miss Zhang is indeed kind-hearted. Bai Qi still had that enchanting smile on his face. He did not look like a bad person at all. Lu Xian was deceived by his appearance. If it was this burly man who invited him before, he would not have so easily agreed. Bai Qi continued to speak, "However, I can satisfy your other requests, but I cannot agree to this. If I let this kid go and he runs off to inform the Lu clan, I'm afraid that stupid bear and I will be in a difficult situation. Does young Miss Zhang think that I will cause trouble for myself?" Hearing Bai Qi's words, Lu Xian was even more confused. Wasn't young Miss Zhang's surname Zhang? Even if he wanted to inform someone, he should have informed the Zhang clan. Why did the Lu clan suddenly appear? He really did not understand. Then you can bring him along. Don't let him leave. Young Miss Zhang still tried to help Lu Xian. This girl really likes this kid. If we bring him along, wouldn't it be perfect for you guys to flirt with each other? Big brother, don't talk nonsense with her. Just kill this kid and let's go. If the Lu clan finds out that we robbed them on the way, we won't be able to bear the consequences. The burly man called Stupid Bear shouted. Don't argue, let me think. Bai Qi was a little hesitant. He frowned and thought that this girl's suggestion was not bad. The reason why he wanted to kill Lu Xian was because he was worried that Lu Xian would tell on them. If bringing Lu Xian along could make this girl obediently cooperate with them, then it was not a bad idea. After all, this matter could not be done without her cooperation. Seeing that Bai Qi seemed to be convinced by the girl and had the thought of letting Lu Xian go, Stupid Bear became a little anxious. When he was young, the woman he loved was snatched away by a man who was far more talented and good-looking than he was. Of course, that was just what he thought. In reality, the man and woman were in love with each other. However, that did not affect his thoughts. Therefore, he hated handsome and talented men the most in his life. There was no doubt that Lu Xian had both of those qualities. Therefore, he made up his mind. He didn't care about Bai Qi's thoughts at all. He waved his sword and directly attacked Lu Xian. His moves were big and powerful. Luckily, Lu Xian had been on guard against these two. He didn't let his guard down even though young Miss Zhang had pleaded for him. Although Stupid Bear's attack was sudden, in Lu Xian's eyes, it was just an ordinary attack. He waved his star-shattering sword and a soft sound of thunder could be heard. The first move of the lightning sword art had been used and quickly clashed with Stupid Bear. Stupid Bear's sudden attack immediately woke Bai Qi from his thoughts. The girl was also shocked. She didn't think that Stupid Bear, who had always listened to Bai Qi, would not listen to him this time. Bai, quickly stop him. If you kill him again, I will rather die than cooperate with you. Young Miss Zhang said anxiously. Stupid Bear, who was fighting with Lu Xian, also shouted, Big brother, I must kill this brat. If you want to keep him, then just stab me to death with your spear. In the end, Bai Qi sighed in the face of the Stupid Bear's threat of death. He naturally knew what the Stupid Bear was thinking. Moreover, the Stupid Bear had always listened to him, so he really couldn't refuse such a small request. Miss Zhang, this person must die. You don't need to speak anymore. As long as you cooperate with us, I promise you that I won't kill again. How about it? The smile on Bai Qi's face finally disappeared as he calmly spoke to the girl surnamed Zhang. The girl glared at him with hatred, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't even protect herself right now, so she could only watch as Lu Xian bitterly struggled against the Stupid Bear. Seeing that she didn't speak again, Bai Qi also let out a sigh of relief. He turned his head to look at the battle between Lu Xian and the Stupid Bear, but he didn't plan on interfering. In his opinion, with the Stupid Bear's 8th rank strength, killing a mere 6th rank body refinement cultivator like Lu Xian should be a piece of cake. Lu Xian being able to withstand so many moves was already out of his expectations. However, looking at the current situation, Lu Xian's defeat was only a matter of time. At this moment, Lu Xian's situation wasn't good. The lightning light sword technique was constantly being used, but he was still being suppressed by the Stupid Bear. It must be known that the Stupid Bear was at the 8th rank of body refinement, a full 2 small realms higher than Lu Xian. In terms of strength, he was stronger than Su Wenyang by 30%. But in reality, in Lu Xian's opinion, the Stupid Bear's battle strength couldn't compare to Su Wenyang's. This Stupid Bear was only a loose cultivator, while Su Wenyang was the #1 disciple of the Wind Sword School's inner sect. The resources and training he received were completely different. Although the Stupid Bear's strength was higher than Su Wenyang's, his foundation was far from Su Wenyang's. This was the difference between a sect disciple and a loose cultivator. Back then, Lu Xian had relied on the Yearning Sword to fight Su Wenyang to a standstill even when he was suppressed by a weapon of the Bejeweled level. Now, his weapon had been changed to the Star-Shattering Sword, which was a Bejeweled level weapon. In contrast, Su Wenyang only had a broadsword of top-tier ironware. Lu Xian's advantage in weapons was negligible. If Lu Xian wanted to, it would not be difficult for him to defeat the Stupid Bear. But what Lu Xian was afraid of was not the Stupid Bear, but Bai Qi, who hadn't made a move yet. If he displayed enough strength to defeat the Stupid Bear, then Bai Qi wouldn't just stand by and watch. At that time, the two of them would make a move. Bai Qi, who was at the 9th rank, and the Stupid Bear, who was at the 8th rank, would make Lu Xian's situation even more dangerous. So what he was doing now was to show his weakness. Although the lightning light sword technique was stronger than the previous one, the Stupid Bear wasn't weak either. At the beginning, when he saw that Lu Xian was only at the 6th rank of body refinement, he didn't use his full strength. Seeing that Lu Xian was becoming more and more fierce, the Stupid Bear no longer held back. With a low roar, the saber in his hand danced even faster and fiercer. Rays of saber chi shot out in all directions, suppressing Lu Xian with all his strength. Facing the crazy attacks of the Stupid Bear, Lu Xian was already starting to feel awkward. Bai Qi, who was originally ready to make a move, relaxed when he saw this scene. But in his heart, his evaluation of Lu Xian rose by another level. He didn't think that this little brat's battle strength was so strong. A mere 6th rank of body refinement was actually able to exchange so many moves with the stupid bear. Seeing that Lu Xian was about to be cut in half by the stupid bear's saber, the girl surnamed Zhang couldn't bear to watch anymore. She sighed in her heart and closed her eyes. Hearing the sigh, Bai Qi immediately turned around. Seeing the girl's posture, he couldn't help but secretly shake his head. Born in a family of cultivators, carrying a secret on her back, this kind of weak personality, how could she survive? But at this moment, a strange change occurred. Lu Xian, who had already used the 7th move of the lightning light sword technique, suddenly exploded. Before, in order to make Bai Qi lower his guard, he didn't display the full power of the lightning light sword technique, but now, he didn't hide it anymore. The strongest move of the lightning light sword technique, the 8th move of the lightning light sword technique, was unleashed. Even though the lightning light sword technique was a low-grade yellow-level sword technique, after being improved by the sword crystal and accumulating 7 moves, the 8th move's power was comparable to a mid-grade yellow-level martial technique, especially when this attack suddenly turned from weak to strong, and it was launched from the star-shattering sword. It immediately caught the stupid bear off guard. Lu Xian's long sword suddenly swept out, and the sound of thunder rang out. The originally weak lightning suddenly exploded. It was incomparably dazzling, blocking the stupid bear's line of sight. At the same time, a condensed lightning bolt, accompanied by Lu Xian's sword qi, instantly shot towards the stupid bear, but the stupid bear wasn't weak. Even though he was a rogue cultivator, he had experienced many battles, and his body's innate strength saved his life. He suddenly pulled back his saber and drew a circle in the air. The majestic saber qi instantly sealed off the entire area in front of him. At this moment, the sword qi and the lightning struck at the same time. Although they came quickly, they were firmly blocked. Lu Xian's sneak attack almost succeeded. The stupid bear's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Thinking about how he almost suffered a loss at the hands of a martial artist at the 6th level of the body refinement realm, he immediately flew into a rage and angrily roared, "Good boy! You actually hid your strength." Before he could finish his sentence, the thin as a cicada's wing, and as hard as diamond, instantly pierced through his throat, firmly blocking the last word of strength in his throat. After his attack succeeded, Lu Xian quickly retreated, the star-shattering sword in front of his chest, and once again entered a defensive state. The attack just now was naturally the ever-successful blink sword art. Even though the stupid bear had blocked the 8th form of the lightning light sword art, how could he have expected that Lu Xian still had a follow-up move? Even if he had expected it, he simply had no way of dodging. From the moment Lu Xian no longer hid his strength and the 8th form of the lightning light sword art to the moment the blink sword art killed the enemy, only an instant had passed. Just a moment ago, Bai Qi was still sighing at the girl surnamed Zhang's weakness, but in the next moment, he turned his head and saw the stupid bear clutching his throat and falling to the ground. For a moment, Bai Qi's eyes suddenly widened. The change happened too quickly, and he had no time to react. With a single slash of the sword, the stupid bear was already dead. Perhaps because the sounds of the battle had suddenly stopped, the girl who had just closed her eyes couldn't help but open them again. With one look, she was extremely shocked. She didn't expect that the one who had died was not the handsome young man in front of her, but the extremely powerful stupid bear. This result was completely out of her expectations. It was simply unimaginable. Bai Qi's expression was a little sluggish as he walked forward and slowly squatted down. At this moment, the stupid bear had already stopped breathing after his throat was slashed by Lu Xian's sword. Looking at the eyes of the stupid bear who had died with a remaining grievance, Bai Qi could almost feel the unwillingness of the stupid bear before his death. Reaching out his hand to touch the stupid bear's eyelids, Bai Qi suddenly stood up. A silver-white long spear had unknowingly appeared in his hand, and he looked at Lu Xian with eyes that were almost spitting fire. Right now, his heart was filled with self-blame. If he hadn't underestimated the enemy, if he had attacked together with the stupid bear, he would have directly killed Lu Xian, and this would not have happened. Even though he had been ordering the stupid bear around, the relationship between the two was not ordinary. To him, the stupid bear was like a younger brother to an older brother. Since the younger brother was killed, how could the older brother not take revenge? "You, very good." Bai Qi's face no longer had that fake smile on it. Instead, his face was livid. "I didn't think that I would have underestimated you." However, the only way for you to live up to the stupid bear is with your death. Those who kill will always be killed by others. He wanted to kill me, so he should have been prepared to be killed by me. The cycle of karma and retribution. Don't you understand this, Mr. Bai? Lu Xian's face was full of mockery. Hearing this, Bai Qi instantly roared with laughter. Ha ha ha, retribution? That's right, retribution. Since you killed the stupid bear, then as retribution, you will die by my spear. Bai Qi's laughter suddenly stopped, and the corners of his mouth curled into a ruthless smile. Just now, you had the chance to escape, but unfortunately, you didn't. Now, you won't have the chance. Soon, I will send you to accompany the stupid bear. On the road to hell, he can beat you up. When he saw the stupid bear die, Bai Qi was in a daze for a moment. If Lu Xian took the opportunity to escape, Bai Qi might not be able to catch up. However, Lu Xian didn't do that. Since I've killed one, what's the harm in killing another? This lady and I have never met before, but she spoke out to save me. She saved me before, and now it's my turn to save her. This is karma. Lu Xian was not moved at all. Hearing that the reason why Lu Xian didn't run was to save her, the girl surnamed Zhang was moved. Her face revealed a trace of gratitude. Before, she spoke out to save Lu Xian because she had no other choice. Since she was already being held hostage, it would be best if she could save one. But now, Lu Xian's actions were risking his life. He could have escaped, but for her, he still chose to put himself in danger. Biting her lips, she shook her head and softly said, "Young hero, there is no need to do this. Why take such a big risk for me? Even though you could kill the stupid bear with a sneak attack, Bai Qi is at the 9th body refinement realm. How can the stupid bear compare to him? This time, you are wrong." Not waiting for Lu Xian to reply, Bai Qi once again laughed like a madman. Ha 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 ha, you have feelings for me? Bah. When the stupid bear was alive, he couldn't bear to see this kind of situation. Now, I will help him fulfill his dream. And you? The sharp tip of the spear in Bai Qi's hand pointed at Lu Xian and continued, "You are just a trash at the 6th body refinement realm and you dare to talk about karma in front of me? Talk about retribution? What a big joke. My strength is stronger than yours. If I kill you, it will be karma. If my strength is stronger than yours, then if I kill you, it will also be karma?" Lu Xian didn't fear Bai Qi's words. To kill the stupid bear, he didn't use all of his strength. So what if he was at the 9th body refinement realm? He still had the strength to fight, and he could even win. Bai Qi's face revealed a trace of ridicule. Stronger than me? With just you? You can try. Little brat, you only know how to talk. I will let you have 3 moves to accompany the stupid bear. Bai Qi roared and the spear in his hand shook. Like a dragon emerging from the sea, it directly pierced towards Lu Xian. Before the spear arrived, the spear had already arrived. A sharp aura, without any resistance, pierced through the air and pierced towards Lu Xian's face. This Bai Qi's strength, indeed, was not something that the stupid bear could compare to. This person was the strongest enemy that Lu Xian had ever faced. Although Bai Qi's attack was fast, Lu Xian was always on guard. How could he let Bai Qi succeed? As he thrust his spear, Lu Xian immediately gathered a strand of yuan power and instantly poured it into the star-shattering sword. With a sweep of the sword, a similarly sharp sword qi shot out. The sword qi and the spear collided and cancelled each other out. Both sides were actually evenly matched. In terms of strength, Lu Xian was naturally not Bai Qi's opponent. However, he also had the advantage of the weapon. Bai Qi's weapon was only a high-grade iron weapon. How could it be compared to the star-shattering sword, which was a treasured weapon? Although it was only a casual attack, Bai Qi's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness when he saw that Lu Xian had blocked it. This kid was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. No wonder the stupid bear suffered a loss in his hands. For a moment, Bai Qi did not dare to be careless anymore. He was in the 9th rank of the body refinement realm. Not to mention losing to Lu Xian. Even if he suffered a small loss in the hands of Lu Xian, it would be unacceptable. As the battle between the two began, this time, the girl surnamed Zhang did not close her eyes. Instead, she opened her beautiful eyes and closely watched the battle between the two. She was secretly worried for Lu Xian. After all, the reason why Lu Xian stayed was to save her. If he died because of this, she would definitely feel uneasy. However, at the same time, she was also secretly encouraging Lu Xian. Especially when Lu Xian blocked Bai Qi's attack, it gave her even more confidence in Lu Xian. Moreover, in her opinion, since Lu Xian knew to show weakness to the enemy, numb the enemy, and instantly kill the stupid bear, he was not a stupid person. He clearly knew that it was dangerous to stay, but he still stayed without hesitation. He must have a certain degree of confidence to do so. While she was thinking, the two of them had already exchanged blows twice more. Bai Qi's strength was indeed extraordinary. The tip of his spear flickered and attacked the enemy's vital points. Fortunately, Lu Xian's foundation was also very solid. With the skills that he had trained for a long time, his sword moved along with his spear. Although he was in a passive position, he was still able to block Bai Qi's attack. In the blink of an eye, 3 moves had passed. Bai Qi suddenly stopped attacking, giving Lu Xian a chance to catch his breath. He looked at Bai Qi and said, "Mr. Bai, didn't you say that I would accompany that stupid bear in 3 moves? Now, it seems that I'm going to have to go back on my words." "Humph, I didn't even use a single martial technique, how can I talk about 3 moves? I was only testing your strength. I didn't think that your foundation would be so solid, you must have an extraordinary background. No wonder that stupid bear lost to you." Bai Qi's expression was somewhat cold. He couldn't deny that Lu Xian's strength had greatly exceeded his expectations. Apart from martial techniques, he had already displayed the strength of a 9th-rank body refinement cultivator to the maximum. But even so, under Lu Xian's extremely fast reaction speed, he still couldn't do anything to Lu Xian. A 6th-rank body refinement cultivator fighting against a 9th-rank body refinement cultivator, this was a fierce battle record. He was definitely a genius. For geniuses, it wasn't the higher the level, the better it was. If one was able to fight against an enemy of a higher level, then one would be a true genius, because the more solid one's foundation was, the further one could go on the martial way. Bai Qi already felt that the situation was somewhat troublesome. Looking at Lu Xian's strength and background, he was definitely not an ordinary person. He might even be a disciple of some great clan. If he killed Lu Xian today, then there would be a lot of trouble in the future. But immediately after, he steeled his heart. Whether it was to prevent the news from leaking or to avenge the stupid bear, this Lu Xian had to die. Since he had already offended the Lu clan, he wasn't afraid of offending another one. As long as he could obtain the inheritance, in the vast Sky Sword continent, there was no place to hide, and the result of the battle between Lu Xian and Bai Qi also caused the girl to be pleasantly surprised. Her eyes sparkled. She didn't think that this handsome youth's strength would be so tyrannical. Even with Bai Qi's full strength, he was still able to fight to a standstill. This was far beyond her expectations. And looking at his appearance, it seemed that he was also holding back. Could it be that he really had the strength to defeat Bai Qi? The girl, who was originally in despair, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. If this youth could really defeat Bai Qi, then she could be saved. As if she thought of something, the girl's face turned slightly red. She bit her lower lip and stopped thinking about it. At least for now, whether it was her or Lu Xian, they were still in danger. The thoughts of the few of them turned extremely fast. Lu Xian was even more focused. He only stared at Bai Qi's movements. The difference in strength was too big. Any carelessness would be the root of his defeat. After Bai Qi made up his mind, his whole body's aura suddenly rose. A surging pressure suddenly attacked Lu Xian. Lu Xian only felt an invisible force suddenly appear in front of him. It was as if a towering mountain had suddenly appeared in front of him. As long as it pressed down lightly, he would be crushed into pieces. There was no possibility of resisting at all. This was one of the advantages a high-level martial artist had over a low-level martial artist. Aura, even if Lu Xian relied on the Tai return to origin technique and a solid foundation, his own strength would not change because of this. The aura of a 6th-rank body refinement cultivator, in front of the aura of a 9th-rank body refinement cultivator, was not worth mentioning at all. In the battle between Lu Xian and Lin Tian's aura of a 7th-rank body refinement cultivator was enough to suppress Lu Xian. At this moment, Bai Qi's aura of a 9th-rank body refinement cultivator was undoubtedly enough to suppress Lu Xian. Why was it so difficult for martial artists to surpass levels in battle? This aura was an extremely important factor. When a 6th rank body refinement cultivator faced the aura of a 7th rank body refinement cultivator, they could only use 80% of their strength. When facing the pressure of a 9th rank body refinement cultivator, it was already not bad to use 50% of their strength. Their original strength was inferior to their opponent. When faced with this kind of pressure, surpassing levels in battle was extremely difficult. To surpass levels in battle, they first had to break the opponent's aura. Why was sword intent one of the necessary skills to surpass levels in battle? This was because sword intent that could break through anything could instantly break the opponent's aura. A mere 6th rank body refinement cultivator dares to clamor in front of me, a 9th rank body refinement cultivator. Today, I will let you know what is called crushing. Bai Qi slowly said. His body took another step forward and his aura became even stronger. Wave after wave of attacks continuously attacked Lu Xian. Seeing that Lu Xian seemed to be unable to move under Bai Qi's pressure, the young girl, who had just seen a glimmer of hope, suddenly felt her heart jump again. She couldn't help but shout out, "Young hero, hold on." Not knowing if it was because he received the young girl's encouragement, the previously motionless Lu Xian, faced with the strong pressure emitted by Bai Qi, not only did he not retreat, he actually took a step forward. At the same time, an incomparably sharp aura suddenly burst forth from Lu Xian's body and directly shot towards Bai Qi. Bai Qi's majestic and vigorous aura, in front of Lu Xian's aura, was like white snow meeting the bright sun, instantly melting. In the blink of an eye, Bai Qi's aura was completely broken by Lu Xian. However, the aura did not stop there. It changed from defense to offense, and instead carried an unbreakable sharpness as it rushed towards Bai Qi. Lu Xian's counterattack came too suddenly. Bai Qi didn't even have time to react before his own aura was broken. Lu Xian's aura directly rushed towards him. For a moment, Bai Qi even had a feeling that in front of this aura, he was naturally as weak as a piece of white paper, easily pierced through. At the crucial moment, Bai Qi shouted angrily. He pushed all the yuan power in his body to the maximum and used it to block in front of him in an attempt to block Lu Xian's attack. Even so, he was still forced to take a step back. With his strength at the 9th rank of the body refinement realm, he was defeated in a battle of aura against a 6th rank body refinement realm martial artist. This was simply a great humiliation. If it was any other time, Bai Qi would have immediately flown into a rage out of humiliation and launched a storm of attacks, turning the person in front of him into a sieve. However, at this moment, he did not launch an attack at all. Instead, he took a defensive stance. His eyes were filled with shock as he cried out in surprise, "Sword essence!" That's right. It was sword essence. Such sharpness, to be able to instantly break Bai Qi's aura, other than Lu Xian's sword essence, what else could there be? This time, it could be said that Bai Qi was really shocked. Something like sword essence was almost 1 in a million. Even in the wind sword sect, people who comprehended sword essence were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, let alone in the secular world. Even though Bai Qi's strength was at the 9th level of the body refinement realm, to him, sword essence was still a legendary existence. What made Bai Qi even more shocked was that to have such strength at the 6th rank of the body refinement realm, and to have understood sword essence, where did this kid with the surname Lu come from? Even though 2nd rank cultivation clans could not produce such a monstrous talent, right? Hearing Bai Qi expose Lu Xian's sword essence, the young girl, who was worried for Lu Xian, suddenly opened her small mouth. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. This young man was actually so strong, to think that she thought he was going to lose. She did not think that he still had a trump card. This was sword essence, a sword essence that she had only heard of but never seen before. Then, a trace of excitement flashed across her face. With such strength, coupled with the help of sword essence, defeating Bai Qi was not a fantasy. Looking at Bai Qi, Lu Xian's face revealed a faint smile. Good eyesight, it is sword essence. A mere 9th rank of the body refinement realm cannot defeat me. Good boy, you hit it well. Bai Qi stared at Lu Xian and said in a low voice. Now, he no longer had a trace of contempt. Although Lu Xian looked like he was only at the 6th rank of the body refinement realm, he was definitely a strong opponent. If he did not treat this with caution, he might fail miserably. Bai Qi said coldly, so what if you have sword wills? If you were 1 or 2 levels stronger, I would have turned tail and run. Unfortunately, your current strength is not enough to make me afraid. Bai Qi said coldly. His strength was nearly 3 levels higher than Lu Xian's, and that was his greatest asset. Cut the crap and show me what you're made of. Lu Xian shouted. With the star-breaking sword in his hand, his condition had been raised to its peak. There was not a trace of fear on his face. How dare you? I'll show you my pear blossom storm spear. I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you. Bai Qi shouted and attacked with his spear again. This time, he didn't hold back at all. His aura was raised to its peak and his Yuanli was pushed to the extreme. The strength of a 9th-ranked body refinement realm was completely unleashed. With a shake of his spear, the tip of the spear suddenly transformed into countless attacks, instantly aiming at Lu Xian's vital points. As long as one hit, even if Lu Xian didn't die, he would be crippled. As soon as Bai Qi attacked, Lu Xian's mouth immediately formed a trace of a smile. Competing in speed? Then let's see who's faster. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xian's figure flashed, instantly disappearing from where he stood. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Bai Qi and thrust his sword forward. The star-shattering sword seemed to ignore the distance between them as it quickly arrived beside Bai Qi. Thunder Dash and Blink Sword style were used at the same time. The speed was extremely fast. If it was that stupid bear, facing this attack from Lu Xian, it would undoubtedly die. But how could Bai Qi's strength be compared to that stupid bear, facing Lu Xian's extremely fast attack? Although Bai Qi's heart trembled, his hands did not slow down at all. In that split second, his body suddenly leaned back and avoided Lu Xian's fatal attack. With a swing of his spear, a spear aura swept out. Not only did it seal off the path of Lu Xian's pursuit, but it also attacked while defending, shooting towards Lu Xian. Lu Xian couldn't avoid it in time, but he didn't panic. The star-breaking sword changed from a stab to a slash. The tip of the sword lightly touched the spear's shaft. Qi was spat out and instantly dissolved by Qi's attack. The powerful recoil hit both of them at the same time. Both of their wrists were shaken. Lu Xian used the recoil to retreat, and Bai Qi could not catch up. However, Bai Qi's strength was still at the 9th rank of body refinement realm. Relying on this powerful strength, he was able to withstand this blow. The spear left his hand and continued to shoot towards Lu Xian. Following that, he suddenly exerted strength in his legs and stamped on the ground. His body suddenly rushed forward and once again gripped the spear shaft. His attack did not decrease. Although Bai Qi's attack was fast, Lu Xian took advantage of this time to digest the power of the recoil. Rushing thunder flashed again. This time, he was in the air and instantly appeared above Bai Qi's head. With the pressure of Mount Tai, Lu Xian stabbed the star-shattering sword straight down, aiming at the Bai Hui point on Bai Qi's head. Lu Xian's attack was too fast. Because Bai Qi's momentum was too fierce, he couldn't block it at all. He could only rely on his powerful strength to instantly reverse his spirit power and interrupt the attack. His body abruptly dodged to the side, avoiding Lu Xian's attack. Lu Xian was not going to let him go. Missing his attack, he changed his move again. The long sword lightly touched the ground, and with a somersault, Sword Qi swept out. If it was an ordinary person's attack, Bai Qi might choose to take it head-on. However, in Lu Xian's attack, there was sword intent. How could he dare to use his body to block it? Immediately, he forcefully suppressed the turbulent qi and blood caused by reversing the spirit power. He raised the spirit power spear and swept it horizontally, carrying an extremely powerful force, causing Lu Xian to not dare to take it head-on. In just a few blinks of an eye, the two of them had already exchanged many moves. Every move was a killing move, and every move was extremely dangerous. If there was even the slightest bit of carelessness, the result would be death. Such an intense battle caused the young lady to not even dare to blink. Her heart tightened. Every time she saw Lu Xian gain the upper hand, she would be overjoyed. Every time she saw Bai Qi counterattack, she would be on tenterhooks, afraid that Lu Xian would be hit. Her thoughts fluctuated wildly and it was very exciting. Seeing the two of them stop their attacks at the same time, she sighed in relief. However, she immediately became worried. Although the strength that Lu Xian displayed was extremely powerful, she didn't know if Bai Qi had any more tricks up his sleeves. After forcing Lu Xian back with his spear, Bai Qi's blood boiled even more violently. He didn't expect that even after using a martial technique, he still couldn't do anything to Lu Xian. Instead, he suffered a small loss. Just now, he reversed the flow of his spiritual energy to stop his attack. Then, he was forced to use his spiritual energy to force Lu Xian back again. He already suffered some internal injuries. Luckily, he was already in the 9th layer of the body refinement realm. When he was in the 7th layer of the body refinement realm, he had already completed the viscera training realm. Otherwise, he would have already vomited blood. As expected, you were still hiding your strength. To think that you actually have 2 sets of such high-level martial techniques. I almost suffered a big loss from you, Bai Qi said in a low voice. He could now see that using the torrential pear blossom spear was simply asking to be humiliated. Lu Xian's rushing thunder flash and blinking sword technique were both extremely fast martial techniques. Although the torrential pear blossom spear was fast, how could it be compared to Lu Xian's speed? Bai Qi was instantly caught off guard. Although the torrential pear blossom spear's name was domineering, in reality, it was only a middle-grade yellow-level martial technique. With Bai Qi's status, what good things could he get? At this moment, Lu Xian's fighting spirit increased greatly. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. The exchange just now was really too exciting. He had almost used his entire body's strength to the extreme. Rushing thunder flash, blinking sword technique, sword intent. Currently, his 3 strongest martial techniques had all merged together. In a trance, he seemed to have comprehended something. Fighting with the strong was indeed the best way to improve, especially in this kind of life and death battle. If there was even the slightest bit of carelessness, it would mean death. However, the star-shattering sword in his hand played a huge role in the fight against Bai Qi. Lu Xian finally understood how important a good weapon was. The star-shattering sword, a bejeweled weapon, had greatly increased his strength. If he was like when he fought against Su Wenyang previously, holding the yearning sword in his hand, not to mention defeating Bai Qi, he would probably not even last 5 moves before being defeated by Bai Qi. What other strength do you have? Bring it all out! Lu Xian shouted in high spirits. Lu Xian's heroic spirit naturally made the girl beside him happy. Her eyes were full of splendor. Which young man wouldn't be passionate? Which young lady didn't yearn for love? Lu Xian was quite handsome and had outstanding strength. At this moment, in order to save her, he started a life and death battle with Bai Qi. Moreover, he was so heroic. Naturally, she would like him very easily. Compared to Lu Xian, those young masters who were interested in her were on a completely different level. Arrogant. The torrential pear blossom spear can't do anything to you. Then I'll let you experience my overlord spear. Bai Qi was instantly enraged by Lu Xian's provocation. This time, he had learned his lesson. Lu Xian's speed was astonishing. Even if he used the torrential pear blossom spear, he wouldn't be able to take down Lu Xian. Then, he might as well give up on speed. As the saying goes, one strong man can defeat 10 men. His advantage was that he was 3 small realms higher than Lu Xian. Why should he give up on his advantage and compete with Lu Xian in speed? The spear in Bai Qi's hand once again swung out. But this time, it wasn't as flashy and fast as before. Instead, he gave up on speed in exchange for a powerful force. An incomparably powerful force exploded from the spear and instantly swept towards Lu Xian. Lu Xian, who was preparing to attack, saw this scene and his expression immediately changed. He knew that he wouldn't be able to take on an attack of this level. Now, this was Bai Qi's true strength. Relying on the strength of the 9th rank of the body refinement realm and using the overlord spear, he could almost completely suppress Lu Xian. Gritting his teeth, Lu Xian retreated and avoided Bai Qi's attack. Seeing Lu Xian retreat, Bai Qi's eyes lit up. Sure enough, there was a chance. He didn't stay any longer. After the total annihilation, he used the mountain-splitting strike. A force surged from above and rushed towards Lu Xian. Facing Bai Qi's powerful attack, Lu Xian could only retreat again and again, or use the thunder dash to dodge. But at this moment, Bai Qi became more and more courageous. The strength of the 9th rank of the body refinement realm, under the overlord spear, was displayed to the fullest. Bai Qi's attacks were wide and wide. In Lu Xian's eyes, there were incomparably many flaws. but even with so many flaws, he couldn't take advantage of one. Because Bai Qi's attack was too strong, Lu Xian was afraid that before he could even attack Bai Qi, he would already be torn to pieces by Bai Qi's spear. This was one person's strength against 10. No matter how many flaws I have, if you can't take advantage of them, what kind of flaws are they? Although he wanted to do his best to counterattack, Lu Xian couldn't find an opportunity. He could only constantly dodge Bai Qi's attacks, ensuring that he wouldn't be injured and waiting for an opportunity to attack. Fortunately, when Lu Xian first practiced the Thunder Dash, he had already practiced it to an incomparably proficient level. When he dodged, he could move freely and not make any mistakes. Seeing that Lu Xian could still hold on, Bai Qi immediately snorted and changed the angle of his attack. He began to force Lu Xian into a corner. Since you know how to dodge, then I will make it so that you have nowhere to hide. Let's see what you can do. Now that the situation was completely under Bai Qi's control, Lu Xian couldn't change it at all. Under Bai Qi's pressure, the space to dodge became smaller and smaller. Seeing that Lu Xian had fallen into an absolute disadvantage, the girl who had been watching Lu Xian suddenly paled. It seemed that Lu Xian's defeat was only a matter of time. Was this young hero going to die here because of me? Thinking of this, her small hands immediately clenched and her teeth bit her lips. But her eyes were staring at the battlefield, unwilling to let go of even a moment. Previously, Lu Xian had displayed such a strong strength, she believed that Lu Xian would definitely have a way. Definitely. Although she told herself this in her heart, she didn't know whether she was comforting herself or believing that a miracle would really happen. The situation was getting more and more difficult. Bai Qi forced Lu Xian even more. If Lu Xian hesitated for even a moment, he would definitely be stabbed to death by Bai Qi's spear. Looking at Lu Xian's embarrassing appearance, Bai Qi suddenly laughed wildly. Didn't you want me to show my true strength? Now that I've shown my true strength, what can you do to me? Aren't you very powerful? How about you show me what you're capable of? Ha 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 ha. Just as Bai Qi was laughing wildly, Lu Xian's cold voice suddenly rang out. As you wish. Bai Qi's laughter came to an abrupt halt, and he became extremely vigilant. He focused his gaze on Lu Xian, only to see a few items suddenly flying towards him. He immediately relaxed, and a hint of disdain flashed on his face. Hidden weapons? Lu Xian, who had been forced into a corner, had no choice but to suddenly throw out a few items. Hidden weapons, unless it was a special hidden weapon or an attack from a martial artist who specialized in hidden weapons, might be effective against a low-level martial artist, but against a high-level martial artist, it was basically a joke. Thus, when he saw Lu Xian throw out a hidden weapon, Bai Qi immediately felt a burst of disdain. In his opinion, Lu Xian was like a cornered dog that would do something desperate and exhausted his limited abilities. Bai Qi swung out his spear and once again forced Lu Xian back. At the same time, he waved his left hand and a wave of yuan power shot out, preparing to break the incoming hidden weapons. And at this moment, before Bai Qi's origin energy could even hit, the hidden weapons that Lu Xian shot over actually exploded by themselves. Before he could react, Bai Qi saw a few flashes of fire, followed by the sound of thunder. Seeing this scene, Bai Qi thought to himself, not good, could it be a special hidden weapon? Immediately, he quickly retracted his spear and was about to block, but it was already too late. The flashes of fire suddenly burst forth and instantly exploded. A powerful force attacked Bai Qi without warning. Before the force of the attack reached his body, Bai Qi's face was already aghast when he felt the wave of air. What the hell was this? How could it have such a huge and violent force? Without a doubt, what Lu Xian used was a Thunder Fire Talisman, and not just one. Although the attack power of the Thunder Fire Talisman was strong, to Bai Qi, who was at the 9th body refinement layer, it might not be able to cause enough damage. Moreover, there was only one best opportunity to attack. In order to ensure that his attack would hit and catch him off guard, Lu Xian threw out a total of 5 Thunder Fire Talismans at once. 5 Thunder Fire Talismans exploded at the same time. The powerful attack force unreservedly rushed toward Bai Qi caught off guard. He did not have any defense at all. Who could have expected that a mere 6th body refinement layer Lu Xian could casually throw out 5 attacks that were equivalent to the full power of a 7th body refinement layer martial artist? Although a single Thunder Fire Talisman could cause him some trouble, it was impossible for it to injure him severely. But now, with 5 Thunder Fire talismans stacked together, its power had increased by more than several times. Bai Qi only had enough time to use his essence force to set up a defense in front of him. The violent thunder and fire elemental essence forces were activated at the same time. In front of this unstoppable force, the defense that Bai Qi set up was instantly broken, and the force of the impact struck his chest. For a moment, he felt as if his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer. His body flew backwards, and he felt a sweetness in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He had already suffered internal injuries. If not for the fact that his internal organs had already been completely refined, he would only be left with half his life after receiving such a powerful attack. Even if he did not die, it would not be as simple as suffering from internal injuries. However, even at such a critical moment, Bai Qi still did not let down his guard. Suppressing his internal injuries, he forcefully used a wisp of essence force to withdraw his spear, and tightly guarded in front of him. He knew how fast Lu Xian's sword was. If he was not careful, it was extremely likely that Lu Xian would take advantage of his weakness and attack him. As Bai Qi had expected, after successfully using the Thunder Fire talisman to force him back, Lu Xian decisively stepped forward. However, after seeing Lu Xian's actions, a trace of astonishment flashed across Bai Qi's face. At this moment, the star-shattering sword in Lu Xian's hand had already disappeared. Instead, it had been replaced by a weapon that looked like a heavy sword. That's right, Lu Xian had impressively exchanged the star-shattering sword for the mysterious iron sword. Although the star-shattering sword was fast, in terms of power, it could not compare to the mysterious iron sword. Using the star-shattering sword, he might not be able to take down Bai Qi if he failed in one attack. He would have wasted this great opportunity. Therefore, Lu Xian decisively switched to the mysterious iron sword. Once he used the mysterious iron sword technique, even if he could not kill Bai Qi, he would be able to thoroughly injure him. With a flash of rolling thunder flash, Lu Xian's body instantly arrived in front of Bai Qi with an angry shout. He activated all the essence force in his body without holding back. The mysterious iron sword immediately fiercely chopped down. It was the incomparably powerful severing sword. The attack power of the severing sword was already extremely fierce. At this moment, it carried a powerful momentum and its power increased by 30%. Feeling the power of Lu Xian's sword, the astonishment on Bai Qi's face immediately turned into shock. In the previous battle, Lu Xian had always displayed a fast sword. He did not expect that he could actually launch such a powerful attack. Bai Qi, who was in the air, had no place to borrow strength. He could only barely raise the long spear in his hand in an attempt to block Lu Xian's attack. If it was any other time, although Lu Xian's attack was fierce, it would not be able to do anything to him, who was at the 9th rank of the body refinement realm. But at this moment, not only did Bai Qi suffer serious internal injuries from the impact of the Thunder Fire glyph, he also hastily responded. How could he be the opponent of Lu Xian's full power attack? The thick and heavy mysterious iron sword fiercely chopped at the long spear that Bai Qi raised. However, this hasty defense did not pose any hindrance to Lu Xian. Under the powerful force, the long spear was instantly suppressed. The mysterious iron sword's power did not decrease and firmly chopped at Bai Qi's chest. Suddenly, a muffled sound rang out. Bai Qi's chest seemed to instantly cave in. Fresh blood gushed out of his mouth. His body was directly blown several feet away and landed heavily on the ground. The power of one sword was so fierce. Cough, cough, cough. Bai Qi held his chest with one hand and supported himself with the other as he coughed continuously. The long spear had long been thrown to the side. Every time he coughed, a mouthful of blood would be spat out. Even though he had reached the 9th rank of the body refinement realm and his body had been tempered to an extremely sturdy state, he was still unable to withstand Lu Xian's incomparably powerful attack. After suffering such heavy injuries, he did not even have the strength to stand up, let alone continue attacking. I did not expect you to have hidden such deep strength. Who are you? Even if I die, at least let me die knowing the truth. Bai Qi raised his head to look at Lu Xian. His voice was low and his eyes were somewhat dim. The strength that Lu Xian had suddenly displayed at the end was completely outside of Bai Qi's expectations. Whether it was the lightning fire glyph or the severing current sword, they were both things that he had not expected. It was precisely because the lightning fire glyph and the severing current sword were used at the same time that the situation was instantly reversed. He, who originally had the absolute advantage, was immediately heavily injured and fell to the ground. The sudden change in the situation naturally caused the girl surnamed Zhang to be incomparably shocked. She had even once thought that Lu Xian would definitely lose. Even though she still hoped that Lu Xian would counterattack, that was only a consolation to herself. She did not expect that Lu Xian would actually be able to do it. Not only did he instantly escape from his predicament, he even heavily injured Bai Qi, causing him to lose the ability to fight. Faced with Bai Qi's question, Lu Xian did not answer. Although the people from the Saber sect would not come here, he naturally would not reveal anything if he could. Although Bai Qi was definitely going to die, there was still a girl of unknown origin here. Lu Xian would not unreservedly believe her just because she had pleaded for him once. "You're about to die, why are you still asking so many questions? If you die, then die quietly." Lu Xian's expression was indifferent. As he spoke, he walked towards Bai Qi. The mysterious iron sword in his hand had once again turned into the star-shattering sword. Seeing Lu Xian's approaching footsteps, Bai Qi felt as if he was looking at the arrival of the god of death. Bai Qi clenched his teeth and spoke again, "Wait. I'll share a secret with you. As long as you cooperate with me, when the time comes, you'll get 70% of the benefits. How about that? Do you think I'll still believe you? Or perhaps I'll give you another chance to deal with me?" Lu Xian countered with a question. His footsteps did not stop as the star-shattering sword flickered with a cold light. Seeing Lu Xian approach, Bai Qi's breathing became more and more hurried. He quickly spoke again, "This time I'm really not lying to you. Could it be that you're not curious about this girl's identity? Aren't you curious about why the stupid bear and I are holding her hostage?" Seeing that Lu Xian was still unmoved, Bai Qi immediately closed his eyes. He steeled his heart and said, "Forget it. As long as you let me go, everything is yours. How about it?" The moment Bai Qi's words came out, Lu Xian slightly hesitated and his footsteps finally stopped. Bai Qi was at the 9th body refinement layer and the stupid bear was at the 8th body refinement layer. Moreover, from what they said, it seemed that they had stolen it from some faction. Something that could interest a faction should not be too bad. Listening to it was not a bad idea. Seeing that Lu Xian seemed to be tempted, Bai Qi was instantly overjoyed. However, in his excitement, he coughed up another 2 mouthfuls of blood. "Young hero, kill him. He has no good intentions. I know everything he knows. Since you've saved me, I will tell you everything in order to repay young hero for saving my life. Moreover, I will do my best to cooperate with you." At this moment, a clear and melodious voice rang out. It was the young girl at the side. Hearing the young girl's words, Bai Qi's expression immediately changed. If the young girl was willing to fully cooperate with Lu Xian, then his proposal would not be attractive at all. Just as the young girl had said, she knew everything that Bai Qi knew. In fact, as the person involved, she knew even more details than Bai Qi. Hearing the young girl's words, Lu Xian once again hesitated. Compared to Bai Qi, who had tricked him once, this young girl who was willing to save a complete stranger was undoubtedly more trustworthy. Seeing Lu Xian's expression, how could Bai Qi not know what he was thinking? His face instantly darkened and his heart trembled. This was bad. Taking advantage of Lu Xian's hesitation, Bai Qi, who was lying on the ground and unable to move, suddenly stood up and charged at Lu Xian at an extremely fast speed. Lu Xian was shocked. In an instant, he blocked Bai Qi's path of attack with his star-shattering sword. However, he did not expect that this attack was just Bai Qi's diversion tactic. Bai Qi turned around and suddenly charged at the young girl. His target was the young girl with the surname Zhang. The change was too sudden. Coupled with the fact that he was slightly distracted, Lu Xian had no time to react. Bai Qi's plan had actually succeeded. Like a hare leaping and a falcon descending, Bai Qi quickly arrived behind the young girl. His right hand gripped her neck in a death grip while his body leaned against a pillar at the side. His actions just now had completely exhausted the last of his strength. Bai Qi grabbed the young lady's neck and leaned against a nearby pillar. He panted heavily as his chest heaved up and down violently. Following which, he felt a sharp pain. The series of actions just now had exceeded his body's endurance. However, he only furrowed his brows and then cracked his mouth, revealing a hideous grin. He looked at Lu Xian with provocative eyes and shouted somewhat crazily, "Now, I no longer have a shred of combat power. Didn't you want to kill me? Come on, come on." Looking at Bai Qi's hand on the young lady's neck, Lu Xian's face was as calm as still water and no emotions could be seen. Although Bai Qi no longer had any ability to fight, it was not difficult for him to crush the young lady's neck in an instant. A trace of panic flashed in the eyes of the girl surnamed Zhang when she was captured by Bai Qi. However, she quickly calmed down. She was already prepared to die. Although Lu Xian had given her a trace of hope, it was ultimately unable to change the outcome. "What, you're not going to kill me? Ha ha ha." Seeing that Lu Xian did not make a move for a long time, Bai Qi immediately laughed wildly. After a while, his laughter stopped and he continued to stare at Lu Xian. "Young hero Lu, I'll give you two choices now. First, kill me. Of course, this beautiful girl will naturally die with me. I believe that you know that I still have the ability to do so." After speaking, Bai Qi's injuries seemed to be acting up and he coughed out another mouthful of blood. He then continued, "As for the second, within 2 hours, get me 2 horses and a healing pill. This way, we can still work together. Otherwise, don't even think about knowing the secret." Bai Qi seemed to be confident. Currently, the young lady's life was in his hands. If he wanted to, he could end her life at any time. At that time, even if Lu Xian found out about the secret, he would not be able to do anything. Hearing Bai Qi's threat, Lu Xian instantly smiled. "I don't like to be threatened. I'll also give you 2 choices. First, let her go. I promise not to hurt you and let you leave. Second, you kill her and then I'll kill you." Bai Qi's expression immediately changed when he heard Lu Xian's words. He originally thought that he had seized Lu Xian's lifeline. He did not expect Lu Xian to not be threatened at all. In an instant, Bai Qi realized that his trump card was not as strong as he had imagined. However, the more this was the case, the more nervous Bai Qi became. He tightened his grip on the young lady and asked, "You better think carefully. If I kill her, you will never know the secret. Even if you find out, without her help, you won't be able to get it. You should also think carefully. If you let her go, you will have a chance to live. I can even give you a healing pill. However, if you don't let her go, you will definitely die." Lu Xian did not give in at all. He knew that a person like Bai Qi must be an extremely crazy person. If he gave in and showed that he coveted the so-called secret, then he would be even more insatiable. Therefore, no matter what, Lu Xian still maintained an attitude of disdain towards the secret and the young lady's life. In reality, although Lu Xian was curious about the so-called secret, it was not to the point where he absolutely had to know. It would naturally be best if he could learn about it, but if he couldn't, he would not force it. What he wanted to do was to save the young lady. After all, she was still a living person and he wanted to form a good relationship with her. "Bai Qi, I am not related to young hero Lu in any way. You're really stupid to use me to threaten him," the young lady surnamed Zhang said softly. Her eyes showed that she was not afraid of death. When she was kidnapped by Bai Qi and the stupid bear, she had already made up her mind to die. Although Lu Xian suddenly appeared and disrupted the situation, she still could not escape this fate. The only thing that made her feel at ease was that at least she did not implicate Lu Xian. Moreover, she could let Bai Qi and the stupid bear die with her. This could be considered as collecting some interest for the Zhang family. Bai Qi's expression was a little hesitant. Lu Xian's indifference made him lose confidence. Moreover, the young lady surnamed Zhang's words made his heart sink. Indeed, Lu Xian did not have to save the young lady. Moreover, it seemed that Lu Xian had an extraordinary background and might not really be interested in the secret. Seeing that Bai Qi seemed to be shaken, Lu Xian couldn't help but show a hint of joy. However, his joy was inadvertently seen by Bai Qi. His originally shaken determination became firm again. He suddenly laughed and looked at Lu Xian. "I don't dare to believe young hero Lu's words. Maybe if I let go of this young lady, you'll directly kill me. Instead of dying in such a useless way, I might as well find a scapegoat. With such a beautiful young lady accompanying me in death, I won't be lonely on the road to hell, haha." The laughter suddenly stopped. Bai Qi's expression became cold. He looked at Lu Xian and said, "Don't talk nonsense. You have two choices. Choose quickly. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't choose after 10 breaths of time, then I'll accept you as the first choice. Now, the first breath." Bai Qi didn't give Lu Xian any time to think and directly started the countdown. Lu Xian had no doubt that after 10 breaths of time, he would really crush the young lady's neck. Under the threat of death, anyone would lose their mind. The second breath. Bai Qi's voice was heard again. He stared at Lu Xian. "Young hero, don't hesitate. Kill Bai Qi. He has done many evil things. If we let him go, he will continue to do evil in the future. I don't want anyone else to encounter a situation like mine." The third breath. "Shut up." Bai Qi was exasperated. The young lady didn't care. She looked at Lu Xian sincerely and continued, "Young hero, you could have escaped long ago. I'm already very grateful that you put yourself in danger for me. Fortunately, I didn't drag you into this. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to rest in peace even if I died." The fourth breath. "Young hero Lu, half of the time has passed." Bai Qi didn't care about the young lady's words. He grinned and tightened his grip on her throat. Apart from breathing, she couldn't say anything else. "Young hero, kill. Bai Qi, I thank you on behalf of the Zhang family." Even though Bai Qi had tightly gripped her throat, the young lady still squeezed out a few words. She looked at Lu Xian sincerely. At this moment, Lu Xian had already tightly gripped the star-shattering sword in his hand. The veins on his arm were exposed. One could imagine how much strength he had used. His aura and the sword intent of the initial mastery stage were also uncontrollably activated. The killing intent in his gaze towards Bai Qi became more and more intense. With every word that the young lady surnamed Zhang spoke, Lu Xian's killing intent grew. Firstly, it was because from what the young lady surnamed Zhang said, Bai Qi was clearly not a good person. Secondly, it seemed like the entire family of the young lady surnamed Zhang had perished, and Bai Qi and the others were the culprits. Thirdly, when one saw the current appearance of the young lady surnamed Zhang, one could not help but feel a trace of pity. Lu Xian didn't have a good impression of her, but she was definitely a pitiful person. Moreover, she was kind-hearted. Such a good girl had died in the hands of evil people. How could there be justice in this world? Lu Xian's current appearance was a little frightening, especially with the sword intent surrounding him. It seemed like he was going to attack at any time. Even Bai Qi, who didn't care about his life, couldn't help but feel afraid. He gritted his teeth and continued, "Young hero Lu, it's the sixth breath. You don't need to scare me. If you attack, I'll definitely die, but this girl will also die. Don't you like to talk about karma and retribution? If you kill me, she'll die because of you." Bai Qi's words didn't seem to have any effect. Lu Xian's eyes gradually turned red as he growled, "I'll give you one last chance. Let go of her and I'll let you leave." No. Let go. Kill me. If I die, I'll die with you." It's the eighth breath. You only have 2 more breaths left." Bai Qi had gone completely crazy. The air around Lu Xian seemed to have solidified as he unleashed his aura without holding back. An extremely sharp sword intent surrounded him. At that moment, Lu Xian's essence, qi, and spirit had reached their peak. This was definitely the best state he had ever been in. When he was enraged, he could strike at any time, and he would definitely use his most powerful attack. If that stupid bear were to be in front of him right now, it probably would not have been able to block even a single attack. Even Su Wenyang would not have been able to escape death. However, no matter how strong he was, Lu Xian couldn't even lift the sword in his hand. No matter how fast his sword was, he definitely wouldn't be able to kill Bai Qi before Bai Qi killed the girl. The ninth breath. Bai Qi roared as his face turned red. No one wanted to die, but if Lu Xian insisted on not compromising, he wouldn't be afraid of death. Cultivators faced the danger of dying at any time. If he could drag a beautiful girl and a secret down with him, it would be worth it. It seems like you insist on killing me. Very well, then let's die together. Bai Qi grinned. His face was a little distorted, making him look extremely terrifying. At that moment, Lu Xian suddenly let out a furious roar. The sword will around him was suddenly mobilized and swept all over the place. All of the sword will instantly converged together, as if forming an invisible longsword. Die! As Lu Xian shouted, the invisible sword seemed to cross the distance between them. In an instant, it had already arrived in front of Bai Qi. There wasn't the slightest obstruction as the sword pierced through his throat. Lu Xian's attack didn't leave any trace, so Bai Qi hadn't expected it at all. Even if he had expected it, he definitely wouldn't have been able to block it. How could an invisible sword be blocked? As his throat was pierced through, Bai Qi's eyes instantly widened. His strength quickly dissipated, and he could no longer hold on to the girl's neck, let alone kill her. Bai Qi, who had lost all his strength, fell backwards. With a dull thud, his corpse fell heavily to the ground, no longer breathing. Bai Qi was dead. The sudden change caused the young girl to be startled. Bai Qi had counted to the 9th breath and was about to attack. She was already prepared to die, but she did not expect Bai Qi to be killed by a sword before he could even attack. More importantly, she did not see Lu Xian attack at all. She only heard Lu Xian say the word kill. It was as if an invisible sword had been shot out and instantly killed Bai Qi. Bai Qi did not even have the chance to attack. She believed that if Bai Qi had been given a little time, he would have been able to kill her before he died. She did not know why, but she suddenly remembered something her grandfather had told her. The path of martial arts is endless. Our realm is still too low. Those truly powerful martial artists, like our ancestors, could kill with just a glance. One glance from them and you would be dead. Thinking of this, she could not help but look at Lu Xian with even more curiosity. Although she could not see through this young man's realm, it must not be high. It might even be lower than the stupid bear. Otherwise, Bai Qi would not have allowed the stupid bear to fight him alone. However, he was able to kill Bai Qi without leaving a trace. How was that possible? Lu Xian did not notice the young lady's curious gaze. To be more specific, Lu Xian was completely focused and had once again entered the mysterious state of thoughtless tranquility. In truth, even Lu Xian himself had no idea how he managed to unleash that final attack. All he knew was that he was so enraged that he subconsciously unleashed his most powerful aura, yet he was unable to make a move. Seeing that Bai Qi had reached the end of his countdown and was running out of time, Lu Xian had no choice but to activate his sword will with all his might. However, when he activated his sword intent to the maximum, coupled with his desire to kill Bai Qi, all the sword intents actually gathered together. What Lu Xian did not expect was that the sword will, which could only oppress his enemies or increase his attack power in the past, had condensed into a solid form. Lu Xian felt as if he had an invisible sword. There was no time to think. Without any hesitation, Lu Xian moved his mind and the invisible sword formed by sword will instantly pierced Bai Qi's throat, killing him in one hit. No matter how fast the blink sword art was, it still required a sword in one's hand and a person to use it. However, the invisible sword formed by the sword intent was extremely sharp and nothing could stop it. Even the air resistance could be broken by it. How could the speed of the blink sword art be compared to it? Because of this, Bai Qi did not even have time to react when the sword pierced his throat and died. Lu Xian, who had once again entered the state of thoughtless tranquility, kept replaying the scene of that moment in his mind. That attack, which lasted for less than a split second, became slower and slower in his mind. Lu Xian was able to see every single detail clearly. It was as if he was a bystander, watching his other self unleash that attack. Nobody knew how much time had passed. It could have been an instant, or it could have been an hour. Lu Xian, who had been motionless all this while, was finally able to move again. However, it was as if he had seen what happened in that instant countless times. At the moment when Lu Xian woke up, a sentence suddenly popped up in his mind. Everything in the world is a sword. Plucking flowers and flying leaves can kill. Everything in the world is a sword. Plucking flowers and flying leaves can kill, Lu Xian mumbled softly and thought about it carefully. He seemed to have understood it, but at the same time, he seemed to have not understood it. There seemed to be some obstacles in the middle. He frowned slightly and a sword will was emitted from Lu Xian's body again. As he had expected, the sword will that appeared this time was scattered as usual. Even if he gathered them together, it was only the form but not the spirit. It could not reach the level of the sword that killed Bai Qi, however. Even so, Lu Xian felt that his understanding of sword will had improved. The sword will that was emitted from his body was clearly stronger than before. He let out a soft sigh and dispersed the sword will all over his body. He knew that he had not been able to fully comprehend it. While he had managed to successfully unleash that incredibly powerful and elusive sword attack, it was merely a coincidence. He had not truly mastered it. He might have been able to unleash that attack again if he were to get another chance like that. He had a feeling that the sentence that popped up in his mind must be the general outline of the sword will above the initial success stage. Although he had not completely grasped it, at least he had found the door. If he had enough time and opportunity, he would definitely be able to push the door open and improve his sword will. Seeing that Lu Xian was awake, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that something had happened to Lu Xian. Just now, when Lu Xian was comprehending, she did not even dare to breathe loudly. Miss Zhang, how long did I comprehend just now? Lu Xian asked. The girl surnamed Zhang was slightly stunned. She thought for a moment and replied, about the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Lu Xian nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that it was not as short as a moment as he felt, but it was not as long as 2 hours either. Young hero, can you let me go first? The girl asked with a red face. Looking at Lu Xian's silly look, he might have forgotten. Oh, sorry, it was a moment of carelessness. I will help you untie now. As he spoke, Lu Xian slashed at her with his sword. Under the girl's horrified gaze, the sword qi happened to hit the rope. It not only cut the rope, but it did not hurt her body. It was just right. Once the rope was cut, the girl regained her freedom. She had been tied up by Bai Qi and Lu Xian for a few hours. Once she regained her freedom, she could not help but rub the place that was tied up by the rope. After moving a little, she bowed deeply to Lu Xian and said, I am Zhang Dongshuang. Thank you for saving my life, young hero. If it were not for young hero's help, I am afraid that I would have been held hostage by these two villains. Hearing this, Lu Xian waved his hand repeatedly, Miss, you don't have to do this. It is the duty of a martial artist to help when I see injustice. Since I ran into these two people, I naturally have to do my best to save them. Zhang Dongshuang immediately pursed her lips and smiled, young hero is indeed righteous. It seems that you come from an extraordinary background. My father and the others often tell me not to meddle in other people's business and to protect myself. Lu Xian smiled lightheartedly and said, what your father said isn't wrong. Self-preservation is the way to survive. To be honest, if Bai Qi and Bai Li's strengths were slightly higher, I'm afraid I would have fled directly. Lu Xian was not a fool. Throwing his life away for someone unrelated to him was a foolish thing to do. Lu Xian's words immediately won Zhang Dongshuang's good impression of him. His words were sincere, so they were naturally much better than those empty words. Although her appearance was extraordinary and there were countless pursuers, she could clearly feel that the young man in front of her did not come for her appearance. Young hero is a straightforward person. That's right, I am indebted to young hero for your help. May I know young hero's name? Zhang Dongshuang asked. Lu Xian slightly cupped his hands and said, my surname is Lu, and my name is Xian. Miss, you can call me Lu Xian. I don't dare to be called young hero. Now that Bai Qi and Stupid Bear have been executed, where does Miss wish to go? When these words were spoken, Lu Xian clearly saw Zhang Dongshuang's expression darken slightly. Obviously, his words had touched on the young girl's thoughts. Zhang Dongshuang shook her head and said, I have nowhere to go now. I only want to take revenge as soon as possible. If young hero has the heart, can you listen to my story? Miss, please speak. Lu Xian was after all a young man. He was also rather curious about the information that Bai Qi and Zhang Dongshuang had revealed. After a light sigh, Zhang Dongshuang opened her mouth and slowly told him the story. Her background was not as high as Lu Xian had imagined. It was only a small clan. Her father, who had the highest cultivation, was only at the 9th layer of the body refinement realm. Thus, it could only be considered as a grade 1 cultivation clan. However, even though the clan was small, their ancestors were once glorious and had produced mighty martial artists. Of course, no one knew how long ago this ancestor was. Otherwise, no matter how down and out they were, they would not have fallen to the level of a first-rank cultivation clan. They did not even have a cultivator in the spirit refinement realm. It was precisely because their ancestors had produced a supreme martial arts expert that they established a legacy in order to continue the clan. This was the reason why their descendants could receive its protection. Not far from the Zhang clan, there was another cultivation clan. That was the Lu clan that Lu Xian had heard of before. The Lu clan was also a grade 1 cultivation clan. However, among the grade 1 cultivation clans, they were at the top. This was because the Lu clan master was at the 10th layer of the body refinement realm. The difference between the 10th layer of the body refinement realm and the 9th layer of the body refinement realm. Although it was only a grade 1 cultivation clan, the difference was rather large. Not everyone could be as nature-defying as Lu Xian and have the strength to fight an opponent that was a few levels higher. Furthermore, besides the Lu clan master who was at the 10th layer of the body refinement realm, there were still 2 other cultivators at the 9th layer of the body refinement realm. One was the younger brother of the Lu clan's master, and the other was Bai Qi. However, Bai Qi was a guest of the Lu clan and not a member of the Lu clan. For some unknown reason, the Zhang clan had always kept their ancestors' legacy a secret. Unexpectedly, the Lu clan found out about it. Firstly, they were worried that the Zhang clan would obtain more legacy than them. Secondly, they wanted to take the Lu clan's legacy for themselves. Therefore, the Lu clan decisively attacked the Zhang clan. According to what Bai Qi told Zhang Dongshuang, the Zhang clan was slaughtered by the Lu clan. At the same time, they sent Bai Qi to capture Zhang Dongshuang. This was because in order to obtain the legacy, Zhang Dongshuang was the key person. Speaking of this, the power structure of the Skyblade sect had to be mentioned. The Skyblade sect had established Skyblade martial houses in all 3 empires. Zhang Dongshuang was a student of the Skyblade martial house. Therefore, she was not in the clan. This time, Bai Qi came to Wushuang City to find an opportunity to capture Zhang Dongshuang. After staying in Wushuang City for a few days, Bai Qi and Stupid Bear finally found the opportunity for Zhang Dongshuang to come out. With Bai Qi's strength, capturing Zhang Dongshuang was a piece of cake. However, Bai Qi did not have good intentions. Although he was a consecrated member of the Lu clan, who did not want to become stronger, after knowing that the key to obtaining the inheritance was Zhang Dongshuang, Bai Qi immediately had an idea. If he were to send Zhang Dongshuang back to the Lu family, he would no longer have a share. Immediately, he planned to kidnap Zhang Dongshuang and obtain the inheritance himself. However, because he wanted to rob Lu Xian on the spur of the moment, he ended up going for wool and coming home shorn. Not only did he not obtain the so-called inheritance, but he also caused the death of him and Stupid Bear. He deserved it. After hearing Zhang Dongshuang slowly explain the situation, Lu Xian nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that the secret that Bai Qi mentioned was the Zhang clan's inheritance. However, he was puzzled and asked, "Since your clan has such an inheritance, why didn't you obtain it earlier? Why did you wait until now?" Hearing this, Zhang Dongshuang revealed a bitter smile and said, "It's not that we don't want to, but because the inheritance left by our ancestors has a bloodline requirement. If the bloodline density is not enough, it will be impossible to activate the inheritance. All along, our Zhang clan has not been able to produce a descendant with a bloodline that meets the requirement. Until my generation, when I was 12 years old, the bloodline density finally met the requirement." After Zhang Dongshuang finished speaking, Lu Xian suddenly understood. No wonder the key person was Zhang Dongshuang. So there was such a restriction. It could be said that only by obtaining Zhang Dongshuang could one truly activate the inheritance. That's right, you should have been staying in the Skyblade martial house. How did you know about this? Lu Xian asked again. Bai Qi told me. In order to get me to cooperate with him, he told me everything. He also said that as long as I cooperate with him, he will give me a portion of the inheritance and help me take revenge. However, I naturally do not believe his words, Zhang Dongshuang said honestly. Bai Qi's words were indeed untrustworthy. Who would hand over such a good thing to someone else? Once he obtained the inheritance, he would probably burn the bridge after crossing it and kill Zhang Dongshuang to prevent any future troubles. Lu Xian pondered for a while before saying, since he didn't see it with his own eyes and Bai Qi said it, then it might not be trustworthy. Zhang Dongshuang shook her head. There's no need for him to lie to me. However, there's one thing I can be sure of. The Liu family might not have killed my father and the others. It's highly possible that they've imprisoned them. So, I still have a chance to rescue my parents. Then, do you plan to return to the Heavenly Saber Martial House to continue cultivating and wait for an opportunity to rescue your parents? In response to Lu Xian's question, Zhang Dongshuang simply shook her head and said, I don't have that much time. Not to mention that the Liu family will continue to attack me, even if I rely on cultivating in the Heavenly Saber Martial House, it will be extremely difficult for me to reach the 10th level of the body refinement realm. Even if I do reach it, I don't know how many years it will take. So, my only hope now is the inheritance of my ancestor. Speaking up to this point, Zhang Dongshuang looked at Lu Xian and immediately made up her mind. She knelt down on one knee and bowed to Lu Xian. Young hero Lu, the only person who can help me now is you. Please help me obtain the inheritance of my ancestor. When the time comes, as long as the inheritance is related to the way of the sword, it will all belong to you. Zhang Dongshuang's sudden action caused Lu Xian to jump up in fright. He hurriedly supported Zhang Dongshuang and said, Miss Zhang, you don't have to do this. I will definitely help you if I can. However, this is the inheritance of your family, how can I covet it? To be honest, when he heard Bai Qi say that there was some secret, Lu Xian was indeed a little tempted. However, now that he knew that it was the inheritance of the Zhang family's ancestor, Lu Xian dispelled this thought. He could naturally take anything without an owner, but he would not covet anything with an owner. However, Zhang Dongshuang refused to get up and continued to say, if young hero does not agree, I will not get up. Furthermore, this time's journey to obtain the inheritance will not be smooth sailing. The ancestors must have set up a test. Based on my strength, even if I have the power of the bloodline, I am afraid that it will be extremely difficult to obtain it. Only with young hero's help will there be a glimmer of hope. Furthermore, my Zhang family is currently practicing the blade. There is no great use in the path of the way of the sword. Even so, it will not be too much to give young heroes reward. Upon hearing Zhang Dongshuang's words, Lu Xian was somewhat hesitant. The inheritance of an almighty martial artist sounded extremely tempting. Furthermore, Zhang Dongshuang was currently gifting it to him, so it could not be considered as coveting it. However, the test she mentioned just now made Lu Xian somewhat worried. He was only at the 6th layer of the body refinement stage, would he be able to pass the test? However, soon after, Lu Xian's gaze became resolute. How could there be no danger in the path of martial arts? No matter what, he had to give it a try. Even if it was not for the so-called inheritance, this was still an excellent opportunity to gain experience. In any case, he had no other objectives at the moment. Alright, get up first. I promise you that I will give it a try. However, if the test is too difficult, then there is nothing I can do. Lu Xian explained in advance that if he encountered any danger, he would not force himself to do so. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Dongshuang was instantly overjoyed. The reason why she looked for Lu Xian's help was because she currently had no one else to look for. Secondly, it was because she trusted Lu Xian. Although they had not known each other for a long time, from the series of interactions just now, she could see Lu Xian's character. More importantly, Lu Xian's strength was also extremely valiant. Bai Qi even dared to attempt to obtain the inheritance. Since Lu Xian was able to kill Bai Qi, he was naturally even more qualified. To Zhang Dongshuang, the sudden appearance of Lu Xian, a person with an outstanding temperament and extraordinary strength, was practically a gift from the heavens. Then let's not delay any longer, let's set off now. The ancestor's inheritance is left in the Hengduan mountain range. It is still quite a distance from here. We need to first return to Wushuang City to replenish our supplies and get 2 mounts. Zhang Dongshuang said. Lu Xian nodded his head. He had heard Bai Qi mention the Hengduan mountain range before. It seemed that what he said was a mixture of truth and falsehood. He did not expect that the inheritance was indeed in the Hengduan mountain range. However, he was not in a hurry to set off. Instead, he first walked to the side of the stupid bear's corpse and picked up the long blade of the stupid bear. At the same time, he also took the storage ring from the stupid bear's hand. Then, he went to the side of Bai Qi's corpse and did the same. This was also a considerable amount of wealth. After using his divine sense to explore the two storage rings, Lu Xian discovered that there were many miscellaneous items inside. Firstly, there were a few weapons, which were probably spares. Apart from these, there were also elixirs, yuan stones, and books of martial skills and cultivation methods. Naturally, Lu Xian did not need cultivation methods. As for martial skills, they were saber skills and spear skills. Naturally, he could not use them, so he could only put them aside for the time being. However, there were many elixirs that he could use. Apart from the most basic rejuvenating pill, there were also the protective organs pill for the 7th and the fusing blood pill for the 8th. It could be considered a considerable amount of wealth. For a martial artist, elixirs were the most expensive things. What made him happy was that there was also a lot of gold. Although it was not very valuable, it was inevitable to travel in the secular world. Since Bai Qi and Lu Xian had it, it saved him the trouble of exchanging for it. After packing up his spoils of war, Lu Xian prepared to set off. He had only taken a few steps when Zhang Dongshuang suddenly stopped with a troubled expression. "What's wrong?" Lu Xian was puzzled. "Before, Bai Qi sealed my dantian. Now I can't even use my yuan qi. I wonder if young hero Lu can help me break it open?" Zhang Dongshuang asked. Lu Xian slightly furrowed his eyebrows and said, "I'll try." Bai Qi's strength was at the 9th layer of the body refinement realm, while he was only at the 6th layer. The reason why Lu Xian was able to defeat Bai Qi was because he relied on martial skills and sword intent, not strength. Whether or not he could break the seal placed by Bai Qi, he had no confidence. Zhang Dongshuang immediately stood still. Lu Xian reached out and stroked her back while saying, "I'll first send a trace of yuan qi into your body. Don't resist." Zhang Dongshuang obediently gave a soft hum and relaxed, allowing Lu Xian to do as he pleased. However, when Lu Xian's large hand stroked her back, she could not help but tremble. A trace of red quietly crept up her cheeks. Ever since she was born, she had never been touched by a man of her age. However, at this moment, Lu Xian did not have any romantic feelings. He closed his eyes and a trace of yuan qi flowed along the meridians on his arm and quietly entered Zhang Dongshuang's body. A person's dantian was divided into 3 parts, the upper dantian, middle dantian, and lower dantian. However, the most important one was the lower dantian. The energy sinking in the dantian referred to the lower dantian. As the yuan qi entered Zhang Dongshuang's body, Lu Xian immediately understood the situation in her body. The yuan qi first arrived at the position of the upper dantian, which was the yin-tang point between the eyebrows. Sure enough, Lu Xian instantly saw that Zhang Dongshuang's dantian was blocked by a trace of yuan qi. Compared to Zhang Dongshuang's own yuan qi, this trace of yuan qi was extremely overbearing. It was not something that she could break open with her strength. Without a doubt, this trace of yuan qi was left behind by Bai Qi after finding the location. Lu Xian did not stay any longer. The Tai return technique immediately activated and yuan qi continuously flowed into Zhang Dongshuang's body. It suddenly attacked the trace of yuan qi. If he could disperse this trace of yuan qi, he would naturally be able to undo the seal. The sudden impact caused Zhang Dongshuang to involuntarily let out a muffled groan. However, the yuan power only trembled slightly and did not disperse. Lu Xian pursed his lips and tried again. It was the same as before. He tried 3 times in a row, but he still failed. Opening his eyes, Lu Xian withdrew his yuan qi and sighed, "This won't do. In the end, my strength is still too low." Zhang Dongshuang was also a little dispirited. She then said, "Just now, I felt that the seal was loosening. Your energy was flowing out of my body. Why don't we directly attack the seal? Perhaps there is a glimmer of hope." Lu Xian was surprised. This was not a bad idea. He walked in front of Zhang Dongshuang and said, "Then I will try again. You also gather your energy and attack at the same time." "Okay." Zhang Dongshuang agreed without hesitation. Lu Xian took a deep breath. He stretched out 2 fingers and pointed at the center of Zhang Dongshuang's eyebrows. This was the place closest to the upper dantian. Origin energy surged forth once more. There was no need to advance at all as it directly arrived at the blockage. Zhang Dongshuang was already prepared and the 2 of them charged at the same time. This time, the strand of origin energy shook violently and actually showed signs of dispersing. Lu Xian's heart was filled with joy. There was hope. Lu Xian no longer hesitated and poured even more elemental energy into it. With a violent impact, when Lu Xian's elemental energy collided with that strand of elemental energy, it was like a stone smashing into an egg. That strand of elemental energy was instantly shattered. The seal on the upper dantian was broken. Sensing this change, the two of them opened their eyes at the same time. They saw the surprise in each other's eyes. As expected, the seal could be broken. Since the upper dantian could be broken, the middle dantian and lower dantian could naturally be broken as well. Just as they were about to attack the other two seals, Lu Xian suddenly stopped. His face was filled with embarrassment. Zhang Dongshuang's face was also red, but she did not say anything. Just now, the two of them only thought about how to break the seal. They had neglected the location of the three dantians. The upper dantian was located in the center of the eyebrows. Naturally, there was no problem. However, the location of the other two dantians was a little special. The middle dantian was located at the Shanzhong acupoint. The Shanzhong acupoint was located at a person's chest and abdomen. As for the lower dantian, it was located in the Guanyuan acupoint. Lu Xian and Zhang Dongshuang both knew the location of the Guanyuan acupoint. Feeling the awkward atmosphere, Lu Xian wanted to ease it. He laughed dryly and said that the other two places are a little special. Hearing Lu Xian's words, Zhang Dongshuang's face became even redder. Not only did it not ease the embarrassment, it also made her even more embarrassed. But she also knew that to break the seal, this was something unavoidable. Unless they found someone of a higher level than Bai Qi, then they would naturally be able to easily break the seal. However, the 9th rank of the body refinement realm was already very powerful. Where could they find someone of a higher rank? She took a deep breath and made up her mind. Come, do what you need to, young hero Lu need to not worry. Looking at Zhang Dongshuang's expression, Lu Xian stopped smiling, lest others think that he was deliberately teasing her. After all, such a place was an extremely sensitive place for girls. Seeing Zhang Dongshuang's expression, Lu Xian no longer smiled. He did not dare to look at Lu Xian and had a resigned expression. After all, this kind of place was an extremely sensitive place for girls. Zhang Dongshuang's face was red and she did not speak. She tightly shut her eyes and did not dare to look at Lu Xian. Her expression was one of resignation. If someone did not know what was going on, they would probably think that Lu Xian was going to molest her. Seeing Zhang Dongshuang's expression of letting him do whatever he wanted, Lu Xian secretly groaned in his heart. What was this? He did not do anything, yet he felt like he owed her. But he did not dare to let her wait too long. After a slight hesitation, he stretched out his right hand and attacked Zhang Dongshuang. Zhang Dongshuang was not very old. She was probably about the same age as Lin Sini. Her figure was also quite developed. Although the size of her chest was not as well proportioned as Lin Sini's, it was still a little bigger than Qin Xiaohan's. For a hot-blooded young man like Lu Xian, it was quite lethal and tempting. However, Lu Xian naturally did not dare to touch it. This was not Lin Sini or Qin Xiaohan. Even if he touched it, it would not do anything to him. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xian directly stretched out his hand. And at this moment, Zhang Dongshuang suddenly said, "You, look carefully, don't touch it." Lu Xian, who was already a little nervous, was instantly shocked by Zhang Dongshuang's sudden voice. His hand that was stretched out could not help but tremble. Zhang Dongshuang immediately screamed. "I told you, don't touch it." Zhang Dongshuang was about to cry. Lu Xian complained incessantly in his heart. He really did not want to touch it. Immediately, he explained, "I did not do it on purpose." Don't say anything, I am nervous." Zhang Dongshuang's body slightly trembled. However, she really did not dare to speak again. Tightly pursing her lips, she was afraid that she would startle Lu Xian again. In the end, she would be the one to suffer. As he exhaled, Lu Xian finally calmed down. Finally, he stretched out his hand and pressed on her Shanzhong acupuncture point. Although it felt slippery to the touch, he did not do anything offensive. Calming his heart, a stream of yuan power flowed out. Sure enough, there was a stream of stubborn yuan power at the Shanzhong acupuncture point. When he used all his yuan power to attack it, the stream of yuan power suddenly trembled and a portion of it instantly dissipated. Lu Xian persisted and carried out a second attack. This time, he defeated it in one fell swoop. Once the seal on the middle dantian was removed, Lu Xian quickly retracted his right hand. Zhang Dongshuang also heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally done. However, when she thought of the position of the lower dantian, her relaxed heart once again tensed up. Steeling her heart, Zhang Dongshuang once again closed her eyes. She gritted her teeth and said, "Let's do it together." However, young hero Lu, remember to find the correct position. Previously, Lu Xian had already touched it, so Zhang Dongshuang no longer hesitated. She wanted to do it in one go to avoid any awkwardness. After all, she was the one who begged Lu Xian to help her remove the seal. "Yes, Miss Zhang, please point out the position of my navel," Lu Xian said. The position of the Guanyuan acupuncture point was a little more difficult to find than the Shanzhong acupuncture point. Especially when they were wearing clothes, they might even have to measure it. Zhang Dongshuang's face was red as she pointed at a certain spot below her body. Obviously, that was the area of her navel. After finding the correct position, Lu Xian extended his hand and measured from the navel down 3 inches. As his finger slid down, Zhang Dongshuang's face became redder and redder. This kind of direct contact was even more intense than before, causing her body to tremble even more violently. Very quickly, Lu Xian found the Guanyuan acupuncture point, which was also Zhang Dongshuang's vital point. Not daring to think too much, Lu Xian straightforwardly circulated his yuan power and instantly probed into her body. Feeling the sudden arrival of a wave of warm yuan power, an indescribable feeling immediately spread. Zhang Dongshuang could not help but let out a groan. However, her face immediately turned red as she clenched her teeth and did not make a sound. Lu Xian did not dare to stay any longer. The speed of this attack was even faster than the previous 2 times. After the first attack, the second attack followed closely behind. Similarly, after 2 attacks, the seal on her dantian was finally undone. At this point, Zhang Dongshuang's strength, which had been sealed by Bai Qi, was completely broken. Withdrawing their right hands, Lu Xian and Zhang Dongshuang simultaneously heaved a sigh of relief. These short few breaths of time were really unbearable. The blush on Zhang Dongshuang's face had yet to recede. There was an additional trace of shyness in her gaze as she looked at Lu Xian. After experiencing such a thing just now, she was unable to appear too indifferent. However, she still bowed towards Lu Xian and said, "Many thanks, young hero Lu. I can now use yuan power." Lu Xian hurriedly waved his hand, "No problem, no problem. As long as you don't blame us. Since the seal has been undone, let's go." Zhang Dongshuang was rather grateful that Lu Xian had taken the initiative to change the topic. She nodded slightly and had no objections to his suggestion. Lu Xian had touched 2 vital spots on her body in a row, and she still felt a little embarrassed. She needed some time to recover. The 2 of them did not stay any longer. Leaving Bai Qi and the stupid bear's corpses in this broken temple, they directly walked out and began to head towards Peerless City. Zhang Dongshuang's strength was not weak. Perhaps it was because she had inherited her ancestors' bloodline, but her talent was quite strong. Currently, she had already reached the 5th layer of the body refinement realm. In the secular world, this talent was already extremely shocking. The 2 of them increased their speed to the maximum and moved extremely quickly. As they hurried along, a cool breeze blew past them. The awkwardness from before was immediately reduced by a lot, and Zhang Dongshuang's expression also returned to normal. Lu Xian naturally would not mention what had just happened. He only asked Zhang Dongshuang about the inheritance. The more he knew, the higher the chance of success. Since she had chosen to ask Lu Xian for help, Zhang Dongshuang naturally did not hide anything. According to what Zhang Dongshuang knew, the bloodline of the Zhang family's descendants was only the key to unlocking the inheritance. Moreover, every bloodline could only be unlocked once. After unlocking the inheritance, the descendants' strength and talent had to be tested in order to obtain the inheritance. Moreover, in order to ensure that this inheritance could last longer and allow the Zhang family to continue to prosper, the inheritance would not be the entire inheritance, but only a portion. Therefore, different strength and talent would be able to obtain different inheritances. This was also one of the reasons why Zhang Dongshuang had asked Lu Xian for help. If she let Lu Xian participate in the examination, the things he would obtain would definitely be better. As for the more specific situation, Zhang Dongshuang was also vague about it. After all, it had been a long time since the Zhang family had a descendant who could unlock the inheritance. There was no information left behind that was worth referring to. As for the exact situation, the two of them still had to slowly explore it. As the two of them conversed, they soon arrived at Wushuang City. As for food, Bai Qi and Zhang Dongshuang had already prepared it in their storage rings. There was no need for Lu Xian and Zhang Dongshuang to prepare it. This time, the main reason for their return was to get mounts for their journey. Although it was not slow to use yuan power to travel, the consumption of yuan power was too high. It was not suitable for a long journey. After all, if they encountered any unexpected situations along the way, without enough yuan power, they could only wait for death. The Skyblade Martial House was in Wushuang City. As for the situation in Wushuang City, Zhang Dongshuang was naturally very familiar with it. Under her guidance, the two of them directly found a place that sold mounts. There was quite a lot of gold in Bai Qi's storage ring. In one go, Lu Xian bought 4 of the best snow dragon horses. This way, the two of them could ride 4 mounts and greatly increase their speed. The Hengduan mountain range was on the other side of the Wushuang Empire. If they wanted to reach there, they would have to cross the entire Wushuang Empire. The distance was quite far. Regarding this, Lu Xian did not show any impatience. He treated it as a tour. It was not bad to experience the customs of the Wushuang Empire. In the cultivation of martial arts, comprehension was also a very important aspect. After preparing everything, the two of them left Peerless City and headed straight for the Hengduan mountain range. The Peerless Empire was indeed the largest empire within the territory of the Heavenly Blade sect. It had a vast territory. After 7 days of traveling, the two of them finally arrived near the Hengduan mountain range. Along the way, they had experienced many things. The two of them were young, especially Zhang Dongshuang, who was extremely beautiful. Naturally, it was easy for them to attract the evil intentions of those who harbored evil intentions. Thus, along the way, the two of them encountered bandits who wanted to kill them and steal their treasures. They also encountered evil people who coveted Zhang Dongshuang's beauty. When they entered the city to rest and replenish their supplies, they encountered swindlers and stayed in unscrupulous inns. However, in the end, it was more daunting than dangerous. With Lu Xian's current strength, as long as he did not provoke any cultivation clans, ordinary warriors would not be able to do anything to him. Zhang Dongshuang naturally saw everything that Lu Xian did. She was extremely grateful to Lu Xian. This time, if she did not follow Lu Xian, it would not be easy for her to reach the Hengduan mountain range by herself, let alone obtain the inheritance. She grew up in her clan and entered the Heavenly Blade Martial House. She had never seen the various filth of the secular world. Her mind was very pure. How could she have thought of all the filth? For Lu Xian, although it had only been a short 7 days, it had been extremely exciting. While it had broadened his horizons, it had also allowed him to slowly grow and gain a better understanding of the secular world. As expected, it was only by going out that one could truly witness the wonders of the world. That should be the Hengduan mountain range in front. Lu Xian said as he looked at the endless mountain range in front of him. He had a map of the surrounding area, so naturally, he could easily recognize it. From afar, the mountain range looked like a sleeping dragon, stretching for who knew how many miles. There's no rush. Let's first enter the city and rest. These few days of continuous travel, you must be tired. Zhang Dongshuang said. During these 7 days, she had Lu Xian's protection, but Lu Xian had to bear the responsibility of their safety. Naturally, it was not as easy as she was. Lu Xian didn't refuse and nodded. The two of them urged their mounts to move towards a nearby town. Although it was called a small town, it was actually quite big. It wasn't much different from an ordinary city. Because this place was close to the Hengduan mountain range, there were martial artists who entered the mountains all year round. They were either hunting beasts or searching for the remains of powerhouses that might or might not exist. Over time, this small border town began to develop. If it were to develop for a few more years, this place would probably become a real city. After entering this small town, one could see many warriors coming and going. It was very prosperous. Those who came here were basically rushing towards the Hengduan mountain range. Naturally, there wouldn't be any ordinary people here. First, the two of them found an inn and prepared to stay there. At the same time, they wanted to inquire about the situation in the Hengduan mountain range. After all, they didn't know much about this place. Haha, are the two of you looking for a place to stay or a meal? Just as Lu Xian and Zhang Dongshuang entered the inn, a waiter walked over with a smiling face. As he glanced at the waiter, Lu Xian's heart trembled. A waiter of an inn actually had the strength of a third-layer body refinement stage. Just what kind of place was this? However, even though he was shocked in his heart, Lu Xian didn't reveal the slightest bit of it. He only nodded his head and said, "Stay." Once he heard that Lu Xian and Zhang Dongshuang wanted to stay, the waiter's smile undoubtedly became even wider. He hurriedly called out, "Please come in. May I know if the two of you need our help to take care of your mounts?" "Yes, then we'll have to trouble you." As Lu Xian finished speaking, he handed over the 4 snow dragon horses to the waiter. As he took the reins, the waiter sighed in his heart. As expected of a rich man, he even had 2 mounts for himself. Moreover, they were the most expensive snow dragon horses. After letting the waiter lead the mounts away, Lu Xian and Zhang Dongshuang walked inside and directly found the shopkeeper at the counter. As he had expected, the shopkeeper's strength was even more astonishing. A mere shopkeeper actually had the strength of a 6th-layer body refinement stage. It was really unimaginable. One must know that in the secular world, a 6th-layer body refinement stage was already considered quite an impressive strength. Even the manager of the Heavenly Blade shop was only at the 6th-layer body refinement stage. Yet, this person was actually willing to be a shopkeeper here. However, he didn't pursue the matter and opened his mouth. "Shopkeeper, can I trouble you to give us 2 superior rooms?" After hearing Lu Xian's words, the shopkeeper immediately revealed a trace of a smile and said, "What a coincidence, our shop just so happens to have the last 2 superior rooms left. However, the superior rooms are slightly more expensive, 200 gold per room. May I know how many days the two of you will be staying here?" As these words came out, Lu Xian and Zhang Dongshuang were immediately stunned. Staying here for a day actually cost 200 gold per day? How was this slightly expensive? It was practically ridiculously expensive. Zhang Dongshuang couldn't help but speak up, "Shopkeeper, this is too expensive. Could it be that we are easy to bully because we are young?" Lu Xian didn't reply, he only looked at the shopkeeper, waiting to see what he had to say. Hearing this, the shopkeeper hurriedly waved his hand and said, "You two must have misunderstood. If it was any other place, this price would naturally be ridiculously expensive. However, in our small town, this price is very normal. You must know that the people who come and go here are all martial artists. Without a bit of strength, how can they hold down the place? Therefore, these 200 gold is not only the price of the room, but also the protection fee." When he said this, it made sense. When he first came in, Lu Xian glanced around and saw that there wasn't a single ordinary person. All martial artists were aggressive. Obviously, the security here was not too good. No wonder a mere waiter was at the 3rd layer of body refinement and a shopkeeper was at the 6th layer of body refinement. Zhang Dongshuang still wanted to open her mouth to say something, but Lu Xian stopped her. It seemed that the shopkeeper was speaking the truth. Otherwise, the two of them would only need to find another shop and they would immediately be able to verify it. If that's the case, then let's open 2 rooms for 10 days. Lu Xian said. With his net worth, a mere few hundred gold was not even worth mentioning. Once Lu Xian said this, it was the shopkeeper's turn to be surprised. He originally thought that these 2 youngsters would be scared away by the price, but he didn't expect that they would not only stay, but also stay for 10 days. 10 days, that was no less than 4,000 gold. But the surprise on his face only flashed for a moment. With a big business coming to his door, he could only be happy. How could he care about anything else? Haha, the 2 guests are really generous. 2 high-class rooms for 10 days, a total of 4,000 gold. Lu Xian looked at the gold that he obtained from Bai Qi. It seemed that it was not enough. He immediately asked, Does your shop accept source stones? If it's gold, I don't have that much on me. The shopkeeper's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Of course we will. 4,000 gold is a total of 4 low-grade source stones. Lu Xian did not hesitate. He directly took out 4 source stones from his storage ring and handed them over. He had quite a lot of source stones on him. He had obtained some from Su Wenyang, some from Bai Qi, and some from the Heavenly Saber shop. In addition, he had obtained a few hundred low-grade source stones. After receiving the source stones and feeling them, there were indeed no traces of them being fake. The shopkeeper put them away. Then, he called for a waiter to bring Lu Xian and Bai Qi upstairs. Their rooms happened to be next to each other. This was not bad, it was convenient for them to communicate. Zhang Dongshuang was not in a rush to enter her own room. She took the initiative to stay in Lu Xian's room. After the waiter left, she said to Lu Xian, "Young hero Lu, I don't know why, but after entering this town, I have a bad feeling. It's like I'm being watched." Lu Xian was slightly stunned. He said with some doubt, "Could it be because there are too many warriors here and you are feeling uneasy?" Zhang Dongshuang frowned. She wasn't sure either. She just said, "It's just my feeling. I can't say for sure. I'm thinking. Could it be that the Lu family has come after us?" When Zhang Dongshuang said this, Lu Xian's heart suddenly trembled. He had forgotten about this matter. It should be known that so much time had passed. Bai Qi had not been able to bring Zhang Dongshuang back to the Lu family. The Lu family must have realized that something had happened. Since they could know the secret of the Zhang family's inheritance, it was very likely that they knew that the Zhang family's inheritance was in this Hingduan mountain range. Maybe they were waiting here for the two of them to come. I can't rule out this possibility. It seems that we have to be careful. In this town, there are many warriors. There are probably many experts. With my strength, I can't ignore them. Lu Xian frowned. Zhang Dongshuang gritted her teeth and said, "Young hero Lu, can I sleep in your room tonight?" When Lu Xian heard this, he was very surprised. What did this mean? Could it be? Seeing Lu Xian's gaze, Zhang Dongshuang immediately knew that he had misunderstood her. She blushed and said, "I didn't mean that. I'm worried that we have been targeted. If we stay together, we can take care of each other." After Zhang Dongshuang's explanation, Lu Xian immediately understood. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. It seemed that he had misunderstood. However, this thought was quickly thrown away. He thought for a while and nodded, "That's good. It's better to be safe than sorry. Let's do it this way. You can sleep in your room first and then sneak over. If someone wants to make a move, they will definitely do it at night. Let's see if we can lure the snake out of its hole." Hearing that Lu Xian agreed to her suggestion, Zhang Dongshuang's face was also happy. During this period of time, she had been by Lu Xian's side every day. She had long been used to Lu Xian's protection. So when she thought of any danger, she naturally thought of Qinwen first. "I'll have to trouble you, young hero Lu. If there's any danger that you can't resist, you don't have to worry about me. You can just escape by yourself. If you get involved because of this, then I'll die 1,000 times over," Zhang Dongshuang said sincerely. After discussing for a while, the two of them no longer mentioned this matter. They went to have their dinner first and then returned to their respective rooms. Night fell quickly. Lu Xian sat quietly in his room and did not cultivate. Not long after, the door suddenly opened and Zhang Dongshuang came in. "Did anyone see you?" Lu Xian asked in a low voice. Zhang Dongshuang shook her head, "I came out when no one was around." "What should we do now?" "Wait, if someone has evil intentions, they will definitely take action in the middle of the night," Lu Xian said very calmly. In the past 7 days, he had experienced a lot of things and became more experienced. After thinking for a while, Lu Xian took out his star-shattering sword and walked to the wall at the side. He fiercely stabbed the sword into the thick wall. In front of a treasure-grade sword, the thick wall seemed to be a little weak and a small hole was directly poked out. From this small hole, they could always know what was happening in the room next door. If someone broke in, they would know instantly. "You go and rest first. I will keep watch and see if we are being watched." Lu Xian signaled Zhang Dongshuang to go and rest. I will accompany you. If there is any movement, we can take care of each other. Because of her inexplicable feeling, Zhang Dongshuang felt a little embarrassed that Lu Xian had to keep watch again. After thinking for a while, Lu Xian did not refuse. If there is any sudden situation, the two of them could retreat in time. Without saying anything, the room suddenly became quiet. Only the sound of their breathing could be heard. Time also passed in this process. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Xian's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened, because at this moment, he heard a slight sound of the door opening. The direction of the sound came from was Zhang Dongshuang's room next door. Lu Xian suddenly stood up quietly and went to the small hole made by the star-shattering sword to peep at the movement next door. Lu Xian's actions caused Zhang Dongshuang's heart to skip a beat. It seemed that her intuition was right, there really was someone watching her. However, at this moment, she didn't know what to do. She could only look at Lu Xian, hoping that Lu Xian would have a solution. Lu Xian cast his gaze through the small hole. While the room was dark and he was unable to see everything clearly, he was able to make out a blurry silhouette. 3 silhouettes came into Lu Xian's sight in an instant. As expected, someone had their eyes on the two of them. There's no one. Let's go next door. One of them said in a low voice. The 3 of them instantly turned around and left. When he heard this, Lu Xian's heart instantly went cold, and his thoughts spun rapidly. However, it was already too late. As if they knew that their actions had been discovered, the 3 of them no longer concealed their footsteps and hurriedly rushed toward Lu Xian. With a loud bang, the door to Lu Xian's room was directly kicked open. At this moment, Lu Xian suddenly pulled Zhang Dongshuang, who was beside him, and the sharp sword in his hand was directly placed on her neck. Don't speak, cooperate with me. Lu Xian whispered in Zhang Dongshuang's ear. Although she was startled by Lu Xian's sudden action, Zhang Dongshuang also knew that Lu Xian definitely didn't have any ill intentions. If he wanted to make a move on her, there were countless opportunities to do so. Zhang Dongshuang nodded slightly and allowed Lu Xian to hold her hostage. At this moment, the 3 of them had already successfully barged into Lu Xian's room. With the help of the faint moonlight, they instantly saw the scene in the room. However, it was different from what they had imagined. They never imagined that Zhang Dongshuang would actually be held hostage by Lu Xian. Both sides immediately fell into a stalemate, facing each other, but no one dared to act blindly without thinking. One of the 3 people took out 2 sunlight stones from his storage ring, instantly brightening the dark room. This time, Lu Xian was finally able to clearly see the appearances of the 3 people. However, it was useless, he didn't recognize any of them. The person in the lead was around 40 years old and had a rather tall stature. His eyes were tightly fixed on Lu Xian, and the 2 people behind him were undoubtedly following his lead. However, what made Lu Xian a little apprehensive was that he couldn't see through any of the 3 people's strength. It was obvious that all 3 of them were at least at the 6th layer of body refinement. Especially the person in the lead, his aura was extraordinary, and his strength was definitely not weak. Who are you? Where is Bai Qi? The person in the lead asked in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian immediately smiled and said, Bai Qi has already gone to obtain the inheritance. He might have already obtained it by now. As he spoke, Lu Xian had already completely understood the identity of these people. Apart from the Lu family, who else could they be? However, he didn't dare to be careless in his heart. Since these people were here to find Bai Qi, they definitely had the strength to deal with Bai Qi. However, the person in the lead only coldly snorted, Don't try to trick me. Miss Zhang is still here, how can he obtain the inheritance? Bai Qi has already taken a few drops of Miss Zhang's blood. It's more than enough to activate the inheritance. If I were you, I wouldn't be wasting time here right now. Instead, I would quickly go and capture Bai Qi when he obtains the inheritance. All your efforts will be in vain. Lu Xian spoke without thinking. After hearing what Lu Xian said, the person in the lead was a little uncertain. Bai Qi had left the Lu family for a long time and hadn't returned. They had already realized that something was wrong, so they immediately came to this small town to wait. However, they didn't expect to see Bai Qi. Instead, they saw Zhang Dongshuang and an unknown young man. As for Lu Xian's words, he didn't dare to believe him. However, this involved the Zhang clan's inheritance. How could he be careless? He stared at Lu Xian and said, Bai Qi has gone to obtain the inheritance. Who are you? Why is Miss Zhang in your hands? That, you don't need to know. Stop talking nonsense. I will give you two choices. 1. I will tell you where Bai Qi is and you let me go. 2. I will kill Miss Zhang immediately. Then, we will go our separate ways and I will continue to look for Bai Qi. As he spoke, Lu Xian's sword moved closer to Zhang Dongshuang. Looks like you are Bai Qi's partner. The person in the lead looked uncertain. After thinking for a while, he said, I can let you go, but she has to stay. Impossible. Lu Xian rejected decisively, if I want to go, I will take her with me. If not, the two of us will die together. How can I be sure that you won't change your mind after I let her go? Zhang Dongshuang, who had been silent, finally understood Lu Xian's intention. It was obvious that Lu Xian wanted to use her to make the people of the Lu clan hesitate. The leader immediately smiled viciously and said, Your plan is too good. If I let all of you go, I won't be able to get anything. Instead of that, I might as well kill all of you directly. Lu Xian didn't seem to care about his threat at all. He said, You can try. However, if Miss Zhang dies, you won't get the inheritance anymore. Will you be able to explain yourself when you go back? As soon as he said this, the person in the lead hesitated. Lu Xian was overjoyed. He knew that he had made the right bet. Although this person looked strong, he was not the leader of the Lu clan. Seeing that he was hesitating, Lu Xian continued to tempt him, If you let me go, I can tell you how to contact Bai Qi. I can even tell you the location of the inheritance. When Bai Qi gets the inheritance, you can take him down. You can still get the inheritance. Why do you have to fight me to death? At that moment, someone suddenly barged in and said loudly, Second Master, don't listen to him. When this kid came during the day, he was flirting with this chick. It's obvious that they're a couple. He's definitely not Bai Qi's partner. He won't kill this girl. As soon as he said this, Lu Xian's face darkened. At that moment, he saw the man's face clearly. It was the innkeeper of this inn. He didn't expect his luck to be so bad this time. He randomly picked an inn and it turned out to be the property of the Lu clan. The leader of the group, who was initially hesitant, looked at Lu Xian with a hint of ferocity in his eyes. Good lad, I was almost fooled by you. It seems that everything I said just now was a lie. Hand her over obediently, and I'll spare your life if I'm in a good mood. Originally, when she saw that Lu Xian had tricked the leader, Zhang Dongshuang was a little happy. She didn't think that her lie would be seen through. She sighed and whispered in Lu Xian's ear, Young hero Lu, this person is the second leader of the Lu clan. He has the strength of the 9th level of the body refinement realm. He also has 2 helpers. You may not be his opponent. Leave me here and escape. When the time comes, I will use my life to threaten them and they will definitely let you go. Lu Xian turned a deaf ear to Zhang Dongshuang's words. He coldly snorted and said, I was indeed lying to you. To tell you the truth, Bai Qi has already been killed by me. If you want to obtain the inheritance, Miss Zhang is the key. If you anger me, everyone will go their separate ways. I can kill Bai Qi, so it won't be difficult for me to escape unscathed from your hands. But this time, Lu Xian's threat didn't have any effect. The second master of the Lu clan, who was addressed as the second master, laughed out loud and took another step forward, getting even closer to Lu Xian. He said, Sure, go ahead and kill them. I'll just watch you do it. Since he knew the relationship between Lu Xian and Zhang Dongshuang, how could he be threatened by Lu Xian? He gambled that Lu Xian wouldn't kill Zhang Dongshuang. Obviously, this round of gambling was won by the second leader of the Lu clan. Although Lu Xian and Zhang Dongshuang weren't a couple like he thought, he wouldn't really kill Zhang Dongshuang. The scene suddenly fell into a stalemate. The people of the Lu clan didn't dare to act rashly. Lu Xian also couldn't escape. If he was alone, he wouldn't be afraid facing these people in front of him. But now there was Zhang Dongshuang by his side. This undoubtedly made him a little hesitant. In the end, it was Zhang Dongshuang who broke the silence. She looked at the second leader of the Lu clan and said, Let him go, I will go with you. Unexpectedly, Zhang Dongshuang took the initiative to compromise. The second leader of the Lu clan raised his eyebrows and decisively agreed, no problem. Lu Xian was still holding Zhang Dongshuang tightly. He didn't loosen his grip at all. He kept thinking. The situation in front of him was already a dead end. It was impossible for him to kill Zhang Dongshuang, and second family head of the Lu family would definitely kill him. Seeing that Lu Xian still didn't want to give up, Zhang Dongshuang was moved. She knew that Lu Xian still wanted to save her. Otherwise, with Lu Xian's ability to kill by qi, the three of them couldn't stop him at all. Young hero Lu, let me go. You've tried your best. This is my life. I accept it. Thank you for taking care of me along the way. Zhang Dongshuang said softly. Young man, since Miss Zhang said so, why don't you be sensible? There is no hatred between you and the Lu family. I even want to thank you for saving Miss Zhang from Bai Qi. I promise I won't hurt you. Second family head of the Lu family also said. How about this? I'll give you some compensation. As long as you let her go, 1,000 primary stones will be yours. Lu Xian also knew that as long as he let Zhang Dongshuang go, he would definitely be able to escape unscathed. However, in that case, Zhang Dongshuang's situation would be extremely difficult. Perhaps the people of the Zhang family were just captured by the Lu family, but not killed. However, Lu Xian knew that once the Lu family succeeded in obtaining the inheritance, all the people of the Zhang family, including Zhang Dongshuang, would be killed. It could be said that the lives of the Zhang family were in his hands now. If he didn't get involved in this matter, Lu Xian naturally wouldn't feel anything. However, since he had already gotten involved, he couldn't just watch Zhang Dongshuang die. Second family head of the Lu family didn't urge Lu Xian anymore. He just looked at Lu Xian and gave him enough time to think. He believed that Lu Xian would make the right choice. After a long time, Lu Xian finally said. All right, I'll let her go. Give me the promised compensation first. As soon as he said that, a hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the second master of the Lu family. As long as Lu Xian was willing to let Zhang Dongshuang go, everything would be negotiable. Although 1,000 low-level primordial stones was not a small amount, in his opinion, it was just a temporary deposit with Lu Xian. He took off a storage ring from his hand and said, there are 800 low-level primordial stones in here. I'll give this storage ring to you. Bring it over. I need to check it first, Lu Xian said. Seeing how careful Lu Xian was, the second family head of the Lu family did not say anything. He personally stepped forward and handed over the storage ring. Lu Xian signaled Zhang Dongshuang to take it. When Zhang Dongshuang took the storage ring, the second family head of the Lu family was about to step back again. But at this moment, Lu Xian suddenly made a move. He abruptly pulled Zhang Dongshuang backward and instantly threw her behind him. The star-shattering sword that was on Zhang Dongshuang's neck a moment ago was instantly unleashed. With an extremely fast sword, it directly pierced towards the second family head of the Lu family. Seeing this, the second family head of the Lu family suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted, "You're courting death." A single blade appeared in his hand instantly. He waved it and directly blocked Lu Xian's sword. This guy's blade was extremely fast. Lu Xian's blink sword art was actually blocked by him. There's a road to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you want to break in. Since you're courting death, don't blame me. The second family head of the Lu family sneered, then directly rushed forward and directly pounced toward Lu Xian. At the same time, the two martial artists behind him instantly moved in an attempt to bypass Lu Xian and capture Zhang Dongshuang first. In their view, as long as they captured Zhang Dongshuang, wouldn't Lu Xian, who was only at the 6th LV of the body refinement realm, be at their mercy? The sudden change of the situation stunned Zhang Dongshuang. She originally thought that Lu Xian had already given up on rescuing her. She did not expect that Lu Xian would brazenly attack the second family head of the Lu family and completely put himself in a dangerous situation. The current situation was critical. How could Lu Xian not know that even if he could kill the second family head of the Lu family, Zhang Dongshuang would inevitably be captured by the other two martial artists? Although his strength was strong, he could not still have the energy to deal with the other two martial artists while dealing with a 9th LV of the body refinement realm martial artist. But even so, there was not a trace of fear on Lu Xian's face. Since he had decided to make a move, he naturally had a foolproof plan. Seeing that the second head of the Lu family was about to pounce on Zhang Dongshuang, the two warriors charged at Zhang Dongshuang. Lu Xian did not draw his sword in time. Instead, he took out a scroll from his storage ring. With a flick of his hand, the scroll was immediately thrown out. While it was still in midair, the scroll had already been activated. Following the activation of the scroll, the surrounding yuan power was actually all drawn up. The momentum was so great that it was extremely frightening. Even if Lu Xian pushed his sword intent to the extreme, he would not be able to achieve such an effect. The yuan power that was drawn up gathered extremely quickly. Countless yuan power formed into sword qi and instantly appeared in the air. The sharp aura was so piercing that it made one feel pain. The three people from the Lu family did not expect such a sudden turn of events. Especially the second family head of the Lu family. When he felt the enormous power coming from the air, his face was extremely aghast. What kind of attack was this? This degree of attack was simply something he had never seen in his life. He could clearly feel that the dozens of sword qi that appeared in the air, not to mention blocking them, even a single one would be enough to completely obliterate him. Run! The second family head of the Lu family shouted. He did not dare to stay any longer. His body that was pouncing toward Lu Xian instantly stopped and he turned around, wanting to escape through the door. Even the second master had retreated. How could the other two martial artists dare to stay any longer? In their shock, they wanted to follow the footsteps of the second family head of the Lu family. However, how could Lu Xian just sit and watch them escape? Under the full force of the sword qi, the dozens of sword qi in the air were activated by him without holding anything back, directly shooting toward the three of them. The resistance of the air was not worth mentioning in front of the sword qi. Almost in an instant, the dozens of sword qi uniformly rushed toward the back of the three people. Without a trace of suspense, the three people were instantly pierced through and immediately fell to the ground, without a trace of life. One sword qi was enough to kill them in an instant, not to mention that they had eaten dozens of sword qi. After the sword qi pierced through the bodies of the three people, it did not stop at all. The shopkeeper, who had been watching the situation from the door, had his mouth wide open. He stared blankly at the sword qi that had killed three martial artists, including the second master, directly rushing toward him. He wanted to block it, but how could a mere 60% body-tempering realm like him be able to block this sword qi? This was a 5-star spiritual talisman scroll personally inscribed by the enchantment hall master, Chen Mo, the myriad sword talisman. As Lu Xian's trump card, he had finally used one of the 3 5-star spiritual talisman scrolls at this moment. Only these spiritual talisman scrolls could give Lu Xian the confidence to instantly kill all 3 of them. From the moment Lu Xian threw out the 10,000 sword talisman to the moment he killed the 4 people, it happened in the blink of an eye. Zhang Dongshuang's eyes widened. The situation in front of her was completely beyond her imagination, especially the attack that Lu Xian had just sent out. The power was so great that she had never seen anything like it in her life. This was definitely not an attack that a body refinement stage martial artist could send out. At this moment, she discovered that she couldn't understand Lu Xian more and more. With the strength of the 6th rank of body refinement, he was able to kill Bai Qi, who was at the 9th rank of body refinement. And facing the pressure of the Lu family's second master and the other 2, he casually threw out an attack that could instantly kill the 3 of them. Without a doubt, Lu Xian's identity was definitely not simple. But along the way, he didn't reveal any information, so Zhang Dongshuang was quite tactful and didn't pursue the matter. She could only sigh at her good luck. The sudden change in her family was met with Lu Xian. Suffering from the ravages of the 10,000 sword talisman, the entire room was left with many sword marks. But this was the property of the Lu family. Even if it was torn down, Lu Xian wouldn't be lenient, let alone a few sword marks. Quickly walking forward, Lu Xian searched the bodies of the Lu family's second master and the others. He found a storage ring, but the other 2 didn't have anything. Without time to look carefully, Lu Xian turned back and said to Zhang Dongshuang, "Let's go, we can't stay here for long. Let's go directly to the Hengduan mountain range. Since this was the property of the Lu family, there must be many spies." Although he killed the Lu family's second master, who knew if there was anyone else behind him, in order to save Zhang Dongshuang, Lu Xian had already used a precious 10,000 sword talisman. He really couldn't afford to use it anymore. After all, a 5-star talisman was used to save one's life. It was too wasteful to use it against a mere 9th-rank body refinement stage martial artist. Now, Zhang Dongshuang naturally followed Lu Xian's lead. From the time they met until now, Lu Xian had already saved her countless times. Other than leading Lu Xian to obtain the inheritance, she could not think of any other way to repay Lu Xian. Due to the urgency of the situation, Lu Xian could not care less about the etiquette between a man and a woman. He grabbed Zhang Dongshuang's hand and led her down the stairs. Lu Xian had made such a big noise that it had already alerted the people in the inn. Although it was the middle of the night, cultivators did not have a high requirement for sleep. Even in their dreams, they were still quite vigilant. Countless cultivators immediately came out of their rooms. However, these martial artists didn't make a move. They just watched coldly from the sidelines. For people like them who lived on the edge of a knife, self-preservation was the most important thing. They wouldn't act rashly. Just as they reached the stairs, a group of martial artists suddenly rushed up. This group of people were all thugs of the Lu family. They were usually used to protect the safety of the inn. But this time, they actually wanted to make a move against the guests of the inn. It was really ironic. Capture this brat. The innkeeper was killed by him. The group of martial artists shouted and rushed up. Coldly sweeping his eyes over this group of people, Lu Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. He quickly took out a single blade from his storage ring and stuffed it into Zhang Dongshuang's hands. At the same time, he said, "Pay attention to protect yourself." Zhang Dongshuang also had the strength of the 5th-rank body refinement stage. It wasn't that she didn't have the slightest bit of fighting strength. As long as she didn't encounter a martial artist whose level was far higher than hers, she wouldn't be taken down in a short period of time. And the weapon that Lu Xian handed to Zhang Dongshuang was impressively the spoils of war that he had just obtained from the hands of the Lu family's second master. As the second master of the Lu family, the weapon that he used was naturally not bad. It was also a treasure-grade weapon. At this moment, in the inn, someone had already taken out a sunstone. The entire inn was brightly illuminated, and they immediately recognized the grade of this weapon. Almost everyone's eyes flashed with greed. A treasure-grade weapon was extremely attractive to the martial artists of the secular world. In particular, this weapon was being held by 2 children who were only at the 6th-rank body refinement stage. This made them even more envious, and they couldn't help but feel a little restless. With one hand holding on to Zhang Dongshuang, Lu Xian wielded the sword in one hand and fearlessly walked forward. The group of Lu family thugs quickly rushed up, each of them waving the weapons in their hands and smashing them. Small success stage sword intent erupted without the slightest bit of restraint, the star-shattering sword danced, and rays of sword chi accompanied by sword intent constantly struck out. The speed was extremely fast, and this group of ordinary thugs simply couldn't block it. Every time he attacked, he would definitely take their lives, killing one person with each step. As the sword light swallowed and spat out, those thugs didn't even have the time to clearly see Lu Xian's moves before they were struck by the sword and fell to the ground. With the support of sword intent, Lu Xian didn't even need to stab them. He only needed a ray of sword chi to break through their defenses. The strength that Lu Xian displayed immediately caused everyone present to be shocked. The group of Lu family thugs that rushed up, although they weren't strong, they weren't weak either. The lowest level was at the 5th rank of the body refinement stage, and the majority of them were at the 6th rank of the body refinement stage. On the surface, they weren't much different from Lu Xian, but with the same level of strength, they couldn't even block a single move from Lu Xian. Being held by Lu Xian, Zhang Dongshuang felt incomparably at ease. Although she held her sword in front of her, she didn't have the opportunity to attack. The two of them walked down the stairs step by step, stepping over the corpses. At this time, several more thugs rushed up, their swords flashing as they uniformly attacked Lu Xian. This time, the strength of the martial artists that rushed up had already reached the 7th rank of the body refinement stage. Martial artists at the 6th rank of the body refinement stage couldn't even withstand a single move from Lu Xian, so naturally they wouldn't rush up to die. Seeing that there were even stronger thugs rushing up, the group of spectating martial artists became even more excited, their eyes unblinkingly watching the scene below. A youth at the 6th rank of the body refinement stage was surrounded by 3 or 4 martial artists at the 7th rank of the body refinement stage. Under normal circumstances, naturally he would die without a doubt, but now he was facing an existence that could instantly kill martial artists at the same level. No one could say for sure who would win or lose. Courting death. A cold light flashed in Lu Xian's eyes. For the first time, he let go of Zhang Dongshuang's hand. Unexpectedly, he didn't retreat but instead advanced. Activating Galloping Thunder Flash, his body instantly rushed into the midst of the 4 fighters at the 7th rank of the body refinement stage. The crowd of martial artists didn't even have time to clearly see Lu Xian's movements. All they saw was an afterimage flashing and Lu Xian had already rushed over with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, his sword technique was pushed to the maximum. In a split second, 4 swords simultaneously shot out, aimed at the 4 people, sword chi burst forth. The speed of the attack was so fast that the 4 people didn't even have time to react. In an instant, they were hit. With a flash of the sword, the throats of the 4 people were already soaked with a trace of captivating red blood. 1 sword to kill 4 people. And it was even a battle above his level. The surrounding martial artists' mouths were wide open. This young man, just where did he come from? How could his battle strength be so valiant? To him, fighting above his level was not only as easy as eating or drinking, but he was also able to fight one against many. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Among the crowd of martial artists, a martial artist suddenly leaped down at an extremely fast speed, heading straight for Zhang Dongshuang. Just now, in order to kill the 4 7th rank martial artists, Lu Xian had released Zhang Dongshuang's hand for the first time, but he didn't expect that someone would immediately take advantage of an opening. It must be known that in Zhang Dongshuang's hand was a treasure-level long blade, extremely eye-catching. Bai Qi's strength was at the 9th rank of the body refinement realm, but he didn't have a treasure-level weapon. It could be seen how precious it was. 8th rank of the body refinement realm. A martial artist in the crowd shouted. He was at the 7th rank of the body refinement realm, but he couldn't see through this person's strength. Without a doubt, this person was definitely at the 8th rank of the body refinement realm, or even higher. In a split second, everyone's gaze fell on this person. An 8th level of body refinement against a 5th level of body refinement, wouldn't that be easy? Although that 6th level body refinement kid's strength was strange, he still might not be a match for an 8th level body refinement cultivator. Seeing this person rushing towards her, Zhang Dongshuang quickly retreated 2 steps, the blade in her hand immediately held horizontally in front of her chest. Although she was nervous, she didn't panic. This person coldly snorted and directly reached out to grab Zhang Dongshuang, not even using a weapon. The unforeseen event that occurred here fell into Lu Xian's eyes. Seeing that this person actually wanted to take advantage of the situation, killing people and stealing their treasures, his eyes suddenly became cold. After killing the 4 people, his body flashed again, extremely quickly rushing towards Zhang Dongshuang. There were many martial artists watching. If they all rushed over, even if Lu Xian's strength was stronger, at most he could guarantee his own safety, but to protect Zhang Dongshuang would not be easy. Therefore, he knew that he had to display his absolute strength to deter this group of thieves. It was precisely because of this that he instantly killed 4 7th rank martial artists, but he didn't think that there would still be an 8th rank martial artist who dared to make a move. The speed of the rushing thunder flash was extremely fast. It could even dodge lightning attacks, not to mention this martial artist's attack. Although he had a slightly slower start, Lu Xian was able to get to Zhang Dongshuang even though he had moved later. Seeing that the warrior was about to grab Zhang Dongshuang, Lu Xian swung his star-shattering sword down at that critical moment. If that warrior were to insist on taking Zhang Dongshuang down, he would not be able to keep his arm. He didn't think that Lu Xian would arrive so quickly. The martial artist could only coldly snort and quickly withdraw his outstretched hand, helplessly giving up. You don't want to watch such a good show, but you insist on seeking death. Lu Xian indifferently said as he took 2 steps forward, blocking in front of Zhang Dongshuang. Arrogant little brat, a mere 6th rank of the body refinement, does he really think that killing a few 7th rank martial artists is amazing? The martial artist disdainfully said, a single blade suddenly appearing in his hand. He was also a blade user, so naturally he coveted the artifact-grade single blade in Zhang Dongshuang's hand. Although he took advantage of the fact that Lu Xian wasn't present to make a move, it didn't mean that he was afraid of Lu Xian. In his opinion, with his strength at the 8th rank of the body refinement, taking down a kid at the 6th rank of the body refinement would be as easy as turning over his palm. Lu Xian didn't feel like talking nonsense with him. This was not a place to stay for long. Immediately escaping was the way of the king. Both of his feet suddenly stomped on the ground, his body instantly rushing forward, the star-shattering sword sweeping out, a sharp sword chi sweeping out. Feeling Lu Xian's attack, the martial artist's expression also changed. How could seeing Lu Xian's attack and facing it head-on be the same? Especially the sword intent contained within Lu Xian's attack, it made him feel even more fearful. With a low roar, the single blade also swept out. He didn't have the sharpness of Lu Xian's sword intent, but his strength was more tyrannical than Lu Xian's. And at this moment, Lu Xian suddenly pushed the sword intent to the maximum. Countless sword intents in the air instantly gathered together. Although it didn't reach the level of killing by qi last time, its power was several times stronger than before. This was what Lu Xian had comprehended from the sword strike that killed by qi. Although it was far from reaching that level and was unable to possess that kind of essence, it was still able to imitate the form of that sword. Even if it only had the form of that sword, it would still greatly increase the power of the sword intent. It must be known that that was the embryonic form of sword intent at the middle stage. As the sword intent suddenly rushed forward, the martial artist at the 8th rank of body refinement only felt that the aura emitted by Lu Xian had suddenly increased. An incomparably sharp aura, as if it wanted to directly exterminate him. His heart was incomparably shocked, and the movements of his hands couldn't help but slow down by 30%. But Lu Xian's movements were even faster. The rushing thunder flashed again, and without warning, he appeared in front of the martial artist. His sword stabbed forward, and the star-shattering sword easily pierced through the martial artist's chest. Sword chi burst forth, and immediately, the martial artist's 5 viscera and 6 bowels were all crushed. As Lu Xian withdrew his sword and retreated, the martial artist's eyes were wide open. His body powerlessly fell to the ground, unceasingly twitching. For a moment, it was obvious that he hadn't died. He had never thought that he would actually die at the hands of a martial artist at the 6th rank of body refinement. Moreover, he had died in such a straightforward manner. It was completely due to the suppression of strength. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. Since he had designs on Lu Xian, he naturally had to be prepared to bear the consequences. The scene of Lu Xian killing the martial artist at the 8th rank of body refinement naturally fell into the eyes of the surrounding martial artists. Each and every one of them was incomparably shocked. This was an existence at the 8th rank of body refinement. In the secular world, he could be considered an absolute expert. It must be known that when Long Zhan was only at the 7th rank of body refinement, he was able to dominate Qingshan town. Just who was this young man? Wasn't his combat strength too frightening? If it weren't for the fact that Lu Xian used a sword and not a saber, perhaps they would have directly thought that Lu Xian was a core disciple of the Heavenly Saber sect. Seeing this scene, the restless spectating martial artists had already dispelled their greedy thoughts. Almost all of the martial artists here had strength between the 5th and 8th rank of body refinement. Giving up their lives for a mere treasure-level weapon was really not worth it. More importantly, they didn't know Lu Xian's identity. Even if he wasn't a core disciple of the Heavenly Saber sect, his status was absolutely not low. Even if they killed Lu Xian, in the future, his elders would come to find them and they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Coldly sweeping his eyes over the crowd, Lu Xian took Zhang Dongshuang's hand, Lu Xian of Lu's hand, and Lu's hands, Lu Xian's Lu, Xian's hands his. Of Saint, Yi Qi, Xian of the Lu of Qi, but even, he, even stronger, if they, Lu, in, they, of Lu, he, and they would. And they. Killing 4 martial artists at the 7th level of body refinement with a single strike, and even martial artists at the 8th level of body refinement were unable to withstand a single strike. Lu Xian's strength had already thoroughly scared the wits out of them. No one was willing to throw away their lives for the Lu family's little bit of money. It was really not necessary. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Xian and Zhang Dongshuang's figures disappeared from the entrance. Seeing Lu Xian leave, the crowd let out a long breath, especially some of the higher-level martial artists. Normally, they wouldn't even put a person at the 6th rank of body refinement in their eyes, but today, Lu Xian had used his strength at the 6th rank of body refinement to intimidate the entire crowd, causing them to not dare to act blindly without thinking. That youngster's battle prowess was too terrifying. Being able to easily kill someone at the 8th rank of body refinement at the 6th rank of body refinement, if his strength were to advance another step, wouldn't he be even more terrifying? That's right, his entire body's aura was too strong. Normally, I'm quite courageous, but just now, he only glanced at me and I broke out in a cold sweat. What do you guys think? Where did this youngster come from? Such a strong strength, he definitely isn't someone that a small clan can cultivate. He shouldn't be from the Skyblade sect. The martial artists of the Skyblade sect all use blades, but this youngster uses a sword. Could he be a core disciple of the Wind Sword School? The territory of the Wind Sword School is right next to the Peerless Empire. Through some clues, some of these martial artists had also guessed Lu Xian's background. Who cares who he is? This matter doesn't concern us, let's not bother with other people's business. As the crowd of martial artists discussed spiritedly, Lu Xian had already thrown all of this to the back of his mind. He definitely couldn't stay in this small town any longer. The Lu family's second patriarch had died here. The Lu family definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. Unless he used the 10,000 sword talisman again, with Lu Xian's own strength, he would be completely unable to deal with them. Bringing Zhang Dongshuang with him, Lu Xian arrived at the inn where the mounts were kept. He found his 4 snow dragon horses, and the 2 of them flew out of the inn at an extremely fast speed. Their destination was the Hengduan mountain range. The distance from here to the Hengduan mountain range was not far. After madly rushing all the way, in less than an hour, the 2 of them had already arrived at the foot of the Hengduan mountain range. Standing at the foot of the mountain and looking up at the mountain range, it seemed even more lofty and majestic. As far as the eye could see, it was all the territory of the Hengduan mountain range. Let's take a rest here first. At night, all kinds of ferocious beasts are active. It's too dangerous to enter the mountain now. Lu Xian stopped at the foot of the mountain and didn't advance any further. In the mountain range at night, not only were ferocious beasts rampaging, but because of the poor lighting, it was extremely easy to be ambushed. It wasn't a good time to enter the mountain. If they lit a torch, they would become a target for all and die without a burial. Young hero Lu Xian, you've saved me once again. I really can't thank you enough. After I've avenged my family, if you don't mind, I'm willing to be your servant to repay your kindness. Zhang Dongshuang looked at Lu Xian and said sincerely. Lu Xian faintly smiled and shook his head. Miss Zhang, there's no need to be like this. Since I have the ability to save you, I naturally have to help. How could I watch you fall into danger? Before using the myriad sword talisman, Lu Xian had indeed hesitated for a moment. After all, this was his life-saving trump card, and he couldn't easily use it. However, when he thought of using the myriad sword talisman, it was extremely likely that he could save the lives of Zhang Dongshuang's family, so he decisively used it. While a 5-star talisman was precious, it was only a worldly possession after all. It was nothing compared to the lives of a family. There were too many people in the world who were suffering, and it was impossible for Lu Xian to save all of them. However, it was not his style to stand by and do nothing. Hearing this, Zhang Dongshuang bitterly laughed and said, although I do not know young hero's identity, I believe that your background is not ordinary. It is definitely not something that I can match up to. Since that is the case, if I can obtain the inheritance later, young hero can choose anything you want. If young hero can help me take revenge, there is no harm in taking all the inheritance. Zhang Dongshuang's actions could be said to be quite generous. As long as she could get revenge, she was willing to give all the inheritance to Lu Xian. This was because she knew that if it wasn't for Lu Xian saving her time and time again, she would have become a puppet in the hands of Bai Qi or the Lu family. She might even have died. If she could save her parents and destroy the Lu family to get revenge for the Zhang family, she would not mind giving up the inheritance. It was because of this inheritance that the Zhang family had become like this. However, Lu Xian refused Zhang Dongshuang's generous gift. If there's something useful to me, I naturally won't refuse. However, Miss Zhang, you should keep the rest for yourself. After all, it was left by the Zhang family's ancestor in hopes that you can use it to rise. Lu Xian insisted on not taking it. Zhang Dongshuang sighed softly and did not mention it again. It wouldn't be too late to talk about it after obtaining the inheritance. It was already past midnight at the moment, and there were still a few more hours before the sun would rise. Lu Xian trained where he was while Zhang Dongshuang took a nap at the side. The time that followed was very peaceful, and nothing unexpected happened. The sky also began to gradually brighten. When the sky was completely bright, Lu Xian finally opened his eyes. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes and the aura around his body actually rose again. Just during this one night of cultivation, his strength unexpectedly broke through again, successfully reaching the peak of the 6th level of body refinement in one go from the 6th level of body refinement to the peak of the 6th level of body refinement. He only needed an opportunity, and he would be able to step into the 7th level of body refinement. The increase in strength was naturally not without reason. Outside of pure Lishuang City, Lu Xian had already benefited greatly from the battle with Bai Qi and the stupid bear. Moreover, the following 7 days of travel had also allowed him to comprehend many things. The battle at the inn in the small town caused Lu Xian's accumulation to change from quantitative to qualitative. Everything happened naturally. Right now, Lu Xian's foundation of the 6th layer was already very solid. Breaking through to the 7th layer was only a matter of time. His strength advancing once again undoubtedly caused Lu Xian's confidence to greatly increase. He also had more confidence in dealing with the upcoming situation. "Let's go, we'll enter the mountains," Lu Xian said. "What about these horses?" Zhang Dongshuang asked. "Just leave them here. If they're lost, then so be it," Lu Xian said indifferently. A few batches of snow dragon horses, to ordinary people or even low-level martial artists, may have a high value. However, to him, it was not considered a precious item. After tying the 4 horses to a few nearby trees, the two immediately headed into the mountains. A trace of dazzling sunlight shone through the leaves of the forest, leaving behind mottled shadows that were extremely beautiful. After the two had walked for a distance, Lu Xian suddenly thought of something. He immediately asked, "Within this Hingduan mountain range, there are many martial artists coming and going. Even the majority of them came from the ruins left behind by experts. The inheritance left behind by your ancestors wouldn't have been discovered by others, right?" Zhang Dongshuang pursed her lips and smiled. "Young hero, you don't need to worry about this. Not to mention that the inheritance of our ancestors requires the bloodline of a descendant to be the key to enter. Moreover, to find the place of inheritance is not that simple. Only the direct descendants of our Zhang family know how to find it." Hearing this, Lu Xian immediately relaxed. If the two of them had come from 1,000 miles away and found nothing, that would be very interesting. As they entered deeper and deeper into the mountains, the roars of beasts constantly sounded. Lu Xian did not dare to be careless. He gripped the star-shattering sword in his hand, ready to guard against any possible danger. Zhang Dongshuang was still holding on to the saber that Lu Xian had given her, following closely behind Lu Xian. Her strength was only at the 5th level of the body refinement realm. There were many ferocious beasts in the vast Hingduan mountain range, and many of them were not something that she could handle. In terms of danger, the Hingduan mountain was almost the same as the back mountain of the Wind Sword School. It was said that even the people of the Sky Saber sect would occasionally come to the Hingduan mountain to hunt. However, their targets were naturally not ordinary beasts, but the demonic beasts in the inner parts of the mountain. The strength of the demonic beasts was equivalent to a warrior in the spirit refinement realm. It was not something that the current Lu Xian could deal with. However, this time, Lu Xian had to take the risk because the inheritance of the Zhang family's ancestor was located in the inner parts of the mountain. Although it was not in the innermost part, it was still in the area where rank 9 and 10 beasts and even demonic beasts appeared. It was precisely because of this that the Zhang family did not come to obtain the inheritance. After all, Zhang Dongshuang's father, the strongest person in the Zhang family, was only at the 9th level of the body refinement realm. If they came to obtain the inheritance rashly and encountered a rank 10 beast, it was very likely that they would all be annihilated. As the two of them moved forward, the number of beasts that died in the hands of Lu Xian had already exceeded 20. The lowest rank 4 beasts to the highest rank 8 beasts. Fortunately, the star-shattering sword was a treasured weapon. After so many fierce battles, there was still no trace of wear on it. Moreover, the high-level beasts were basically alone and would not attack in groups. This allowed Lu Xian to move forward smoothly. In front of us is the area of the rank 9 beasts. You must follow me closely. Lu Xian could not help but turn back and exhorted again. Zhang Dongshuang nodded vigorously. The battles along the way had already made her understand the degree of danger of this trip. Although Lu Xian had killed many rank 8 beasts and had some spare energy to take care of her, it looked very tiring. Next, dealing with the rank 9 beasts would probably be Lu Xian's limit. He would definitely not have any spare energy to take care of her. A little more and we should reach the place soon, Zhang Dongshuang said. Her words finally brought a trace of good news to Lu Xian. Perhaps because of the siege of the Sky Saber sect, the demonic beast's range of activity was further inside. The location of the Zhang family's inheritance was not in the range of the demonic beast's activity. Surrounded by sword will, Lu Xian remained in peak condition. The two of them set off again. The deeper one went into the mountain range, the more tranquil it became. Apart from the occasional cries of birds, even the roars of beasts were rarely heard. Their footsteps made rustling sounds as they stepped on the fallen leaves, adding to the tension. Fortunately, there didn't seem to be any abnormalities along the way. Although they kept moving forward, they never bumped into a Class 9 beast. Zhang Dongshuang kept scanning the surroundings, looking for the land of inheritance. They were already very close to the land of inheritance. Very quickly, a huge mountain rock appeared in front of them. Lu Xian glanced at it and was about to detour around it to continue forward, but Zhang Dongshuang suddenly pulled him back. Lu Xian turned his head and saw that Zhang Dongshuang's eyes were flashing with excitement. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that they had arrived? Young hero Lu, this is the place. Zhang Dongshuang's tone revealed a trace of irrepressible excitement, but she was afraid of attracting ferocious beasts, so she forcefully lowered her voice. Lu Xian took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. They had finally arrived. But, something doesn't seem right. After the excitement, Zhang Dongshuang said with some doubt. What's wrong? Do you see this mountain rock? There's a narrow passage in the middle. Zhang Dongshuang pointed at the mountain rock and said, according to the oral instructions passed down by our ancestors, there should be an illusion concealing there to avoid being discovered, so we can't see the narrow passage at all. But now that the illusion has obviously been broken, so we can see it. Looking in the direction that Zhang Dongshuang pointed, Lu Xian indeed saw a narrow passage. It wasn't wide and could only accommodate 2 people walking side by side. He frowned slightly and said, could it be that someone has already discovered it and entered it? I'm not sure, but it doesn't matter. Even if a warrior entered, they couldn't reach the land of inheritance. This narrow passage is just a path to the land of inheritance. Zhang Dongshuang wasn't too worried. When the ancestors of the Zhang family set up the inheritance, they naturally considered all kinds of situations. Lu Xian nodded and didn't think too much about it. He said, let's go in and take a look first. Immediately, Lu Xian walked in front and crossed his sword in front of his chest. Zhang Dongshuang followed closely behind and the two of them walked into the narrow passage, one in front and one in the back. After this narrow passage, it seemed like it wasn't a sealed world because Lu Xian could see that there was still light inside. The narrow passage wasn't long and after walking for about half an incense stick's time, their field of vision suddenly opened up. However, when he saw the situation inside clearly, Lu Xian's eyes instantly widened, because it wasn't empty inside, there were still living creatures. A huge ferocious tiger with its bell-sized eyes was staring angrily at Lu Xian. It was sleeping and didn't expect to be disturbed by 2 humans. How could it not be angry? At this moment, Lu Xian finally understood why the 2 of them didn't encounter any rank 9 ferocious beasts along the way. It was because this was the territory of this ferocious beast in front of them. Naturally, no other ferocious beasts would come to invade its territory. And the reason why the illusion array that Zhang Dongshuang mentioned was gone was also obvious. This ferocious tiger must have accidentally discovered the illusion array and destroyed it. Then, it used this place as its resting place. Retreat! Lu Xian shouted. At the same time, the star-shattering sword in his hand instantly changed to the dark iron sword. Instead of advancing, he retreated and directly rushed toward the ferocious tiger. This ferocious tiger, Lu Xian had seen its introduction in the ancient books of the Wind Sword School. It was called the winged tiger because it had two fleshy wings on its back. However, although it was called the winged tiger and had a pair of fleshy wings, it still couldn't fly. However, the existence of this pair of fleshy wings could greatly increase its speed. Warriors often used the phrase, like a tiger with wings, to describe how powerful a person was. At this moment, this winged tiger was undoubtedly such an existence. With the powerful attack power of the tiger species, coupled with its extraordinary speed, it was definitely a troublesome fellow to deal with. Hearing Lu Xian's loud reminder, coupled with a glimpse of the huge size of the winged tiger, Zhang Dongshuang was immediately horrified. She didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly retreated. She knew that her strength was not enough to withstand a single blow from a rank 9 ferocious beast. Staying at the side would only distract Lu Xian. It was better to retreat decisively and leave the battle to Lu Xian. As Zhang Dongshuang retreated, Lu Xian had already quickly clashed with the winged tiger. This winged tiger was definitely the most powerful opponent Lu Xian had encountered so far. Because it had the advantage of a physical body, the strength of a rank 9 ferocious beast was comparable to a warrior in the 10th rank of the body refinement realm. In addition, the winged tiger's strength was at the forefront of the rank 9 ferocious beasts. If he encountered the winged tiger outside, Lu Xian might not necessarily fight it to the death. Instead, he would find an opportunity to escape. However, he couldn't do that now because the cave occupied by the winged tiger led to the land of inheritance. Unless he destroyed it, it would be impossible for it to move its nest. The mysterious iron sword fiercely slashed at the winged tiger. However, the wings on its back shook and its body instantly shifted to the side, easily dodging Lu Xian's attack. Seeing that this human had not only disturbed its sleep, but also dared to attack it, the winged tiger became even more furious. After dodging the attack, it took advantage of the fact that Lu Xian had yet to land on the ground to suddenly leap up. Its huge tiger claws carried a violent hurricane as they swatted at Lu Xian, intending to kill Lu Xian in a single blow. However, how could Lu Xian be so easy to deal with? Since his attack had missed, he had already made preparations for a counterattack. Feeling the whistling wind behind him, he forcefully turned his body in midair. The mysterious iron sword's strength did not diminish as it directly slashed at the winged tiger. In a split second, the mysterious iron sword and the winged tiger's claws collided. Two powerful forces burst forth at the same time, causing both Lu Xian and the winged tiger's bodies to tremble and instantly retreat. However, the winged tiger nimbly landed on the ground while Lu Xian staggered 3 steps back. Only then did the force of the collision dissipate. It was obvious that Lu Xian was no match for the winged tiger in terms of strength. Ferocious beasts had always excelled in strength, not to mention that the winged tiger was a rank 9 ferocious beast. In terms of cultivation level, it was 3 levels higher than Lu Xian. With such a huge gap in cultivation level, Lu Xian could already be proud of himself for being able to not be defeated in a single blow. The attack only paused for a moment before it resumed. This time, the one who launched the attack was the winged tiger. It crouched slightly and shook its wings at the same time. After accumulating its strength, it suddenly charged forward and attacked Lu Xian with the force of Mount Tai. However, Lu Xian did not move from his original position. In an instant, he adjusted his stance and sank his qi into his dantian. He circulated his yuan power with all his might and once again slashed at the winged tiger's head. The strength of this slash far surpassed the previous one. It was his most powerful attack, the current severing sword. Having won the previous round of the competition of strength, how could the winged tiger be afraid of Lu Xian? It did not dodge at all and continued to maintain its attacking stance. One man and one beast collided once again. This time, the strength of Lu Xian's attack greatly exceeded the winged tiger's expectations. Relying on the power of the current severing sword, the winged tiger that was charging at him was directly sent flying by Lu Xian. After a somersault in the air, it landed on the ground. When it landed on the ground, it was not as light as it was last time. It was slightly weak. Even though he managed to repel the gold-winged tiger, his hands were still numb, and it was not a good feeling. He took a deep breath, and the mystic iron sword disappeared right away. What appeared in his hand was the star-shattering sword again. Although the mysterious iron sword was good to use, that was only when facing an opponent whose strength was weaker than his own. Relying on the power of the current severing sword just now, he was only able to fight evenly with the winged tiger. Lu Xian knew that it was almost impossible for him to suppress the winged tiger in terms of strength. If he wanted to win, he still had to rely on his swift sword. With the star-shattering sword in his hand, Lu Xian's sword intent once again burst forth, adding another 2 points of sharpness to the star-shattering sword. Activating the galloping thunder flash, he instantly arrived before the winged tiger at lightning speed, the long sword piercing straight through. An extremely human-like look of disdain flashed in the winged tiger's eyes. With a pair of wings, why would it fear a competition of speed? End of chapter 192. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.